and he smiled, raising the corners of his mouth. He felt she was really pitiful. All I have to do is dodge slightly. Suddenly, Lee Hyun changed her sword-wielding stance. Dong Tak was slightly surprised. She was aiming for his instep. At this attack, Dong Tak screamed in pain. Before he could react, the wooden sword struck his face again. You should have known I was aiming for one risky shot. Note: Hamari Hail Mary is a term in American football for a risky game-reversing play. Just as she thought she had won, an unknown power began to surge from the East Gangbuk forces. Co Dong Tak's potential has been awakened. He hit her with incredible speed before she had a chance to react. Is he planning to kill her? Dong Tak threw a series of punches, continuously attacking her. Suddenly he reached out his hand and suddenly stopped. And he used Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch to send her flying. Droplets of blood started to fall from her mouth. Lee Hyun slumped to the ground. It's over. West Gangbuk's Lee Hyun. I looked into you before this fight and you have a pretty interesting story. She angrily told him to shut up. But he continued to talk about her family. Your alcoholic father was a domestic abuser, and your mother was habitually assaulted by him. His violence got worse day by day, and you picked up a sword to protect your mother, didn't you? And your father was arrested by the police. It was a touching story up to that point. The story after that is more interesting. Lee Hyun angrily told him to shut up. Dong Tak continued to say, the mother you dedicated your whole life to protect. I heard she abandoned you and went back to that trash father of hers. History repeats itself, just like how you couldn't beat your father even with a sword. A woman can never beat a man. It's over. He raised his hand to end this fight. The moment he swung his fist, Lee Hyun shouted, a woman can't beat a man, you say? My master didn't teach me that way. She blocked that attack with her wooden sword. A light emanated from her body, just like when the other members awakened. Flashback: Lee Hyun was talking to her master. Is that true, master? You said you can beat anyone with swordsmanship. Is there really such a technique? Yes, but it's extremely difficult to learn, the master continued while meditating. It is swordsmanship. It is a technique where you must throw away your life if you fail. Bet everything on the first strike. The founder of this swordsmanship told his disciples that even a woman, if she learns this, can beat anyone she wants. Lee Hyun, how about it? Will you give it a try? Back to the present, Lee Hyun said resolutely. From now on I will be the strongest. Team member Lee Hyun's firm resolve. Lee Hyun's potential began to soar like crazy. Dong Tak rushed in and shouted, it's useless no matter what you do. A woman can't beat a man. Lee Hyun held her sword. Lee Ji-hai's potential has reached its maximum. Congratulations. Lee Ji-hai's potential has been awakened. As an awakening bonus, Lee Ji-hai's stamina is fully restored. Co Dong Tak rushed in, jumped, and unleashed a furious dragon kick. Because Lee Ji-hai has awakened, she received an exclusive attack card, Ichimonji/ exclusive attack card. The user can use the Japanese swordsmanship style called Ichimonji/. It sacrifices durability to maximize strength and speed. Durability F, strength and speed increased by 3 levels. Ichimonji/ activated. She swung her sword and struck him squarely on the head. She said, dodging but not blocking is the way of the Ichimonji/. Looking at Co Dong Tak, who had fallen and was lying face down on the ground, she muttered, maybe I should have gone a little easier on him. Main quest: defeat East Gangbuk High School. Rescue Kong Ji-hyuk completed. 4 out of 5 illegal businesses occupied. Han Jae-ha defeated completed. Missions 4 and 5 are unknown. The scene switches to a karaoke room. Finally arrived here. He said, finally I'm here. This is the last karaoke room. All I have to do is wipe this place out. He's got to be here, right? Han Jae-ha. Han Jae-ha is definitely here. I beat him once before, but I can't let my guard down. After all, Kong Sok awakened last time too. With firm resolve, he stepped inside. Han Jae-ha, let's end this here. Kim So-hoon. Strength SSS, speed SSS, potential S, intelligence B, durability S. Faces Han Jae-ha. Strength unknown, speed unknown, potential R awakened. Intelligence A, durability unknown. Han Jae-ha turned, faced them and said with a smile, get ready to die, Kim So-hoon. I've been waiting for you here for a while. Seeing Han Jae-ha's post-awakening stats, he was quite surprised. Height 181 centimeters, weight 68 kilograms, strength SS, speed SSS, potential A awakened, intelligence A, durability S. Kim So-hoon couldn't believe the stats before him were real. He was a little surprised, not expecting the damn bastard in front of him to have such high stats. His stat distribution was very different from Kong Sok's. So that means they both awakened and got different stats. They must have received exclusive cards when they awakened too. Then did Han Jae-ha's exclusive card boost his stats? While he was lost in thought, his 2 comrades had already rushed in. Wait a minute. Just as they arrived in front of Han Jae-ha, he shouted loudly from behind, wait. Seeing this, Han Jae-ha lightly kicked the table next to him, sending it flying right into Lee Se-young. The other one, seeing his comrade get hit, quickly rushed forward. Hey, you better look up. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Jae-ha gave him a proper taste of his shoe. Just a single kick, Han Jae-ha was able to take down those 2 bastards. Why should I? As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly stomped on the 2 of them with all his might. While stomping, he cursed in anger. Such stupid bastards. Even after being punched, the man showed no fear and held on with all his might, grabbing his leg tightly. It's not over yet. I assure you it's over for you. Saying that, he stomped on the man's head a few times. Am I wrong? Should I just end you now? He grabbed the man's hair and prepared to throw a punch. After that, he continued to hit the man's face with all his might, showing him what a real beatdown was. Suddenly, something flew toward Han Jae-ha's face from a distance. He quickly lifted his leg and shattered the table. Lee Se-young held on tight to his leg. His face was filled with a firm resolve to stop him. "You let your guard down." Han Jae-ha reached out, grabbed a microphone and gripped it tightly. "You're right," and then he took the microphone and mercilessly beat the old man's body. "Just because I let my guard down, do you really think you can beat me?" Being beaten so relentlessly, Lee Se-young's mouth gaped open in pain. But before he could close it, Han Jae-ha shoved the entire microphone into his mouth. Then, to get him out of his sight, he kicked him far away. "I won't be so arrogant again." He angrily continued to kick the old man's body without mercy. "I let my guard down too much, didn't I?" He didn't stop and continued to kick Kim So-hoon's body, but surprisingly, he immediately used Taekwondo to block his kick. He shouted his name in anger. Kim So-hoon. After that, he unhesitatingly used his fist technique to send Han Jae-ha flying. Blocked like that, Han Jae-ha kept backing away. He hadn't expected him to be able to block his attack. "What is this? This is dangerous. He's not just going to stand there, that guy is too strong." Han Jae-ha looked at So-hoon with a creepy and disgusting smile. "Are you scared?" Seeing him so confident in his challenge, Kim So-hoon decided to stand up to face him and avenge his two brothers. "I will unleash all the power I have." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the beast mode he had been saving. "I don't care, fine. I, Kim So-hoon, have nothing more to lose." The scene switches to a luxury apartment building. A man was knocking on a door from the outside asking to be let in. "I'm here, come in." A tall man in red clothes entered. It was Daniel. The person in the room asked, "What happened?" Hearing that, Daniel answered, "Han Jae-ha and Kim So-hoon have started fighting." Hung Nim, a man who was the very symbol of power, was sitting on the sofa. He was none other than Chai Ju-miok, the head of North Gangbuk High School. Daniel continued his report. "Kim So-hoon could easily lose. If that happens, won't our plan fail?" But at his words, the man in power didn't seem worried at all. "It's no problem. It's fine if Han Jae-ha wins, and it doesn't matter if Kim So-hoon wins. In the end, whoever wins will have to come under us." Understood. Before leaving, Daniel asked Chai Ju-miok one last question. "I have one thing to ask. Between Han Jae-ha and Kim So-hoon, who do you think will win?" At Daniel's question, Chai Ju-miok thought calmly. He quickly came up with an answer. "Han Jae-ha." When he answered, the other man was slightly puzzled. "May I ask why?" He simply answered calmly in 4 words. "Because of his intelligence." His intelligence. With a brain like that, he'll definitely see right through Kim So-hoon. Back to the fight. Kim So-hoon and Han Jae-ha continued to fight without giving an inch. "Damn it." Kim So-hoon gritted his teeth after continuously blocking his opponent's kicks. His kicks are too tricky to deal with. Even though he tried to dodge, Kim So-hoon couldn't avoid taking a direct hit. "He's even faster than me." He knew that if he could just grab him once, he could counterattack. "Just this once, all I have to do is grab his leg." But his opponent's attack range was too long, preventing him from using his skills. "His attack range is long. At this rate, I'm going to lose." There was only one way. He immediately attacked his leg. But surprisingly, his opponent could read him like a book. "Of course I knew you'd try to grab my leg." Did he see through it? "I have to grab him." His mind was now filled with the determination to grab him no matter what. "If I can just grab him, I can beat him quickly." As soon as he had that thought, Kim So-hoon stared intently at the wall behind Jae-ha. Suddenly a bold idea came to him. "I'll corner him against the wall." The thought was immediately put into action. After cornering him against the wall and limiting his space to attack, Kim So-hoon stood up and prepared to counterattack. He thought to himself, "At this distance there's no way I'll miss." But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his opponent gave a crazed smile, and then he rained down punches on Kim So-hoon's stomach. "How does it feel?" Kim So-hoon had no time to block. He hadn't realized this had been his opponent's plan all along. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Jae-ha leaped into the air, spun 180 degrees and kicked him with his leg. Taekwondo, a straight kick to Kim So-hoon's neck. Then 2 spinning kicks, and 3 more spinning kicks left Kim So-hoon half dead. "I told you," he spoke. The system kept sending warnings to Kim So-hoon that one of them would die today. The system continued to announce, "All rewards received from previous missions will be revoked, and no further missions will be given to this individual." The system cutting off its words meant it was the end. "It's over, Kim So-hoon." At that moment, outside the karaoke room, 8 students came rushing over in a panic after hearing the news about Kim So-hoon and Han Jae-ha. "The karaoke room is up ahead. That's where Kim So-hoon's son Bae-neem went." "Something's wrong. We have to get to him quickly." As they all ran, Haru suddenly stopped in surprise and said to everyone, "Wait a minute, what's wrong, Song Haru?" A man with red hair was standing guard in front of the karaoke room door. "Who's that?" It was Yu Si-gung, the number 3 of South Gangbuk who had disappeared during the last fight. While everyone was confused about what was happening, he spoke first. "So you've all gathered. Did you come to save Kim So-hoon and take down Han Jae-ha?" Haru was a little surprised by his attitude. "Yu Si-gung, what's gotten into you?" He stroked his chin and approached them all. "Me? I'm not sure, but is that important right now? By the way, are there only 5 of you?" Lee Ji-hai took out a wooden sword from somewhere and approached forcefully. "It doesn't matter. East Gangbuk will be eliminated anyway." As she approached, the guy named Yu Si-gung shouted, "Hey you," he said, unwrapping a lollipop in his hand. "No need to waste your energy." She didn't quite understand what he was saying. "What? We're not enemies after all." At his words, everyone was a little confused. "What do you mean?" He smiled as if amused. "Let's go watch together. The fight between Kim So-hoon and Han Jae-ha. Over here." Kim So-hoon had been hit by Han Jae-ha and was lying on the ground. He confidently approached him, wanting to see who would win. To Kim So-hoon, the South Gangbuk meeting felt like it was just yesterday. I didn't think you'd be this much of a pain. In any case, West Gangbuk ends here, it's over. After speaking, he lifted his leg to finish him off. When his foot was just a few centimeters from his body, Kim So-hoon immediately used Seondu and rolled away to dodge his kick. He looked slightly surprised as he lit a cigarette. As expected, you're a really strange one. How can you recover so quickly after getting hit? What kind of monster are you? In front of him, Kim So-hoon now seemed fully recovered. He supported himself and stood up, he thought to himself. If I hadn't used that in time, I would have been meeting my ancestors. Han Jae-ha looked at him with an interested gaze and a confident face. It seemed he had never met anyone like Kim So-hoon. Your only option now is to stall for time, right? He stood there imposingly. His stats were annoyingly good. His fighting technique utilized overwhelming speed and strength. On top of that, his intelligence was so high that none of my tactics worked. I feel like I can win if I just grab him once, but how do I do that? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't find an answer. Because his opponent quickly read his every move, he carefully considered his last resort. Should I use the Madman card to attack? Is it right to use the Madman card here? The system window appeared instantly. Main quest, The Fall of East Gangbuk High School. Mission 1, Rescue Kong Ji-hyuk completed. Mission 2, Occupy 5 of the East's illegal businesses, 4-5 completed. Mission 3, Defeat Han Jae-ha completed. Mission 4, Defeat a sane Han Jae-ha 1. Time limit 1 hour. Mission 5, Not Yet Revealed Reward card. Thinking this far, he decided to use Tenacious Activation. His entire body was surrounded by a blue aura. He quickly dodged his opponent's kick. I can't use Madman here. He decided to use Plan B. As soon as he made his decision, his opponent leaped into the air, spun 180 degrees and prepared to go all out, to kick Kim So-hoon's body. Fortunately, Kim So-hoon was able to dodge his kick once again. He slammed his leg right into the table in front of him. Han Jae-ha thought to himself, is he looking for an opening? But I can't let him have one so easily. It's all useless. He clenched his fist and looked at the weakened Kim So-hoon in front of him with a confident gaze. He was now confident that he had analyzed his fighting style. Tricks won't work on me. He unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks on Kim So-hoon from his hands to his feet. Surprisingly, Kim So-hoon was able to dodge all of his techniques. Suddenly he called out his name loudly. Kim So-hoon. You have a very bad habit of always dodging to the left, you know that. Kim So-hoon himself didn't know he had such a habit. My intuition couldn't have been wrong. That's why I was trying to back you into this corner. As soon as he finished speaking, he once again used Taekwondo, leaped into the air, spun 180 degrees and kicked Kim So-hoon squarely in the face. With his reflexes, he quickly raised his hand to block his opponent's attack. Thank God. Then his opponent said one thing. You idiot, how can a fool like you exist trying to block my kick with your hand? Hearing that, he was suddenly bewildered. What is this guy talking about? My damn hand. Kim So-hoon clutched his painful hand. His arm felt like it was broken. Seeing him grimace in pain and sweat uncontrollably, Han Jae-ha couldn't hide his triumphant expression. You did your best, Kim So-hoon. You should know you can't fight anymore with that arm. He relit the cigarette he had been smoking and said, send my regards to the man upstairs. This will be my last kick. Choose. As he spoke, he once again launched his leg toward Kim So-hoon, who was sitting on the ground in pain, but there was one thing he didn't expect. The bones in Kim So-hoon's arm were gradually healing. He gave him no time to choose between sacrificing this arm or your head. Choose Kim So-hoon. He kicked him with all his might, full of confidence, certain that he would win. Whichever path you choose, it's still my victory. Outside, the karaoke room window suddenly shattered for no apparent reason. Han Jae-ha stared in disbelief. What the hell? Kim So-hoon now had no problems at all. He stood up, his arm seemingly back to normal as if nothing had happened. He's still completely healthy, but he seemed to have forgotten how he had been taken down by Kim So-hoon before. No matter how much power he used, this Kim So-hoon guy was completely unharmed after taking the hits. He seemed to quickly return to his original state. The way Kim So-hoon had defeated him made him furious to this day. Han Jae-ha has been defeated. Because you completed the mission early, you will receive an additional reward. The system announced main quest, The Fall of East Gangbuk High School. Mission 3, Defeat Han Jae-ha, successful. Hidden reward Platinum card. You have obtained 1 Platinum card. This Platinum card was the Guardian Fist attack card. This card will completely block any single attack. This card can only be used once per day. To this day, Han Jae-ha still couldn't find an answer. His hand isn't broken. He growled his name, Kim So-hoon. Seeing his disbelief, Kim So-hoon confidently used Guardian Fist to block the attack. How about that, you bastard? My acting is top-notch, isn't it? In one hand I have Guardian Fist and in the other, the Stun Punch attack card. The moment your fist touches the opponent, they will be stunned for 3 seconds. With no time to hesitate, Kim So-hoon immediately used Stun Punch. Stun Punch activated. He threw a punch straight into the stomach of the bastard in front of him. He was caught unprepared and took the full force of the punch. The opponent will be stunned for the next 3 seconds. The bastard's body was now motionless, unable to budge. He couldn't understand why he couldn't move. Why can't my body move? Haru's group quickly entered through the door searching for Kim So-hoon and Jae-ha. Seeing the messy pile of tables and chairs, some broken, some stacked on top of each other, they could guess what had happened. I'm sure they were fighting in this room. Seeing this, Haru ordered everyone, clear this mess up quickly. Sunbaenim Kim So-hoon could be in danger right now. Everyone was a bit stunned by her words. It seemed they didn't think things were that serious. What's wrong, Song Haru? Just as everyone finished speaking, Han Jae-ha was unexpectedly thrown out of the room. The group stood there, mouths agame, not believing what they were seeing. Now the system continuously issued announcements. Overload has been activated. Weak against the strong, strong against the weak has been activated. After seeing this, Haru was certain. I can feel that he's taking a risk. Kim So-hoon was like a madman at this moment, continuously throwing punches. Regain composure has been activated. He pummeled Han Jae-ha like a punching bag. Your strength has become S, seeing him fight as if he had never fought before. He was also certain. I can feel that this is the only chance he has. He continued to use beast mode has been activated. He was completely focused on hitting him. This madman definitely knew that this was the only chance he had been waiting for. Then he quickly used hook punch has been activated. He rained punches down on him. At this point everyone realized that Kim So-hoon, right after using all his strength and falling, had won this battle. He threw him straight into the wall. I did it. To ensure he had no chance of survival, he decided to punch him one more time to end the fight. Haru's group, after witnessing it all, stood with their mouths agape, not believing the scene before them. Kim So-hoon had finally done it. The system immediately issued an announcement. Han Jae-ha has been defeated. I won, but it seemed that no matter how long he waited, the system still didn't announce his victory and reward. Suddenly, Han Jae-ha spoke, struggling to his feet. Not yet. I'm not done yet. The system suddenly issued an announcement. The east of Gangbuk High School is once again rising with an unknown power. Kim So-hoon's jaw dropped, not understanding why this bastard was able to get up again. What? He's awake again? Is he going to become a monster like Kong Sok? He looked at Kim So-hoon with rage, grinding his teeth. Kim So-hoon, but suddenly a voice cut him off. Let's end it here, Han Jae-ha. Kim So-hoon looked at the person who had just appeared before him with some surprise. You Si-gung, where have you been all this time? He chewed on the lollipop in his mouth and said, I don't really have a good answer. I guess I was just walking around. Hearing this answer, Han Jae-ha, who was already angry, became even more furious. Walking around? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He lost his composure. Speaking as he prepared to hit Yu Si-gung, East Gangbuk is in a life or death situation, and you have the leisure to go for a walk? But he only needed one light move to knock Han Jae-ha out once again. This move of his left the other 5 people with their mouths agape once more, not understanding what happened. Jae-ha, you're just a smart kid, but I don't understand why you're so slow to read the situation. As soon as his voice finished, the system immediately issued a new announcement to Kim So-hoon. A mission has been initiated. Main quest Mission 5, choose to help Han Jae-ha or help Yu Si-gung. The red-haired man smiled cheerfully, knowing that Kim So-hoon had chosen him. Well done, Kim So-hoon. The system announced helping Yu Si-gung will lead to the reward 2 diamond cards. Helping Han Jae-ha will lead to the reward nothing. Kim So-hoon also didn't expect this choice of his could make him so rich. Seeing him dazed, the red-haired man spoke up. Things are a bit confusing, aren't they? Yu Si-gung himself already has a MasterCard. On the mat, a man was knocked down to the floor and the referee's voice ordered. Stop the match. Fighter Han Jae-ha, you must accept your defeat. Taekwondo is really too boring. The coach angrily approached Jae-ha, scolding him. Han Jae-ha, what's wrong with you? The tournament rules forbid hitting your opponent's vital spots. For someone who disliked rules like him, the regulations of this tournament were too ridiculous. He didn't want to care. He angrily shouted at his own coach, enough! Ignoring the stunned coach behind him, he turned and walked away, leaving one sentence behind. From now on I won't do Taekwondo anymore, because it was too boring and lacked challenge. That was the reason Han Jae-ha stopped doing Taekwondo. He was someone who didn't like restrictive principles. Over here, the crowd surrounding him was chattering. Hey, have you guys heard? What is it? The seniors who graduated from Gangbuk, they're going to open a karaoke business. A karaoke bar. That's right, I saw they were posting job openings. As someone who only liked to live freely, as soon as he heard this news he found it a bit interesting. They continued to gossip. I heard you can make quite a bit of money working at a karaoke bar. Really? Sounds good. But we're just students grinding away at our desks, so we're out of luck. Most of the seniors have already graduated. Seeing them do business makes me so jealous. Suddenly Han Jae-ha, who had been silent until now, called out to the black-haired guy. Hey, what? Want to go mess up that karaoke bar a bit? After speaking, he and his underlings went over there, and in a short while they had taken down all the staff in the karaoke bar. After achieving his goal, he lit a cigarette and smoked it there. Thus his first business was fighting. He defeated many gangs, interfered in many of their businesses, and earned a lot of money. With a lot of money, it was natural that many girls followed him. This was a life that many people dreamed of. And yet you bastards dare to come here. Han Jae-ha was furious. He threw a kick towards Yu Si-gung, his voice filled with hatred. Trying to rob me of everything I've built, to rob me of my freedom. East Gangbuk is my territory. As he spoke, his leg kicked towards the opponent. But who was Si-gung? He quickly dodged these attacks. Everything here is mine, you understand? Kim So-hoon stood motionless, watching the two of them fight. What's going on here? Why are those two bastards fighting? More importantly, right before his eyes, Han Jae-ha was continuously sent tumbling to the ground by Yu Si-gung's kicks, unable to get back up. Han Jae-ha was taken down in just one blow. Not only was he surprised by this, but the other 3 people watching from the outside were also dumbfounded. Han Jae-ha, why are you so stupid? At this moment, Si-gung looked at Jae-ha lying on the ground and said, if you had just stayed quiet and lived in shame, if you knew how to shut your mouth, I would have let it go. Jae-ha painfully ground out each word. You Si-gung, why you? Who are you really? Aha, alright, since you asked, I'll tell you. After all, everything is over now. Before he could speak, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. The leader in black said, He is one of the top bosses of North Gangbuk High School. Yu Si-gung was startled. He immediately turned to them and said, "You scared me. Who are you guys?" Seeing him ask, that man quickly replied, "I am Jang Jae-hyuk of North Gangbuk, and our leader has ordered that all information about you be kept secret, which is why I didn't recognize you earlier." He was very respectful, bowing his head to admit his fault to Yu Si-gung. "We have been disrespectful to you during this time. I hope you will punish us." Si-gung saw that they were remorseful and considered letting it go. "I don't blame you guys, but why did you bring so many troops over here? Are you planning a rebellion or something?" Kim So-hoon, who had been silent until now, could no longer stay quiet and finally spoke up. "What is going on here? That guy was from East Gangbuk High School and now he's become a top boss of North Gangbuk." "You didn't hear wrong," Si-gung said as he ruffled his hair and stood up. "I'm doing this on someone's orders." "On orders? That's right. The person who gave me the order. You can probably guess who it is, right? Yu Si-gung." The scene shifts back to when he was talking to the head of North Gangbuk, Chai Ju-miak. "You will join East Gangbuk and act as a spy there." At first, Yu Si-gung was a bit surprised by this proposal. "So I have to go to East Gangbuk High School? What about my current mission? Should I put it on hold?" "Correct. I find you to be the most suitable person to help me manage the Southern Territory. The noteworthy individuals over there, Han Jae-ha has the potential to unify Gangbuk. As for Go Ha-jun of West Gangbuk, he's no longer interested in this matter. That idiot Kong Sok of South Gangbuk won't amount to anything. He's too incompetent to achieve anything great. Therefore you will go over there and act as a spy, become one of their key members and keep an eye on Han Jae-ha. Report any actions he takes back to me." Yu Si-gung didn't expect to be trusted so much by his leader. His face lit up with excitement as he accepted the order. "All right, this mission sounds good. I'll go right away." After that, he followed his leader's orders, went to East Gangbuk and infiltrated it. He then continuously faced fights. "Boss, something happened at West Gangbuk High School. I heard that Go Ha-jun was defeated by someone named Kim So-hoon. The position of boss over there now belongs to that Kim So-hoon guy." Contrary to his surprised expression, the leader seemed very calm. "All right, I know." He was also a bit surprised by his leader's attitude. "You already guessed it. It seems there will be many changes soon. South Gangbuk might also be defeated by that Kim So-hoon guy." "What? Didn't you say that Han Jae-ha would be the one to do it, and now you're switching to this Kim So-hoon guy?" The leader saw his surprised look, but there was nothing he could do, so he just advised, "Just know this and stay by Han Jae-ha's side. From now on, pay close attention to this Kim So-hoon's movements and report back to me. After the matter in South Gangbuk is settled, it will surely be a clash between Han Jae-ha and that Kim So-hoon guy." Hearing this, Si-gung unwrapped a lollipop while agreeing with his leader's words. "Yes, next observe the combat abilities of both of them. See which one has the potential for greater things. See how they lead their underlings." Suddenly a voice cut off his conversation. "Hey Yu Si-gung." Before hanging up, the leader gave him one last instruction. "When those two have dealt with the remaining one, you take care of it yourself." At this moment, Han Jae-ha slowly walked in. "What are you doing?" Seeing him, he quickly hung up the phone. "Oh, nothing, just messing around a bit. You really are too boring. Our boss has already figured everything out from the start." Back to the present, he was certain. "My boss believes that Kim So-hoon will be the winner of this match." Even he, Kim So-hoon, was shocked and couldn't believe his ears after hearing that. "No way. As for you two, Kong Sok and Han Jae-ha, you're just two foolish failures." Han Jae-ha lay there motionless, hearing him speak but unable to believe it, unable to even think about it. Chai Ju-miak, how could he? He continued to speak. "My boss has already predicted everything. Everything, including the outcome of this match. He hasn't been wrong about a single thing. So who exactly was this boss he was talking about? Just how terrifying was his ability to predict things?" That Si-gung guy slowly approached Kim So-hoon. "Kim So-hoon, you have a deal with my boss, don't you? This fight is over. Surrender and join North Gangbuk now." Upon receiving this offer, he himself didn't know what to do. What should I do? He remembered the main quest the system had just mentioned to him. Mission 5. Choose to help Han Jae-ha or help Yu Si-gung to receive the reward. What is this mission? If I side with Yu Si-gung, I'll get 2 diamond cards. But if I side with Han Jae-ha, I'll get a MasterCard. Which side should I choose now? His mind was now in turmoil over the cards. It seems the MasterCard is better. I can't pass it up. How can 2 diamond cards compare to 1 MasterCard? Diamonds are plentiful, but MasterCards rarely appear. I have to remember that I still don't have a single MasterCard right now. These MasterCards possess unimaginable power. If I get this card, I'll be able to win even if I fight North Gangbuk. So how could I choose the diamond card? My ultimate goal is to defeat North Gangbuk, so I can't miss this opportunity." As he was contemplating, someone suddenly appeared and attacked Yu Si-gung. He hugged Yu Si-gung tightly and said, "You stupid bastard, I'm going to end things with you today." As soon as he finished speaking, Si-gung lightly shook his body once and threw him to the floor. Seeing his comrade fall to the floor, another man covered in scars approached and slapped Si-gung's cheek. "Yu Si-gung, we trusted you. How could you betray us?" Si-gung didn't let him say more and kicked them away one by one. Then he turned to look at Kim So-hoon, who had been standing blankly in the corner. "Kim So-hoon, what are you thinking about for so long? Do you have no intention of keeping your promise with our leader, or are you going to side with these guys and betray our leader?" At these words, Kim So-hoon was a bit flustered. He had no idea what promise he had made with that guy's leader. "What did I say?" Realizing he was cornered, he changed the subject. "You must be tired after fighting like that. Damn it, I'm screwed. Which side should I choose now? Han Jae-ha suddenly shouted loudly. Kim So-hoon, think carefully. He pushed his scarred body up. If you go under North Gangbuk, everything is over. You can't even imagine what that bastard Chai Ju-myok is thinking. Side with me this time. Help me get away from this guy. To get Kim So-hoon on his side was the arrogant Han Jae-ha, who usually never bowed his head to anyone. He was now on the verge of kneeling and begging Kim So-hoon. We'll become your allies and go under West Gangbuk. I'm begging you, Kim So-hoon. Yu Si-gung sneered as he watched Han Jae-ha struggle to win Kim So-hoon over. This won't do, you talk too much, Han Jae-ha. Han Jae-ha glared at him with furious eyes. You're a real son of a bitch. He had all but given up hope. Is it really ending like this? Everything in the end. East Gangbuk, is all my strength and effort going to crumble at this moment? In front of him now was the mighty Yu Si-gung. He was about to finish Han Jae-ha. Sleep well, but before he could even move, Kim So-hoon on this side seemed to use his aura to protect Han Jae-ha. At this sight, Yu Si-gung was a little surprised. Kim So-hoon, what are you doing right now? He answered resolutely. I've thought about it, and I can't go under North Gangbuk. That bastard Chai Ju-myok dares to lead me. How can I, Kim So-hoon, become another guy's subordinate? The 5 people outside saw this and were once again so surprised their mouths fell open. The Kim So-hoon in front of them was not the weak Kim So-hoon of the past. Before fighting, he looked back at Han Jae-ha. Han Jae-ha, remember what you said. Suddenly, the system kept sending notifications. Kong Sok has become a new member of the organization. Jang Wang has become a new member of the organization. Han Jae-ha has become a new member of the organization. Seo Dong-tak has become a new member of the organization. North Gangbuk, listen carefully. From today, we are not your lackeys. I, Kim So-hoon, the leader of West Gangbuk, declare it. It turned out he had chosen to help Han Jae-ha. Kim So-hoon confidently declared an all-out war on North Gangbuk, and the war with North Gangbuk officially began. The system continued to announce, you have received a new quest. Hearing Kim So-hoon's words, Yu Si-gung put on a cold expression. So you've declared war. Interesting, but unfortunately in this fight I'll finish all of you by myself. Yu Si-gung's stats were terrifyingly high. Height 184 centimeters, weight 82 kilograms, strength SSR, speed S, potential A, awakened, intelligence B, durability SSR. No matter what, Yu Si-gung did not see them as his equals. So it's come to this in the end. The situation is a bit. Si-gung looked at the scarred man across from him. Why are you scared? The scarred man was a little intimidated by the question. No, I'm not scared. Then get ready to attack and let's fight. Why should I be worried and scared? This looks fun. I wonder if our leader predicted you guys would turn out like this. He looked straight at Han Jae-ha. I didn't expect this special situation. I guess I'll have to deal with it as it comes. West Gangbuk and East Gangbuk. You're all finished by my hand today. Seeing him about to go berserk, Kim So-hoon warned his comrades. Yu Si-gung is coming. Everyone be careful. As soon as he finished his words, Si-gung said confidently. Oh really? Can you maintain your composure in front of me? It's useless to be careful. Like a mad dog, he rushed at Jang Wang, who was closest. He kicked his body straight on. There's no other ending for you guys but failure. Jang Wang looked to be in quite a bit of pain from that kick. Next was the unlucky long-haired Seo Dong-tak. He too was struck in the upper and lower body by Si-gung. First, I have to take care of these small fry. Kim So-hoon watched this with some worry. Be careful, don't let him take you down one by one. That son of a bitch, he's a real bastard. Si-gung continuously hit the face of the man with glasses with a contemptuous voice. You weaklings, it's useless to be careful. Suddenly he stopped for a moment. Oh, what's this? The system immediately appeared. In front of him was Na Yu-gi-um's exclusive attack card, Terabyte Low Kick. Gathers all acquired power to deliver a powerful low kick dealing triple critical damage. Yu-gi-um confidently used the Terabyte Low Kick, putting all his strength into a kick aimed at Si-gung. It looks dangerous. If I get hit by this attack, my leg will break. But Si-gung dodged the attack as fast as lightning. A close miss. He used that opportunity to attack the white-haired man again. That kick was cool, but how could you possibly hit me? At this time, Kim So-hoon was still standing there motionlessly. It seemed he couldn't believe his own eyes. What on earth did that guy eat to get so strong? In less than 3 seconds, the 4 on Kim So-hoon's side were taken down by him one after another. Realizing he couldn't win by fighting barehanded, Han Jae-ha turned around. Hey Kim So-hoon, have you thought of a way to take that guy down? Suddenly Kim So-hoon became abnormally smart. There is one way. What way? I have no choice but to use the MasterCard. I must complete this quest, but how do I take that guy down? This was the difficult problem he had yet to find an answer for. The only way he could think of was to hit that guy somehow. He took down 4 of our strong guys in an instant. Wait a minute, Han Jae-ha said smartly. There is a way. But will it be okay? Whether it's okay or not, we have no choice but to try. You have to take risks to gain big. Otherwise you get nothing. We just have to hit that guy right. Hearing this, Yu Si-gung was slightly flustered. Ha! Haru confidently spun once on the ground. She used a capoeira technique. It won't be that difficult. I'll try to hit that guy at my top speed. He won't be able to keep up with my speed. Si-gung looked at her with an interested expression. Such a pretty girl daring to stand up to him. She's quite pretty. I was going to go easy on her, but she didn't realize her attack was useless. Her comrades followed her and moved forward, hitting him one after another. That guy isn't simple. That kind of attack won't take him down. His durability is also pretty incredible. Even after taking such painful attacks, he acts as if nothing happened. To take him down, we have to consider his durability too. Not bad. Even Haru didn't know he was that fast. Si-gung lightly lifted her up and took her down as fast as lightning. I'll take care of the skilled ones like you first. Just like that, she was painfully thrown to the floor. Haru saw her Sunbanim lying painfully on the floor and ran over worriedly. Ha-jun Sunbanim, I'm coming right now. He didn't even go easy on her. Your turn will be next. At this time, Han Jae-ha used the self-loathing attack card, which only applies to himself. Negative feelings about oneself explode, causing anger and greatly increasing combat power for a certain period. Han Jae-ha immediately used self-loathing to block his attack in place of Haru. Scary. Do you really have to hit us? Are you planning to corner me with a pincer attack? But it's useless, you idiots, because you're all weak. As soon as he finished speaking, each of them used their own attack card to face him. Kong Sok's exclusive attack card, Infinite, uses the wrestling suplex technique to slam the opponent to the floor with immense damage, used infinitely until the opponent is stunned. Now Kong Sok tried to grab him with all his might and slam him to the floor, but it wouldn't be that easy. Are you planning to take me down with just this Kong Sok guy? Suddenly a voice was heard from the ceiling. Yu Si-gung ha, Kim So-hoon. Surrounded by a yellow light filled with anger, he leaped to the ceiling and prepared to attack. I, Kim So-hoon, will finish you. Han Jae-ha watched as Kong Sok held him so he couldn't move, and Kim So-hoon delivered the final blow and thought to himself, will their plan succeed? He thought to himself, this plan seems like it will succeed, but the reality before his eyes slapped Han Jae-ha in the face. He didn't know Si-gung could block Kim So-hoon's attack so quickly. Do you think you can take me down with such a simple trick? Idiots like you dare to unify gangbuk? After speaking, he hit the faces of Kim So-hoon and Kong Sok one after another. Kim So-hoon lay powerlessly on the floor, lost in thought. I've used every method, but I still can't hit that guy. Fighting him is as helpless as facing Daniel. Si-gung's voice kept echoing in his ears. You guys should probably give up. I've already predicted all your moves. He confidently got close to Kim So-hoon's face and spoke in a contemptuous voice. You guys plan to tie me down and have the one who can deal the most damage deliver the final blow, right? Is this the power of an S-rank? I've said it until I'm hoarse, but it seems you idiots still don't get it. As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared and rammed his stomach with all their might. What now? It was this idiot Kong Sok. I didn't know he was so stubborn. I should have finished him earlier. But he didn't know that Kim So-hoon had gotten up at some point and was tightly holding his hand. On this side, Han Jae-ha was holding his other hand and Kong Sok was hugging his whole body tightly. No way, he didn't know he would be tricked like this by three guys. The three men combined their strength to use a suplex. Not a bad idea. Even while being beaten by the three guys, Si-gung looked at them with a contemptuous face as if it was nothing. But have you still not learned your lesson? It seems we misread your intentions. We have no intention of using a suplex on you. We're just holding you tight so you can't go wild. He didn't understand what Han Jae-ha was saying. What does that mean? The strongest person here isn't us. What he didn't expect was that the strongest person here was a woman. She was none other than Lee Ji-hai. She held a sword in her hand and approached powerfully. Even a woman will fight when the enemy attacks. This is our plan. You may be strong, but your head is ordinary, isn't it, you bastard? He didn't know he would be tricked by such punks. Ji-hai confidently approached. Yu Si-gung, take this. After speaking, she quickly used her technique, the Ichimonji slash, and brought her sword straight down on his head. After it was over, Ji-hai seemed to have used up a considerable amount of strength. She panted for breath and supported her body to keep from collapsing. Not just her, but Kong Sok, Han Jae-ha, and Kim So-hoon were all so exhausted from fighting this one guy that they were panting for breath. As the mission was completed, the system immediately announced, successfully attacked Yu Si-gung. Main quest, the fall of East Gangbuk High School, mission 5.1, attack Yu Si-gung completed. Reward 1 MasterCard. Mission complete. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 MasterCard. At this time, in a certain building, Chai Ju-miok was looking out the window at the dark sky. He seemed to be lost in thought. Meanwhile over here, while everyone had their guard down, Si-gung came to his senses. He gave a cunning smile. Kim So-hoon sat blankly after receiving the MasterCard. He couldn't believe he had gotten his hands on this precious card. I did it. The attack card is Mana Drain. What is this? Anyway, I really did it. Would you like to use the Mana Drain card? A MasterCard. What's more surprising is that this MasterCard can absorb mana. What does that mean? Does it mean I can absorb the opponent's stats? Han Jae-ha, angry that Kim So-hoon was lost in thought and not paying attention, shouted loudly. Kim So-hoon, you idiot, what are you doing? Yu Si-gung slowly stood up. His body had recovered as if nothing had happened. It's not over yet. I can't believe it took 3 of you holding me down for you to barely land a hit. It was a very powerful blow. Not bad. After speaking, he threw a furious punch at Kim So-hoon. He was stunned, unable to understand how his opponent was fine and uninjured even after being hit so hard. How can he be so strong? I have to use this before I pass out. He immediately used the Mana Drain he had just received. Immediately, a blue aura emanated from his body, and Kim So-hoon slowly absorbed it. Si-gung was surprised. What is this? The system announced, beginning to absorb Yu Si-gung's stats. He was now losing his original power. But suddenly he kicked Kim So-hoon once more, and the Mana Drain was interrupted and eventually destroyed. Si-gung stared blankly at his own hand. His potential had dropped 1 level from A to A. What just happened? No way. Kim So-hoon felt a slight change in his body. He felt stronger. Did I really absorb a part of his stats? Indeed. Kim So-hoon's stats had increased. Strength SS, Speed SSS, Potential S awakened, Durability S. If my stats have risen this much, have Yu Si-gung's stats dropped? Suddenly the sound of his phone ringing shattered the atmosphere. He quickly answered the call. Yes, boss. The person who called was none other than Chai Jumiak. He spoke coldly. Yes, the South is finished. The current situation has achieved your goal, boss. Han Jae-ha and Kim So-hoon helped each other up, but they couldn't understand what he was saying. What is he talking about? Understood. I'll return to the north, yes boss. After speaking, he immediately hung up and put the phone in his pocket. HMPH, consider yourselves lucky. I wanted to play with you a little longer, but our boss has other plans. It's disappointing that it ends like this, but we'll meet again. I hope you're stronger then. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a challenging voice. Wasn't this fight fun? The scene shifts to West Gangbuk High School. Students are standing in neat lines. A guy who seems to be the leader shouted, "Everyone get ready to bow your heads." As Kim So-hoon passed by, everyone politely bowed their heads as commanded. Congratulations on unifying the South, leader Kim So-hoon. At these words, he covered his face in embarrassment even as he walked. The impossible made possible. You look amazing today, leader. I heard the rumor. They say you shaved Han Jae-ha's head when he lost. They exaggerated so much that he himself didn't know when he had shaved his head. Who would do that? Stop it. At that moment, Lee Hoon-dong and Kong Ji-hyuk also came to celebrate with everyone. Congratulations on unifying the South, leader. You have a really special aura, leader. Alright, let's go now. When Kim So-hoon couldn't see his group, he looked around and asked, "Where are our guys?" "They are waiting for you, leader." Kong Ji-hyuk still couldn't believe that someone like Kim So-hoon had defeated Han Jae-ha. I can't believe it, me neither. I can't believe the leader made them submit. Kim So-hoon spotted Han Jae-ha in the crowd and called out to him. Han Jae-ha. Kim So-hoon. Suddenly, Kim So-hoon approached him and held out his hand, signaling cooperation. Han Jae-ha was a bit puzzled by this action, but he remembered the scene where Kim So-hoon had bravely fought Yu Si-gung with everyone. Jae-ha also quickly held out his hand and shook Kim So-hoon's. He suddenly pulled Kim So-hoon closer. "Damn it, I'll keep my promise, but you'd better not let your guard down. Prove that you're useful to us. Otherwise we'll become enemies one day." Kim So-hoon looked at him with an interested expression. "I'll try." Kim So-hoon what? He turned and left a parting word. North Gangbuk High School is coming. The school we've always been wary of. You can't imagine how strong they are. I'm sure monsters are waiting for us. I hope you don't declare war rashly. Han Jae-ha looked at Kim So-hoon with an interested gaze. "So how do you plan to deal with them?" Kong Ji-hyuk said humorously. To be honest, we don't have any plans yet. What, as I said? Yu Si-gung alone is stronger than all of you. I don't know why he retreated. Next time we meet, we won't have a chance. Han Jae-ha scowled at the guy with glasses. "Look at Mr. Strategist. But we have a chance. A way to stop the North." "What is it?" Lee Hoon-dong leaned casually against the window behind him with his arms crossed and said, "Has anyone heard about the history of Gangbuk?" "The history of Gangbuk. Are you saying Gangbuk used to be one but is now divided like this?" "Exactly. Gangbuk used to be one. A person named Sung Johan unified Gangbuk, and he opened the era of the Jianshan. Unfortunately, Johan was betrayed by his subordinate, and Jianshan was divided into several parts. A war broke out as each side tried to claim their own territory. It was divided into 4 regions, including the north, west, south, and east. So the plan to stop the North is very simple. We ask that person for help. Who is that person? The person I'm talking about is the one who unified Gangbuk, Jianshan Sung Johan. Is that possible? Will it be effective? No, Johan is very famous. We'll do everything we can. If he decides to help us, it will be a huge advantage. Then we have to find Sung Johan. Let's find some information about him." Just then, Haru was entering the room and happened to overhear their conversation. She wondered who this Sung Johan they were talking about was. The scene shifts to Kim So-hoon's bedroom. He was staring blankly at his first MasterCard. Challenger card. "I didn't know a single card could have such outstanding power. Just by using it, my power became incredibly strong. Most importantly, it's not temporary, but permanent. How much stronger can I become with this card? I can grab someone and absorb their stats." He continued to imagine his bright future while looking at the card. "I'll reappear as Kim Jong-ibang-tu. If I can absorb all the stats of the North Gangbuk monsters, absorbing a strong one would be like winning the lottery. Before that, I have to upgrade this card first. But will that be enough?" The scene shifts to a luxurious single-story house behind a mountainside. At this time, Ji Ya was sitting blankly in his room. He recalled yesterday's fight. "It's really touching. I was a little helpful in the last fight. Even though I'm the number 2, I did my best. Most importantly, I want to be the one who can protect the woman in my heart, Lee Ji-hai. Yes, I have to change. I can't rely on these cards forever. For the true love of my life, I have to lose weight. For her, I have to start training now." Ji Ya decided he had to change because he liked and admired the strong and determined woman Lee Ji-hai. He firmly resolved to change for the people he wanted to protect and for himself. "It's time to train with all my might." The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Yu Si-gung enters leisurely. He was holding a half-eaten lollipop as he pushed open the door and entered. "I'm back. Yu Si-gung of North Gangbuk. I have completed my spy mission and returned safely." He was a little surprised to see that both the number 1 and number 2 of Gangbuk High School were gathered. "Oh, you were both here?" Chai Jumiak coldly ordered Daniel next to him. "Daniel, pick a reward for Si-gung who completed this difficult mission." Understood. He didn't forget to remind his subordinate once more. "Don't forget to reward him generously." Si-gung had something to ask. "I have a question." "What is it? Why did you order a retreat, leader? I was taking care of all of them. Why did you call me back?" It's simple." Chai Jumiak smiled. "If you had finished them all, my long-standing plan would have been ruined. Just leave it. I'll step in when the time is right. After saying this, he turned to his faithful subordinate again. Daniel, yes, the time has come. Yes, I've been waiting for your command. How are the preparations for those matters? Daniel was confident in his preparations. Everything is ready. If you're ready, let's go. After speaking, he coldly turned and left with his two subordinates. It's time to unify Gangbuk. On the other side, an angry man was continuously hitting another man's face. The man who was hit painfully clutched his face and trembled uncontrollably. I'm sorry. What? The big delinquent asked again in a threatening voice. Say that again. Yu Si-gung has returned after completing his spy mission. The leader said he would reward him, perhaps after completing this mission. His position in the organization will rise. The more he spoke, the angrier the delinquent got, and he kicked him in the face. Damn it, damn it. Hyojin Tae was in great pain. He couldn't believe what the other man had said. No way. He couldn't accept that he had worked so hard and gotten nothing. I worked so hard, but only that bastard Yu Si-gung gets rewarded. When will I get such a good opportunity? I want to be promoted too. I want to receive the leader's favor and recognition, as he was agonizing internally. Suddenly a man ran in, panting. Urgent news, something big is about to happen. What? The man reported, panting. The leader has begun to unify all of Gangbuk. All group leaders must prepare to fight. So there's going to be a war? Hyo Jin-tae's eyes lit up when he heard this. It seemed he knew this was his chance. So in this war, I'll be fighting that bastard Kim So-hoon. Is he the target this time? Yes, most likely. He smiled happily. So what if I go and catch that bastard myself first? I'll probably get promoted. The number 10 spot will be mine. The scene shifts to Hanggang Park. 3 people, including Lee Ji-hai, are walking in the park. She was a little puzzled as to why these 2 crazy guys had brought her here for no reason. Why did you bring me here? We have to find someone. Kang Ji-hyuk answered meaningfully. North Gangbuk High School will attack us soon, but we're not strong enough to stop them, so we need this person's help to fight back. This person unified Gangbuk in the past, Sung Yohan. We came here to find him, but there are so many people here. How do we find him? According to the information I overheard, he often exercises with his dogs in this park. Hearing this, Lee Ji-hai looked around the park. If he's the one who unified Gangbuk in the past, he must have many enemies. How can he just appear in a public place like this? The reason is simple. What is it? He's invincible, so he has no one to fear. Kang Ji-hyuk quickly found the person he was looking for. He bowed politely. Nice to meet you. Who is it? Are you Sung Yohan? Yes. I've heard a lot about you. I heard you're the one who unified Gangbuk in the past. Lee Ji-hai couldn't believe her eyes. This ordinary-looking person unified all of Gangbuk. We'd like to meet you and— But before he could finish, Yohan quickly cut him off. Go. I don't have time to deal with such things. The guy with the glasses was flustered. He was rejected so quickly before he could even say anything. Seeing that he was still standing there, Yohan got a little annoyed. Didn't you hear me? Kang Ji-hyuk was a strong person, but standing next to him, he was a little scared. The aura emanating from him was so overwhelming that it was hard to even breathe. Just by this, I can tell he's the one who was able to unify Gangbuk, but unfortunately, there's no reason for him to help us. Lee Hoon-dong teased the guy with glasses who was so prepared at home but couldn't even speak when he got there. Mr. Strategist, why are you stuttering and can't say anything? The guy with glasses clutched his chest. I suddenly can't breathe, so I want to talk, but the words won't come out. Suddenly, a man came running, panting. Strategist, you were all here, Junior. Seeing him run like that, Lee Ji-hai asked, what's wrong? He answered, panting. Yes, something big has happened. North Gangbuk has attacked us. North Gangbuk's number 11 is Hyojin Tae. He's leading his men and has started attacking the south. They've divided their army into 2 and are attacking us. Their morale is very high. We're being pushed back in several places. Kong Sok Sunbanim and Han Jae-ha Sunbanim are fighting them, but there are too many of them. So the current situation is very dangerous. Strategist, what countermeasures should we take now? To come up with a countermeasure, we have to go there and assess the situation first, he said. We have to go there first. But suddenly a scream rang out and he stopped. The scared junior collapsed to the ground. Yes, what did you say? What? Why are the North Gangbuk guys here? A group of people appeared in front of them. The one leading them was number 31. Go in, Sok. He stepped forward arrogantly. Are you going as reinforcements? I can't let you go that easily. The strategist saw their large group and thought, I didn't think they'd move this quickly, but why did they send only one weak-looking guy like this? They saw Kang Ji-hyuk's face and sneered at his foolish-looking expression. Is that the strategist of West Gangbuk High School with such a stupid face? He's a strategist? Seeing that all the enemies in front of them were small fry, Lee Hoon-dong sent the strategist to request support from Kim So-hoon first. Strategist, you go first. We'll take care of these guys. Go, you can't be in danger. Hurry back to the base and come up with a strategy against North Gangbuk. I don't know the full strength of North Gangbuk, but now that they've attacked, we have to fight back. Lee Ji-hai, full of confidence, raised her sword and shouted, Gi-hyun Ryu, I will definitely protect the strategist safely. Suddenly, as she was preparing to attack, the blonde leader stopped his men. Wait, stop. His body suddenly began to tremble in fear. Why? A pair of beautiful sneakers stepped on the ground and walked toward them. As the figure was gradually revealed, they all stepped back in fear. Lee Ji-hai was a little surprised to see them suddenly stop and turned around to see who it was. She didn't expect Yohan, who had just left, to come back. Strategist Kang Ji-hyuk was also surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. Kid, he said to the strategist next to him as he walked, I'm only helping you this once. As he said this, he recalled a normal evening walking his dogs in the park. Suddenly an urgent voice called out, "Excuse me." Haru came chasing after him in a flurry, and when he stopped, she gasped for breath. "Pant, do you remember me?" Back in the present with Johan's appearance, they were no longer as arrogant as before, stepping back continuously in fear. "No way, what's with them? Why is Sung Johan helping those guys? He's deliberately chasing us away to save them. Get lost." But they remained bewildered and no one tried to leave. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to take a hit before you go?" Surprisingly, the system announced that the stats of the person before them could not be measured. Back to that evening in the park, Haru was delighted to see Johan's dogs. "Phew, that's a relief. I was so surprised I thought you wouldn't remember me." As she spoke, he scolded the dog, licking her face, and replied, "Hey, stop it. It's not like we're relatives who only see each other on holidays. I said stop, Blackie." She continued, "That's why I was even more surprised. I used to think you were kind and gentle. I didn't know you would become—" She thought she had spoken too harshly. "I don't mean you're a bad person, just that you're different from what I thought." As she kept beating around the bush, he got a little annoyed. "If you have something to say, just say it." When he told her to be direct, she proposed without hesitation. "Could you please help our West Gangbuck High School? The North Gangbuck guys are trying to take over our territory. The situation is very dangerous. We could get hurt. I can't bear to see my comrades get hurt. That's why I'm asking you. If you help our West Gangbuck this time." Before Haru could finish, Johan agreed without hesitation. "All right." She couldn't believe her ears. "How, really?" "Yeah." He turned and left a final word. "Because I owe your mother a debt. You owe my mom a debt. Why didn't she tell me anything?" She was bewildered. "My mom? If you're curious, ask her yourself. I'm only helping you this one time. After this is over, you're on your own. Don't even think about leading others if you're not strong." With his innate strength, he took them down with a single gesture. The guys all fell to the ground, faces swollen and mouths busted. But the guys in the back, even after seeing their comrades get beaten like that, rushed straight at Johan without fear of death. "So what if he's Sung Johan? He's alone. Let's show him how strong our North Gangbuck is." But before they could even make a move, they were beaten down by him without being able to dodge a single hit. Kong Ji-hyuk watched everything from the side, unable to believe his eyes at first. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems I was completely wrong. This person is much stronger than the rumors." The blonde leader shouted after seeing his subordinates fall in a single blow. "Everyone get out of the way," he challenged him without fear of death. "You guys are no match for him. Watch and learn." He was Kong Sok-jin, number 21 of Gangbuck High. It was obvious his fate would be the same as his subordinates. The man who unified Gangbuck in a single day. The other guys saw it and knelt in fear, their bodies trembling. "We've lost. We surrender." Kong Ji-hyuk's eyes sparkled as he looked at the strong man before him with admiration. "You are truly amazing. Your fighting skills are so outstanding, there's no need to see more. Please unify Gangbuck with us." To the strategist's proposal, Johan coldly refused, as if he didn't want to get involved in the matter any further. "I don't want to get involved in your problems anymore." Meanwhile, on the side of the head of North Gangbuck High School, Daniel was leaning against a car taking a call. As he was on the phone, a frantic voice suddenly called out, "Daniel Hung Nim." He rushed over like an arrow. "We're in big trouble. What's wrong?" Sung Johan has appeared. At that name, Daniel froze for a moment. Number 11, Hyo Jin Tae was attacking the south when Johan suddenly appeared and saved them. Hyo Jin Tae Hung Nim didn't fight him, but our subordinates were taken down in an instant. The south guys have started a counterattack. West Gangbuck has retaken all the territory they lost. All our recent achievements have come to nothing. The situation is out of our control. It's very critical. Hung Nim, please give your orders. Sung Johan has moved just as I thought. Anyway, please give your orders so we know how to move. Chai Ju-myok was sitting in the car. After hearing his subordinate's report, he seemed to have understood something. "What are you looking at?" He looked coldly at his subordinates. "Pathetic. It was a waste of time in the end." Daniel didn't understand what he was saying and asked, "Are you talking about Sung Johan and Kim So-hoon?" "I don't care about them. Since things have turned out this way, I'll revise the plan. For now, let them guard this place." "Understood." The subordinate spoke again. "Daniel Hung Nim," he reported, trembling slightly. "Someone from West Gangbuck is here." "West Gangbuck, who is it?" He turned his head, slightly scared, and stammered in reply, "Ah, so it's you, Kong Ji-hyuk, the strategist of West Gangbuck. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kong Ji-hyuk, the strategist of West Gangbuck." Back to when he was still at school discussing with everyone, we have to call a truce." "That's right. Sung Johan helped us block the first attack, but it seems he won't help us anymore. What if North Gangbuck attacks again? We won't be able to protect ourselves. You all know, the skill gap between us and them is too big." "I know, but will they accept our request for a truce?" This question was quite interesting. For a truce, both sides needed to be of similar strength, but there was no reason for them to stop. "That's a good point." Han Jae-ha appeared from somewhere and spoke up. "We have to use Sung Johan. Johan only helped us this one time, but there's no way they'd know that." Hearing his words, the strategist had a vague realization. "Just as I thought. We will tell them that Sung Johan has completely joined our side. Then they will hesitate. If they fight us, they'll have to face Johan too. They'll have no choice but to accept the truce." Han Jae-ha cleverly continued. "Using Johan to get a truce, that's a brilliant move indeed." He was quite smart and quick-witted. As expected from the brains of the West, he turned his head curiously and asked the strategist, "But strategist, what's the reason for the truce?" "Nothing will change. What difference will buying time make? The situation can change. We will train. Right now we are too weak compared to the North. We'll have a temporary truce and use that time to get stronger. Within 2 months, the executives of the South must become strong enough to beat the North. After hearing everything the strategist said, Daniel also had a vague realization. Are you proposing a truce because Sung Johan has joined the team? That's right, the strategist lied confidently without batting an eye. You know Sung Johan's power well. He will cooperate with us until this fight is over. Even for you guys from the north, facing Sung Johan would be a bit much. Oh, what a shame, Daniel confidently approached the strategist. Do you think we're afraid of someone like Sung Johan? The reason we hid our strength was to come up with a plan to take down even Sung Johan. Even if he is the Sung Johan who unified Gangbuk, we will defeat him. In other words, we already know how strong he is and have prepared countermeasures. Hearing his words, the strategist thought to himself, is this their bluff? Daniel turned toward the car where his leader was sitting. We've captured their strategist. Shall we go and attack Sung Johan and the West guys now? Chai Ju-miak remained coolly silent in the car. His next answer surprised everyone. I'll agree to a truce. What? Daniel didn't understand why his leader wanted a truce now. Is it because of Sung Johan? We've already finished our preparations to defeat him. It's not because of Sung Johan. Then what is it? I didn't expect him to protect you. Ji-hyuk was slightly surprised. How did he know? What is he talking about? He just asked coldly. Then how long will the truce last? 2 months. 2 months should be enough, right? No problem. The scene quickly returns to West Gangbuk High School. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months are over. Time flies so fast. After 2 months, Kang Ji-hyuk had also changed a little. His hair had grown quite a bit. I agree, you've gotten much cooler in these 2 months, strategist, but that hairstyle is a bit terrible. I can't tell if you're complimenting me or insulting me. The one who spoke was Lee Hoon-dong. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much stronger we've become, especially our Kim So-hoon Sunbaenim. I'm also curious how young Gamja Sunbaenim has changed. Hoon-dong, you're in the same school as those two, haven't you seen anything? Of course not. I don't go to school much either. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door broke everyone's conversation. Has class started? The two were slightly surprised and turned their heads toward the voice. I seem to be a little late. The two didn't recognize the person in front of them at all. You, who are you? Only executives can enter, he quickly answered. Then I can come in too, I know the rules, I'm not a stranger. As he kept saying that, the two became a little annoyed. Don't you understand, this place is only for. While speaking, the two paused for a moment and looked again. Wait, this voice, that's right, it was the formerly fat potato Sunbaenim, but now he had lost weight and become a healthy, well-built man. Young Gamja Sunbaenim, it's embarrassing. I didn't think everyone would fail to recognize me after I changed this much. How did you do it, Sunbaenim? How did you lose so much weight so quickly in just 2 months? My mother helped me with my diet. Who is your mother that she helped you so well? What about Kim So-hoon? He's probably on his way at this moment. Kim So-hoon approached them step by step. I'm looking forward to it too, because he worked harder than me. He said he would train alone for 2 months without relying on anyone. I really respect him. Kim So-hoon approached them. He was no longer the weak Kim So-hoon of the past. He was very handsome, with a much more distinguished face than before, and his health seemed to have improved noticeably. The head of West Gangbuk High School, Kim So-hoon. Everyone was surprised as if they couldn't believe their eyes upon seeing the changed appearances of Kim So-hoon and Potato. No way, how can this be? This is unbelievable. How could they change so much in just 2 months? What did you do for 2 months? The more everyone complimented them, the more embarrassed the two became. I know I'm handsome, you don't have to praise me. Kim So-hoon bowed his head in embarrassment. Really? I don't think I've changed that much. My God, you've changed a lot. Your physique is much more mature and manly. You too, young Gamja Sunbaenim. What kind of diet did you do to lose weight so fast? Regarding this matter, Potato didn't seem to want to talk much. It must have been the most terrible time for him. I don't even want to remember it, but if you're curious, before he could finish he was cut off. If it was too hard, you don't have to tell us, you both look great in your own ways. The others gradually arrived. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. Wow, please move aside, Sunbaenim. You bastard. Go Hajun Sunbaenim and Miss Song Haru have arrived. It basically didn't look different from 2 months ago. Now Yu Guillaume Sunbaenim has arrived. The faces of the two looked much sharper. As Kim So-hoon approached to greet everyone, someone suddenly pushed him. Move Egu, they're here too. Han Jae-ha and Kong Sok had arrived, seeing Kim So-hoon's changed appearance. He was also a little surprised. What, is this really our leader? Seeing everyone's changed appearance, the strategist couldn't help but think of a bright future. I'm so happy to see everyone gathered again. I can feel that each of your strengths has developed. Since everyone is here, let's wrap up the emotional reunion. From now on we will begin the official meeting of the West Gangbuk High School Western Alliance. Seeing that everyone had changed for the better, Kim So-hoon thought to himself, 2 months have passed. I didn't think it would be so fast. Time flew by like the wind. So many things happened to me in the last 2 months. In the morning I did strenuous physical training at home, and in the evening I became Kim Bong-ji and went to the north to absorb the mana of everyone I met. And as I fought countless times as Kim Bong-ji, I gradually realized a terrible truth. It was the truth about the mana drain card. At that time, I was curious about the limits of the mana drain card. I wanted to know the limit of stats that could be taken from one person. I conducted an experiment to find out that limit, and I witnessed firsthand that if you absorb an opponent's mana for a long time, you can slowly make that person die. As he was lost in thought, the strategist Kong Ji-hyuk suddenly brought his face right up to his. Leader. At these words Kim So-hoon was startled. Geez, you surprised me. Are you daydreaming during a meeting? You seem too relaxed. All right, sorry. He stared intently at his own two hands and told them, continue the meeting. But in his mind the thought, this mana drain ability, is it okay to keep using it, wouldn't leave. The scene changes to North Gangbuk High School. Hyo Jin-tae was furious. He didn't stop slamming the tables in front of him. Damn it, this fucking life, damn everything. The people playing cards heard this and turned around in surprise to see if he was crazy. I could have been promoted if I'd beaten Kim So-hoon, but that bastard Sung Yohan had to interfere. He kept covering his face in anguish. Sung Yohan. It's all because of Sung Yohan. While he was cursing angrily, someone suddenly appeared from behind. Hey kid, you should lower your voice when people are around. Are you really going to make a scene and bother other people? Jin-tae didn't even turn around to see who it was. He just threw a punch at the face of the guy who was talking, Kim So-hoon. He threw punches wildly and said, I want to receive Leader Chai Ju-myok's attention and favor too. While he was fighting, a subordinate suddenly rushed in and reported, Hyo Jin-tae's son Banim, Leader Chai Ju-myok is here. What? He didn't believe it. What did you just say? Who's here? If you want to know, just turn around. As you can see, Leader Chai Ju-myok is here. Seeing that his leader had arrived, Hyo Jin-tae quickly and politely bowed his head. Number 11. Hyo Jin-tae pays his respects to the leader. It is an honor to see you. What brings you to see this humble one? He looked at him coldly. Hyo Jin-tae. He looked at him with a murderous expression and asked, why did you do it? What is it, leader? He was still bewildered. He hadn't expected what was happening or why his lord was calling his name. 2 months ago, why did you attack Kim So-hoon on your own? Hearing his leader's question, he answered cautiously. Because I wanted to get your attention, leader. I just wanted to move up in the ranks. He apologized in advance, afraid of being hit. Please forgive me. But it seemed he had worried too much. Suddenly his leader praised him. Well done. If you bring me Kim So-hoon, I'll raise your rank. Without hesitation, he reached out and gripped his leader's hand tightly. I swear, leader, I will bring Kim So-hoon to you by any means necessary. Even as he held his hand, he couldn't believe it. I got my chance. I'm holding my lord's hand. The people around, not knowing the person in front of them was their boss, challenged him without fear of death. What is this, you bastards? Do you know where you are? If you want to role-play an action movie, do it outside. As soon as they finished speaking, Hyo Jin-tae got angry and landed a punch on each of them. Do you know who we are? The other guys were a little surprised to see their friends get hit like that. Wait, what? Before leaving, Chai Ju-myok didn't forget to turn and remind him one more time. Anyway, I only need one. What on earth was he talking about? The scene shifts to the West Gangbuk High School cafeteria. Students who had a long, tiring day gathered to eat and drink together. The beautiful Chai Rin was now working here as a kitchen assistant. Seeing someone enter the restaurant, she suddenly turned her head. What? I'm curious. Who is it? Kim So-hoon, is that you? Kim So-hoon slowly entered. He hadn't seen her for only 2 months, but he didn't expect her to have forgotten him. Did she forget me? I'm a little hurt. It's only been 2 months. He had changed so much that she didn't recognize the person in front of her as the old Kim So-hoon. You look so different. I didn't recognize you. He was very embarrassed looking at his ex-girlfriend. She's being much colder than I expected, he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. I just stopped by to see how everyone was doing. Well, it's not like she's being that way for no reason. He thought about how he was the one who had pushed her away before. Over here, Yeom Jang-gyu was continuously making food. How's the shop these days? It's just as you see. The people I brought are making the food now, and both of them are serving and doing odd jobs. Kong Sok's stomach rumbled. He drooled looking at the food. Tteokbokki. Han Jae-ha looked at him with contempt. Wipe your drool. Over here, the two of them continued to argue. You brought both of them. I heard you introduce them, so what are you talking about? Suddenly, So-ha appeared from somewhere. She was surprised to see everyone here and dropped her plate. Kong So-ha, what are you doing here? No, I didn't call her. Chai Rin, seeing So-ha suddenly appear, quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her into the kitchen. We need to talk. But So-ha, who likes guys, turned her head to look back as she was being pulled away. So-hoon oppa, I like your new hairstyle. Thanks. Seeing Kim So-hoon sitting quietly in one spot and staring intently at Chai Rin, Han Jae-ha approached. What's wrong? Kim So-hoon, is that your girlfriend? Why do you ask? She's pretty. At these words he became furious. Pretty my ass, what did you just say? Seeing his sudden angry attitude, he was also a little scared. Hey, it's a misunderstanding. Calm down. I just said she's objectively pretty. Objectively. Suddenly the phone in his pocket started ringing continuously. The screen showed that Haru was calling. Seeing that she was calling, he quickly answered. Haru, what's up? What are you doing, son Banim? I'm at the West Tteokbokki shop. She quickly got to the point. I think there's someone you need to meet before we fight the North again. Kim So-hoon was quite surprised by her suggestion. Who? Should we go together? Her face looked a little sad when she talked about this person. Son Banim, do you want to meet the former leader of North Gangbuk High School? After agreeing, the two quickly went to find where the former North leader was. This is the place. This is where the former leader of North Gangbuk High School is. Ah yes, that's right. No way. He couldn't believe that the former leader Haru mentioned was in a hospital, not at home. Isn't this a hospital? Seeing his surprise, she also guessed. If you want to know if it's true or not, you'll find out when we go inside. Let's go in first. As they walked, the two talked about this person. What kind of person was the former leader? He's a respectable person as the leader of the North. He always put the interests of his brothers before his own. Thanks to that, he had many loyal subordinates who followed him. You could call him a true man. North Gangbuk had such a great leader. Let's go in. He's over there. Kim So-hoon's eyes widened in disbelief as if he couldn't believe what was in front of him. Wait, what? The handsome and well-built leader of North Gangbuk High School he knew, Kong Se-chan, was now lying flat on a bed like a withered corpse? No way. Seeing his surprise, Haru explained. He used to be healthy, but he suddenly fell into a coma. The doctors don't know the cause either. The only fact we know is that the last person he met was Chai Ju-miak. These words reached Kim So-hoon's ears, but he still stood there blankly. What does that mean? Why did he end up like this after meeting Chai Ju-miak? If I'm next, will I end up lying in a bed like this too? To find out more, he tried to use his peeking ability to dig into his memories. But strangely, the system suddenly displayed a notification that the peeking activation had failed. Due to the signal of a MasterCard, this person's stats cannot be displayed. The stats no longer exist. Hearing the system's notification, Kim So-hoon thought to himself, what does this notification mean? Because of a MasterCard, his stats no longer exist? Does that mean the reason Kong Se-chan is in this state isn't an accident, but because of another MasterCard? Kim So-hoon was still lost in thought and didn't realize Haru had been calling him from the side. Sunbaenim, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why does his complexion look different? Kim So-hoon still didn't hear anything. I'm not the only one. There's someone else with the same system as me. If so, that can't be. At this time, he took out his phone and called someone. Hello, the other person answered quickly. Hello, leader, what's the urgent matter that you're calling at this hour? There's some information I need you to look into. Kong Ji-hyuk was also a little surprised to receive a call at this time. What do you need? I need to find out more about Chai Ju-miak's past. Find out what kind of person he was at North Gangbuk High School, and how he became the #1 like he is now. Understood. I'll look for that information right away. Should we meet at school? Yeah, let's meet in the club room. I remember everything, and you too. The scene shifts to an old warehouse. Hyo-jin Tae was standing imposingly. He seemed very happy that the leader had entrusted him with the mission he so desired. He laughed joyfully like a madman. Hey you guys, he looked at his gathered subordinates and commanded, is everyone ready? We're ready. You've all heard the news. The leader has entrusted me with the responsibility of organizing the attack on the south. He said I can request as many people as I want. He's appointed me as the commander of this operation. Suddenly, a voice from behind shattered his joy. I really don't get it. A guy with a neat face and glasses appeared from somewhere, leading a bunch of subordinates. I can't believe leader Chai Ju-miak entrusted this responsibility to a guy like you. You're only good for being a meat shield on the front lines. Do you even have the brains to command? He arrogantly walked into his area. Jin Tae was furious and shouted, You son of a bitch, what did you just say? Listen to everything he has to say. What do you mean? The guy who just spoke was Wee Young-jun, number 12 of North Gangbuk High School. IMTA Rang, number 13 of North Gangbuk, also spoke up. Anyway, we can't disobey leader Chai Ju-miak's orders. I have no intention of disobeying his orders either. I just don't understand why he made this decision. Think about it. If that guy fails, we'll get a chance to prove ourselves. I mean, this situation isn't necessarily bad for us. We don't care what happens. As long as we can make money, we don't care if that guy Hyo-jin Tae is our commander. Hey Operation Commander, you know my people won't do anything until we get paid, right? The guy who just spoke was Do Min-woo, number 14 of North Gangbuk High School. Hyo-jin Tae was furious to see those guys not listening to him. No, this isn't right. He got angry and slammed the table with all his might. You damn bastard. You sons of bitches, didn't you hear what leader Chai Ju-miak said? As he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them changed slightly. I don't care if you agree or disagree. The leader said so, so you have to follow, understand? Seeing his display, they seemed to be thinking to themselves, this guy Hyo-jin Tae, was he always this strong? He confidently looked at the group in front of him. Then should we have a fight right now to sort out the ranks? Hearing his words, Wee Young-jun slowly stood up. Actually, I'd like that too. But that would go against the leader's intentions. So Hyo-jin Tae, what's the plan now? He got right up in Hyo-jin Tae's face. I'm asking how you plan to take down that bastard Kim So-hoon. A plan? You think I need a plan to catch a weakling like that? He repeated confidently. I'll take him down immediately. It doesn't matter how much stronger the South guys have gotten. They still have far fewer people than us. Think of this as an investment and tell your people to get ready to fight. I mean, you guys don't have to worry about anything, because I'll share the rewards fairly after we win. Hearing this, all the people who had just objected immediately stood up and prepared to act. Anyway, the target this time is just that guy Kim So-hoon. At this time at West Gangbuk High School in the #1 club room, Kong Ji-hyuk seemed to have been waiting for Kim So-hoon for a long time. You're here? I'm here. Sorry for calling you this late. The strategist felt it was quite normal after hearing that. I'm free anyway. No, it's fine. Kim So-hoon immediately got to the point and asked, did you find anything? I did my best. I found out what kind of student Chai Ju-miak of North Gangbuk was. I even found some pictures of his past self. I'll send them to you right now. Thanks. As soon as he received the strategist's message, he immediately picked up his phone. Now let's see. Looking at the information on his phone, Kim So-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Is this real? He looked at the photo on his phone. It was a very gentle-looking male student. Is this really Chai Ju-miak? He looks like a completely different person. I was surprised at first myself. I even suspected it wasn't him. Any other information? It seems he was very excellent at everything. He was first in his class and had good relationships with his friends. He loved reading novels, so he always had a book with him. He was a model student and never got involved in things like fights. Hearing this, Kim So-hoon didn't quite understand. How could a model student like that become the #1 of North Gangbuk? What on earth happened to him? How could such a person grow to become the #1 of North Gangbuk? The strategist didn't know that Kim So-hoon wouldn't know such a famous story. Didn't you know this story? Not only did he become #1, but it only took him 1 month to unify North Gangbuk. Even with training, 1 month is impossible. You can't become the #1 of North Gangbuk that quickly. That's right, I think so too. At this time, Han Jae-ha's group also entered the room and spoke up. An ordinary person can't dream of becoming a leader after training for just 1 month. Besides, there are many strong guys in North Gangbuk. Chai Ju-miak rose to the top at an incredibly phenomenal speed. Kim So-hoon was a little surprised to see him come in. Han Jae-ha, Kong-so calmly closed his eyes and continued. Only a monster could take over all of North Gangbuk in a month. This is something Han Jae-ha and I couldn't do even if we joined forces. There must be some secret between you and that bastard. Kim So-hoon, don't you think it's strange? The path he took to take over the north is very similar to yours. At Han Jae-ha's words, Kim So-hoon was startled and lost in thought. Chai Ju-miak, you must be. His thoughts were quickly cut off by a subordinate who ran in frantically. There's another problem. A problem? There's news that the North's movements are very strange. The strategist was surprised to hear that. What movement? It seems Chai Ju-miak has appointed Hyo Jin-tae as the commander-in-chief of the North's army. Who? That useless Hyo Jin-tae. Han Jae-ha heard this and thought to himself something strange. I agree, that guy's fighting skills are good, but there's no way Chai Ju-miak would let him lead this attack. That's absolutely impossible. While everyone was discussing, Kim So-hoon was still sitting there, thinking and calculating something in his head. Wait, no way. Kong Ji-hyuk calmly held his fan and thought, I should strengthen the defensive line first and find a way to deal with this later. This could be part of Chai Ju-miak's plan. Then Kim So-hoon finally spoke. Ji-hyuk, then Hyo Jin-tae will attack us soon, right? He'll attack us soon? I think so. Then we have to hurry and attack first. At these words from Kim So-hoon, the strategist was a little surprised and said, Excuse me, but what if Chai Ju-miak starts to move then? He answered confidently. Chai Ju-miak won't come. There are things we have to confirm first. The scene shifts to a golf course at North Gangbuk High School. Hong Baek-ji, rank 15 of North Gangbuk High School, was leisurely hitting a ball when suddenly a subordinate ran up and reported frantically, We're in big trouble, Hung Nim. Damn it, what's wrong? The West Gangbuk guys are attacking us. Hearing this news, he himself couldn't believe it. What? Before we were attacked, the West guys had already prepared their forces to ambush us. They're attacking us from all sides. In short, we're under a very fierce attack. At this time, Ji-hoon and Haru, following the commander's orders, attacked North Gangbuk High School together. After taking care of a few guys, Ji-hoon still didn't understand what he was doing. An all-out attack like this, I don't know what our leader is thinking. Me too, I'm curious. It'll be a big problem if Chai Ju-miak joins the fight, right? I'm really curious about the fact that our leader, Kim So-hoon, is now at the hospital where the former #1 of North Gangbuk High School, Kong Se-chan, is hospitalized. He stared intently at the dying person in the bed. What was he thinking in his head? After staring for a long time, he finally looked up at the ceiling. He opened his mouth as if speaking to someone. You're watching, aren't you? Chai Ju-miak. The guy on the other side was a little surprised by his sudden voice. He hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. Kim So-hoon continued to speak to him. When we first met, I wasn't sure you were the same as me, but now I'm sure all my guesses about you were completely correct. Chai Ju-miak, you're a system owner too, right? You even started before me, didn't you? Chai Ju-miak was extremely surprised. He couldn't understand how Kim So-hoon knew his identity. He continued to look at his system and said, Then is your goal to unify Gangbuk? If so, why are you so hesitant? And if your real goal is to unify Gangbuk, you should have been the one leading the attack on us, not Hyo Jin-tae. I think you have far more attack cards than me and countless ways to beat me. So the only reason you can't act as you please right now is, let me guess. He looked at him with a confident smile. Chai Ju-miak, you probably received a mission with the condition that you can't attack me directly, right? If Kim So-hoon's prediction is correct, then aren't I the one holding the initiative in this game? Kim So-hoon was now very confident in his judgment. Chai Ju-miak, I think I know what's going on. You must have had a hard time just like me. That must be why you met the system and were able to receive those missions. But that doesn't mean you can act like that. Just because you gained power doesn't mean you have the right to do this. Kim So-hoon looked at the dying person in the bed. He couldn't hide the pity for him in his eyes. You shouldn't have put an ordinary person in a coma like this. Whatever happened between you and Kong Se-chan, there is always a moral standard that must be upheld as a human being. So I think I know why I became a player and received this mission. It's probably to stop you. He confidently raised his head and looked at the person beyond the system, challenging him. I declare war on you, until only one of us remains. The scene shifts to this side. Kim So-hoon's little cloud was a little bewildered after hearing what he said. What? She angrily took a pillow and hit Kim So-hoon, but he didn't react at all. Are you saying Chai Ju-miak was a player all this time? I can't believe he did that to Kong Se-chan, master. Aren't you overthinking it? This is just your hypothesis, right? Kim So-hoon, who had been silent, answered when she asked too much. That's right. In his judgment, looking at what had happened, he was 100 sure. Chai Ju-miak is probably waiting for me to get stronger. When that time comes, when I reach the level he wants, he will use Mana Drain to suck away all my power. The cloud couldn't believe this at all. I really can't believe it. How could that be? That's why I'm very worried right now. What? Chai Ju-miak started receiving missions long before I did. That means his card deck is much larger than mine. Besides, he put Kong Se-chan, the former #1 of North Gangbuk High School, into a deep coma without feeling any guilt at all. He is a truly ruthless and heartless person. He acts without a moment's hesitation. Saying this, Kim So-hoon was lost in thought for a moment. He suddenly paused and then continued, I don't know if I can beat such a scary guy. Seeing him worried and lost in thought, the cloud behind him called out, Master, yes. Suddenly, the little cloud hugged him tightly from behind. She comforted him cheerfully. I'm right here. It doesn't matter how strong the master's opponent is. No matter what happens, I will protect you. I'll cut off Chai Ju-miak's limbs and use them as decorations at the gates of West Gangbuk. Kim So-hoon was a little surprised that her words were suddenly different from usual. Where did you learn to talk like that? Thanks, Cloud. I take back what I just said. I won't put myself down again. I can't let Chai Ju-miak do as he pleases. Back at West Gangbuk High School, it seemed everyone had gathered at this time. The strategist spoke first. Now let's begin the meeting. Following the leader's orders, the action team composed of core members has started the attack on North Gangbuk. They have successfully defeated the North's ranks 26, 27, and 28. We have also successfully taken control of all the North students in the newly occupied territories. What our leader said was completely right. Despite Chai Ju-miak suffering so many losses recently, he still doesn't seem to have shown his face or made any moves at this time. Kim So-hoon, who had been silent and lost in thought, suddenly spoke up. He won't show his face no matter what we do. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you the details, but he can't act yet. He's still in a pretty difficult situation. He may enter this war later, but right now he doesn't dare to show his face. So he won't appear now. Kang Ji-hyuk listened and looked at him with a bit of confusion. What do you mean, leader? Kim So-hoon continued. We have to use this time. The leader's intention is, as I expect, that Chai Ju-miak may join the war later. But before he acts, we must gain as many benefits as possible. But that was just Kim So-hoon's judgment. Suddenly, the strategist next to him cut him off. It's not as simple as you think, leader. Why? Because we also have to deal with the 5 tiger generals in the Central Territory. The 5 tiger generals are the 5 captains who reside in the North Central Territory. One of them is Hyo Jin Tae, and in order they are Hyo Jin Tae, Wee Yangjun, Im Tae Rang, Du Min Woo, and Hong Baek Ji. Because these 5 always guard the center of the North, they are called the 5 tiger generals. Their combat power is on par with Yu Si-gung's. Each of the 5 tiger generals controls a part of the North with their own manpower. To get to Chai Ju-miak, we have to defeat all 5 of them. That means that even if Chai Ju-miak doesn't come out now, we have to deal with the 5 tiger generals before he can move again. Saying this, Kim So-hoon stood up with a firm resolve. Do you have a plan to deal with those 5? This is what I'm thinking. The strategist continued to offer his thoughts with his strategic mind. I think we should divide the Northern Alliance into 5 parts. Divide it into 5 parts, that means dividing our manpower into 5 armies with each group fighting one of the 5 tiger generals, because it will be very difficult to fight the combined forces of these 5 guys. So we will divide our forces for a surprise attack, and they will have no choice but to follow. Then we can tie them down. Hearing this, Kim So-hoon thought for a moment and then offered his opinion. So this plan means we're stopping those 5 guys from combining their forces. Exactly. Han Jae-ha Sun Bae-nim, do you have an opinion? I'm thinking of a different plan. Contrary to the 2 plans above, Han Jae-ha suddenly offered a different opinion. We should gather all our manpower and only target Hyo Jin Tae. Hyo Jin Tae, the leader of those 5 guys? That's right. I don't know why Chai Ju-miak can't intervene in this war, but if that's the case, we shouldn't waste time. Let's just charge straight into the headquarters and fight. If we defeat Hyo Jin Tae, the leader of the 5 tiger generals, the rest will lose their strength and collapse completely. But there's one problem. The other 4 guys can still combine their forces and deal us considerable damage. That's right, but didn't you say we have to gain as many benefits as possible as quickly as possible? After thinking for a moment, Kim So-hoon also thought this was right. Then let's choose now. After speaking, he called the system. A main quest has been generated. Main quest 1. Proceed with Jang Ji-hyuk's plan. 2. Proceed with Han Jae-ha's plan. Reward none. The content of the next quest will change depending on the chosen plan. As Kim So-hoon remained silent, the strategist spoke up and asked, Leader, what method will you use to defeat the 5 tiger generals? He thought to himself. With Han Jae-ha's plan, I can capture more areas and save time, but facing the alliance of the other 4 armies will be very difficult. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Let's proceed with Jang Ji-hyuk's plan. We will divide our army, defeat 4 of the 5 guys, and leave Hyo Jin Tae for last. As he finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a notification. You have chosen Jang Ji-hyuk's plan. We need to capture more areas and secure more manpower, but I don't think we need to be in such a hurry. The system continued to display notifications. The content of the next quest has been changed. Finally, after a long discussion, Kim So-hoon announced, Then today's meeting ends here, but before he could finish speaking, an urgent voice was suddenly heard from outside. Sun Bae-nim. A subordinate with a scared face ran in panting and reported, North Gangbuk has started attacking our west. Hearing this news, everyone was extremely surprised. What? the North attacked. Who is leading the attack? As you can see, it's Song Jung-woo, rank 19 of North Gangbuk. He looked at the group in front of him and smiled sinisterly. What? I was surprised by the news that we were attacked, but only one rank 19 guy came. The two who spoke confidently were Jo Hyuk-jin, rank 13 of West Gangbuk High School, and Gwang Dong-woo, rank 14 of West Gangbuk High School. Do you think you can retake this lost territory with just a few of you? You're underestimating our West too much. Look at that shameless face of yours. That guy maintained a cold face, shrugged his shoulders and prepared to fight. He didn't care what the others said. Ho ho, look at this guy. You'd better answer. Song Jung-woo. Kim So-hoon was very surprised to hear this person's name. Rank 19 of the North. Is there a problem? Why is he there? Who is Song Jung-woo that you're so surprised? Actually, I wasn't that surprised by the name Song Jung-woo. What? Seeing Kim So-hoon so surprised, Han Jae-ha slowly lit the cigarette in his mouth and said, I was surprised by the fact that those ranked below 20 have started to intervene in this battle. Is being ranked below 20 that special? Of course. The real power of North Gangbuk starts from rank 19. This shows that the North has started to see us as a serious threat. Kim So-hoon didn't quite understand. He hadn't known that those ranked below 20 were so strong. Then how strong is that Song Jung-woo guy? Let me put it simply. You remember our rank 20 Yang Chai-woon, right? Of course. To put it simply, even if 10 Yang Chai-woons attacked, it wouldn't be enough to beat Song Jung-woo. The people couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They couldn't imagine that the guy ranked 19 could take down everyone here in one blow. No way, how could our captains lose so easily? We can't do it with our strength. We can never beat a guy like that. After dealing with his opponents, that guy confidently walked forward and looked at the frightened crowd. It looks like you're going to lose the newly captured territory. On this side, Han Jae-ha wasn't worried at all and gave a sinister smile. I didn't know Song Jung-woo would be there, but there's no need to worry. I sent someone just in case. At that moment, Yeom Jang-won of East Gangbuk High School found Song Jung-woo as Han Jae-ha had instructed. He immediately grabbed Song Jung-woo by the collar. His strength was also quite formidable. With SSS rank speed, he had even succeeded in awakening. He unhesitatingly tried to headbutt his opponent with his iron-like head, but he didn't expect what would happen before his head could even make contact. Song Jung-woo was one step faster. He quickly tripped Jang Won's leg from behind, and taking this opportunity, he headbutted Jang Won with his iron-like head. Without stopping, he continuously kicked his opponent's head. The group on the side was terrified watching this scene. They didn't expect their Hung Nim to be beaten so badly. Now he seemed to realize he had let his guard down. Am I, Yeom Jang Won, losing this miserably? Song Jung-woo looked at him coldly with a challenging gaze. Who are you? Suddenly, Potato appeared. He used his strength to dodge the opponent's kick. He was on the phone with one hand. He told the person on the other end that he had just arrived. All right. Kim So-hoon trusted Potato completely and entrusted him with taking care of the guy. Then I'll leave that to you. I'm hanging up. Potato looked coldly at the scar-faced man next to him and said, Fate is a strange thing. We were enemies before and now we're allies. The scar-faced man didn't recognize the person in front of him. It seemed he didn't recognize Potato because he had lost weight. And he didn't understand what he was saying either. It's you, Potato. He left the man behind him and turned around. Good job, I'll take it from here. Song Jung-woo looked at Ji Yu-ya with a challenging voice. I asked who you are, you bastard. Me, I'm someone who will never lose again. The scene shifts to North Gangbuk High School. Chai Ju-myeok was very surprised to hear his subordinate's words. Song Jung-woo went there, yes. I am Tae Rang, rank 13 of North Gangbuk High School, answered as he slowly lit the cigarette in his mouth. I sent him to gauge the West's strength. Our rank 19 Song Jung-woo should be enough. Do you think he can do it? Hearing this, Jin Tae was confident. He believed in his decision. Have you forgotten what kind of guy Song Jung-woo is? He's the youngest Muay Thai champion in the country. He's also a national representative in international competitions. He might only be ranked 19 in our North, but if he were in the West, he'd definitely be number 1. IMTAE Rang listened to him and answered calmly. I gave him some information on them. No matter who they send to stop him, he'll be able to fight and win. But that West Gangbuk number 2, Ji Yu-ya, that guy isn't simple. I've heard rumors that he's quite formidable. But actually, in my opinion, he's probably just average. On this side, Potato and his opponent were still fighting. After 2 months of relentless effort and training, Potato now seemed confident in fighting him. He immediately, with his bald head, kept throwing punches at Song Jung-woo. But he was no pushover either. He immediately lifted his leg and kept kicking towards Potato's head. The West Gangbuk students couldn't help but be amazed watching the two fight. No way, how can Song Jung-woo be that strong? Ji Yu-ya Sunbaenim can't do anything in front of him. Meanwhile, the North Gangbuk group watched and kept sneering. What's with that guy? How did he become the West number 2? He's as weak as a shrimp, yet he's acting all cool. Suddenly one of the group stopped them and spoke up. It's not as simple as you think, isn't it strange? What do you mean? Look closely at our Song Jung-woo Sunbaenim. He's sweating a lot, isn't he? Looking closely, they also felt something was strange. You're right, is he sick? Or, as soon as the words were finished, Song Jung-woo suddenly hit Potato's head hard with all his might. Seeing that his punch had no effect, he thought to himself, how can a guy with such annoying durability exist in this world? His punch was useless against Potato. At this moment he became a little scared. The information about him was wrong. He's not weak at all. While he was lost in thought, Potato quickly threw a punch at his head. Feeling the pain of that punch, he was in agony. This guy's punch is too strong. It feels like I was hit by a truck. I can't believe it. He couldn't believe the man in front of him was the guy people were talking about. The one who became number 2 because of his relationship with number 1. The information said he was meanly useless and weak, but that was a complete lie. This guy is too strong. And just like that, Song Jung-woo was hit by Ji-Yu-ya so hard his face was turned, unable to counterattack. Ji-Yu-ya, after 2 months of relentless physical training, was finally able to do it. Can I do it? Can a guy like me change myself? Can I get out of this situation? The only thought in his head now was that he really had to change himself. I won't lose again, I'll succeed. I won't lose to anyone ever again. Song Jung-woo, hit by Potato's punch, thought to himself. And he didn't know his opponent's speed was faster than he thought. I have to find an opening after blocking his attack. Suddenly he hesitated for a moment. While he was dazed, Potato quickly used Yamazaki Ryu Karate. Without giving his opponent a chance to counterattack, Potato immediately struck his body with a fatal blow, giving him no chance to fight back. No way, I can't block this explosive power. He didn't know that this power was the result of Potato relentlessly training himself. In the past, he trained his durability every day by punching trees directly. Once again, another critical hit flew in. As each day passed, Potato's strength grew. After taking the third attack, it seemed the rank 19 couldn't endure anymore. After taking these 3 critical hits, Song Jung-woo's arm felt like it was shattered to pieces. When he finally couldn't block, he took a punch straight to the mouth. It was still a critical hit. Next, this blow seemed to be the finisher that would end the rank 19. He seemed to have fallen under Potato's arm. As Potato finished him, the system immediately displayed a notification. Ji-Yu-ya Gam's exclusive attack card, Yamazaki Ryu Karate. The Yamazaki Level 3 karate style was created by a special person and can only be used by members of the Yamazaki family. Level 3 effect applies a critical hit to all opponents with lower durability than the user. When the fight was over, his comrades were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. And no way, our healthy Song Jung-woo Sunbaenim lost. What happened? Ji-Yu-ya Sunbaenim, are you okay? The West Gangbuk ranks 13 and 14 who had just been beaten helped each other up and looked at Potato joyfully. Those two also couldn't seem to believe it. What happened during the past 2 months? How did you train? Thank you Ji-Yu-ya Gam Sunbaenim, we survived thanks to you, our Sunbaenim is so cool. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind Yang Gamya. Hearing this voice, he immediately turned to see who it was. The scar-faced man extended his arm in a friendly manner. Good job, you worked hard. He couldn't seem to believe that the man in front of him was the weakling Potato of the past. I didn't know you could get this strong in just 2 months. I regret what I did to you in the past. Hearing his words, Potato didn't blame him but rather comforted him. You can do it too, cheer up. Now that you've taken down Song Jung-woo, North Gangbuk's morale will drop significantly and you'll become more famous. Thanks. When the matter was settled, Potato immediately called Kim So-hoon to report. It's me, Kim So-hoon. Yeah, I took down Song Jung-woo. It was just as Kim So-hoon expected. He had trusted the right person. Of course I knew you could do it. Everyone saw your skills. Good job, but this is just the beginning. On the other end of the line, Potato heard this and asked, should I keep fighting? No, rest up. We have a lot of reliable people for this fight now. The scene shifts to a North Gangbuk office. The blonde man was very surprised to hear his subordinates report. What? Song Jung-woo lost? He lost to Yang Gamya. Yes, that's right. No way. He couldn't believe his ears and kept asking again. Are you sure he didn't lose to Kim So-hoon? I'm sure Hung Nim. His arm was broken while blocking that guy's attack. Couldn't imagine it. What should I do? And he looked at the fat Baek Hee-wook, rank 18 of North Gangbuk High School, sitting on the sofa behind him. He looked at his subordinates and ordered, everyone get ready. After hearing him, the subordinates immediately tried to leave as he said, understood, we'll go and prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, someone's foot from outside kicked him far away with all its might. Baek Hee-wook saw it, narrowed his eyes and said, ho ho, I was wondering who it was, a familiar face. Did you come here alone? At this moment, the back of a rather well-built man appeared outside the door. Outside, a group of thugs had already gathered, each holding a club in their hand, ready to fight. Jo Min-ho, rank 17 of North Gangbuk High School, looked ahead confidently and said, I can't believe it. Are you looking down on us just because you beat Song Jung-woo? Are you planning to face us alone? Baek Chan-ho, rank 16, also narrowed his eyes when he saw it. He seemed to feel that he was being disrespected. Did Kim So-hoon send you? Did you think you could come here like this? Do we look weak? The well-built man warmed up, not listening to a single word he said. Kong Sok. It turned out the people who came to deal with him were none other than rank 10 Kong Sok and rank 9 Han Jae-ha of West Gangbuk High School. Not only that, but rank 3 Go Ha-jun of West Gangbuk High School was also there. This is just the beginning of the plan. As the strategist said, we have to take advantage of the fact that Ju Myeok can't join the war yet, expand our influence and take as much as we can before he can intervene. Kim So-hoon turned coldly and answered, that's right. He looked into the distance and couldn't help but think, I have to trust them. At this time, the system displayed a notification. A main quest has been generated. Main quest, occupy the enemy's territory before Ju Myeok joins the war. Reward, 1 bronze medal card. The mission reward is directly related to the number of territories occupied. At this time, the 3 seemed ready to fight and the main quest had also begun. A moment ago in the office, Baek Hee-wook was still sitting in his chair, continuously scratching his whole body as if he had scabies. I was wondering who it was. You're still alive. I thought you would have killed yourself out of shame. Kong Sok didn't listen to him and slowly took off his clothes preparing to fight. He also stood up not to be outdone, stared at Kong Sok and said in a contemptuous voice, "You guys are nothing but defeated generals. I can't believe you're listening to Kim So-hoon like his subordinates. What did I just hear? You're rank 10 of West Gangbuk High School. Is this really the Kong Sok I knew?" He walked step by step towards Kong Sok. "Where did your pride go?" As he finished speaking, Kong Sok rushed in with all his might and hugged him, but it seemed he was too heavy to be lifted. "Wait, what's this? Do you still see me as the old Baek Hee-wook? Of course I've changed, you bastard. This heavy, I'll show you that not everything is the same as before." Saying that, he gripped Kong Sok's face tightly with his arm. Just like that, he threw Kong Sok back with one arm. "I am Baek Hee-wook of North Gangbuk." He looked at his dazed subordinates and said angrily, "Hey you bastards, are you waiting for me to go and take care of it myself? Hung Nim, we're sorry. We'll take care of it right away. Let's go. The West guys are just a bunch of trash. They sent just one guy to take us down." At this time on Han Jae-ha's side he was continuously dodging the attacks of other subordinates. "It's even better that you guys are so stupid." Suddenly, rank 17 Jo Min-ho shouted loudly at his subordinates, "Watch out for his legs. Don't give him room to move. If you guys stand right in front of him his taekwondo skills are useless." He felt something was a little strange. Why is the Han Jae-ha in front of me different from the one I knew? Strange. Was Han Jae-ha always this weak? It doesn't seem like he has another plan. I heard he trained for 2 months to get stronger, but in the end, is this taekwondo all he's got? Hearing his contemptuous words, he was speechless. Damn it, I hate being surrounded by guys. The rank 17 looked at Jae-ha with a cunning smile. "Keep pretending, let's see how long you can keep smiling like that." The scene shifts to this side. West Gangbuk's rank 3, Go Ha-jun is facing the subordinates on this side alone. "Are you planning to take us all on alone?" As soon as the words were finished, they approached one by one and continuously swung their clubs at Ha-jun. Bang Ho, rank 16 of North Gangbuk High School, was savoring the wine in his hand. "Even if our opponent is Go Ha-jun, he's just a boxer. There's a very easy way to beat boxers like him. It's to control the range and maintain distance. I'm sorry, Ha-jun, but you're out of luck. You should have gone to fight someone else. Why did you have to run into me? I can take down countless boxers like you with just my men. Basically, they're experts at taking down boxers. Now go, Ha-jun. Do you think you can survive this?" While he kept chattering in his ear, Ha-jun was using a portion of his strength to attack the subordinates. "I'm a little worried." Kim So-hoon was a bit puzzled to hear this. "Strategist, you mean?" The strategist looked at the stars in the sky and thought about our executives. "They volunteered for this mission, but I think we should have sent a few more." "Why do you think so?" "This isn't just about facing the executives from the north. Those guys are quite strong. Bang Ho, Jo Min-ho, and Baek Hee-wook, those 5 tiger generals are famous for their strength, but that doesn't mean our guys aren't as strong as them. If they really try, they could be on equal footing with those 5 captains. We might have needed a more rational plan before attacking them. This move seems a bit careless and reckless. Or we should send reinforcements right now. Even if our executives have gotten stronger in 2 months, sending them into enemy territory like that seems a bit much." Suddenly, Kim So-hoon opened his mouth, reassuring the strategist. "I would have been worried if it were 2 months ago." The strategist was slightly surprised to hear his words. "My lord, but now I trust them. Go Ha-jun, Kong Sok, and Han Jae-ha. They are the 3 tiger generals of our West. If these 3 don't succeed today, there will be no future for our West Gangbuk at this time on Kong Sok's side." It wasn't that difficult to take care of all the subordinates. They all fell at his feet. He looked at the fat Baek Hee-wook and said, "You pig, I went under Kim So-hoon. Sorry, but you're wrong. I'm just lending my strength for a while to revive South Gangbuk. Kong Sok is none other than the number 1 of South Gangbuk High School." Without a moment's delay, he immediately rushed at the fat guy and rammed him. The guy sneered and said, "That technique again? You should have realized by now that you can't lift me." The guy seemed too confident. Of course not. If it were the me of 2 months ago, he didn't know he would be lifted so easily and be floating in the air. I guess so. Recalling himself 2 months ago, he still didn't understand how he spent those 2 months and how he could have become so strong. To a weakling with no one to guide him. "I should practice what I'm best at." He tried to lift everything he could every day. The fat guy still wasn't scared and continued to run his mouth. "You crazy bastard. If you can lift me like this, does that mean you can pull a telephone pole out of the ground?" The fat guy didn't know that Kong Sok could lift anything, and that was exactly what he had trained for the past 2 months and was now able to do. The fat guy was lifted like a telephone pole and slammed to the ground. On this side, rank 17 Jo Min-ho was continuously being hit in the face by Jae-ha. He beat the guy relentlessly and said, "You said you'd take me down, when will that be?" He also didn't know the guy in front of him could have changed so much in just 2 months. "Damn it, so you didn't just practice taekwondo for 2 months?" "Of course not. I was just going to learn taekwondo, but there were a few bastards I wanted to beat." Jae-ha looked at him with a contemptuous smile and continued, "So I had to work this hard, just you wait." His eyes were filled with hatred as he recalled the moment he was helplessly and painfully defeated by Yu Si-gung. "I still have a debt to repay you, Yu Si-gung." Yu Si-gung, lying at home, suddenly felt like someone was talking about him. Is someone talking about me? Just like the other 2, the rank 16 was no different. Soon enough, he too had to kneel before Go Ha-jun's power. He was beaten and knelt down and asked, "Let me ask you one thing, why do you have to be this strong? Who on earth do you want to beat?" Hearing this, his face suddenly stiffened for a moment. In his memory, the image of himself being helplessly beaten by Daniel came to mind. After a while, he slowly regained his composure, lit the cigarette in his mouth and approached the guy. That person was none other than Go-ha-jun. Now his power seemed to have become one step stronger. Strength S speed S potential A awakening complete. The scene changes. West Gangbuk High School building. While Kim So-hoon and the strategist were worrying about them, a subordinate suddenly approached and reported, "Leader, strategist, we have news of victory." Hearing this, the strategist couldn't seem to believe his ears. He quickly asked back, "What did you say? We won." Bang Ho, Jo Min-ho and Baek Hee-wook have all been taken down, really? Yes, Sunbaenim Kong-sok, Sunbaenim Go-ha-jun and Sunbaenim Han Jae-ha all won brilliantly. Hearing this, Kim So-hoon relayed it again. "Tell them I'm waiting for their return. Thanks to them we have occupied the territory of the North Gangbuk region. The morale of West Gangbuk is rising very high. I was right, wasn't I? I told you we would win." The three of them went and did it, just as Kim So-hoon had believed in them. "I knew they would win. Chai Ju-myok, what are you going to do now?" He was now walking alone on the road. He kept recalling what he had seen in the system, that Kim So-hoon knew all about his identity. He was a little worried. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "It's you, right?" A group of thugs appeared from somewhere, stood in front of him and said, "You're the one who attacked my subordinates, right?" The one speaking was the leader of the Gyoro-pa. This bastard, when you talk to an adult. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Chai Ju-myok's subordinate and screamed in pain. He was dragged to the ground as he reported to his boss. "It's taken care of." Suddenly, Chai Ju-myok called him. "Ma Dong-do, yes, we lost territory. Why don't you go there? Bring Kim So-hoon to me." The person he was talking about was none other than the number 3 of North Gangbuk High School, Ma Dong-do. The number 11 hit the face of the number 18 of North Gangbuk High School, Baek Hee-wook, and shouted, "You bastards, I trusted you so much." He spoke as he continued to hit the stomach of the number 17 of North Gangbuk High School, Jo Min-ho. "And you came back empty-handed?" The one who was hit in the back was rank 16 of Gangbuk High School, Bang Ho. He shouted angrily as he beat them, "If you lost, you should have all died. How can you shamelessly return here? What should I say to Chai Ju-myok Hung Nim?" He was none other than Hyo Jin Tae, rank 11 of North Gangbuk High School. The subordinate said in fear, "We're sorry, we didn't know Kong-sok and Han Jae-ha would be so strong. They changed like different people in 2 months. Hyo Jin Tae cut them off in annoyance. "I don't want to hear it." Suddenly a voice was heard. "Well done." He turned around in surprise. "What?" Wee Young-jun, rank 12 of Gangbuk High School, sat in a chair with his glasses on and said, "Because of this, Chai Ju-myok Hung Nim will no longer trust you." "Then since you failed, Hung Nim will give us another chance." Hyo Jin Tae approached and said, "I really don't like that arrogant mouth of yours, you son of a bitch. Why are you always picking a fight with me?" He kicked the table hard and shouted, "If I look so pathetic to you, should I remind you why I'm rank 11? Suddenly Jin Tae frowned and stopped. Young-jun held his fist to his face and said, "Know your place, Hyo Jin Tae." Jin Tae thought to himself, "He's really fast." Young-jun said coldly, "I'm only being a gentleman because your subordinates are watching." Young-jun's other 3 subordinates, IMTAE rang. Du Min-woo and Hong Baek-ji laughed one after another and said, "Those two are always fighting like that. It's fun to watch, so I don't care." Suddenly a guy ran up and said, "Hyo Jin Tae Hung Nim, stop." He turned in surprise and asked, "What?" The other guy continued, "Ma Dong-do Hung Nim is here." Hearing his words, everyone was shocked. A sound of footsteps echoed. The number 3 of North Gangbuk High School, Ma Dong-do, was walking towards them. Hyo Jin Tae stepped back in fear and said, "Ma Dong-do Hung Nim, what brings you to such a humble place?" Suddenly Dong-do grabbed his face and lifted him high. Young-jun saw this sight and was shocked, thinking to himself, "No way." He lifted Hyo Jin Tae with one hand. When they reached the lake, he put Hyo Jin Tae down and frowned. "The leader is very angry." And he pulled Jin Tae up again. "Do you have anything to say?" Hyo Jin Tae stuttered in fear. "I'm sorry." Then he was plunged into the water again. His screams shocked the subordinates. "Anything else?" "I was wrong. Keep talking. I'll never do it again." Ma Dong-do asked in dissatisfaction, "Is there nothing else?" Jin Tae said. Hung Nim. He knelt on the ground and said, "If you give me one last chance, I will catch Kim So-hoon and bring him to North Gangbuk by any means necessary." Ma Dong-do heard this and said, "Listen up everyone, what I'm about to say applies to all of you. Go and hunt that bastard Kim So-hoon and bring him here. If you fail this time," Ma Dong-do's face became ferocious. He said, "Then I will hold each and every one of you responsible." Currently, at the tteokbokki shop, a surprised voice rang out. "Wow, is this for real? Is this month's revenue?" Kim So-hoon at this time was looking at his phone, his mouth agape as he said loudly. He turned to Lee Hoon-dong and asked, "Hoon-dong, can you see how many zeros there are? You finally fulfilled your duty as an employee." Hoon-dong touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "Hee, I'm embarrassed." He said, "Actually, it's not that hard to increase revenue. My only talent is spreading rumors, as expected of the rumor genius Lee Hoon-dong." "What rumors did you spread?" Kim So-hoon asked in surprise. Hoon-dong answered immediately, "If someone brings their friends." "I spread a rumor that we would treat them," So-hoon said in surprise. "Wait, I thought it was just a normal rumor. This is a restaurant, isn't it? We come to hear rumors." Hoon-dong continued, "But it's not entirely my credit." So-hoon turned in surprise and asked, "What else? Look over there. Our restaurant is doing well thanks to Baek Chai-rin." Hoon-dong explained. "She does everything perfectly from cooking to serving." Chai-rin bowed and asked a customer, "Are you trying to get my number?" "But I don't have a phone," Hoon-dong continued. "There are many regulars who come because of her beauty. She even posted about this place on her Instagram. This really isn't the place for her." So-hoon heard and then called her. Chai-rin. He smiled and said, "Thanks for your hard work." So-hoon extended his hand and said, "We definitely wouldn't have been able to do anything right without you." Chai-rin heard and then said, "Oh," and quietly ignored his handshake. She said coldly, I'm doing it because I want to. Don't think too deeply about it, as long as you both try. So-hoon heard this and said okay, then he thought something was wrong. Suddenly a girl ran up and hugged him, saying, "Oppa, you were here." So-hoon asked in surprise. Soha, Hoon-dong said. Young Soha also contributed a lot this month. There are many customers who come to see her. You're completely frozen. So-hoon asked in surprise. Soha, what are you doing? He thought to himself. I think she started a war. Suddenly he looked somewhere else and saw the back of Chai-rin walking away quietly. Suddenly someone ran up and shouted loudly, Kim So-hoon Hung Nim, we're in big trouble. What's wrong? The other person said. North Gangbuk has started attacking. He asked in surprise. Wait, what? Outside the residential area. So-hoon looked at the group in front of him and said, You're here? They nonchalantly answered that they had just arrived. A person asked Kim So-hoon, How's the situation? North Gangbuk has started a full-scale attack just as you said. I heard Hyo Jin Tae is leading many people to attack us. It seems they will come straight here, so we are preparing to fight. The blonde man said nonchalantly. So Hyo Jin Tae is coming himself? He replied. Yes, fortunately we heard the news in advance. So-hoon replied, We're always keeping an eye on them anyway. Suddenly someone said, Wait, that guy is here. So-hoon was surprised to see Imtae Rang and Hong Baek-ji approaching and asked, Is that Hyo Jin Tae? The blonde man said in confusion. Who are they? He replied. They're not Hyo Jin Tae's subordinates, he thought to himself. What does that mean? Kim So-hoon, this situation is a bit. So-hoon heard their words and thought to himself, that's not it. Suddenly someone ran up and said, Leader, we're in big trouble. So-hoon turned in surprise. What? The other person frowned and said, Look at this, please speak. Before that, Hyo Jin Tae looked at Young-jun and said, This is annoying, I can't believe I have to cooperate with you. Don't do this anymore. If we don't bring Kim So-hoon this time, we're all dead. Jin Tae heard this and said, Is joining forces really the only option? Young-jun said immediately, There's an easy way to catch Kim So-hoon. Jin Tae frowned and asked, What is it? He replied, We'll attack his weakness. Young-jun explained, Since things have come to this, we know the extent of the South's strength. The 3 guys who fell were no pushovers. That means that over the past 2 months the West has become incredibly strong. If we face them head-on, we'll lose just like those 3, Jin Tae said, as if he didn't understand. So what are you going to do? Young-jun replied, I'll do what I do best. What's that? Yes. Young-jun glanced at him and said, My talent is spreading false rumors. System notification, Wee Young-jun's intelligence is S-rank. Jin Tae laughed and said, My talent is infiltration. System notification, Hyo Jin Tae's intelligence is A-rank. Young-jun said, I'm going to spread false rumors throughout West Gangbuk High School. Meanwhile a voice came from the restaurant, Wow, so this is what it was like? So, Hyo Jin Tae, he looked at Chai-rin and Soha and said with a smile, Is this how West Gangbuk makes money? He recalled what Wee Young-jun had said, We'll be able to sneak into their weakest spot. He licked his lips with a sinister smile and said, I'm jealous of Kim So-hoon, to have these pretty girls helping him make money. Meanwhile, as soon as So-hoon heard the news, he rushed off and said, Han Jae-ha, I'm leaving this to you. Leave it to me. Suddenly, a club appeared in front of him and swung down as a voice said, We're not letting you go anywhere. Nice to meet you. So-hoon dodged and said angrily, You bastard, the man said arrogantly. I am Hong Baek-ji of North Gangbuk. You're not going back to that restaurant. We all have a mission. Suddenly, So-hoon said, There's no need to rush. Baek-ji was surprised and said, What? So-hoon said, I learned one thing from Han Jae-ha when we fought the East. Never let your guard down. Inside the restaurant, Jin Tae said, Now what should I do? They should all be gone. He looked at the 2 who had just arrived and asked, Who are you 2? So-hoon stood up, sighed and thought, What should I do? I didn't think they'd attack the restaurant. I left Haru and Yeom Jang-won to protect it. But in the meantime at the restaurant, Jin Tae's subordinates were facing So-hoon's side. He thought to himself, The opponent is too strong. Hong Baek-ji held a club and said, Let's see what West Gangbuk High School is like. I thought I'd better go and help. Suddenly a shout erupted. Someone appeared, kicked at Hong Baek-ji and shouted, So-hoon. He dodged the attack and said, Surprising. The newcomer was Yang Gam-ya. He frowned and shouted, The restaurant is more urgent. Leave this place to me. The opponent is North Gangbuk High School. We don't know what they'll do to them. As So-hoon ran, he thought to himself, I trust Potato. Sorry, I'm late. They must have been ambushing me on the road. At this time, So-hoon used the system's observation function. He thought to himself, It'll be difficult for Haru alone to handle that pig like Hyo Jin Tae. Suddenly his eyes widened as he thought, What? At that moment in the restaurant, the pig like Hyo Jin Tae was kicked in the face by Haru. So-hoon saw it and thought to himself, No way. Jin Tae, kicked in the face, stood dumbfounded. He cursed, Damn it, are you Song Haru of North Gangbuk High School? You're pretty strong. Haru recalled a previous incident. She saw a man jogging with 2 dogs and suddenly he stopped. The man sighed, turned around and said, Hey. Haru saw it and quickly dodged. He continued, Why do you keep following me? She shouted in surprise. Oh, what, are you going to be a stalker? Haru quickly said, I'm sorry, I have a favor to ask. He said, I'm listening. What other favor? I already helped you once. I want to get stronger. He said in surprise. What? Haru looked at him seriously and said, Please take me as your disciple. Back in the present, Haru looked at Jin Tae and said, It's West Gangbuk High School, not North Gangbuk High School. At the same time, Na Yu-Geom was also fighting Do Min-woo. When he threw a strong punch, the other had to raise his hand to block. Yu-Geom continued to kick his opponent's legs. As his fist came close to his face, Do Min-woo suddenly said, Hey. But Yu-Geom didn't care and continued to kick and hit him. He finished by kicking him in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall. Yu-Geom ran towards him. He stopped when the other called out, Hey. The bastard had a cigarette in his mouth and asked, Do you think it's to your advantage to fight us? You think you can beat us easily just because you trained a bit? That 2 of you are enough to guard this place? That your opponent Du Minwoo is just average? You think so, don't you? Don't think that, because it's not true. I just follow orders for money. There's a boxer in West Gangbuk High School, right? Do you know what that pig bastard asked me for while giving me money? He asked me to keep anyone from interfering in his fight. Why would Hyojin Tae say that? Because he's not confident fighting 2-on-1. He's one of the 5 Tiger Generals. Why would he be afraid of that? There's just another reason. The leader of the 5 Tiger Generals is Hyojin Tae. At this time he looked at Haru with a perverted face and said, "Is it over?" He was a pervert. Hyojin Tae punched Haru in the face. He's not the ordinary pervert, you know. He first gives the weak hope and tramples on that hope. He continued to hit her face, turning hope into despair and enjoying the pleasure. Chai-rin and Soha covered their mouths in fear at this sight. At this time Yu Gyeom was surprised to see what Du Minwoo was saying. Do you feel it now, the feeling that something is wrong, right? After speaking he kicked his face and continued, "This is the true power of the 5 Tiger Generals. I won't let you pass out. I'll finish you in a minute anyway. I won't be cruel. Fortunately, I'm not interested in weaklings today." He held the cigarette in his hand and said, "Who knows, maybe you'll be my client one day." Haru was grabbed by the hair by Jin Tae at this time. "Watch closely." He punched her straight in the face. "Your friend." The pervert said, "I really love this scene. How will she be tortured?" He looked at the pained Haru and said, "When that triumphant expression disappears and turns into helpless despair, that's what really excites me." After speaking he hit her face once more and then continued to hit her, saying, "This is it, this is what I'm talking about. The feeling of a mind completely breaking, this is what's refreshing." Chai-rin got angry, picked up a club and hit him, shouting, "You son of a bitch," he said nonchalantly. "Wait, you're next." After speaking he pushed Chai-rin far away and she hit the wall and lost consciousness. "This damn bitch ruining my fun." Soha saw it and covered her mouth in fear. He said, "Stand there and watch carefully. It's over now, the main event starts now." He broke a food skewer and said, "You held out pretty well. Now let's test this." Hyojin Tae took it and stabbed under Haru's fingernails, saying, "Let's see. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. Just hearing your screams makes me happy." Haru was horrified and screamed in pain. Seeing the blood flow, he said madly, "Are you screaming already? You have 10 fingers." A moment later someone entered the shop. Kim Zo-hoon was horrified and thought to himself, "It's a mistake, I failed. If I were smarter I could have saved her." A notification appeared in the system. Normal card change. Once a day, for 2 minutes, change the stats of 2 members. Event card effect increased by 1 minute. He thought, "I wasted time dealing with the guys who ambushed me on the way here." In that short time for Haru to be attacked this much. In front of him was Haru, tortured to the point of exhaustion. A voice was heard. "I'm sorry, we should have protected you," the strategist said, struggling to lift his head. Hyojin Tae, "That bastard is very strong. No one could do anything to him. We were helpless. And also," Sohoon suddenly cut him off, "I know, Chai-rin and Soha were kidnapped, right? I've already seen everything." The strategist held his fan and said, "He'll use them as hostages to set a trap. At times like this we must stay calm and think through every step. But no matter what I say, you probably won't listen, will you?" Meanwhile, Hyojin Tae shouted with joy, "Excellent, everyone worked hard. Although I did all the work." The subordinates cheered in unison. "Hung Nim is the best. It's fun to see the scared faces of those bastards. You worked hard, Hyojin Tae." Then he turned to Wee Young-jun. "Are the hostages ready to set the trap?" The strategist Wee Young-jun pushed up his glasses and said in annoyance, "Who's your strategist? The trap isn't ready yet. Calm down, there's no need to rush now. As long as the hostages are here, they won't be able to move easily." Suddenly someone shouted, "We're in big trouble. West Gangbuk High School is attacking." Jin Tae shouted in surprise. "What?" He turned and said, "But we have the hostages. Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" "Absolutely not." The subordinate said, "There are reports of seeing many guys in Area A. It's the formation of East Gangbuk High School. The captain is Han Jae-ha, the number 1 of East High School. There are reports of seeing many enemies in Area B as well. It's the South Gangbuk High School Army. The leader of South Gangbuk High School is the number 1, Kong Sok. There are some in Area C too. All our areas are under attack. It's the seniors of West Gangbuk High School. The captain is Kim So-hoon, the number 1 of West Gangbuk High School. He's leading them. We can't stop them. They're gradually losing control of all areas. It was a mistake to confront them this time." Hung Nim. Hyojin Tae, "Hung Nim, we have to find a solution quickly." So-hoon walked and said, "It's time to show them. They messed with us. How dare they attack West Gangbuk? How miserable the end of those who dare to mess with me will be. Oh, thank you, North Gangbuk. Now all my hesitation is gone." So-hoon's eyes were filled with anger. He said, "Wipe them out, beat them until there's nothing left." Jin Tae's subordinate said, "The West High School guys are coming. There's no way to stop their attack." Hyojin Tae opened his mouth. "Nonsense, I can't believe the West High School guys are coming." Then he said again, "Did you think I'd say that?" the subordinate asked, puzzled. "I'm sorry, Hung Nim," he said with a perverted face. "Anyway, how would Kim So-hoon know our location, right? Those bastards are just like hungry dogs chasing a bait. They were blinded by emotion and led their army to fight us. How can they attack us when they don't even know where we hid the hostages?" the subordinate said in understanding. "I see now, Hung Nim." Suddenly a voice was heard. "You're right. Kim So-hoon has lost his reason." Wee Young-jun said, "Dealing with an emotionally unstable opponent can become uncontrollable. It's quite dangerous. Now I will begin explaining the plan. Of course it will be based on the false information we will spread." Wee Young-jun began to explain. "We will trick the opponent with information that the hostages are elsewhere. West Gangbuk High School will surely send people to that area to search. I'm sure they'll spend the whole day looking for the hostages at that fake location. When that happens, the West will be exhausted and move to find the people. Meanwhile, we will launch an all-out attack on the West. After listening, Hyo Jin-tae laughed and said, as expected of our army's advisor. Wee Young-jun said unpleasantly. Again, since when did I become your advisor? The subordinate said in admiration. As expected, the plan is so brilliant. We will spread false information and ambush people on the road. Brothers, did you hear the advisor's plan? Give the West guys the fake location of the hostages. Hyo Jin-tae said with a serious face. Ambush them in a rough place as planned. Make the West guys exhausted from looking for the hostages. Then we'll launch an all-out attack and take them down. The subordinates shouted in one voice. Understood. Hyo Jin-tae sneered and said, Today let's take down the West guys and raise our victory. In the park, Kim So-hoon was sitting deep in thought. Suddenly a voice was heard. Leader, he looked up. A strategist approached with a fan and said, Sorry I'm late. So-hoon said, It's okay, he asked again. What's the situation? The strategist answered. False information has spread everywhere. This is Wee Young-jun's conspiracy. It seems he intends to make us tired from running around looking for the hostages. So-hoon asked. What do you think the North will do next? The strategist answered. They will launch an all-out attack on us. So-hoon was curious. Can you predict where Hyo Jin-tae is? The man frowned and said, He seems to be very well hidden. I've sent a few people to gather information. I'm sure they'll come back with the results we want. So-hoon closed his eyes and said, We have to find and rescue the hostages quickly. Ji-hyuk bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, leader. I'm ashamed that I can't do anything about this false information they've spread. So-hoon stood up and said, It's okay, I have an idea. Ji-hyuk asked in surprise. An idea? So-hoon walked and said seriously, I have a way to find those bastards' location. Meanwhile, Chai-rin and Soha were being stared at by Jin-tae's subordinates. The bastard said, Look at those two pretty ladies. The West guys are lucky. I'm sure those two are the ones who served at the West Guys restaurant. Are those the girls who belong to the West Gangbuk Guys army? I want to transfer to West Gangbuk High School, the bastard said with sinister faces. What did they sell at the shop? They say it was tteokbokki. Our leader brought those two here himself. The West guys must be looking for them like crazy right now. No one would think the hostages are being held in this shabby bar. The bastards looked at Chai-rin and Soha greedily and said, These girls could contact their friends at any time, right? It's a pity to see them tied up like that. I didn't plan on tying them up like that. I'm just saying we should search their bodies for phones. The bastards approached the two girls and said, body search, the leader told us not to touch them. But who cares, we're just doing the body search for safety. One bastard reached out his hand and said, the leader will understand too. Suddenly his collar was grabbed tightly. A man appeared and slammed him to the ground. The other subordinates saw it and said in fear, Who are you? Are you a West guy? Wait, hold on. No, that guy is this person. It's Kong Jung-ha, ranked 20 of North Gangbuk High School. Before at Gangbuk Pharmacy, Jung-ha was reading a book, Ma-che said. Suddenly a voice cut him off. Captain Kong Jung-ha, he looked up and said, Yes, a subordinate said in a hurry. We have a visitor. He asked, Who? I don't have an appointment today. The other bastard answered, You'll know when you see, it's Kim Bong-ji. Jung-ha quickly stood up and said, Kim Bong-ji, sit down. Kim Bong-ji said, Do you still have time to read that book? Jung-ha said in surprise. What? The other man said, Don't you know what situation your younger sibling is in right now? Hearing that, Jung-ha overturned the desk, grabbed Kim Bong-ji by the collar and shouted, I'll kill you if you're lying. Say it again, he threatened. What happened to my sister? Kim Bong-ji said nonchalantly. If you're ranked 20, you should know where she is. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. Jung-ha rushed to hug his sister and called out to her. Soha, it's your big brother, he thought to himself. It seems they scared her and she fainted. Is it safe to be relieved? Jung-ha shouted. Your brother is here to save you. Jung-ha cursed internally. Damn it, if only I had noticed sooner. Calm down. Soha, suddenly a voice was heard. Tell me which one said it. IMTA Hong, rank 13, appeared and said, What's going on here? Jung-ha said. The reason I joined the North was because I needed all the strength I could get to protect Soha. IMTA Hong heard this and asked, What are you talking about? He continued. But I never heard of a plan like this. I didn't know you guys would use my sister as a hostage to lure out the West. I joined North Gangbuk High School because of Soha, but now that you've all decided to take her, I've made my decision too. Jung-ha teared up, scowled and said, I'm not a member of the North anymore. System notification. Kong Jung-ha has become a free member. Tae Hong slapped his face and shouted, Get lost, you son of a bitch. No one needs you to join the North. Do you think a guy like you can stop us? I knew she was your sister from the beginning. Tisk, you should have just turned a blind eye for the greater good of the North, he said coldly. You should have just watched without caring, regardless of what happened to your sister. Suddenly the system announced that Jung-ha was filled with confidence. Kong Jung-ha's potential began to rise sharply, reaching its maximum. Jung-ha stood up and said, System notification, Kong Jung-ha's potential has awakened. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, I won't let anyone touch my family. Tae Hong scoffed in contempt. Oh, I'm so scared I could die, Jung-ha continued. I know I can't beat you even with my comrades. He held up the phone in his hand and said, Then watch this. A phone? Who is he calling? They shouted in confusion. Someone go and take his phone, Jung-ha said. The torn bar. Han Jae-ha heard the news and announced the hostages at the torn bar. The subordinates heard the news and said, Understood. But we're quite far from the torn bar right now. Ha-jun also said, We're in the same place. We're completely far from that bar. The strategist heard the news and cursed in anger. Damn it, we know the hostage's location, but no one is at the torn bar. Suddenly a voice was heard. I was nearby. the strategist shouted in surprise. That voice suddenly, a guy hit the wall and collapsed to the floor. The newcomer said, "Don't worry." Tae-hung had a surprised expression. Kim So-hoon appeared like a god and wiped out Tae-hung's subordinates. "I'll go and save her," he said. "Thanks Kong Jung-ha, it's okay now." System notification. A subquest has been generated. Rescue the heroine, escape with the heroine, reward 1 platinum card. He clenched the phone in his hand and said, "Leave the rest to me," Kim So-hoon said seriously. "Leave the rest to me." Tae-hung heard his words and said, "Good, now that you've shown up things have become much simpler. I'll finish Kim So-hoon once and for all. So how about it? We've prepared a lot for you, you know." Surrounding him were his subordinates. Tae-hung said nonchalantly, "This is our hostage confinement location and it's also designed to block your attacks." Suddenly, one of his subordinates was hit and fell. Kim So-hoon said angrily, "Bring it on," Tae-hung said with excitement. "I'm pretty smart for predicting your move, aren't I? Your level has to be at least this high to be fun. Let's start." Kim So-hoon thought to himself. "I am Tae-hung, one of the 5 tiger generals. I can win, but it will be difficult to take him down quickly. Plus they have a hostage, so I can't move recklessly. If I delay, I'll be buying time for the other 4 to come here. I can't face the 4 of them at once by myself." He looked at his expression and said, "You seem worried. You should have thought about the consequences before setting foot here." So-hoon thought worriedly, "What should I do?" Suddenly Jung-ha stepped forward and said, "Kim So-hoon, I'll take care of this, so you go." Kim So-hoon frowned and said, "Kong Jung-ha, what are you talking about? You alone won't be enough even if you've awakened. The difference in their stats is too big." System notification. Potential has started to explode. "Wait, what is this?" Tae-hung looked at him and said with a smile, "Are you really Kong Jung-ha? Do you really want to fight me?" He thought to himself. Hasn't he awakened? System notification. Jung-ha's potential continues to soar. "That notification can't be happening." Jung-ha said, "Just go, Kim So-hoon." He frowned and shouted loudly, "Take So-ha to a safe place." System notification. Potential has begun to break through its limits. In the bar, So-hoon took Chai-rin and So-ha out, sat them on chairs and said, "It's safer here than anywhere else." He thought to himself, "I got out safely thanks to Jung-ha." So-hoon picked up his phone and said, "It's me." The other person answered, "Leader." He thought to himself, "What's bothering me is that Tae-hung is facing Jung-ha. I have no choice but to trust him." The strategist ran over and said, "It's Kong Ji-hyuk. Where are you, leader? Please make a decision now." So-hoon said, "I'm at the bar." The strategist shouted in surprise, "Why are you there?" So-hoon continued, "Jung-ha, help me. This is the safest place I can think of. It's dangerous to be outside with the rescued hostage. Send reinforcements." The strategist received the order and answered, "Understood, but North Gangbuk High School must be well aware of our situation now. They must have sent troops to block the road." Kim So-hoon answered, "I know." The strategist asked in surprise, "How did you know?" So-hoon looked at the group surrounding him and said, "They've already arrived." Ji-hyuk cursed angrily. "Damn it, I'll go right away." Kim So-hoon said calmly, "Don't worry about me. The one who's really in danger is someone else." "Who?" "It's Jung-ha. Go and save Jung-ha." At that moment, Kong Jung-ha was punching Tae-hung in the stomach. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I will protect her. I will protect So-ha." With that thought, he threw a strong punch at Tae-hung's face. He opened his mouth. "Jung-ha, I didn't know your level would reach this point. I really can't believe it. Your attack stance, your fists hurt more," he said nonchalantly, as if it was nothing. "Did you think you could beat me, one of the 5 tiger generals, with just that much power?" As he spoke, he punched Jung-ha in the stomach. And he thought in pain, "Damn it, why am I surrounded by such strong guys? Using techniques is useless. The longer I delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. I definitely won't be able to block this throw." System notification. Kong Jung-ha has activated an exclusive card. He thought to himself, "I'll end it all in one blow." Jung-ha's exclusive activation card, Flash Throw. The user's speed triples when using judo techniques. This one shoulder throw will be enough to take him down, but suddenly, Jung-ha hesitated. Tae-hung's feet were planted on the ground. He said nonchalantly, "Ah, sorry." Jung-ha was flustered and thought, "He blocked my forward body throw?" Tae-hung slapped Jung-ha's face and said, "I thought you'd have a better technique than this." "Didn't you? It's too disappointing." Jung-ha thought in surprise, "He's on a different level from me." Tae-hung continued to slap his face. "Is there no way to win?" With that painful punch, Jung-ha thought helplessly, "Should I give up?" He gritted his teeth and decided, "No." He stood up and threw a punch at his opponent. "I won't surrender." But once again, Jung-ha hesitated. He was kicked in the face before he could even use his technique, an upward kick. Tae-hung said coldly, "You've lost, you piece of trash." He looked at Jung-ha with contempt. "Damn it, I've wasted too much time because of this piece of trash." His vision blurred as he thought, "No way," Tae-hung said as he left. "All right, now I have to go and get the hostage. I can't get up anymore." He called out to So-ha in his mind. Jung-ha remembered So-ha saying he was Superman. The little girl So-ha was talking about her brother. "My brother is our family's Superman. Why? Because he always walks home with me after school. He never teases me. He even helps me when other kids bully me." "Wow, So-ha, your family's Superman is really cool," her father said with a smile. "Ho ho, So-ha chose you instead of me? Then Jung-ha must have taken good care of So-ha." So-ha smiled brightly and said, "I believe that my brother will always protect me. Even when I grow up and become an adult, my brother will always keep me safe. My brother will become a real superhero." Tae-hung suddenly turned around and saw the system notification. Potential is once again about to surpass its limits. Congratulations, Jung-ha's potential has surpassed its previous limits. Meanwhile outside, So-hoon was taking down one guy after another. He thought to himself, That's strange. What was that system window just now? The system explained. Awakening is not the end of everything. Awakening is literally awakening the hidden potential within each individual, but we do not simply limit it to awakening. There is another stage even after awakening you will see for yourself soon. To reiterate, awakening is literally just awakening hidden power. The stage after that is to fight and overcome that power. Call it the post-awakening stage, that is, ascension. At this time, Jung-ha had already stood up, his eyes filled with firm resolve. System notification. Congratulations. The path to ascension has been opened. Kim So-hoon looked at his hand. The system continued. From now on, all awakened team members can become stronger through the ascension quest. System notification. Ascension quest. Members added to the team. Reward 10 of the highest grade stat cards: strength, speed, durability. Ascension quest begins. Tae-hoon looked at Jung-ha and said, "You crazy bastard, even if you stand up 1,000 times you won't get any stronger. A piece of trash like you can't even beat our rank 19 Song Jung-woo. It's just a waste of time." As he spoke, he rushed in. But before he could even attack, he was punched in the face. He thought in surprise, "What, this fast? This punch hurts more." "No way." Jung-ha kicked his face hard with his knee and Tae-hoon fell back with a nosebleed, thinking in confusion, "Did I lose?" Jung-ha raised his fist and shouted. But suddenly Tae-hoon countered and kicked his face. It was an upward kick. Tae-hoon thought to himself, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm going to win." He shouted in anger, "If I lose here I won't have the face to see Leader Chai Ju-miak again." For Leader Chai Ju-miak that day, we met Leader Chai Ju-miak. Tae-hoon recalled the day the 5 Tiger Generals pledged their loyalty to him. I don't know why, but it felt like the natural thing to do. He hit Jung-ha's body and said, "Since the 5 Tiger Generals were formed, it's been a year since I fought to protect Leader Chai Ju-miak." He stomped his foot and delivered another upward kick. Tae-hoon laughed with excitement and said, "And I have been protecting Leader Chai Ju-miak for a year. They say that those who have someone to protect never lose." Jung-ha was kicked and fell backward, but suddenly he stood up, grabbed Tae-hoon's collar, looked at him and said, "I agree with you. Those who protect others with all their heart cannot lose." Tae-hoon thought in surprise. He blocked it. "Is he going to throw me again?" "It doesn't matter," Tae-hoon said nonchalantly. "That technique won't work twice. I can block it for sure like last time." But suddenly he hesitated and his eyes widened. System notification. The attack card obtained after strengthening has been revealed. Jung-ha's exclusive attack card, Lightning Throw, grabs the opponent, runs forward and slams them to the ground, deals fatal damage if the opponent's durability is lower than the user's. Jung-ha slammed Tae-hoon down with force. System notification. Lightning Throw has been activated. He scowled, gritted his teeth and said in anger, "Do you think you won't lose just because you've protected one person for a year? Sorry, but you know what?" Tae-hoon's eyes glazed over. Jung-ha recalled every moment he had protected his sister from elementary school, middle school to high school. Jung-ha slammed him down and said, "I've protected that child my entire life." System notification. Fatal damage. Tae-hoon's head hit the ground and he lost consciousness. Jung-ha still stood there, his eyes turned cold. Suddenly a subordinate ran up and shouted loudly, "Hyo-jin Tae-hoon Nim, we're in big trouble." "What's wrong?" he announced. "I am Tae-hoon Nim has lost." Hyo-jin Tae asked in surprise. "What are you talking about?" the subordinate said. "Kim So-hoon is at the gangbuk bar. Who could take down one of the 5 Tiger Generals?" He scowled and shouted loudly, "It's Jung-ha, our rank 20. After betraying us he even beat Tae-hoon Nim." In the middle of his sentence, he was suddenly punched and his face was turned. Hyo-jin Tae hit him and shouted, "You idiot." He continued to kick his subordinate and shouted, "Jung-ha, what is that guy? How could he beat one of our 5 Tiger Generals? How can you lose to a nobody like that?" Suddenly a voice was heard. "Now is not the time to argue. The more you talk, the more embarrassing it gets." Hyo-jin Tae turned around with an angry face and said, "I have to go and deal with that bastard Kim So-hoon right now," a subordinate said. "Don't worry too much, Hyo-jin Tae. Anyway, Kim So-hoon won't be able to get out of that bar easily." Knowing this, Wee Young-jun decided to step in himself. Hearing this, Jin Tae asked, "Wee Young-jun," the man continued. "He sent his men to the gangbuk bar. Wee Young-jun's men among the 5 Tiger Generals. Wee Young-jun Nim has the most subordinates. You know how powerful Wee Young-jun's men are?" Hyo-jin Tae. 100 of them. At that moment, 100 of Wee Young-jun's men were surrounding the place. The man said, "No matter how strong Kim So-hoon is, he won't be able to fight against 100 people. It's as good as a victory." The system announced a new quest, subquest. Rescue the heroine, escape with the heroine, defeat 100 enemies, reward 1 platinum card. Hyo-jin Tae suddenly shouted, "No, this isn't enough. Tell the other 3 guys to come here too. We can't catch Kim So-hoon like this, we're finished." At this time, Wee Young-jun had already joined the battle. He asked, "How much farther to the bar?" A subordinate answered, "We're almost there, Nim, but Nim, I have a question." "Why?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit in the face with a club. "Why did you call us out so unusually?" Another guy hit his face with a club. While Wee Young-jun was stunned, a voice was heard, "It's time. Surround them. Don't let a single one escape. Give them a proper beating." Wee Young-jun asked nonchalantly, "An ambush West Gangbuk style?" "There's only one guy who could think of something like this." "That's right, it's me." Wee Young-jun asked in surprise. "You?" The man approached and said, "Sorry, you seem angry that I appeared like a villain, but since I was a villain before, it doesn't matter, right? Last time I fell into your trap, but this time my mood won't let me just let this slide," Han Jae-ha said with a smile. "I knew you guys would pass through here." Wee Young-jun pushed up his glasses and said nonchalantly, I let my guard down. I could underestimate Kim So-hoon, but I shouldn't have underestimated Han Jae-ha. But don't you think this is a foolish decision? The other 2 5 Tiger generals must have gone to catch Kim So-hoon. Wee Young-jun frowned and said, instead of ambushing me here, you should have gone to help him. Jae-ha said nonchalantly. Don't worry, he sneered and said, I've already sent people to deal with those 2. What? A voice was heard. The way to help Kim So-hoon is to attack you sons of bitches, Do Min-woo said. Oh, in surprise. He looked at Na Yu-gi-om and said, you again? He Wook also said in annoyance. What? You came all the way from the west, he continued, looking at Go-ha-jun. It seems you're my opponent. Hyo Jin-tae's subordinate said in fear. It's an emergency, Hung Nim. All 3 of the 5 Tiger generals were ambushed on their way to the gangbuk bar. At this rate, Kim So-hoon will escape. Hearing this, Hyo Jin-tae frowned, and he asked, how is Kim So-hoon doing now? The man answered hesitantly, as you know, Hung Nim, even though he has to face 100 people, he is still holding his ground firmly. There's someone covering for him at the gangbuk bar. It seems he's fighting to the end to protect the hostages. It looks like he really intends to take down all 100 of them. At this time, he was absorbing the power of Hyo Jin-tae's subordinates. System notification, Monodrain has been activated. Kim So-hoon's eyes filled with anger as he said, tell Hyo Jin-tae to come here, the system announced again. Your skill has been strengthened, Do Min-woo lamented in disappointment. This is driving me crazy. I thought someone else would come. It's still you. The person who came was Na Yu-gi-om. The other guys said, we need to go catch Kim So-hoon quickly. What do we do now? Min Ho-hung, should we take care of that guy quickly? We can't do that. Do Min-woo rushed at Yu-gi-om, throwing a punch as he continued to speak. Because I'm a guy who works for money, he said nonchalantly. I'll have to control my strength a bit, right? This friend here could be a potential client of mine in the future. Suddenly, Yu-gi-om counterattacked, and he hurriedly dodged and threw a kick. Surprisingly, he dodged Yu-gi-om's attack and commented, you're pretty good? You can't learn to fight like this in a short amount of time. Did you hear about me from someone else? This is the only martial art I use. Do Min-woo looked at the panting Yu-gi-om, raised his fist and said, it's a martial art called Sonda. Anyway, you're still pretty weak. Then Min-woo threw a punch at Yu-gi-om's face. He continued to attack, saying, how should I put it? To put it simply, you're fucking weak. Even if you use all your strength with those techniques, it's useless, he said, looking at Yu-gi-om with contempt. With your pure strength, you can't even leave a scratch on me. But inside, Min-woo thought, but this guy isn't using his feet at all, is he? Yu-gi-om shot up and threw a punch at Min-woo's face. He thought to himself, he definitely used a lot of kicks before, so why isn't he using them now? Realizing something, he smiled. Isn't it too obvious? He's calmly waiting for a chance to take me down with a high kick. Even if I'm tired right now, he's much weaker than me. If he wants to overcome this skill gap, his only option would be a precise high kick. Seeing Yu-gi-om's leg go up, he thought, another high kick, I'll block it and take him down in one blow. Meanwhile, Yu-gi-om recalled Han Jae-ha's words, it's not too late. Kong So can fight Do Min-woo instead of you. I know you have a grudge against Do Min-woo because you lost last time, but if you lose again it will be a huge headache for us. If you lose, Kim So-hoon will be in danger. I'm telling you, now is not the time to satisfy your personal greed. Na Yu-gi-om pointed at himself, then clenched his fists and trembled. Han Jae-ha saw that and said, damn it, that guy isn't listening to a word I'm saying. If he can't beat Do Min-woo this time, he won't be able to face Kim So-hoon. Fine, I'll trust you. Now Yu-gi-om returned to reality, prepared to attack, and suddenly said, did you think I would just stand here and take it? System notification, terabyte low kick has been activated. Do Min-woo saw it and thought to himself, is it a feint? He threw a low kick that looked like a high kick. Was this what he's been hiding all this time? Now Yu-gi-om glared at his opponent, then suddenly paused. Do Min-woo rushed in and hugged him tightly, saying, sorry, but that was a lie. When I said I use Sonda, you probably thought I'd only swing my fists. That's just Sonda for competitions. Anyway, the Sonda I learned myself teaches you how to take an opponent down. Then he threw Yu-gi-om hard against the wall. He continued, it doesn't matter to me whether your final attack is a high kick or a low kick aimed at the legs. He approached again and continued to attack Na Yu-gi-om. Unable to endure it, Na Yu-gi-om collapsed. Do Min-woo said nonchalantly, I think I controlled my strength pretty well, don't you? He said arrogantly. I heard you guys trained for 2 months. If this is all you can do, wasn't that time a waste? Was there no one to give you advice so you could get even a little stronger? Yu-gi-om remembered a man eating ramen in a room. He was sitting alone at a table. After finishing his meal, he slammed the bowl down on the table. The man with a scar on his mouth opened his mouth. Strange, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Wait a minute. He looked at Na Yu-gi-om and said, have you been to JV? Yeah, I remember now. If my memory is correct, your name is Na Yu-gi-om, right? When Yu-gi-om handed him a piece of paper, he said in surprise, what's this, you want to get stronger? After reading the words on the paper, he said, it seems you have someone you want to protect. It seems there are still quite a few people with such ambitions, but you've chosen the wrong time. He placed a hand on Yu-gi-om's shoulder and said, the government is after me, so I don't think I can help you. But I can give you one piece of advice. You said you have someone you want to protect, right? Then it would be best to start by strengthening your conviction. Yu-gi-om watched him leave in surprise. He continued, when you start a fight, fight with the resolve to kill. This person is the number 1 of the juvenile correctional facility. Then you won't lose. This person is Big Deal's number 1, Kim Ji-myung. At this time, he was fighting Hyo Jin-tae's 100 subordinates alone. System notification, Na Yu-gi-om's potential has begun to blossom, So-hoon thought in surprise. Yu-gi-om, meanwhile, Do Min-woo also said in shock, wait, what? System notification. Na Yu-Gi-Oh's potential has begun to break through its limits. Congratulations, he said in surprise. You can still stand up? System notification. Na Yu-Gi-Oh's potential has surpassed its own limits due to breaking the limit. Additional benefits will be given. His subordinates rushed in and said, something strange, take care of that guy, the system announced again. Na Yu-Gi-Oh's stamina is restored. Na Yu-Gi-Oh's abilities have been strengthened. An exclusive Ascension card will be given to this person. The exclusive Ascension attack card is revealed. Du Minwoo rushed in and shouted, you really stood up? He frowned and thought to himself, the atmosphere has changed. Anyway, he's just the guy that first just kicked down. What a stupid guy. It's the same kick again. It's useless. I'll rush in and take him down like last time. But suddenly, Du Minwoo hesitated. System notification attack card. Terabyte kick. An incredibly powerful kick created by pouring in all of one's speed, temporarily paralyzing the opponent. The user's speed directly affects the paralysis time, and it can be used once a day. The kick has been activated, and Yu-Gi-Oh kicked him in the stomach. Du Minwoo thought in shock, what kind of crazy kick is this? I can't react at all. System notification, the opponent has been affected by the paralysis status. I can't move my body. Yu-Gi-Oh raised his leg once again, the system announced again. Attack card Terabyte low kick. Can create a powerful kick by pouring in all strength, dealing triple the base critical damage. As Yu-Gi-Oh threw the kick, the system announced again. Low kick has been activated. The opponent's leg bone broke from that kick. Du Minwoo flew into the air and then smashed his face into the ground. His body was twisted. The subordinates saw this sight and said in fear, no way, did he just? How is Minho Hung? They shouted. One of the 5 tiger generals has fallen. A subordinate ran up and shouted. Hung Nim, we're in big trouble. Du Minwoo has been defeated. Hong Baek-ji asked in disbelief, what? Does that mean 2 of the 5 tiger generals have fallen? A voice answered. 3. Go Ha-jun approached and said, you'll have to fall here too. Hong Baek-ji pointed his golf club at him and said, hey, don't be ridiculous. The probability of you beating me is suddenly, the system announced, activation card, Return of the Supreme King. Every time you attack, a clone appears and doubles the attack dealt to the opponent. Return of the Supreme King. Double attack, Advent of the Supreme King, Supreme King's unrivaled strength. Card effect 1-3. System notification, Return of the Supreme King has been activated. Before he could finish his sentence, Ha-jun threw a punch. Hong Baek-ji said after dodging, that was a close one. Ha-jun also frowned and said, you almost got knocked out. The system continued to announce, Return of the Supreme King has been activated. Ha-jun attacked quickly, thinking to himself, then my only choice is to keep pushing forward. Suddenly his subordinates laughed and said, hey, did you see that? It's exactly the same as the information we have on the West boxer, Go Ha-jun. He thought to himself, why are those guys so relaxed? The subordinate sneered with contempt. Hey Go Ha-jun, sorry but our Sunbae has never lost to a boxer, he said with a smile. You seem to be in a hurry, calm down a bit, Ha-jun thought in surprise. He dodged everything. Suddenly a golf club hit his face. Hong Baek-ji counterattacked and said, you boxers can't do everything in such a hurry, he said with a smile. The West boxer, Go Ha-jun, you're really amazing. Just as I thought, Ha-jun thought in a fluster. What should I do? Thinking this, he continued to attack. System notification, Return of the Supreme King has been activated. How can he do that? Hong Baek-ji suddenly stopped and said nonchalantly. You've slowed down a lot. It must hurt quite a bit to be hit by a golf club. Ha-jun told himself, focus. I'm different from the others. All I have to do is land one hit. Thinking this, he swung his fist at him again, but Hong Baek-ji dodged. Ha-jun continued to use Return of the Supreme King. He thought as he hit him, his intention is too obvious. He's trying to corner me against the wall to restrict my movements. Hong Baek-ji was cornered against the wall. Ha-jun rushed in to take this opportunity, but suddenly paused. Hong Baek-ji thought to himself, but you know what? As long as I can predict the opponent's plan. He raised his golf club and said, I can always break that intention. It's over. Hong Baek-ji swung down hard, but suddenly paused and thought to himself, what? He didn't expect Ha-jun to have grabbed his golf club. Ha-jun said. It's too obvious, he said, with the club pinned against his body. You must have thought I was cornering you to restrict your movement. But my real intention was to take your weapon. Then he pulled the club out again. Ha-jun said, you're finished. Hong Baek-ji threw a punch at Ha-jun, but before he could do anything he was hit in the face by Hong Baek-ji. He thought to himself. Wait, boxing, Hong Baek-ji said with a serious face. It's been a while. He recalled his glorious past. A gold medalist in the Boxing Association. I never thought we'd have such talent in our north. But you know what? Tae-hung said, looking at him. There's a boxer among the guys from the west will be fighting soon. Really? Hong Baek-ji asked while playing golf. What's his name? Go Ha-jun. Hong Baek-ji said, I've never heard that name before. Tae-hung said nonchalantly. You'll know when you fight him. By the way, Hong Baek-ji, I have something to ask. Why does a boxer like you like to use a golf club when you fight? He answered casually. Well, isn't it obvious? A golf club hurts a lot more than a fist. Back in reality, Ha-jun was hit by a painful blow from Hong Baek-ji and fell to the ground. He threw a series of punches into the air and said, I haven't boxed in a while really. Go Ha-jun, I've never seen such an impressive guy like you. I can't believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes. Only someone who has boxed at a high level like me would know. Go Ha-jun, you've never properly learned boxing, have you? Go Ha-jun lay on the ground motionless. He continued, to be more precise, you're self-taught, right? How on earth did you teach yourself and how did you get to where you are now just by teaching yourself boxing? Ha-jun thought, recalling his past. Was I ever lonely? Ha-jun was slapped and cursed at by his father. You son of a bitch, he said, flipping the dinner table, even the way you eat resembles your mother. I wished I was lonely, My mother raised me for a while and then left," he said, stomping on him. "If you have time to eat, go out and find the mother who abandoned you. I was the one who got beaten instead of my mother who ran away. I learned how to get hit before I learned math," and he shouted as he hit me. "You're just like your mother. You don't even know how to repent. I thought I was going to die if things continued like this. I had to learn, that's why I learned it. There was only my father at home. I had to unclench my fists and straighten my back. I thought the only person I had to beat was my father. So when I became a high school student, I beat my father. There wasn't a single feeling of sadness or regret in my heart, but I learned one thing. I had to become a ruler and become stronger than anyone else in this world." In reality, Ha-jun sat down and cursed. "Damn it, I'm thinking useless thoughts again," the system announced. "His potential has started to clash with its limits." Hong Baek-ji saw him smoking a cigarette and asked, "What are you doing?" the system announced again. "Congratulations," Ha-jun said nonchalantly. "Why aren't you hitting me?" the system announced. "Go, Ha-jun has succeeded in breaking through his limit." Hong Baek-ji rushed in angrily and said, "Are you crazy? This person's exclusive ascension card has been revealed." Ha-jun stood up. Hong Baek-ji was surprised and thought, "Wait. Return of the Supreme King activation card. Every time you attack, a clone appears and doubles the attack dealt to the opponent. Return of the Supreme King double attack. Advent of the Supreme King. Supreme King's unrivaled strength card set effect 2-3. Hong Baek-ji felt like his feet were tied, he thought in annoyance. "What is this? I'm so scared my body won't move, this is ridiculous." Ha-jun approached and punched him in the face. Hong Baek-ji thought in shock, how is this possible? The subordinates were surprised to see it. Ha-jun held a cigarette with a cold expression and threw a punch. One guy hit his opponent with a club and shouted, "Die you West High School bastards." Another guy also threw a punch and said, "Wipe out the North High School bastards. Kill all of Chai Jumiak's subordinates quickly. Someone support this side." Which son of a bitch hit me? A fierce group fight was taking place. Han Jae-ha opened his mouth. "We Yang-jun, I think we're quite similar." When asked why, Han Jae-ha held a cigarette and answered, "You have a smart side, so your individual combat ability must be strong and you're even handsome." Yang-jun heard and then cursed. "Crazy bastard." Han Jae-ha looked at him seriously and said, "I'm serious. It's a waste for a guy like you to be at North High School. Come to West High School. 3 of the 5 Tiger Generals of North High School have fallen. Now only you and Hyojin Tae are left of that proud 5 Tiger Generals." Han Jae-ha continued, "That bastard Hyojin Tae will fall to our leader and Chai Ju-miak will hold you responsible for the defeat." But before he could finish his words, Yang-jun swung his fist. "We'll see." Han Jae-ha thought to himself, so fast. Yang-jun frowned and said, "Who do you think you're similar to?" That was a good punch. For a guy who tries to steal other people's girlfriends, Han Jae-ha praised him internally. His posture is good too. After thinking, he immediately counterattacked. "You're talking disgusting nonsense. Your defense is good too." Han Jae-ha threw a kick, but Yang-jun blocked it. "I'm saying this for your own good. Trying to steal someone's girlfriend? Are you going to follow Chai Ju-miak's ass for the rest of your life?" Han Jae-ha said as he attacked. He thought to himself, "I'll kick his front leg." Yang-jun didn't get hit but instead approached and said, "I expected that." Han Jae-ha thought with concern. "He approached first and broke my move?" The high kick was a feint, so Yang-jun threw a surprise punch and said, "And you thought I would kick your front leg?" Han Jae-ha thought, "I really hate smart guys. What kind of martial art is this?" Han Jae-ha said as he dodged. "Smart, your punches are fast too." Han Jae-ha guessed that it was most likely boxing based on his striking position and punches, but if it's boxing there's a way to deal with it. Widen the distance and aim for the chest. Suddenly Yang-jun's arm appeared in front of his eyes. He was surprised and thought the elbow is coming back. Han Jae-ha said with a smile, "Sorry, but I have good reflexes." He successfully dodged Yang-jun's attack. He thought to himself, "This isn't an attack you can dodge with just fast reflexes. He must have predicted that I would use this technique." Han Jae-ha took off his shirt and said, "Using your elbows while pretending to be a boxer, that's why you can't trust guys with glasses." Yang-jun took off his glasses. Han Jae-ha continued, "I get the gist. Your fighting style is an unconventional one that complements with intelligence and agility. You must have learned various martial arts." To compensate for the lack of stamina, the two looked at each other, smiled and thought, "The one who reads more moves will win this fight." Yang-jun rushed in and attacked. Han Jae-ha continued to dodge. Suddenly he paused. Han Jae-ha said, "I told you it's useless." "Is it another spinning elbow attack?" But Yang-jun's voice was heard. "Is that so?" He turned his body and threw a surprise punch, saying, "How about this?" Han Jae-ha thought to himself. "He's spinning in the opposite direction." He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Good thing Han Jae-ha fell and hit the fence. He saw it and thought, "Am I cornered?" Yang-jun explained, "My purpose from the beginning was to counter your taekwondo." He swung his fist at Han Jae-ha and said, "I'll tie up your feet with this." Han Jae-ha didn't lose and swung his fist from below, saying, "You know my weakness, uppercut." But suddenly Yang-jun head-butted him in the face. He said, "Han Jae-ha, you were curious about what martial art I learned, right?" "Yes, it originated from Japan and I can use judo techniques." "Sorry, but I didn't learn various martial arts. I can use karate techniques. I can use all techniques. There's only one. The martial art I learned is a mixed martial art that wears a GI," he said, taking Han Jae-ha down. "It's Kudo." In the quiet park, the guys from West High School turned around and said, "Wait, look over there. What was that just now? Didn't he take him down properly?" "But why?" Han Jae-ha went behind Yang-jun and restrained him. "You couldn't get over, Han Jae-ha. You said you didn't learn various martial arts but only one, right?" Yang-jun was surprised to hear Han Jae-ha's words. Aimed an iron fist at his neck and said, "Sorry, but Kudo was one of the martial arts I had in mind." Yang-jun thought to himself, "This is bad, and there's a hole in my neck." Han Jae-ha continued, I'm very suspicious, so I don't believe what others say easily. That's why you lost." Then Han Jae-ha hit his back hard. Yang Jun's face was planted on the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, "You coward, I would have won if it weren't for the uppercut." Han Jae-ha held a cigarette and said, "Cowardly? Why are you so tempting? The word coward is just an excuse for a loser." Han Jae-ha said that and then casually lit his cigarette. "All that matters in a fight is winning." A subordinate ran in frantically and said, "Hyojin Tae Hung Nim, we're in big trouble. Yang Jun Hung Nim has also been defeated. There's no one left to command the fight against West High School. The tide has completely turned to the west. The west guys are looking for Hyojin Tae Hung Nim. They'll be here soon." A group of people rushed in and shouted, "Hyojin Tae is over there." "Ah, they're already here." They rushed in and attacked, saying, "Die Hyojin Tae," but he easily grabbed one of their faces and slammed it hard onto the ground. The rest were terrified. After taking them down, Hyojin Tae said, "Kim So-hoon, Kim So-hoon. All I have to do is take down Kim So-hoon. Then I can make up for everything," he said with a perverted smile, "right?" Kim So-hoon turned around and looked at him. Hyojin Tae said madly, "Come here, Kim So-hoon, let's see how strong you are. A fight between me, the strongest of the 5 Tiger Generals, and you, the leader of West High School. Let's begin." Before he could finish his words, he was punched in the face. He collapsed to the ground. So-hoon said, "What do you mean begin? You should thank my 100 subordinates. Thanks to them, I've eaten my fill. This unfair fight. From now on you'll be beaten like a dog." Kim So-hoon, potential S awakening. Kim So-hoon said seriously, "From now on you'll be beaten like a dog." At these words, Jin Tae got excited and said, "Good, this is how it should be. This is a big game, this is how it should be to be fun." He laughed, stood up and continued, "I was a little surprised by you. You know how to fight? Let's see, your strength and speed are decent, but they're nothing compared to me." Hyojin Tae evaluated So-hoon as he approached. "The important thing is that he looks very excited, and I have to use this to fight him one-on-one." Before he could do anything, he was punched in the face by Kim So-hoon. Said, "What are you talking about?" He was surprised and thought to himself, "Ha, I can't dodge it." Hyojin Tae got angry and counterattacked. "You arrogant bastard, who do you think you are?" he thought, throwing a punch at Kim So-hoon. He doesn't even have the guts to fight one-on-one. But once again he was hit in the face by So-hoon. There's a clear difference in level. Hyojin Tae frowned and asked, "How can this be?" He said to himself, "I have to win, I have to achieve my goal." Kim So-hoon asked angrily, "Why did you do that?" He answered, "Don't talk nonsense." "What?" So-hoon continued, "Giving hope to the weak and then taking it away, don't you think that's too much?" Hyojin Tae said with a perverted smile, "Hope turning into despair, that's what keeps me alive." Kim So-hoon got angry and hit his face, shouting, "You have to live and pay for your sins. You've lived such a great life. Why do you only bully the weak?" He said that, strangling his neck. "Now you can't die so easily. You have to die after suffering. I'm not a judge of justice. Everything I do is just my personal action." Then he lifted Hyojin Tae up. Kim So-hoon said angrily, "Now do you know how the weak feel?" The system announced. Using Mana Drain begins to absorb Hyojin Tae's stats. He said in shock, "What is this? What the hell are you doing?" Started to increase strength. Hyojin Tae shouted in fear, "Damn it, why aren't you saying anything? Tell me, what are you doing to me?" His strength was gradually decreasing. Kim So-hoon calmly watched him continue to shout, "Stop it now, stop it, you bastard." In the meantime, So-hoon's strength continued to grow. He recalled his comrade lying in the hospital, gritted his teeth and cursed internally. "Damn it," the system announced. Mana drain process temporarily suspended. Kim So-hoon threw Hyojin Tae to the ground. He thought to himself, "You're different from Chai Ju-miak." Hyojin Tae shouted again, "You son of a bitch. What did you do to me? Stay still. I told you to stay still." So-hoon didn't pay attention to him and thought to himself, "Only I have to change." Outside, Chai-rin and So-ha were unconscious in their chairs. Suddenly, Chai-rin came to her senses. She got up, looked around and wondered, "What is this? Where is this?" So-ha also got up and said, "What the hell is this? What just happened?" A voice was heard, "Are you two okay?" The two turned around in surprise. So-hoon looked at them and said, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Kim So-hoon, Oppa, I'm sorry. Chai-rin suddenly heard Kim So-hoon's words. "I'm sorry for dragging you two into this because of me. I don't know how to apologize, but it's okay now. You're not in danger anymore." So-ha also had a surprised expression. So-hoon said with a smile, "Let's go home now." He left with the two and answered a phone call. "Hello," the other person said, "It's me, leader. We've arrived in front of Gangbuk now. You came that fast? I've already taken care of things here. I'm leaving with the two of them now," the advisor said in surprise. "But leader, how could you defeat so many enemies by yourself?" Kim So-hoon answered, "Yeah, there were easily over 100 of them. Hyojin Tae was there too. Capture him and bring him to the library." Strategist Kong Ji-hyuk asked in surprise, "Hyojin Tae, leader, what are you talking about?" Kim So-hoon replied, "I took down Hyojin Tae and left him there, so hurry up and bring him to the library to get some information." The strategist asked again, "Leader, isn't there some kind of mistake? Hyojin Tae isn't here." As he spoke, a fist appeared before Chai-rin's eyes, "But I defeated Hyojin Tae." She looked up, frozen. To her surprise, Kim So-hoon stood in front of her. He took Hyojin Tae's punch head on and was sent flying. Chai-rin and So-ha were horrified. Kim So-hoon, Oppa. Kim So-hoon clutched his chest trembling and thought, what, that strength? I absorbed all of his power, why now? How can this Hyojin Tae stand up again? Something is strange, he gritted his teeth and said, filled with anger. If you're not Hyojin Tae, then who are you? The scene flashes back to a few minutes ago. Damn it, shit, damn it. Hyojin Tae slammed the ground repeatedly, cursing, damn it, I don't have any strength left. He thought in frustration, it feels like all my muscles have been torn. What the hell did that bastard do? What the hell did he do to me? He gritted his teeth and said, clearly, it's clear. Back then, leader Chai Ju-miok held my hand, he shouted. Why did I lose to that son of a bitch Kim So-hoon? A view of him roaring appeared through a screen. Why did I lose to Kim So-hoon? Chai Ju-miok watched him nonchalantly and then said calmly, what a pity to have to use this card on a piece of trash like this, consumption card. A contract that exchanges a member's potential and intelligence for an increase in strength. The member's potential and intelligence will not be returned, but there's no other way to catch Kim So-hoon. Suddenly, Hyojin Tae's eyes went blank and his powers surged. Back in the present, Kim So-hoon thought blankly. He's not using his intelligence? Hyojin Tae struck his face hard and continued to stomp on him. As Hyojin Tae kicked Kim So-hoon's face again, he was sent flying into a wall, and Hyojin Tae immediately rushed him. He kicked Kim So-hoon hard. Chai Rin and Soha couldn't help but be terrified watching this scene as Hyojin Tae mercilessly glared at Kim So-hoon. A sound rang out. System notification, recovery being used. Kim So-hoon suddenly spoke. You used that card on him? Health recovery. Chai Ju-miok, did you have to use a card like that to achieve your goal? How horrible. Kim So-hoon, filled with anger, sent Hyojin Tae flying and said, are you even human anymore? He continued. A training card I obtained after 2 months of hard training. I tried to hide it as much as possible. If I reveal it, I'll be at a disadvantage when I face you next time. But I can't help it. I have to use the card now. 2 months? The 2 months you gave me were a mistake. I completed quite a few quests during those 2 months, Kim So-hoon said in anger. So I've collected quite a few cards. System notification, starting to use the change card, a support card. The change card applies all stat increase effects to oneself. The ability level increase depends on the number of cards owned. I guess I have to even the odds before we can fight, right? Kim So-hoon's strength reached S rank. Kim So-hoon said seriously, I think you've made a grave mistake. The number of quests I've done in those 2 months, now watch my actions. Suddenly, Hyojin Tae threw a punch at Kim So-hoon. Take this, he thought as he dodged the attack. My attack is thanks to the card. System notification. T-zone attack has been activated. The odds are even now. Kim So-hoon kicked Hyojin Tae in the face, he thought to himself. To be precise, thanks to the card's effect, my ability level is higher than Hyojin Tae's. If I use the newly obtained cards, I can easily win this battle, but the problem is Chai Ju-miok, that bastard, is watching. The cards I got over the past 2 months are cards that even Chai Ju-miok doesn't have. If I use them now, I'll be at a huge disadvantage in the fight against him later. I have no choice. This fight with Hyojin Tae has to end with what I have now. Suddenly, Kim So-hoon paused. Hyojin Tae swung his fist at him. Chai Rin and Soha saw it and shouted, no, Kim So-hoon. As he punched Kim So-hoon's face, he said, you're going to attack me? System notification, attack card, Fist of Defense, can block any attack once, can be used once a day. Kim So-hoon took a fighting stance and said, I'm a monster now, using Fist of Defense. Power concentrated in Kim So-hoon's hand, he thought. One hand is the Fist of Defense and the other hand is System notification, attack card, Fist of Attack. If you hit an opponent with your fist, their movement stops for 3 seconds. Fist of Attack has been activated. This individual's movements are restricted for 3 seconds. Then Kim So-hoon swung his fist, rendering Hyojin Tae immobile. 3 seconds left. Use all cards during that time. System notification, Dempsey roll used. As his fist was about to reach Hyojin Tae, Chai Ju-miok was still watching, he said. Nullify. System notification, nullification card, use standard card nullification. This individual can select a target and nullify all unfavorable statuses. This card can only be used once a day. The moment Kim So-hoon punched Hyojin Tae in the face, system notification, Hyojin Tae's unfavorable status has been lifted. Dempsey roll failed. Kim So-hoon thought in horror. No way. Just then, Hyojin Tae swung his fist from bottom to top. Kim So-hoon thought in surprise. There's a card that can do something like this, Chai Ju-miok commanded. Advanced Enhancement. Advanced Enhancement used. Support card. Advanced Enhancement. Randomly increases a colleague's abilities for a short time. Can be used 5 times a day. Cannot be used multiple times on one person. Potential and intelligence are not increased. Hyojin Tae wrapped his arm around Kim So-hoon's neck and kicked him hard. His strength stat increased again. Kim So-hoon grabbed his hand and fought back. He thought, he got stronger, his combat ability is rising, but it feels like someone is controlling Hyojin Tae. That means he's getting the best support. But right now, Hyojin Tae has no intelligence. He's only fighting on instinct. If it's a battle of strategy, I have the advantage. Nothing can stop me. With that thought, he rushed in and shouted, I have to fight. Let's end this fight quickly. Hyojin Tae was still in a ready stance. Kim So-hoon got into position and countered with an uppercut. System notification, rocket punch has been used. Kim So-hoon thought with joy, nice. System notification, card used, recovery being used. Finally his health was restored. Chai Ju-myok watched Kim So-hoon and said, health recovery, I guess so. I really shouldn't have used those cards on such a piece of trash. After taking Kim So-hoon's barrage of hits, Hyojin Tae lost consciousness and collapsed. Chai Ju-myok saw it and said, recovery bean. It seems to be a good card always, but if Kim So-hoon can use a recovery card, so can I. System notification, recovery rice used, standard card, recovery rice. This card can restore health in any situation, can be used twice a day. This card can be used on a colleague, Chai Ju-myok said. You're not the only one who has it. System notification, Hyojin Tae's health restored. Chai Rin and Soha blankly called out to Kim So-hoon. He had just been punched and sent flying into a wall. No, let's end this. Hyojin Tae leapt towards the two girls. Kim So-hoon stood still, then suddenly smiled. Chai Ju-myok thought in surprise. He's smiling. System notification, Hyojin Tae is in a subdued state. Kim So-hoon suddenly said. Thanks, Chai Ju-myok. 4 cards, that's the number of cards you used in this battle. I didn't think you'd use that many, he said as he got up. I can't believe you had those recovery cards. They're really great cards. Chai Ju-myok thought blankly. Could it be that he only wanted to investigate the cards I had? Kim So-hoon said with a smile. I've seen 4 of your cards, seeing a few more won't be a problem, will it? Chai Ju-myok thought in surprise. Did he do that on purpose? System notification, reload card used, normal card, reload. Oh no, I was saving this, he continued to read. You must summon a colleague's card and use it on yourself. Can be used once a day. Reloading colleague Gohajun's Advent of the Supreme King card. System notification, reloading Gohajun's exclusive Advent of the Supreme King card. Slightly increases one's own strength and at the same time reveals the King's majesty. Binds nearby enemies and reduces their combat power. Advent of the Supreme King, the King's power and pressure, undefeated and unrivaled. The probability of a successful bind is proportional to Gohajun's strength, intelligence, and speed. The reduction in the opponent's combat power is proportional to Gohajun's strength, intelligence, and speed. Card effect 2-3. Power of the Supreme King used. Hyojin Tae has been affected by a debuff. After the advent of the Supreme King, Hyojin Tae's combat power decreased. Kim So-hoon approached him and continued. Reload. System notification, reloading. Gohajun, Return of the Supreme King. Reloading colleague Gohajun's Return of the Supreme King card. Activation card. Return of the Supreme King. Every time you attack, a clone appears and allows you to attack one more time. Return of the Supreme King, the King's power and majesty, undefeated. Set card effect. Return of the Supreme King has been activated. Kim So-hoon approached with burning anger. A roar echoed. The bound Hyojin Tae looked up in surprise. System notification, rocket punch has been used. Slime summon. Kim So-hoon pulled a sword from the slime's mouth. Slime summon. Hyojin Tae was stunned. Kim So-hoon said. Na yu Guillaume, reload again. Kim So-hoon held the sword and said, Enzu Ryu. System notification. Attack card Enzu Ryu. This individual can use Japanese swordsmanship to maximize strength and speed. Strength and speed increase successively over 3 stages. As the sword struck Hyojin Tae's face, he screamed in pain. System notification, Return of the Supreme King has been activated. Enzu Ryu has been activated. Chai Rin and Soha were stunned watching this scene. While Chai Ju-myok, surprised, had his face darkened with anger, Hyojin Tae lay motionless, and the victory went to Kim So-hoon. He said with a serious face, It's your turn this time, Chai Ju-myok. System notification, subquest, rescue the heroine, escape with the hero, defeat 100 enemies, defeat Hyojin Tae, reward 1 platinum card. Mission complete, platinum card, reload effect finished, abilities have returned to their original state. Kim So-hoon said, open card. The system receives the command and opens the platinum card. Suddenly he thought in surprise, wait, what is this? I didn't expect to get this. Suddenly the door burst open and urgent footsteps approached. The strategist shouted in horror. Leader, are you okay? It's strategist Kong Ji-hyuk. I've brought an army to save our leader. Where's that bastard Hyojin Tae? I'm your opponent. Kong Ji-hyuk, where are you? He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Kim So-hoon being hugged by Soha. Kim So-hoon comforted the crying girl, saying, It's okay, Soha, you went through a lot now. It's really all over, so it's okay, don't worry. You'll be home soon, the subordinates whispered among themselves. Who is that woman? Wasn't she just a part-timer at the tteokbokki place? Did she seduce him in that time? How could he be seduced so easily? As Kim So-hoon turned his gaze, he saw Chai Rin staring blankly at him. She suddenly said, Ah, sorry, then she walked past him nonchalantly. I was really thoughtless, the subordinates continued to whisper. Wow, what's with this atmosphere? Weren't those two on very good terms? Is there something wrong with Chai Rin? Does that mean we have a chance now? Chai Rin said sadly. I'm sorry for bothering you, but I'm probably not the one you wanted to come and save, right? Still, thank you. Kim So-hoon suddenly turned and said, What are you talking about? He pushed Soha away and said, We came here because of you. Chai Rin was touched, turned to look at Kim So-hoon and was surprised. This bastard pushed me away, he said with a smile. Didn't you know we came because of you? The subordinates got another chance to watch a drama. What's going on? Does that mean he came here because of her? Was I a little loud just now? Is this the time to decide who the heroine is? Suddenly, Kong Jung-ha ran in and shouted, my sister is here, oh my god. He hugged Soha and said, Thank goodness I found you, you were here, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Soha didn't answer her brother and glanced at the two whose romance had just started to blossom, thinking to herself, So what's going on here? Kong Ji-hyuk interrupted, cutting them off. Alright, The war with the 5 tiger generals is finally over. Thank you to everyone who worked hard until late at night. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the brothers who made great contributions to this war. We couldn't have won without you. Above all, Kang Jung-ha played a huge role. Because you went there, we were able to find out the hostage's location. Thank you again. With this war, our territory has become even stronger. We have gained 5 factions, including a part of Chai Ju-miak's forces. Now, Chai Ju-miak's forces don't have many core operational members left. The day of the war with Chai Ju-miak is closer than ever. Leader, now is the right time to attack. Kim So-hoon sat in a chair and said, listen up. Yes, Hung Nim. Suddenly someone approached and said, Leader, these are the 5 defeated soldiers from this war. Before them stood Wei Yongjun, Hyojin Tae, Hong Baekji and Du Minwoo. First he sneered at them. Baek Hee-wook commanded, get ready to fight, you losers. Ha, what a bunch of idiots. Ha, let's end the war here. He thoroughly mocked the losers. Yes, Hung Nim, what should we do with them now? The protagonist thought to himself, there's no need to worry like that. These 4 gave us quite a hard time in the last battle. Besides, Wei Yongjun's ability is amazing no matter how many times I see it. If I can successfully recruit him, it's like getting another Han Jae-ha on our side. I can do this. Thinking this, he stood up and said, young people must accept the challenges of the future. The system announced card has been activated. You must recruit all of them. Normal card. Old man increases persuasion probability card effect. Persuasion ability increased. Kim So-hoon began to inspire them. How long are you going to live so subserviently over there? Shouldn't a real man be the head of a snake rather than the tail of a dragon? Are you going to live your whole life sucking up to Chai Ju-miak? He held out his hand and said, don't do that, come over to our side. You should experience various things when you're young. Here we are one family. Wei Yongjun asked nonchalantly, are you saying we'll be like brothers? That's right. When there was suddenly no reaction, the protagonist asked himself, was I rejected? System notification. Persuasion failed. A conflict between cards has occurred. The low-grade old man card has failed. They said we will not betray Chai Ju-miak. The old man card has no effect on targets in an abnormal state. Kim So-hoon thought in surprise. Why did it fail? Something abnormal? Chai Ju-miak, what on earth did you do? System notification. Normal card. Brainwashing link. Applies an abnormal state to a maximum of 10 people. Chain effect. If one person is freed from the effect, the abnormal state is removed from all brainwashed targets. A conflict between cards has occurred. Chai Ju-miak was surprised to see the notification. The low-grade old man card has been defeated. The brainwashing effect has disappeared, the protagonist thought to himself. Chai Ju-miak. I have to get my act together. The card I got before, it's time to use it now. Normal card. Nullification nullifies the abnormal status received by the target. Can be used once a day. It's the same as Chai Ju-miak's card. Kim So-hoon held out his hand and commanded, nullify. System notification. Nullification card. Use the brainwashing chain effect has been removed. I'm just correcting the wrongs he has committed. A moment later, Kim So-hoon looked at Wei Yongjun and said, what's wrong? Don't you remember why you followed Chai Ju-miak? He answered, no, it's the same for the others too. When I came to my senses, it was already like that. Before that, it just felt like I obviously had to. The protagonist asked, felt like you had to, and he thought to himself, all 5 have been released from his control. Just how many guys has Chai Ju-miak used this card on? Then Kim So-hoon said, so Wei Yongjun, what are you going to do now? He lifted his head and said, what am I going to do? I have no intention of going back to that son of a bitch's side. Han Jae-ha said, we need people like you. I hope you'll agree. Wei Yongjun thought for a moment and then said, fine, in that case, I'll join your side. Wei Yongjun said in anger, I can't forget the feeling of being deceived by Chai Ju-miak. I have to know the truth, even if it's dangerous. I will uncover Chai Ju-miak's true identity. System notification. Wei Yongjun has become a comrade. I'll give you all a gift. Wei Yongjun continued, as you know, I was an executive over there. I have a lot of information I've collected. I will provide you with what I know about their forces, their information. Kim So-hoon was delighted and thought to himself, this is great. Recruiting Wei Yongjun is a huge achievement. He looked at the protagonist and said, first I'll tell you about Jae-kung. Having information will make future battles easier. My skills have gotten much stronger after recruiting him. Now I can stand against Chai Ju-miak. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. The 3 turned around. A man was approaching. The subordinates came up and asked, what? Where did you come from? As he rushed in, he had already passed them easily before they could even react. Everyone was stunned, and Kang Jung-ha was also frightened. Baek Hee-wook said in surprise, no way, why, how? Chai Ju-miak's right-hand man, that wall, he said as he answered the phone. Yes, understood. New information has come in. The 5 tiger generals have joined the enemy, but Hung Nim, don't worry. I've calculated everything. So may I finish them all off now? This man was none other than North Gangbuck's rank 3, Ma Dong-do. Kang Jung-ha was stunned and the subordinates were also terrified, especially Kim So-hoon, who was surprised to see him standing right in front of him. Han Jae-ha said, protect him. Protect Kim So-hoon, they shouted as they rushed at him to attack. Ma Dong-do lightly knocked the subordinates down with a single punch. He continued to hit another guy, and one nearby was unlucky enough to get kicked in the stomach. Kim So-hoon thought in surprise, they're going to die, they're all going to die. They'll all end up dead. Ma Dong-do took down the protagonist people one by one. Suddenly, Kim So-hoon rushed in and punched him in the stomach. System notification, stun punch used, he thought to himself. If I don't fight, everyone will be defeated. System notification. Stun punch failed. The opponent is immune to all effects. The protagonist thought blankly. Immune? No way. Immediately, Ma Dongdu threw a punch, sending So-hoon flying far away. He rushed in again. Suddenly a kick appeared before his eyes. Han Jae-ha delivered a taekwondo kick. He thought to himself, let's get it together. No matter how dangerous the opponent is, even if he's called Dazen, he's still alone. We all went through harsh training. We can take him down. System notification, Return of the Supreme King activated. If we take down Ma Dongdu today, North Gangbuk will suffer a huge blow to its forces and morale. Han Jae-ha and Go Ha-jun paused for a moment. Suddenly Ma Dongdu grabbed their faces and slammed them hard onto the ground. The two thought to themselves, does he not feel pain? Ma Dongdu showed no signs of being hurt at all. Suddenly a kick appeared above him, and he paused for a moment. Han Jae-ha gripped his arm tightly and said, that technique is pretty strong, but you're not there yet. From the other side, Go Ha-jun did the same. Take this. System notification. Quantum low kick used. Ma Dongdu tilted his head back. Suddenly a hand grabbed his clothes and threw him, saying, don't think this is the end. System notification. Lightning throw used. The four attacked at the same time. He thought to himself, good, this is working. I think we took him down. But suddenly Ma Dongdu opened his mouth. You're quite surprising. He dusted off his clothes and said, I guess I let my guard down. I didn't think I'd get thrown to the ground like this. I guess I have to get a little serious now, they thought in horror. He took all that and doesn't even have a scratch? Alright, let's start now. A moment later, Go Ha-jun flew and crashed on top of Kim So-hoon's body. The others were also thrown against the wall. Ma Dongdu took them down one by one with kicks and everyone was defeated. A moment later he held up his phone and said, Hung Nim, the job is done. It took a bit longer than I thought. It took a whole minute to take them down. Chai Ju-miak said, it took longer than I expected. I'm sorry. What about Kim So-hoon? He answered. I beat him until he lost consciousness. I'll bring him to you right away. Chai Ju-miak suddenly said. Ma Dongdu, yes, never let your guard down. Kim So-hoon suddenly said, hey Dongdu. Dongdu, do you believe in miracles? He turned around and asked, miracles. System notification. Normal card. Miraculous reversal. When all team members are incapacitated, it restores everyone's health and partially enhances their combat abilities for 1 minute. Card effect. Festival card cooldown. 1 week. All of them stood up, their strength enhanced. The protagonist continued. When we're pushed into a corner, that's when miracles happen. System notification. Miraculous reversal used. Ma Dongdu adjusted his collar and said, you recovered? It's useless. Watch closely how we fight back. All team members' health was restored. Kim So-hoon stood up and said, let's see if you dare to underestimate us. System notification. Team members' combat abilities have been partially enhanced. I believe you know all about the terrible things that bastard Chai Ju-miak is doing. For now, what he's doing is limited to Gangbuk, but the moment he unifies Gangbuk, he will surely harm everyone in this soul. The reason I don't give up is because I'm the only one who can stop him. Let's go, everyone. System notification. Overload activated. Full activation. Kim So-hoon rushed in with them to attack and said, today we will take down this bastard Ma Dongdu. At a certain base, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Kong Ji-hyuk said in surprise, what did you just say? A subordinate rushed in frantically and said, Ma Dongdu has appeared. Our leader and the others are fighting Ma Dongdu. Ma Dongdu, the rank 3 of North Gangbuk. Dazen, why did he show up there? Kong Ji-hyuk grabbed the guy by the collar and asked. The guy said in fear, I don't know about that either. He asked again, what about Kim So-hoon? What happened to him and the others? Did they fight Ma Dongdu? The guy said, as you know, he said in fear. They were fighting, but then something strange happened. Something strange? They were fighting Ma Dongdu and then suddenly, they all disappeared. Kong Ji-hyuk shouted, don't talk nonsense, they disappeared while fighting? Are you saying Kim So-hoon and the others disappeared? Yes, that's right, the guy continued. They vanished without a trace as if they were never there. What on earth is going on? Kong Ji-hyuk was silent, thinking to himself, really, what on earth is happening in this world? Suddenly, another guy rushed in and said, everyone, we're in big trouble. What is it now? A woman asked, did you find the leader? Not yet, but it's not about the leader. What do you mean? He said in fear. They've started to move. Who? North Gangbuk's elite main force. And with them is North Gangbuk's rank 1, Chai Ju-miak. Kong Ji-hyuk said helplessly. Kim So-hoon is missing and Chai Ju-miak has started to move. Is he planning an all-out attack or did something happen? What are you planning, Chai Ju-miak? The guy said in fear. What do we do now, Hung Nim? We're so scared. Please tell us what to do. Kong Ji-hyuk also said helplessly. I'm not the leader here. How would I know what to do? But right now, Hung Nim, you have the highest rank among those present. Kong Ji-hyuk thought to himself, damn it, in a situation like this, I have to give appropriate actions and orders for everyone, but I don't know what to do. The core members are all missing and with the remaining members it's already difficult to fend off North Gangbuk, let alone wipe them out. Since they're disorganized right now, I have to do something to calm people down. Thinking this, he said, everyone listen to my orders. Yes, from now on, all actions must be cautious. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice was heard. We're back. What's wrong? Looks like something serious has happened here. Kong Ji-hyuk turned around in surprise. He thought to himself in disbelief, Kim So-hoon, how did he reappear and come back at that moment? Chai Ju-miak was outside, he said in anger. Explain yourself, Ma Dongdu. He lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Hung Nim, I lost them. Before he could finish his sentence, he was being choked by Chai Ju-miak. He lifted Ma Dongdu and said, then are you saying you'll accept punishment for this failure? Unbelievable. The subordinate said blankly, the leader can lift Ma Dongdu, Hung Nim? I just don't get it. Chai Ju-miak thought to himself, why did they suddenly disappear without a trace when Ma Dongdu was confronting them? Only after he returned did I find out that all those bastards, including Kim So-hoon, had escaped. How can a group of people who were there in broad daylight disappear without anyone knowing it happened in an instant? What happened then that allowed Kim So-hoon to escape from Ma Dong-doo's grasp? Kim So-hoon, you son of a bitch. Meanwhile, on Kim So-hoon's side, everyone was overjoyed and said, "You were really lucky, leader. We were on edge because you suddenly went missing and the North Gangbuk guys were attacking, but you've returned." Chai Ju-myok thought to himself, how could he have escaped? What on earth did you do, Kim So-hoon? It's so strange, like something out of the Bermuda Triangle. Could you tell us what happened? How on earth did you disappear and then reappear here? The protagonist smiled awkwardly and said, "It was nothing. It happened like this." Going back a few minutes when Kim So-hoon's side had recovered their strength, they rushed in to attack all at once. The protagonist suddenly said, "Mist of Stealth. System notification. Mist of Stealth has been used. Consumption card. Mist of Stealth creates a stealth mist that lasts for 5 minutes in a limited area. All members inside the mist cannot engage in combat. The mist can be removed if the opponent uses a counter or a much stronger card." A loud sound echoed. Ma Dong-doo looked around the misty surroundings and said in surprise, "Mist, what on earth is going on?" System notification. Ma Dong-doo has been enveloped in the mist of stealth. Why is there such a thick fog? Everyone calm down and be careful. That bastard Ma Dong-doo is still over there. As everyone was enveloped in the mist of stealth, Kim So-hoon suddenly grabbed Haru's hand and pulled her along, saying, "Run." "Hey, what's wrong? Are you saying we should run because the situation seems disadvantageous for us? Hey, why are you running without even trying to fight? We just recovered our health," Han Jae-ha asked as he ran along. Kim So-hoon thought to himself, fighting Ma Dong-doo right now is too much. I can't face him yet. Everyone is much stronger now, but it's still not enough. He said as he ran, "Run faster, you'll die if you're late." "I'm not kidding. That guy is not an opponent we can win against right now. We have to run first. Let's think about it later when we're stronger. Fighting now will only get us killed. Our skills are lacking right now. It's a bit disappointing, but it's fine. There will be another chance to fight later. We lost this time, but it's okay because I saw what I needed to see." The stats of North Gangbuk's rank 3, Kim So-hoon thought with an inward smile. Now that I know his stats, I can get a rough idea of Chai Ju-myok's power. That will be the driving force for me to train more to get a chance to face him in the future. What I need to do now is to keep building up my strength until he attacks me first, or until I feel I'm strong enough. Then I will attack and conquer North Gangbuk. Suddenly, one of them asked, "Leader, what about the territories we've conquered? We can't help it. We have to give them up. As long as we have our people, we have strength. With you guys here, why would I worry about not being able to reclaim those areas? Retreating safely is the top priority right now. Let's just consider this as an opportunity to witness the strength of the North Gangbuk guys firsthand." Back in reality, Kim So-hoon scratched his head and said with embarrassment, "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but we just ran away frantically like that. Our skills are still too weak right now, so we couldn't just face him head on. This is the reality we have to face. That guy is too strong." The subordinates comforted him. "It's okay. The fact that you and everyone else retreated safely is a good thing. That's all we could ask for." Sunbaneem. Kim So-hoon turned and said, "Yeah, what is it?" Haru was standing by the door with a sad expression. Kim So-hoon approached and said, "Haru, are you okay?" She said, "I'm so sorry." Kim So-hoon asked in surprise, "Why would you say that?" Haru lowered her head and said, "It's all because of me. If I had been able to defeat Hyojin Tae from the start, everyone wouldn't have ended up in such a dangerous situation. My lack of skill delayed everything, and that's why that bastard Ma Dong-doo arrived in time." "Haru," Kim So-hoon reassured her, "now that things have turned out this way, nothing would have changed whether you had defeated Hyojin Tae quickly or not." "What do you mean by that?" "Chai Ju-myok, that guy has already made his move. He would have sent Ma Dong-doo to attack us anyway, because he can't step in directly yet. It was already this difficult for us just to face their rank 3, so everyone needs to train more," Haru still said in a sad voice. "It's still my fault." Kim So-hoon stroked her hair and said, "Haru, there's no need to blame yourself. You just have to work hard to get stronger from now on. Now that you know your weakness, you have to overcome it. If you can just get over this hurdle, you will definitely." Kim So-hoon saw her lift her head, smiled and continued, "Become much stronger than you are now." Meanwhile, on Chai Ju-myok's side, "I said this is the last time. Do you understand?" He looked at Ma Dong-doo and said, "If something like this happens again, know what will happen. The reason I trust you is because you are loyal and have never made any major mistakes, but this time you have greatly disappointed me. You should understand by now, right? Yes. Remember this." He turned around coldly and said, "I can find plenty of subordinates like you, so don't think I can't replace you. Understood?" Ma Dong-doo knelt and said, "I was wrong, leader. Thank you so much for your forgiveness." At Kim So-hoon's house, Kim So-hoon lay in bed thinking, "I saw the power of North Gangbuk in that last fight. It seems the final battle between me and Chai Ju-myok is nearing its end. I'm still weak right now, but I know what I have to do." Suddenly the phone rang. He answered the phone. "Hello, it's me. Who is this?" A voice came from the other side of the phone. "You don't recognize me. Is that you, Wee Young-jun?" Wee Young-jun said, "Check your text messages." "Text messages, the thing you asked me to investigate," Wee Young-jun explained. "This is the information I gathered on North Gangbuk's ranks 7 to 10, just as you asked." "Oh, thank you for helping us." "It's nothing," Wee Young-jun continued coldly. "Take a good look. The final fight with Chai Ju-miak will happen soon. At this time a voice was heard. Master, what are you doing? Kim So-hoon paid no mind and thought to himself. I've gauged his power, but how can I improve my skills even more now? Are you worried because of that fight, or what are you doing? The girl asked, lowering her head and leaning on Kim So-hoon's shoulder. Kim So-hoon was still lost in thought. To face that guy, I need to get stronger. Not just me, but everyone has to. We have to do it. Everything is now beyond my control. This is so frustrating. The girl got on top of his body and said angrily, answer me. The final battle with Chai Ju-miak I must win. Meanwhile at Chai Ju-miak's apartment he was standing in front of a glass door looking outside. A voice was heard. Leader, I've brought Hyo Jin Tae as you commanded. Release him and you guys get out. Hyo Jin Tae stood there like a soulless corpse. Chai Ju-miak approached him and said angrily, what a piece of trash. He grabbed Hyo Jin Tae's face and lifted him up by force. Hyo Jin Tae grabbed Chai Ju-miak's hand. He screamed in pain, but even with all his strength Chai Ju-miak didn't budge. A moment later, Hyo Jin Tae's hand slid down. His power was absorbed by Chai Ju-miak. A horrifying sound echoed and Hyo Jin Tae turned into a withered corpse. Chai Ju-miak put him down and said, take care of it, slime zombie. The monster devoured Hyo Jin Tae's corpse, leaving not a single piece behind. Suddenly a voice was heard. You're truly ruthless. How did you get in here? The woman was sitting at a desk, smiling as she spoke. That Kim So-hoon guy, it seems he's harder to deal with than you thought. Still, you won't lose to him, will you? But to guarantee your safety, you'll need some auxiliary items, right? Stop it, the woman still said with a smile. What do you think, Chai Ju-miak? Do you want to increase your power? In a high-rise building a voice was heard. Ha, how cute. The man who just spoke was North High School's rank 9. How dare he summon even us? Another person playing cards replied. Why, I think he has the right to. That kid is now in the top 10, isn't he? This person was North High School's rank 8. They looked at Ji-young and said, to summon everyone rank 10 and above. You need a valid reason for us to accept. Ji-young said with a smile. A valid reason? I came to deliver the leader's message. Leader Chai Ju-miak, what did he say to you? The rank 9 asked as he stood up. Ji-young said with a smile. Don't get so excited. I'll tell you what we need to do one by one. The 10 of us must join forces to fight the West. The order was given. The rank 9 said with a smile. I see. It seems the leader is quite pissed off. To join forces. We were planning on doing that even without the order. He looked back and continued. What can just 2 of us do? The result of the last fight with the West wasn't good. A guy who was standing on a chair suddenly jumped down. He landed safely and said, alright, tell me who the strongest guy in the West is. This guy was North High School's rank 7. Meanwhile on Kim So-hoon's side, Wee Young-jun said, West High School has 2 major problems right now. We are gathered today because there is something to discuss. Kim So-hoon asked in surprise, 2 problems? Yes, that's right. Everyone please listen carefully now. Wee Young-jun held up a finger and said, first is the ranking of the executives. The executive ranking problem. I'm talking about the problem where West High School has become chaotic because the number of executives in each unit is too high. Everyone is setting their own rank based on when they joined the West. I've never heard of an organization that sets ranks this way in my life. How can you set ranks like that? After listening, Kim So-hoon said. In that case, Wee Young-jun pushed up his glasses and said, so we must correct it. We need to re-rank the executives according to their abilities. Second problem is deploying executives to take charge of operations. Jae-ha asked. Deployment? Wee Young-jun explained. Currently, the executives of West High School are stationed in their home bases as the name suggests. There must be a reason for each of them to be stationed there. But right now, the most important thing is the fight against the North. To be able to respond to provocations at any time, the executives must be close to each other. Just looking at this last battle, there were many executives who couldn't participate because they were too far away. If all the executives had been close from the beginning, we might have been able to defeat Ma Dong-do. Han Jae-ha thought for a moment, then laughed and said, neither of those is wrong. I guess we were overlooking the most basic things. I and many others were complacent back then. Kim So-hoon said. Then are we re-establishing the executive ranks as Wee Young-jun said? It's my turn. Kang Ji-hyuk suddenly stood up and said excitedly. I have a ranking system that I've already set up. When did you make something like that? He held up a bundle of papers and said, this was a problem I was originally worried about. Ever since our West High School started to grow, then announce it. First is Min Chong-woo. He's from South Gangbuk. His strength isn't bad, so I've placed him at rank 21. We can't leave him out since he has experience as an executive in the South. Gwang Dong-woo is also from the South. For the same reason, I've placed him at rank 20. Next is Jo Hyuk-jin, also from the South. He looks a bit simple on the outside, but his martial prowess is excellent. He can command small troops well. Do-ha-jin is also from the South. Countless people have fallen for his schemes. He is just too good at strategic operations. So I've placed him at rank 18. Next is Lee Hoon-dong from West High School. His combat power is low, but his ability in internal operations stands out. He is currently managing the Tteokbokki shop. And Seo Dong-tak from the East, he has a record of being an executive there. So I think placing him at rank 16 is entirely appropriate. Yom Jang-gyu is also from the east. His combat ability was proven in the fight against the east. I've placed him at rank 15, which is most suitable for his skills. And Hong Baek-ji from the north. He is one of the 5 who gave the west a hard time in this battle. Placing him at rank 14 is perfect, without any room for dispute. Du Minwoo from the north. He proved his strength in the fight, so rank 13 is well deserved. Imta Rang is also from the north. In the last fight he proved why he is among the top 5 in terms of skill. There is still much to learn about him, so I've placed him at rank 12. Next is Mi Kong Ji-hyuk from the west. Do you think I've been pushed too far back? It's because too many masters have appeared. Next is Kong Jung-ha. From the north he proved his strength by defeating Imta Rang. We would have lost the war without his help. Wee Youngjun from the north. You must all think it's strange. To place a talent with both literary and martial skills at rank 19 is very reasonable. Now Yu Guillaume is from the south and is highly regarded not only for his strength but also for his leadership abilities. He is a secret weapon who can turn the tables at any time. Next, Haru from the north. I've placed her here because I've seen her immense potential. In honor of her contributions, I've placed her at rank 7. And Na Yu Guillaume from the south. He proved his abilities by making a great contribution in this war. His combat ability alone is enough to deserve rank 6. And Kong Sok from the south. He was originally placed at rank 3, but I will place him at rank 5. You have no complaints either, right, leader? And Han Jae-ha from the east. There is no reason not to place him in the top ranks. He is a talented individual with both literary and martial skills, so I've placed him at a very high rank of 4. And Go Ha-jun from the west. He is a loyal subject who has saved his leader multiple times in dangerous fights, so he is more than suitable for the rank 3 position. Next is Ji Yu Yagam. He is from the west. He helps the leader in many ways and has strong potential in all aspects. As the leader's right-hand man, rank 2 is very reasonable. So who is rank 1? Of course it's Kim So-hoon. Everyone looked at the ranking chart and said, the ranking chart seems fine, but isn't Han Jae-ha placed too low? Kong Ji-hyuk said, this is just something I've decided on temporarily. It's all subjective. The ranks can change. Then what about the executive deployment issue? As Wee Youngjun said, are we going to continue to station all executives near the front line? Let's do that, Kim So-hoon said. Then today's meeting is. Everyone looked at the crying Kong Ji-hyuk and asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? He said, I'm so moved. Our West High School started with less than 5 people, but now it has grown to have ranks up to 20. As someone who has contributed to building this organization, how can I hold back my tears? Kim So-hoon said with a smile. Really? Kong Ji-hyuk said. Yes, if we continue on this path we can truly unify Gangbuk. Han Jae-ha placed a hand on Kim So-hoon's shoulder and said, Kim So-hoon, don't let your guard down. Chai Ju-miak is targeting you more than anyone else. Without you, West High School will collapse. Always be careful, understand later. Kim So-hoon was sitting in a cafe thinking to himself, it feels like just yesterday when the West was this small I didn't know it would develop this much. Unification is not an impossible dream either. After catching Hyojin Tae, I've become strong again. Chai Ju-miak has started to notice me. That's why I have to get stronger quickly before he does something. I have to get stronger quickly to face him. Wait, the final battle. Suddenly a voice was heard. Why are you laughing at yourself like that? So-hoon looked back in surprise and said, what? The blonde girl said, why do you ask? Thanks to you I can now move around freely as I please. The 2 women at the next table looked at her in surprise and said, oh my, who is she? She's so pretty. Cloud sat down and asked, what are you thinking about? Kim So-hoon answered, I was thinking about how to unify Gangbuk. Oh really? What are you going to do if you have time today? Should we go to that restaurant we couldn't go to last time? Okay. As the 2 were talking, a woman approached. Cloud turned around in surprise and said, do I know that woman? The woman sat on Kim So-hoon's lap. He said in surprise, what? What is this situation? She suddenly kissed him. Cloud's eyes widened at this sight. The 2 women at the next table were also amazed. When the woman left, Cloud quickly grabbed Kim So-hoon by the collar and said, oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. Are you just going to sit there dazed by a pretty girl? Get a grip quick. Kim So-hoon said urgently, no, it's not like that. It was love at first sight. As he was speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the floor and lost consciousness. Cloud shouted urgently, hey master, where are you? Wake up. The woman walked away with a triumphant smile. She said with a laugh, see, I told you not to worry. I'll definitely be able to help you, Chai Ju-miak. Kong Ji-hyuk shouted in surprise. What? You're saying Hung Nim collapsed? A subordinate ran in and said, yes, he suddenly collapsed at the cafe. How could this happen? Han Jae-ha said, why at a cafe? Wee Youngjun also said, what kind of nonsense is this? So where is Kim So-hoon now? I heard he's at home now. The situation is not good. It'll be a big problem if the North Gangbuk guys attack now. Suddenly another voice shouted, the North guys have attacked. What? Kong Ji-hyuk, what do we do? Another person said, the North guys attacked? What happened? Who attacked? Why didn't anyone notice? How many enemies are there? A lot. Who's leading them? The man said. A giant foot approached and he appeared majestically in front of the door. The man said, there's only one. Han Jae-ha asked back in surprise, what, only one? Isn't there some mistake? This is unbelievable. To come here without a single subordinate when we have so many executives. The man said optimistically, let me tell you more about our territory. Min Chong-woo, Jin Ji-yu and Jo Ha-jin are in the east, and Seo Dong-tak, Yom Jang-gyu, Hong Baek-ji and 50 elite subordinates are there. So those people are there. Hong Baek-ji is in the special action team too. Yes, that's right, Han Jae-ha suddenly said. By the way, Wei Yangjun, why are you so quiet? He suddenly opened his mouth. Give the order to retreat. What? Wei Yangjun shouted. Make all our brothers there retreat. Han Jae-ha frowned in surprise and asked. What are you talking about? The opponent is just one person. Is there a problem? He's just a guy who attacked our territory alone, the intruder shouted. Rank 7 of North Gangbuk West Gangbuk. Nice to meet you. There are a lot of people here. He rushed in and shouted. My name is Zhou Tie-ho. This fight is going to be pretty fun. A fist flew straight into his face. The enemy's men rushed in and said, Zhou Tie-ho, is that all you've got? Suddenly he smiled. Meanwhile, Kong Ji-hyuk asked worriedly. What's wrong, Wei Yangjun? Why do we have to make our brothers retreat? Just how strong is Zhou Tie-ho? You just don't know, Wei Yangjun said. How strong is Zhou Tie-ho? Why is he ranked 7th? Han Jae-ha said. Explain. Even Ma Dong-du, who is known as North Gangbuk's rank 3, couldn't subdue him. What? Kong Ji-hyuk shouted in surprise. Even Ma Dong-du couldn't do anything to him with that monstrous strength. He's only ranked 7th. His nickname proves his skill. Nickname? What is it? Lu Bu Fengxian from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhou Tie-ho said with a laugh. West Gangbuk, I guess I'll have to go all out against you guys, the group rushed in and shouted. Everyone get him, catch that guy, Wei Yangjun continued to explain. The nickname is a bit childish, but it was the most fitting name to describe his abilities. Then what about his martial arts or fighting style? What about martial arts, fighting style? Wei Yangjun answered. Kong Ji-hyuk. Nothing. He has never received any martial arts training. He just attacks instinctively. He got that nickname because he's rude and a bit ignorant. All of Sohun's subordinates fell to Zhou Tie-ho. His nickname is Lu Bu, they said in terror. No, it can't be. How could this monster? Zhou Tie-ho knocked down his opponent and shouted, You're next. I'll run. Suddenly a fist hit his face, sending him flying. Seo Dong-tak took a fighting stance and said, Everyone step back. You're no match for him, he thought to himself. I've become stronger for today's fight. Yom Jang-gyu grabbed Zhou Tie-ho's shoulder and headbutted him hard. He also said, Move, Dong-tak. It's our turn now if you don't want to fall behind. But in an instant, Zhou Tie-ho punched their faces, he said crazily. What amazing fighting spirit, it's praiseworthy. The people around were horrified. Oh my god, Dong-tak Hung Nim and Jang-gyu Hung Nim were knocked out in one blow? Zhou Tie-ho heard this voice, quickly turned around and said, when did a guy with a dirty personality like you come here? Hong Baek-ji, are you about to go crazy? Long time no see, Zhou Tie-ho. He rushed in and shouted, You beast who betrayed Hung Nim, a guy like you is worse than an animal, Hong Baek-ji said worriedly. Let's see how long you can talk big like that. At this time Han Jae-ha commanded with a serious face, Gather all the brothers, that bastard Zhou Tie-ho, how dare he attack here alone? We can't let him live. No matter how strong he is, he's alone. Him attacking alone is a godsend. We will definitely catch him today. Show him what we're made of. Gather all the executives who can fight. Attack Zhou Tie-ho immediately. Understood. The executives received the order and began to move. The executives were gathering where Zhou Tie-ho was. Han Jae-ha thought to himself, It's still not enough. It's okay to be a little scared when facing him. Many people might get hurt, but as long as we win, we need stronger people for this fight. Han Jae-ha gritted his teeth and thought, What are you doing now, Kim So-hoon? Cloud looked worriedly at Kim So-hoon, who was lying unconscious in bed, and said, Hey, are you okay? As So-hoon slowly regained consciousness, Cloud said joyfully, Thank goodness, are you awake? So-hoon sat up and asked, Oh, where am I? Cloud said urgently. I was so worried, you know that this is your house. You suddenly collapsed, so I had someone carry you here, right? So-hoon's mind suddenly cleared. I kissed that woman, he said dazedly. Oh my god, that feeling was amazing, Cloud said angrily. Why are you like that again? Get a grip. I'm awake, don't stand there like that. System notification. Abilities have been sealed. What? So-hoon looked at his hand in surprise and said, System explanation. Abilities have been sealed and are currently unusable, Kim So-hoon thought to himself. My abilities are sealed? Why all of a sudden? System notification. Time is required for the ability unsealing card. All I did was kiss that woman. Right now all I can think about is wanting to kiss her again. But wait, could she be one of Chai Ju Miok's people? Oh my god, that's highly likely. Seeing So-hoon's phone ring, Cloud told him, You have a call, really. This must be because of some card's ability. So-hoon answered the phone and said, Han Jae-ha, is that you? Han Jae-ha said urgently. Are you okay, Kim So-hoon? I heard you suddenly collapsed. I'm fine, I'm awake, Han Jae-ha continued. Our situation here is not good. Why, is there a problem? That bastard Zhou Tie-ho attacked. Hong Baek-ji is still fighting him, but it doesn't look good. So right now, meanwhile, Hong Baek-ji was being kicked in the face by Zhou Tie-ho. Han Jae-ha continued, I need your strength to stop him. This is a good opportunity, Kim So-hoon, a chance to catch Zhou Tie-ho. He just attacked alone. System notification. A quest has been generated. Main quest. Defeat the one who attacked the base alone. Reward 1 MasterCard. Oh my god, what is this? A MasterCard? Then Kim So-hoon said. Listen carefully, Han Jae-ha. What is it? Kim So-hoon said. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have to join the fight myself and catch that bastard Zhou Tie-ho. I can't miss this chance. Let's fight with all the power we have. I will do my best to win this fight. Han Jae-ha heard and said with a laugh. I knew we knew each other well, don't worry Kim So-hoon, we can do it, the reinforcements have arrived now, Kim So-hoon said as he went outside. Know what, our opponent is also known as Lu Bu, we need a very thorough strategy, he commanded. Have that person I'm talking about join the battle. Who are you talking about? It's… Han Jae-ha froze when he heard the name. He then frowned and said, are you crazy? Kong Sok looked at the battle and said, we all heard about this important operation, right? But isn't Sunbae's strategy too much? I think so too, Haru said. I heard it was a big operation, so I was really looking forward to it, but this operation? To have a strategist join the battle? Kong Ji-hyuk said with tears in his eyes. My lord, please don't abandon me. Jo Tae-ho rushed in excitedly. A strategist appeared on the battlefield. If I catch that guy and bring him back, Hung Nim will be very happy, Kim So-hoon thought as he rode his bike. His nickname is Lu Bu. According to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Bu's martial strength was very strong, but his intelligence was very poor. Jo Tae-ho is the same, so I have to use this idiot's weakness. If a strategist appears on the battlefield, that bastard Jo Tae-ho will surely be careless and underestimate him. But if that strategist, Kim So-hoon suddenly shouted, use change card, system notification, main quest setting, what if he has terrible power, normal card change. Once a day, change the stats of 2 members for 2 minutes. The effect time is increased by 1 minute due to the festival card. I'll exchange my stats and Kong Ji-hyuk's stats. Jo Tae-ho rushed in excitedly. Kong Ji-hyuk suddenly said, honestly, everyone has worked hard so far. From now on I will show you my strength. Kong Ji-hyuk's strength reached S rank. Jo Tae-ho rushed in excitedly and said, look at this bastard, a mere strategist is going to take me down? Hey, be serious. System notification, all stats of everyone nearby are reduced. Normal card, Diablo, lowers the stats of everyone within a small radius including allies, by 1 level for 3 minutes. Diablo used. Kong Ji-hyuk thought to himself, my body suddenly feels so heavy. He raised his fist at Jo Tae-ho and sent him flying to the ground. Kong Ji-hyuk said, from this moment on I am no longer a strategist. I am the one who will unify Gangbuk. This is my power. Jo Tae-ho thought to himself. Strange, am I stronger than you now? Why should I listen to you more, you son of a bitch, he thought. What happened to me? Kong Ji-hyuk rushed in and shouted, from now on I will be the only one standing here, he thought again. Ah, I see, so this is… Jo Tae-ho smiled excitedly. The strong one here, thinking that, he immediately got up and threw a punch at Kong Ji-hyuk. He shouted, good West Gangbuk. I acknowledge your skills, so now entertain me. As soon as he shouted, all the executives rushed in and attacked. I want to fight with all my strength now. At this time, Han Jae-ha said in surprise. What kind of nonsense is this? Kong Ji-hyuk is that guy planning to fight Jo Tae-ho to the death. He's really crazy, the informant said. We have news that Jo Tae-ho is no longer as aggressive or arrogant and is only trying to win. Could it be that Kong Ji-hyuk Hung Nim has been hiding his strength all this time? Han Jae-ha said. No way, then what on earth is happening? I don't know, Han Jae-ha said and then thought to himself, what's going on? Maybe Kong Ji-hyuk has a twin brother, one is strong in strategy and the other in fighting. I've heard such rumors. But what are the North guys thinking? He smiled to himself and thought, it doesn't matter, this is a good opportunity too. It will buy time until Kim So-hoon intervenes. We need more time for everyone to arrive at the battlefield and help. We will take down Jo Tae-ho here today. Suddenly a voice was heard. Strange. Han Jae-ha turned around and said, what's strange? Wee Young-jun didn't say anything, he thought to himself. No matter how strong Jo Tae-ho is, he can't face all of us. If this continues, he'll be caught. So why did he attack like this? Is it this easy for us? Is there a plan? Did he give up? What's the reason he came here alone? Meanwhile, even after being punched, Jo Tae-ho spoke with excitement. Amazing. I didn't know you could still hold out. Then I'm getting serious now. As he spoke, he threw another punch, but Kong Ji-hyuk ducked to avoid it. He said in annoyance, are you just going to dodge? Kong Ji-hyuk answered, do you think I'm as stupid as you? The system announced that capoeira was used. You probably think our goal is to drain your stamina, and to buy time. Jo Tae-ho smiled happily and said, you fight well. Keep acting so arrogant, you foolish bastard. And soon Kong Sok wrapped his arms around his stomach and threw him to the ground. Kong Ji-hyuk thought to himself, the main force will be here soon to support us, we just need to buy a little more time. Suddenly he smiled and said, I get it. Is that all you guys have? Jo Tae-ho said, bored. I was expecting something better from you. This isn't the fight I was hoping for. If you have nothing more to show, I guess I'll have to end it here. As he spoke, he rushed towards Haru and said, the game's end here. A loud sound echoed. Haru was dazed. Hey, Ji Yagam blocked his path in front of her. Taking Jo Tae-ho's punch, he said, you shouldn't hit a woman, got it? It was a mistake for you to come here. At that moment, Kim So-hoon and the reinforcements arrived and said the system announced that the exchange time was over and abilities had returned to normal. Jo Tae-ho, I heard you wanted to fight some strong guys, so I brought my brothers. Now let's have a proper fight. One guy ran up and reported. Han Jae-ha Hung Nim, the main force has arrived. Good, Han Jae-ha. That bastard Kim So-hoon is here. We'll be fine. The others will be here soon too, the guy said with a smile. Then, Han Jae-ha said confidently, we're catching Jo Tae-ho today, he thought to himself. Jo Tae-ho, you were too arrogant. Suddenly he opened his mouth. I see, West number 1, Kim So-hoon and number 3 are here too. I guess your entire force will be here soon, right? Kim So-hoon answered, yeah, that's right. Hearing that, he laughed excitedly and said, time to run, everyone said in surprise. What? Don't let him get away. He's running, don't lose him. Jo Tae-ho ignored their shouts and quickly ran off. Kim So-hoon quickly turned and said, let's go, we have to catch him. Be careful, Sunbaenim. But we have to catch him today, a chance like this doesn't come often. Suddenly, a guy rushed in and said, Sunbaenim, we're in big trouble, the North guys are here. Kim So-hoon shouted in surprise. What? They started an attack while we went to catch Jo Tae-ho. Wait, what? Did they use Jo Tae-ho as bait so we wouldn't notice their true intentions? We didn't notice and brought our entire force here. What on earth is happening? They're here. The plan to use Jo Tae-ho as bait, it was the plan of North's rank 8. It was all his plan. North's rank 8. Ha Seon-woo appeared, he said nonchalantly. Too easy. Han Jae-ha grabbed his collar and said, Ha Seon-woo. Yes, that's him. Wee Young-jun opened his mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't think that far ahead, Han Jae-ha said in surprise. Wee Young-jun, what are you talking about? Who is this Ha Seon-woo guy? I told you, he's a guy like Liu Bu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Wee Young-jun explained. They also have a pretty smart strategist over there. Jo Tae-ho is strong but foolish like Liu Bu, and Ha Seon-woo is that strategist, just as no one can stop us when we join hands. Those two are complete opposites, but when they cooperate, they perfectly complement each other's weaknesses. We lost this fight. Meanwhile, Kim So-hoon thought blankly. We lost, Sunbaenim. Jo Tae-ho has escaped, a guy reported. They even calculated his escape. Can't pursue. There's an ambush there. Yeah, it's a complete failure, Kim So-hoon thought to himself. I couldn't even land a scratch on that Jo Tae-ho guy. Why is he so much stronger than the others? It's not that we're weak, something was different today. What am I forgetting? Is our separate training still not enough? Is there a method we don't know about? How can we get stronger? Suddenly an idea came to him. Right, I received a card like that before, from the previous North attack mission. The system announced, grade up, normal card, enhancement drug. Strength 0.5 but intelligence -3. Consumed upon use, can be used twice due to the festival card effect. It's a card with the effect of increasing strength, Kim So-hoon thought. I didn't use it because the effect wasn't good, but what if it's not a bronze medal card? What if I grade this up to a gold medal card? Grade up. Normal card, enhancement food. Strength 0.5, consumed upon use, can be used twice due to the festival card effect. What if I get the enhancement drug? Kim So-hoon frowned and said. You can get stronger without any penalty. This is probably the secret of this card. Kim So-hoon frowned and said. To be able to get stronger without any penalty. Is this Chai Ju-myeok's secret? He thought seriously to himself. My abilities are sealed right now. I should stop messing around and focus on strengthening the new member's power. Really? How do I get the enhancement drug card? Is there no other way besides doing missions? Should I have studied properly? Anyway, there's hope now. The members will get stronger again. Mission. I have to collect the enhancement drug cards. At a tteokbokki shop. Han Jae-ha entered and said, to call me to a tteokbokki shop all of a sudden. What's going on? Another guy behind him said. Look ahead, Han Jae-ha said in surprise. How, what's wrong with this guy? He's been like that for an hour. An hour? What on earth happened? Not only him, but everyone around was also looking at Kong Sok. Han Jae-ha said, is that guy eating pickled radish? He does that when he's stressed. What brought him to this point? One reason. It seems to be because of Jo Tae-ho. Kong Sok recalled his complete defeat at his hands. The moment he fought Jo Tae-ho, Kong Sok opened his mouth. Are you Jo Tae-ho? Nice to meet you. He approached and introduced himself. I am Kong Sok of South Gangbuk High School. My hands have been itching lately, so it's a real relief to meet you. Don't think it's unfair. It's not strange to lose to me, but Jo Tae-ho just said, Kong Sok, yeah, I am Kong Sok of South Gangbuk High School. Sorry, I don't know who you are, he said blankly, scratching his face. Back in reality, Kong Sok squeezed the hamburger in his hand and said, why doesn't he know who I am? He said in anger. What a difficult challenge, I'll take care of you. In a ruined house, a man put down a card and said, one word in front, one word behind. Ha Seon-woo looked at the cards and muttered to himself. Not bad, preparing to attack them will be easy. After the war, he was surprised to see Jo Tae-ho coming and said, Tae-ho, Seon-woo. The two hugged each other warmly and said, good job. What do you mean good job? Thanks to you, I finally had some fun. If there's anyone who should be thankful, it's me. Thanks to you running rampant, I took over a few empty territories. Thanks to you, I've regained influence there. Ha Seon-woo said. Tae-ho, the next operation won't be much different from this one. We'll be targeting the leadership of South Gangbuk High School. Tae-ho, why Seon-woo? Yeah. Jo Tae-ho smiled foolishly and said, even if you explain it I won't understand. He put his arm around Ha Seon-woo's shoulder and said, all I know is fighting strong guys. Yeah, that's just like you. Ha Seon-woo said helplessly. I'll take care of everything, so don't worry. By the way, Tae-ho, is there a guy like that in West Gangbuk High School, the real powerhouse with the strength you're looking for? Yeah, Jo Tae-ho frowned with interest and said. Suddenly a guy introduced himself. I forgot his name, but he was impressive. Ha Seon-woo smiled and said, just be patient a little longer, Tae-ho. Thanks to you, their morale has dropped. The upcoming battles will be easy. Hearing you say that makes me so excited. West Gangbuk High School. Ha Seon-woo wondered to himself. What's the atmosphere like there now? At this time at West Gangbuk High School, the four leaders were in a meeting. Kang Ji-hyuk said, the situation has become serious. It's because of Jo Tae-ho. Yeah, because of that bastard Jo Tae-ho, our allied forces were wiped out. Our morale and even that of the leadership has dropped significantly. It will be difficult for them to perform at their usual level, the system announced. The abilities of the allied forces are decreasing. Numbers are the most important thing in a war. We have to find a way to restore their morale. Han Jae-ha frowned and said, then is there no way to catch Jo Tae-ho? Do you have a plan? Kim So-hoon placed his hand on his chin and said, A large-scale group beatdown operation. You mean that cowardly tactic your school likes, yeah? I heard Joe Tae-ho has almost no subordinates, no matter how strong he is. What if we use a group beatdown tactic? Can he withstand our all-out attack? Analyzing that cowardly remark is also strategic. Wee Young-jun opened his mouth. No, have you ever faced our group beatdown tactic? That's not the problem. The problem is North Gangbuk High School's rank 9. Wee Young-jun continued to explain. As you said, Joe Tae-ho and Ha Son-woo have almost no manpower, so they fight with that immense strength and outstanding intelligence, but rank 9 is the opposite. The complete opposite. North Gangbuk High School's rank 9 Ji Young-jin. He possesses the largest force in North Gangbuk High School. The largest force in the north? Kim So-hoon asked in surprise. Wee Young-jun answered, yes, and he can mobilize them at any time. I'm sure rank 9 will lend his troops to Jo Tae-ho and Ha Son-woo. Kim So-hoon thought deeply and said, it seems we'll have to face their human wave tactic soon. The system announced. A subquest has been generated. Subquest: capture North Gangbuk High School's rank 9, defeat his forces, reward 3 platinum cards. Suddenly Kim So-hoon exclaimed with joy, this is it, a mission worth 3 platinum cards. He thought to himself, then what do I do about Jo Tae-ho? Kang Ji-hyuk asked in confusion. What's wrong? Kim So-hoon answered. I was just thinking about something else, and he thought again. Where should I start? Kim So-hoon looked up to see Han Jae-ha and Wee Young-jun standing in front of him. He said, I figured out a way to beat them. What is it? We'll split our forces into 3 groups. Split them? You know we're facing 3 main enemies. Jo Tae-ho, Ji Young-jin and Yu Si-gung. What about Ha Son-woo? He'll go with Jo Tae-ho so we can exclude him. If we go on like this, we won't have a chance. It's better to split the forces. Han Jae-ha will take care of Yu Si-gung. He has a debt to repay him. Kim So-hoon, I'll take care of rank 9. Are you coming with me? Why? Kim So-hoon asked in confusion, pointing to himself. Wee Young-jun answered, I know Ji Young-jin well. Alright, let's trust each other. Then what about Jo Tae-ho? Who will handle Jo Tae-ho and Ha Son-woo? Wee Young-jun frowned and said, it's difficult. Han Jae-ha has to take care of Yu Si-gung. We need someone to buy time and hold off Jo Tae-ho while we capture Ji Young-jin. A voice was heard. I'll go. Kim So-hoon turned in surprise and shouted. Ha? Han Jae-ha asked. What's wrong? Can you do it? You don't look well. Kang Sok said in annoyance. Is it because of your intelligence? Kang Ji-hyuk quickly whispered. Be quiet. Later, he was the former head of South Gangbuk High School, and doesn't his face look a little different? Kang Sok was extremely angry at this time. Seeing that, Kim So-hoon made his decision. Alright, let's do it. The place to face Han Jae-ha is Area A, and the place to take care of Ji Young-jin is Area B. The place to take care of Ji Young-jin. Kang Sok will go to Area C and face Jo Tae-ho and Ha Son-woo. Let's do it together, really. A subordinate was reporting in Area A. West Gangbuk High School has split its forces into 3. Yes, interesting. It's time. They've finally come. The one speaking was rank 10, Yu Si-gung. This is it. This is the most basic combination. Kim So-hoon asked. How's the situation? Ji Young-jam? Not bad. Me too. Ask me too. Kim So-hoon thought to himself. Ji Young-jam seems to be in top condition. Then he turned to Haru and asked, how are you feeling? More than anything, Haru answered. I'm at my best. The system announced that Song Haru's potential had increased. Seeing that, he thought to himself, Haru seems fine too. Then the problem this time is on Kang Sok's side. Long time no see. Ho, who do we have here? Isn't it the former West leader? Do Ha-jin approached, swaggering. When Kang Sok saw him, he said, your face looks even more like a villain's than the last time I saw it. Thanks. I heard the rumors. Are you capable of catching Jo Tae-ho? Do Ha-jin said with a laugh. Yeah, I bet even Wee Young-jun or Kang Ji-hyuk couldn't have thought of a plan like this. Do Ha-jin stuck out his tongue and said, listen carefully. The way to defeat Jo Tae-ho is, meanwhile, a subordinate was reporting in Area B. Kim So-hoon has split his forces into 3. Oh, this is annoying. Why did they split their forces? This has become a headache. He looked at Ji Young-jin and asked, are there any other orders? Orders? Don't you know how many people I have on my side? He took off his glasses and said, our forces can blow away 3 of those guys over there with every attack. The system announced. Mission to capture North Gangbuk High School's rank 9. Kim So-hoon opened his mouth. Let's go. The target is Ji Young-jin, the system announced. Mission start. Let's show them what we've got. Let's prove who we are. It's our turn now. Wee Young-jun took off his glasses and said, if our side attacks 1 by 1, we can hit that guy a few hundred times in total. Then he stood up and asked, by the way, who am I fighting now? Is it Kim So-hoon? Is the leader of West Gangbuk High School going to fight me himself? I'll give him credit for his ambition. But can he beat me? He walked towards his subordinate and continued. What I said also includes my 300 personal troops. Who are the subordinates going with him? I heard Song Haru and Ji Young-jam are going. Yujin asked back in surprise. Song Haru? It's been a while since I've heard that name, Lee Se-hoon said with a smile. By the way, can we even have a proper fight with them this time? Jin-won also said with a complicated expression. I'm definitely going to get scolded by the leader for what happens next. Ewan said with a smile. Leader Daniel already knows. I swear the leader is a really interesting person. He's the one who pushed Song Haru into this situation in the first place. But now that she's become an enemy, he's trying to recruit her again. It's tiring just thinking about it. Let the 2 of them solve their own problems. Now Ewan took off his glasses and said with a vicious smile, we just have to follow the West Gangbuk guys. The other 2 guys also said with a smile. There's no specific plan. We already know what our strength is, so we just have to overwhelm them. We'll attack with our forces and not give them a chance to counterattack. Meanwhile at the tteokbokki shop, Do Ha-jin was surprised to see a table full of food and said, "I'll have a bowl too." Kong-sok replied, "Do as you wish. If this is your last wish before you die, I definitely don't want to die." Kong-sok heard and then said, "Just eat the french fries. Thanks. Now open your mouth, Do Ha-jin. What's your secret plan to catch Jota-ho?" He chewed on the french fries and said, "Driving a wedge." Sok asked in surprise, "Driving a wedge? The reason people are so afraid of Jota-ho is because of Ha Seon-woo, just as the reason they're afraid of Ha Seon-woo is because of Jota-ho. This plan is effective because the two are friends." He crossed his legs and said, "What if I destroy their friendship and drive a wedge between them just like Chozon did to Lubiyu and Dongjo? I'll sacrifice myself to separate them." Sok suddenly asked an irrelevant question. "Who is Chozon?" "Keep talking," Do Ha-jin continued. "I will personally surrender to North Gangbuk High School." Sok asked, not understanding. "Why would you do that?" "I have to do that to split them up." "Then how are you going to split them up?" "I said I'd be Chozon. Fake surrender is my specialty, so you don't have to worry." This technique even worked on Kim So-hoon, so the problem is Ha Seon-woo. That bastard is smart, so he'll know I'm faking my surrender. "I don't know if there's a way to solve this problem." Sok thought quietly, then said, "I have a good idea." Do Ha-jin looked up and said, "Tell me, don't be in such a hurry. First stand up." Do Ha-jin stood up and asked, "I'm up, what's next?" Suddenly, Sok threw a punch at his body. "Do Ha-jin, spread a rumor that you were beaten by me." Kong-sok said with a smile. "Say that the internal unit leaders of West Gangbuk have turned against each other. That way you can surrender to the North without arousing Ha Seon-woo's suspicion." Do Ha-jin said, "That's a good idea, but Kong-sok, did you really have to hit me to spread the rumor?" Kong-sok quietly looked at Do Ha-jin's pained face, then he frowned and thought, "He's right." Do Ha-jin collapsed and said helplessly, "You son of a bitch." Just then a subordinate suddenly ran up and said, "Leader, we're in big trouble." "Wait, where's the leader?" At this time the only person in the room was Eung-hong. He said, "Get to the point." "Understood." Eung-jin's private army has appeared. Their numbers are also huge, at least over 100 people. Eung-hong heard, then stood up and said, "It's okay." "How can it be okay?" Eung-hong smiled confidently and said, "We're just carrying out our plan. What goes around comes around." Meanwhile the guys from the north laughed and said, "What is this? Are the guys from the west playing games with us? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. One person can stop all of us. What will you say in response when you're disgraced like last time?" Eung-jin asked in surprise. "One person is stopping my entire army? What kind of report is this?" "Tell them to push him aside and attack," a subordinate said. "Yujun Hung-nim, you have a call. Who is it?" "Ah, it's someone you know well, Hung-nim." "You Hung-nim, it's me." "Eung-hong?" Ewan exclaimed in surprise. Eung-hong continued, "Your plan using Jota-ho, it was quite impressive. I'm glad you think so, but what do you have to say to a guy who betrayed the North? Do you want to betray me again?" Ewan laughed and teased. Eung-hong answered, "No, I'm just showing you that we can do the same." "What?" Eung-hong explained. "What Jota-ho did to us. I'm showing you that we can do the same thing to you." Kim So-hoon punched one of Ewan's subordinates straight in the face and the guy collapsed to the ground. The rest of the group said in fear, "It's Kim So-hoon, get the West leader, quickly." System notification, capture card activated. Your stats will increase depending on the number of cards you own. Master of Martial Arts 1000 activated. Your stats will increase depending on the number of opponents you currently have. Strong against the weak, weak against the strong activated. Your stats will increase depending on the opponent's durability. Men said nonchalantly. "Bring it on." The system continued to announce your current stats are locked. Temporary exclusive stats have been applied. Kim So-hoon said with an angry face. "Let's have a proper fight," Ewan said with a smile. "Pretty cool. You know what, I even feel like it's a waste." "Stop acting," Eung-jin said as he walked. "It's not an act. You know why? I sent my entire personal army to you." "No, my army exceeds 300 men," he said confidently. "Kim So-hoon alone can't handle my 300 men. This situation is different from when Jota-ho visited the West." Eung-hong suddenly cut him off. "That's your serious miscalculation. When you sent your army to me, I also sent a few of my guys to your side." In front of him was a fallen subordinate. Eung-hong said, "With a few more of our West unit leaders, that is." At this time the ones who appeared at West Gangbuk High School were Jiyu Yagam, Haru and Jung. Yujin turned around and said, "Hey, are you really going to ambush us with trash like this?" On North Gangbuk High School's side were Yujin, Wan and Se-hoon. He said with a smile, "Long time no see, Haru. How have you been? I know you lost to Jin Tae, so how can you even think of fighting us?" Haru stood there without a word. She recalled having said, "Please take me as your disciple" before. The man had said, "It's useless. Why, I have no talent for teaching others. If you learn from me, you might become worse than before we met." After speaking, he left. "Find someone else." The next day he said with a sigh, "Ah, you again? What's with the bandage on your finger? Did you get hit by someone again?" He sighed and said, "You're really pathetic." "I get it now," Haru asked in surprise. "What do you get?" He approached and said, "As I said, I have no talent for teaching others, so I'll just show you my techniques." "I've used them." Haru was surprised. "Just your techniques, Hung-nim," he said. "Watch what I do and learn my techniques or do whatever you want." Ewan looked at her in surprise and called out, "Song Haru, who would have thought?" Haru said coldly. "I advise you not to call me by my name." "Why? I came here to win," Haru thought to herself. "Maybe I have some talent for copying other people's techniques." A subordinate from the North's group suddenly said, "No way. System notification, the morale of North Gangbuk High School has dropped and the stats of the members in the area will decrease. How can this be?" What on earth happened? That guy alone took down all of Ji Young-jin's subordinates, the system announced. Mission completed. Mission defeat North Gangbuk High School's rank 9. His subordinates have been eliminated. You have obtained 2 platinum cards. A new mission has been generated. Men said. Open card, the system answered, opening the platinum card cover. The cards are as follows. Attack card, good brother, your best assistant, highest grade. What's that fragrant smell? Mystery card, something good. If used incorrectly, you will go to hell. 2024 My Year card, Happy New Year to everyone. Strength satisfaction card. Be careful of the card side effects. Kim So-hoon thought to himself, damn, it's good to have more platinum cards. The rest of you keep it up, but the new cards I got aren't for combat. What should I do? Suddenly, a group rushed in and said, take down Kim So-hoon. Men thought to himself, but the battle has just begun. Lee Se-hoon looked at his opponent and said, a guy like you is rank 2 in the West? Ya thought to himself, that guy is pretty strong. Kai continued, how does the West rank people? Can you even call it a ranking chart if rank 2 is at this level? While he was bluffing, Ji Yagam continued to analyze. His kicks are very fast. I can't keep up with my strength. I've trained hard. Lee Se-hoon smiled with contempt. I feel disgusted fighting you. To think a guy who doesn't even know how to charge in would ambush us, but is it still not enough? Let's end this fight now. Ji Yagam thought helplessly. I'm still ashamed of myself. Look, they're about to be finished too. Meanwhile, one was also taking them down one by one. Lee Se-hoon looked over and said, that girl over there will be finished soon too, but I like your plan. You had Kim So-hoon face most of my subordinates alone, and you sent his subordinates to attack this empty base, he said with a sneer. Still, weak guys like you are useless. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yagam swung his fist. Lee Se-hoon dodged the attack and said, you know it too, that you've reached your limit. If you understand what I mean, why haven't you surrendered yet? Soyoi, he kicked Ji Jaw's body, and the young man bled. Ji thought to himself, do you want me to give up? Jung saw it and shouted worriedly. Ji Yagam, he thought to himself. Why is she here? Ji recalled the past. A school bag fell to the ground and Ji Hyun's face was filled with surprise. She suddenly said, no way. Are you really the Kong Ji Ya I knew? She looked at him and said, I was wondering why you went off the grid for 2 months. You were on a diet? Ga asked in confusion. Do I look weird? No, that's not what I meant. Then he handed her a Tonghulu and asked, want to try it? Yeah. After that, the two sat on the grass and talked. We finally met. We're going back to the north. You look a little different in these clothes today. Jung said in embarrassment. I have a lot of clothes. She turned her head and said, I guess these clothes don't suit me. Ya quickly said, don't be unconfident. You have to believe the thoughts of the person who likes you. Suddenly, Jung asked, why did you lose weight? He answered, I had something I had to do. What do you mean? He continued. When I started to like someone, I felt so small. I felt like I had to at least do something to stand in front of the person I liked. That's not all. From now on, I'll protect you. Ji Hyun lowered her head and said, I don't believe you. I won't believe you even if you don't say anything. To be precise, I can't force myself to believe you anymore. She recalled the person who said they would be by her side no matter what, who then abandoned her. In the end, words disappeared like the wind. Her eyes said sadly, even if you say more, my mind won't change. Ji said seriously, I'm the one who will defeat Ma Dong-du. Ji Yagam suddenly asked, why so suddenly? Ma Dong-du, why do you need him? Didn't you just say you can't believe other people's words? Ji Yagam explained, I want to prove what I said with my actions too. Everyone knows it's impossible for me to beat Ma Dong-du, that's why I want to beat him even more, to prove myself to you. I'm serious. Gu's eyes said with determination, I'm sorry for being a bit hasty. Ji Hyun said, you don't have to say things you don't want to. Even as she said that, she blushed. Back in reality, Ji said, not yet. I still have a long way to go, he thought to himself. No matter who I face, I can't lose. Lee Se-hoon laughed in confusion and asked, what are you talking about? A long way to go? What way? You're really weird. But I think it's really over now. That girl is the only one left. He looked towards Jung and said, Jin Woo-hien swung his fist and said, is it Zen? This martial art is quite flexible. But its weakness is defense. Is it that the one who hits first wins? He said with a sneer. Unfortunately, you have to face both of us. Then suddenly, Lee Se-hoon also rushed in. Jung cursed. Damn it, I can't face 2 guys at once. A loud sound echoed. Woo-hien said, Lee Se-hoon, are you kidding me? You should have finished him off right away. In front of them was Ji Yagam. Lee Se-hoon said, it's okay, he's just using his last bit of strength. He's weaker than us in every way. Wait, what's with this anger towards this person? Lee Se-hoon thought in horror at this time. Kim So-hoon was looking at the 5 cards he had just obtained. Men said, I have to stay close to my brothers. It's not like there's no way. 4 of the 5 cards I received are useless. I can change them with the enhancement drug. System notification standard card master card. This card can combine separated cards into a much higher grade card. Card festival effect increases the probability of obtaining high grade cards. I have to use the master card. Card disassembly. System notification. 4 platinum cards have been disassembled. For each card you will randomly obtain between 0 and 6 gold cards. The system continued to announce, you have obtained 1 gold card. Kim So-hoon saw it and thought to himself, once isn't enough. I need to get more enhancement drug cards. Thinking that, he commanded the use of the enhancement drug card. Enhancement drug card used on Ji Yagam. Ji Ya sent Ujin's face flying with a punch. The system announced again. Colleague Ji Yagam's stats have increased. Woo-hien said in surprise. What? How? He was hit again by Ji Yagam before he could do anything, he thought to himself. He suddenly got faster and stronger. Lee Se-hoon reassured his colleague saying, Jin Woo-hien, get a grip. Haru is exhausted anyway. If we team up we can win. Woo-hien thought blankly, we can't win. I don't know what happened, but he's on another level now. Jiu Yagam continued to send the two bastards flying backward. They slammed hard against the wall, both of their faces covered in blood. Jiu Yagam said, "Watch closely. No matter what happens, I'm going to keep my promise." Suddenly, Jiu Yagam paused, turned around and said, "Wait a minute, Haru, are you okay?" Jiu Yagam thought in surprise. "No way," Yujin said. "So you're not planning to return to North Gangbuk High School?" Jiu Yagam saw it and thought worriedly. "Something strange." Yujin frowned and said, "Are you betraying Daniel?" "The person Kong Se-chan loyally followed," Haru suddenly said. "He's the one who changed." "I don't want to hear about the North or Daniel anymore. Listen carefully." Haru's eyes filled with anger as she said, "I am now a member of West Gangbuk High School," the system announced. "Song Haru's potential is clashing with its limits." Yujin heard her words and said, "Good." Haru was surprised. "What?" he said again. "I said good," Yujin continued. "That means I'll see you as a complete West Sider from now on." "Fine, and you know, right, that I won't be tied down by emotions," he said as he took off his glasses, "and don't worry, I'll definitely crush you." Jiu Yagam shouted worriedly, "Run away, Haru." Yujin angrily hit his stomach and said, "Shut up, you pig." Jung saw it and struck down in a rage. "How dare you!" Haru also jumped into the fight, shouting, "Get away from Jiu Yagam." Yujin easily dodged her attack. When he looked up, the two women were attacking simultaneously. A loud sound echoed and Jung was dazed. Haru was too. They thought to themselves, "What is this? No way." Yujin held the club with one hand and Haru's leg with the other and said, "It's a waste of energy," they thought together. "Even our combined attack is useless." He threw them both aside and said, "You call this an attack?" Jung lost consciousness. He looked at Haru and said, "Song Haru, get up quickly." She thought helplessly. "He's too strong." Yujin approached and said, "Show me how determined you are." Everyone was knocked out in one blow, he said, feigning pity. "Or are you going to give up here?" Haru thought to herself. "I can't beat that guy." Suddenly a voice was heard. "There he is, we found him." "Stop." A group of people rushed in and said, "There he is, G.I. Yujin." Haru thought helplessly. "Please stop." They rushed in and shouted, "Half of us will take down G.I. Young-in and the other half will protect the girls so they can escape." Suddenly, one of them was punched in the face by Yujin. Haru thought to herself, "None of us have a way to beat that guy," she thought in agony. "It's all my fault, if only I were stronger." The rank 20 guy still said stubbornly, "Don't back down, if only I weren't so weak." Once again, "I failed again, just like before." Haru recalled the past. North Gangbuk High School was a peaceful place. "Hey Haru," two seniors appeared and said, "Going home, let's go together." "Like the Sundays, we're hungry too," Kong Se-chan said with a laugh. Daniel said helplessly, "When were you ever not hungry?" Then Daniel stroked her hair and said, "Why do you always go home alone?" "I was always lonely because of my poor social skills and they took care of me. They were in different grades than me, but all the seniors I knew became my friends." Gaining attention, "I was really thankful to them, but between the two of them." Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Se-chan and said, "Nice to meet you." Se-chan Sunbae was a great person in every way. There was no one who didn't follow Sunbae's words. Se-chan said in embarrassment, "No, I told you not to do that." They answered, "It's because we respect you, Sunbae-nim, and the peaceful gangbuk under his rule." "Right, I was so happy when it was just the three of us. Until he came." Chai Jumiak appeared, Haru called out in horror, looking at Se-chan lying in a hospital bed. "Sunbae-nim, our world has collapsed." "Sunbae-nim, you're joking, right? Right? He fell into a deep coma after a few accidents," Haru said, tearing up. "Stop it now, that kind of joke isn't funny." The police and doctors couldn't find any possible reason for his coma. From then on, North Gangbuk High School began to change. A man named Chai Ju-miak appeared and began to take over Se-chan's North Gangbuk. Moreover, one of the people who ruined the gangbuk that Se-chan loved so much was another Sunbae, Daniel. He was no longer the Daniel I knew. The man who never once visited Se-chan Sunbae's hospital room became obsessed with power. Haru was slammed against the wall. Daniel looked at her trembling and said, "Haru, I told you, this is no place for a weakling like you. The leader's great plan will soon be revealed. A rank 39 like you has no say and no place here. Do you remember Kong Se-chan? I'm sorry, but the North needs leader Chai Ju-miak's power, if you understand even a little of what I'm saying." "Behave yourself," he said, looking coldly at Haru. "There was only one reason I was obsessed with my rank." Haru thought helplessly. "It was because I wanted to know that plan. I wanted to know why he followed Chai Ju-miak. Why he thought that was more important than the time we spent together." Back in reality, the rank 20 of the North collapsed to the ground and said, "No, damn it, is this how it ends?" Yujin was about to kick his face. System notification. Song Haru's potential has started to clash with its limits. Congratulations. Song Haru's potential has broken through its limits. Yujin saw it, turned around and asked, "What is it, Haru? Have you decided to return to the North?" Haru answered, "Yes, I've made up my mind. I still have a lot of work to do," the system announced. Song Haru Ascension. Yujin rushed in and said, "Why are you still being stubborn? A mere rank 52, the system continued to announce. As an additional ascension reward, Haru's stamina will be restored. Following Haru's successful ascension, an exclusive ascension card will be given to Haru. Haru's exclusive attack card. Copy. The user can copy any attack they have previously experienced. Haru recalled what that man had said. "Song Haru, this is the first technique I'll show you." A shockwave erupted from under her feet. Close quarters combat activated. Haru got into a ready stance, her gaze sharpening. Yujin saw it and thought something was strange. He thought to himself, she couldn't do that just a moment ago, but now the system announced, CQC has been activated. In an instant, Haru brushed past Yujin. He thought to himself, I feel like she might be able to beat me. The rank 2 guy shouted in surprise, What? No way. Ji-young-in was defeated, Haru said, exhausted. It's finally over, I can't believe it. What now? Ji-young is already down. Haru turned around in surprise and said, What? He didn't lose consciousness from that attack, Yujin said angrily. You attacked all my weaknesses precisely. I didn't know you had become this strong. I guess I have to go all out now, Haru thought quietly. Can I take that guy down? Haru, listen carefully, Kim So-hoon suddenly appeared and said, If you ask if it's over, the enemy will get up again. From now on that phrase is forbidden. Remember that. Haru Sunbae, I'll get straight to the point. System notification. A mission has been added. Mission, defeat North's rank 9, reward 1 MasterCard. Men looked at her and said, You can copy other people's techniques, right? After a few basic exchanges, Ji-young-in seemed to have decided to get more serious. He tied his long hair and approached Haru. Let's get to the main event. The protagonist and Haru stood close together, wary of Yujin. His voice slowly echoed, You can copy my moves, can't you? All my subordinates have been defeated. Yujin stared intently at the opponent in front of him. There was no more contempt in his eyes. Immediately, Haru and So-hoon rushed towards Yujin at the same time. One attacked his head, the other his body. But he quickly blocked them. He thought to himself, bored. Do I have to fight just 2 people? Ji-young-in clearly observed all of their attacks. I can feel the strength and speed in every attack from these guys. The longer the fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. So-hoon shouted, Haru, be careful. Sunbae, Haru corrected her stance and answered, I got it. I'm always dodging with speed. Before she could finish her words, Ji-young-in threw a punch. His goal was to take them down one by one. Gwang Dong-woo watched the fight from the side, his mouth agape in utter shock. A steel-like fist pierced a container in a single blow. Fortunately, Kim So-hoon rushed in time to help Haru dodge that terrifying punch. She still looked dazed. So-hoon's hand was pressing down on Haru's head, and after a moment she shouted, My head, So-hoon reminded her. It's his left hook. His face was filled with seriousness. That's why he's rank 9. The left hook is his strength. Haru was also surprised. Left hook. The protagonist recalled the information Wee Young-jun had provided. Ji-young-in fights with boxing, and among his skills his left hook is truly impressive. Even Haru Sunbae, who was from the north, didn't know this fact. It's because that guy hid his talent. Yujin also guessed that Wee Young-jun had provided the information. His hook was ready to fly once more. This time the target was the protagonist. Ujin's stats were clearly displayed. Left hook. But So-hoon had already been warned, so he easily dodged and countered. Yujin seemed surprised too. A lightning-fast punch flew in. It's all thanks to my strategist. The system displayed. Hook used. So-hoon also used a similar hook to fight Ji-young-jin. He knows you very well. Hook used. Yujin quickly dodged. From that one blow, Ji-young-in evaluated So-hoon internally. His hook is quite strong, but it's somewhat clumsy. I'll counterattack right away. The system activated at the same time. Song Haru's exclusive attack card copy. The user can copy any attack they have experienced. Song Haru used copy. A similar hook flew again. Isn't this double damage? Following that was So-hoon's spinning kick. Taekwondo used. When Kim So-hoon attacked, Song Haru used copy. That is, Song Haru would simultaneously copy his attack. Song Haru used copy. Taekwondo used. The two fought, taking turns using techniques, and their synergy was impeccable. Unfortunately, you met me. Ji-young-in did not fall after being sent flying. He got up again and rushed at Kim So-hoon. Kim So-hoon, shouldered by Yujin, thought he countered. The strategist Wee Young-jun was right after all. Ji-young-in's left hook isn't the only thing to watch out for. He is also a tricky fighter skilled at takedowns. Anyway, I heard everything from Wee Young-jun. Ji-young-in grabbed the protagonist's thigh tightly, seemingly trying to take him down. So-hoon thought to himself, he's intentionally trying to make me submit. I have to seize the opportunity and use explosion. But Yujin threw Kim So-hoon forward, embedding him in the wall, he said in annoyance. As expected. You knew this technique too. This move was beyond the protagonist's expectations. He just threw me to the side. Kim So-hoon gritted his teeth and stared tensely at Yujin. His annoyed voice rang out again. Wee Young-jun, that son of a bitch. How much more do you know? What? Anyway, this is my goal. When So-hoon was no longer an obstacle, he began to throw low kicks at Song Haru. Only then did So-hoon realize. Has he been targeting Haru all this time? Ji-young-in's leg swung low, his intention all too clear. At that moment Song Haru gritted her teeth and thought. A low kick. It feels like my leg will break if it hits. The scene slowed down, becoming breathtakingly clear. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ji-young-in's swinging right foot, but just as it was about to connect, the right foot was brought down again. I'm tricked. It was a feint. Ji-young-in had diverted Song Haru's attention, and he threw a familiar hook. As expected, that punch would knock Song Haru out instantly. The sound of bone hitting bone echoed. Song Haru's eyes widened. That punch definitely didn't hit her. Then the sound must have come from someone else. Song Haru shouted in surprise. Sunbae-nim. It was Kim So-hoon who had blocked that hook for her. Ji-young-in looked at the protagonist with contempt. You fool, did you think you could block my left hook like that? He asked politely. It must hurt quite a bit. Is your hand broken? Not yet. Kim So-hoon, who was fully prepared, had calculated that he would block the punch. He activated his shield. The system displayed the card that was used, attack card, Fist of Defense. The user can block any attack once. The card can only be used once a day. Fist of Defense activated. Kim So-hoon looked at Ji-young-in. Don't think it's that simple. This time it was his turn to be surprised. How? Kim So-hoon's fist entered a combat state. Skill effect, attack card, Stun Punch. The user can paralyze the opponent for 3 seconds when they hit them with their fist. Stun Punch has been used. This punch struck Ji-young-in's stomach without hesitation, and its power was immense. Kim So-hoon withdrew his hand. The opponent's movement would stop for the next 3 seconds. Now but a red warning window popped up. The effect's duration has been reduced according to the opponent's stats. Ji Young-in immediately countered and threw a hook. Kim So-hoon was also surprised. His stats are too high. So-hoon frowned and used another technique. Reload has been used. Using the standard card Reload, you can move a card from one of your team members to your own bag and use it. The card can only be used once a day, and up to 3 cards can be reloaded. In addition, there was one more card. Na Yu Guillaume's exclusive attack card, Terabyte Kick. An incredibly powerful kick created by pouring in all of the user's speed, which temporarily paralyzes the opponent. The user's speed directly affects the paralysis time, and the card can only be used once a day. Terabyte Kick has been used as the 2 cards were used simultaneously. Kim So-hoon sent Ji Young-in flying backward with a kick and the effect was very clear. This time Ji Young-in immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened before he could regain his senses. So-hoon's foot shone again, showing the familiar skill activation effect. The next blue card used was Na Yu Guillaume's exclusive attack card, Terabyte Low Kick. The user can gather all their strength to deliver a powerful low kick that deals triple the critical damage. Terabyte Low Kick has been used. Like a kick that shatters a pillar, this kick struck Young-in's thigh, causing him to lose balance and fall to one side. The leg that was hit knelt on the ground and a clear, dull thud echoed. Ji Young-in's face turned beet red with anger and he looked up furiously. "You son of a bitch, where did you get that power?" Kim So-hoon answered casually. "We'll talk about that later." System display, set card activated, explosion has been used. Kim So-hoon pulled a familiar wooden sword from his slime storage. "You're finished." Ji Young-in raised the wooden sword in his hand. Enzu Ryu has been used. It was like the scythe of a grim reaper about to execute a sinner. Kim So-hoon's stat window was locked. Now those things had no effect. Gwang Dongwoo saw the scene and shouted in excitement, "That's So-hoon Hyung-nim." The wooden sword was brought down powerfully towards Ji Young-in's head and its light was blinding. Unexpectedly, a look of surprise crossed Kim So-hoon's face. It seemed a variable had occurred. Ji Young-in blocked the descending wooden sword with his right hand. His voice echoed. "Thanks," the protagonist thought to himself. "You crazy bastard." As Ji Young-in tensed his body, the tendons in his jaw were clearly visible between his gritted teeth. "Thanks to you, my arm is broken." Kim So-hoon was surprised. Did he decide to sacrifice an arm? While he was speaking, Ji Young-in's intact left hand threw a hook at Kim So-hoon's face, distorting it. "I have to return the favor, right?" This hook was more threatening than any previous attack. Ji Young-in's information window displayed Awakening B-class and left hook. The wooden sword flew from the protagonist's hand and spun a few times in the air. Ji Young-in's voice echoed. "My whole body aches because of you guys." He grabbed his limp right arm and shouted in anger. Gwang Dongwoo was stunned by the sight before him. "No way, are Hyung-nim lost?" Kim So-hoon's hand reached out and grabbed Ji Young-in's pants. He looked down at his own legs and said, "Get up while you still can, it's useless to resist." Kim So-hoon. A red light emanated from the protagonist's eyes and body. It was clear he would not accept this result. "Give up." Berserk has been used. Kim So-hoon asked, "Did you forget something?" Ji Young-in looked at him quizzically. "What?" Song Haru's heavily bandaged hand grabbed the wooden sword and lifted it. Song Haru has used copy. Kim So-hoon was well aware that he was not alone. Song Haru's stats were displayed, a grade ascension. She had just been copying So-hoon's techniques. Ji Young-in looked at the girl in front of him with an annoyed expression and said, "Let me rest." The answer was, of course, no. Enzu Ryu has been used. A powerful strike came straight down from above towards Young-in's head. This time there was no way to block it. Enzu Ryu has been used. After that strike, Song Haru also collapsed backward. A notification appeared on the system screen. Subquest: defeat North Gangbuk High School's Rank 9-1, wipe out Rank 9's forces, reward 3 platinum cards. 2. Defeat his subordinates, reward 2 platinum cards. 3. Defeat his subordinates, reward 1 platinum card. 4. Defeat Gina NRO, reward 1 diamond card. 5. Defeat Ji Young-in, reward 1 master card. The battle was finally over. Ji Young-in lay on the ground unconscious. Song Haru let out a sigh of relief. "We won," the protagonist answered. "Haru, that's not important right now," Haru asked curiously. "Then what is important?" he answered. "You're going to pass out in 1 minute." "What?" Notification: "You have obtained a MasterCard." "Let's see." Kim So-hoon looked at the screen. The MasterCard is now revealed. He was curious what the MasterCard would be. It was a purple card. Attack card: trick, makes the opponent agitated. Details: "Oh, a trick?" The corner of Kim So-hoon's mouth lifted slightly. This reminded him of another person who seemed very suitable for the Giant of the North, Jo Tae-ho. Elsewhere, Area C, it was a quiet and tidy office. A young man stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning his back against a wall. He held a deck of cards in his hand. It was North Gangbuk High School's Rank 8, Ha Son-woo. Someone's voice was heard. "We've brought him." Ha Son-woo lifted his head and answered, "Come in." 2 subordinates dragged in a young man in yellow clothes. This was West Gangbuk High School's Rank 18, Do-ha Jin. He had recently surrendered to the North Gangbuk side. Ha Son-woo said, "I heard the story," he asked Ha-jin. "Why did you make that choice?" he answered. "Because Kong-sok treated me like a dog." Son-woo was quite surprised. "Kong-sok?" Do-ha-jin gave a very plausible reason. "Our leader, Kong-sok, just eats hamburgers all day and does nothing. I tried to give him advice and he attacked me. I've never heard of someone who hits their own advisor. I can't entrust my future to a blockhead like that." He said desperately, "Please let me join your side. Please let me get revenge on that bastard Kong-sok." After listening to his long outpouring, Son-woo also answered, "All right, I never thought someone who knows the West would come to us on their own accord." I can't believe it, from now on everything has become so simple. Du Hajin smiled upon hearing Sonwoo's words, but Ha Sonwoo glared at him. Did you think I would answer like that? He didn't seem like someone who would be easily fooled by such foolish words. Ha Sonwoo growled. Du Hajin, did you really think I wouldn't know why you surrendered? Sweat started to flow from Du Hajin's forehead, he thought to himself. No way. Sonwoo looked down from above and pressed him. You came to drive a wedge between me and Jo Tae-ho, didn't you? A chilling feeling crept into Du Hajin's heart. Was I found out? Back to the battlefield of the old warehouse. Song Haru asked the protagonist. Why did you suddenly pass out? He was still concentrating on the card window, so he answered half-heartedly. It happens sometimes, but internally he thought it was because of the side effect of the Berserk card. Should I check this new card I got? Suddenly, Song Haru shook Sohun. Hey, are you listening to me? Sohun came out of his thoughts and answered. Ha Haru, Haru said worriedly. Ji Eungin got up again. Sohun was also startled. No way, but indeed, Ji Eungin was pushing his body up with his intact left arm. I'm not dead yet, Kim Sohun said nonchalantly. He's out of strength, we're fine, Haru answered. Yes, he's a spent force after all. Ji Eungin fell face first again. Damn it, Kim Sohun said as he got up. It's time, Haru was bewildered. Time for what? Kim Sohun asked the man who had collapsed. Ji Eungin, what do you think of this offer? He sat down in front of Ji Eungin. How about joining our west side? At the same time, the persuasion card was activated. But Ji Eungin answered sarcastically. Don't be ridiculous. A red notification appeared. Failed to persuade the target. Kim Sohun was puzzled. What? Ji Eungin looked at the protagonist. His gaze was firm. I will never betray Chai Jumiaki Youngnim, the red notification continued to display. The target is suffering from a status effect that conflicts with the effect of the persuasion card. At this point, the protagonist realized something. So that's what it was. He recalled the members he had recruited before. He's been brainwashed just like the others. A blue card was used. Standard card nullification. The user can select a target and nullify any status effect. The card can only be used once a day. There's only one choice. Kim So-hoon placed a hand on Eungin's head and asked, You've been brainwashed, haven't you? Nullification has been activated. To free him, he had to step up again. At that question, Eungin asked in surprise, What? Eungin sat with his back against the wall and lit a cigarette with his left hand. So-hoon asked, Were you originally Kong Se-chan's subordinate? He answered, Yeah, I was pretty close to Se-chan anyway, but I don't remember why I started following Chai Ju-miak. Song Haru and Sohun also sat cross-legged facing each other. Sohun said, It's okay if you don't remember. Ji Eungin said something quite absurd. I don't even know why I fought with you guys. I should apologize. I did it because I wasn't in my right mind, but Haru said, We're the ones who should apologize. Because we're the ones who hit you on the head with a wooden sword. Ji Eungin, the protagonist asked again. What are you going to do now? Ji Eungin held the cigarette to his lips. What do you mean? Sohun thought to himself. I can't lose. He proposed to Ji Eungin again. Will you join our west side? The West needs more talented people, Kim So-hoon said frankly. We need a lot of talented people to fight Chai Ju-miak. It would be great if we could recruit you. Ji Eungin took a drag from his cigarette. He didn't answer and his eyes were looking somewhere far away. He was thinking of that person, lying motionless on a bed in a patient's gown with an IV in his arm. Kong Se-chan. Finally, Ji Eungin opened his mouth. All right, I'll lend you my strength. So-hoon smiled at those words. Really? Eungin said again. But I have one condition. I will not become a member of West Gangbuk High School, the protagonist asked in surprise. Why? From the beginning, the reason I intended to cooperate with you was because I wanted an answer from Chai Ju-miak about why he did that bastardly thing to Se-chan, not because I wanted to work for the West, So-hoon asked. So you'll at least quit North Gangbuk, he thought to himself. Anyway, Chai Ju-miak can monitor us with the camera card. Ji Eungin looked back at the girl next to him. Song Haru was bewildered at being singled out. Yes, he said. Just as you said, Daniel changed after Se-chan became like that. Ji Eungin stood up. He's probably too obsessed with power, but from now on I'm going to find out the reason for that, Haru answered. I will definitely do it, he reminded her. You be careful. Daniel is very strong. Leaving those words behind, Ji Eungin also left. Song Haru watched his retreating figure, frowned, and answered. Yes, back in North Gangbuk's territory, Ha Sonwoo narrowed his eyes and pressed Hajin. You came here to drive a wedge between me and Jo Tae-ho, didn't you? A subordinate approached and called him. Sonwoo Hyungnim, he glanced over. What is it? He approached and whispered in Sonwoo's ear. We just obtained information that Du Ha-jin was beaten by Kong Sok. In my opinion, it seems there really is a problem with their relationship. Sonwoo asked, Really? Then what Du Ha-jin said was true. He looked at Ha-jin, lost in thought. Even if he told the truth, it's the same. No, Sonwoo still seemed to have other intentions. He commanded his subordinate, Lock him up. I can't trust him right away. Du Ha-jin raised an eyebrow and looked at him provocatively. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I prepared a gift in advance. Ha Sonwoo raised his voice and asked, What? Just then another subordinate ran in, flustered. Sonwoo Hyungnim. Ha Sonwoo answered, annoyed. What is it now? Shocking news. Most of the guys from the West have surrendered. Ha Sonwoo frowned and was surprised. A map clearly showed the border between the West and North High Schools. The group led by Kong Sok and Du Ha-jin had voluntarily surrendered to the North because of the unfairness Du Ha-jin had suffered. We absorbed this unit without a fight. From the beginning, these subordinates followed Du Ha-jin, and it seems they too were willing to surrender like him. Son Woo looked back at Du Ha-jin and said, "You must have put a lot of effort into preparing this trick. What a pain." The initial fawning expression was nowhere to be seen. Du Ha-jin said playfully, "What are you talking about? This gift is just the beginning." In his mind, Son Woo scoffed, "Do you really think I believe you?" Elsewhere, West Gangbuk High School's rank 5 Kong Sok was shouting angrily into his phone, "You son of a bitch." On the other side of the phone, the person asked calmly, "What?" Jin was sitting in the bathroom with the sound of Kong Sok cursing over the phone in his ear. "I told you to just pretend to surrender, not to actually surrender," he asked. "Then what do you want?" Kong Sok continued to curse. "You're throwing our subordinates into the jaws of the North guys, damn it." Du Ha-jin was alone in the bathroom. "It was all part of the plan," Kong Sok questioned him. "Is selling us out to those guys also part of the plan?" Du Ha-jin gave a very reasonable explanation. "This much is necessary to gain Son Woo's trust." Kong Sok let out a helpless sigh. "How much more are you going to sacrifice?" Du Ha-jin answered. "As much as it takes until they trust me." Kong Sok couldn't hold back and cursed. "Are you crazy?" Du Ha-jin said. "Do you think we can beat those cunning bastards without being crazy?" The map of the West and North appeared again and Du Ha-jin's voice was heard. "Plan hasn't changed. I've prepared to hand over West Gangbuk's territory to them. We'll lose it all anyway if we can't beat Joe Tae-ho. Tell Kim So-hoon not to worry. From now on I'll use Son Woo's personality to bring him down." Du Ha-jin smiled slyly. In the office was a board with a map of the West and North Gangbuk territories. Son Woo looked at the map, deep in thought. He thought to himself, "This is ridiculous. The strange thing is that we've taken over the territory without shedding a single drop of blood. At this rate we'll reach their main base in no time." Son Woo recalled his conversation with Du Ha-jin. Can I really trust that guy? He couldn't shake off the glimmer of hope of what it would be like if he really managed to take over all the territories surrounding the West's main base. Just then, Joe Tae-ho came in with a wide smile and open arms. Son Woo, congratulations. Son Woo thought to himself, "I'm going to achieve what no one else could. Conquering the West without lifting a finger." The two hugged each other tightly as usual. It felt like his shoulder was about to pop out, but it was fine. Getting to the point, "I heard we took over a lot of territory. That's our Son Woo." Son Woo was triumphant inside. This is something neither Daniel nor Ma Dong-du could do. Son Woo was lost in glorious thoughts. "And leader Chai Ju-miak will give us a huge reward. I'll definitely get promoted and I'll be able to do whatever I want." Joe Tae-ho's voice was heard. "By the way, Son Woo, when do I get to fight?" Son Woo stared intently at the map and thought, "Joe, that guy has helped me for a long time." Joe Tae-ho's impatient voice was heard once again. "I want to fight soon," Son Woo answered nonchalantly. "A war is only a proper war when blood is shed." This statement made Son Woo's resolve even firmer. "I have to succeed. At least for Tae-ho's sake." Son Woo thought, "Our purpose is not to fight." Joe Tae-ho asked, "Do you have a plan? Are you even planning to fight?" Son Woo was still lost in his calculations, frowning. "Even if we fight, my priority will be to wear down their forces as much as possible." Joe Tae-ho was still rambling on about his own strategies to use amidst countless enemies. Son Woo cut him off. "If you don't know anything, just stay quiet. I'll take care of everything." That was Son Woo's plan for Joe Tae-ho. But as soon as he finished speaking, Son Woo suddenly flinched, his eyes wide, and he broke into a sweat. He looked back at Joe Tae-ho in a panic. It seemed he realized he had made a slip of the tongue. He said urgently, "Sorry, Joe Tae-ho, I was lost in thought and misspoke." Son Woo seemed worried that Joe Tae-ho would be hurt by his words. Joe Tae-ho's voice was heard. "Son Woo, is that what you really think?" Unexpectedly, Joe Tae-ho responded refreshingly, "Then I'll stay quiet." The night deepened, and everything was submerged in quiet darkness. Joe Tae-ho stood alone on a rooftop gazing at the endless night sky. Suddenly, someone approached and called out to Joe Tae-ho. He came to his senses and glanced to the side. It was Du Ha-jin. He approached with an insidious smile and said, "It really is you, Joe Tae-ho Nim." Joe Tae-ho asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I am Du Ha-jin." "Du Ha-jin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. I've always wanted to meet you." Hearing that, Joe Tae-ho asked in surprise, "My fan, I wanted to meet you too." Son Woo said, "Thanks to you everything went smoothly." Du Ha-jin came closer and leaned against the railing saying, "Of all people to compliment me it had to be Son Woo." Joe Tae-ho asked, "Is something wrong?" Du Ha-jin frowned and scratched his head. "It's nothing. I don't know if I should be telling you this." Joe Tae-ho answered, "It's fine. I was curious anyway, so tell me." Du Ha-jin began his wedge strategy. "To be honest, I thought we could win this war more easily by using you, but even though I warned him in advance, that guy Son Woo decided not to." Joe Tae-ho asked, "Are you saying Son Woo didn't let me fight?" Du Ha-jin answered, "As you know, this is just my personal opinion," he said with a sly smile. "Don't you think Son Woo is doing this on purpose to take the biggest credit in this war?" The scene changed, and Kong Sok shouted powerfully, "The time has come." He seemed to be standing in an old warehouse, his mouth like a megaphone. "The time has come to take down both Joe Tae-ho and Son Woo. We'll move to Area D and wait for the enemy there." In front of him were four familiar faces. Han Jae-ha, Imtae Rang, Du Min Woo and Hong Baek-ji were there. Kong Sok stated the goal of this journey. "Let's go, we're catching them today. The name of this operation is Yearning for Heaven." He turned, and the four men along with many other brothers from West Gangbuk followed right behind him. Another warehouse appeared, but it was very neatly organized, looking like it was still in use. Ji Young-in sat quietly on a sofa with his arms crossed, wearing black sunglasses. He recalled the protagonist's words. Ji Young-in, thanks for lending me your strength. After you get some rest, I need to ask you to go to base D. I think you're the only one among us who has a chance of beating him. We were fighting fiercely just yesterday, and he's already making me fight Zhou Tiaho this quickly. I didn't think I'd be betraying the North this soon, Ji Young-in muttered. What a shame. He was surprised by the sound of footsteps and opened his eyes. Ha! A pair of long legs was walking out of the darkness. The straight hem of suit pants clung to those legs. Their owner was a tall man. It was unclear how he had appeared here. He was not from the West. Daniel approached with his hands in his pockets and answered Ji Young-in's recent muttering. I never imagined you betraying us. His handsome face smiled contemptuously. Why can't you come to your senses? He was North Gangbuk High School's rank 2, Daniel. Ji Young-in was surprised by his appearance. He immediately stood up on guard. Daniel, how did you get in here? They let me in. They referred to the West Gangbuk guys who had been beaten by Daniel and were now lying collapsed at the door. Daniel spoke without beating around the bush. Young-in, I'll be honest, tell me where Haru is and I'll spare your life. He stepped in front of Young-in and showed his hand. Ji Young-in raised his voice in response. Song Haru, I just betrayed the North and now you're telling me to turn my back on the West, he said as he took off his black sunglasses. You have to let me save some face. Young-in's limbs began to tense up. Kim So-hoon told me to fight Zhou Tiaho, but he'd probably be happier if I took down Daniel. His stat window displayed awakening potential B-class. Daniel looked as if he had heard a funny story. He raised his voice and asked, Young-in, did I hear you wrong? Are you serious? Half of his face was shrouded in darkness, adding to his dangerous aura. Do you really want to face me? Daniel's current stats were all red, making him a formidable opponent. Going back to a previous point in time when Ji Young-in decided to cooperate with Kim So-hoon, he said, I can't go back to the north side, the protagonist asked. Why elsewhere? The system screen displayed a notification with Ji Young-in's photo. Ji Young-in has left the organization. The tracking card can no longer be used on Ji Young-in. Chai Jumiak's face showed no emotion as he looked at the words. The person next to him asked, Where are you going? Chai Jumiak answered, I'm going to meet Ji Young-in. The long-haired man was North Gangbuk High School's rank 1, Chai Jumiak. Daniel asked again, You mean Ji Young-in? Chai Jumiak replied, A bastard betrayed us for West High School. This news sounds quite dramatic. He betrayed us? Chai Jumiak nodded. Yes. A sneering smile spread across the face of North Gangbuk High School's rank 2 Daniel. He was taken down by Kim So-hoon alone, but the answer was no. Daniel called out, Leader Chai Jumiak. Chai Jumiak looked out the window and answered coldly. What is it? Daniel requested. May I go there? It seemed there was someone Daniel had to meet there. Chai Jumiak glanced at him. Why? I've known Ji Young-in for quite a while. I have to be the one to teach him the price of betrayal. Daniel's cold smile was truly chilling, he said with confidence. Don't worry. I'll make sure he can never set foot in any organization again. And that was the reason we were now witnessing this dramatic confrontation. Ji Young-in aimed a kick at Daniel's head, but Daniel dodged it with ease. Daniel opened his mouth and called out to Ji Young-in. Young-in looked at the man before him with difficulty. He was a very strong opponent. Daniel. He maintained his crouched position, looked up at Ji Young-in and offered a word of praise. Good. The moment he saw that smile, Ji Young-in muttered to himself. This is bad. He launched himself and did another spinning kick, but it was still blocked by Daniel. His attacks couldn't reach him. Daniel leaned back slightly to dodge another one of Young-in's horizontal kicks. Can't you focus? Ji Young-in felt that he was being played with. Daniel said bored, We can't have a proper fight like this. Did you break it fighting Kim So-hoon? I'm talking about your hand. Seeing Ji Young-in's limp hands, he seemed to have guessed that his hands were injured. So far, Young-in had only used his feet, which wasn't a boxer's specialty. Ji Young-in asked him, Daniel, why did you change? Daniel swept back his hair and smiled at the person opposite him. What? Ji Young-in brought up the past. You used to follow Kong Se-chan Sunbae. Why did you suddenly start following Chai Jumiak? If you had even a little loyalty to Kong Se-chan Sunbae, you should at least be staying away from Chai Jumiak, shouldn't you? Ji Young-in seemed to miss the old days. Kong Se-chan Sunbae was an idol to all of us. You thought so too. Suddenly, Ji Young-in's eyes widened as he stared at the person opposite him. There was another possibility. Or was it all a lie from the beginning? Daniel avoided his gaze and answered, It seems you've misunderstood me. Ji Young-in looked at him, unable to understand. What? Daniel answered. Kong Se-chan was certainly a great person. Under him, North Gangbuk High School was a fun place. But he wasn't the one to unify all of Gangbuk. I'm not saying I'm the one who will do it either. He pointed at Ji Young-in and reminded him, Anyway, don't think too badly of me. I just liked Leader Chai Jumiak's methods. Logically, there was no flaw in this reasoning, but emotionally, it might be different. Daniel continued nonchalantly. I was looking for someone who could unify Gangbuk, but Ji Young-in decided to cut him off. Once again, a kick flew straight towards Daniel's face. Another kick. Daniel smiled and leaned back to dodge it. Young-in answered, This isn't just a kick. Ji Young-in's gaze shifted downwards. He was very calm. It seemed he had calculated for this one blow. Seeing Ji Young-in's limp hands, Daniel knew that both his hands were broken. Ji Young-in powerfully pushed off the ground and descended. But there's a chance. No matter how strong the opponent, and Daniel is a prime example, the left hook is always a fatal blow. At that moment, Ji Young-in put all his strength into his left hand and threw a hook. The fist flew with lightning speed. Daniel stood still. It was unclear whether he didn't have time to dodge or if he intended to take the hit. At that moment the corner of Daniel's mouth lifted slightly. A hand with flexible joints came up slightly. It looked powerless, but it held a hidden subtlety. And with just a few skilled flicks of the wrist at the correct position on his opponent's body, Ji-Young-in was lightly thrown backward by Daniel. At that moment, Ji-Young-in's face was filled with utter shock. He seemed unable to believe his attack had been neutralized so easily. Following that, a hard shoe heel came crashing down right in the middle of Eung-in's face. He was lifted into the air and then brutally stomped to the ground by Daniel. Red liquid spewed from Eung-in's mouth. It was a truly fatal blow. Ji-Young-in's head lay in an indentation on the floor, his eyes wide and unfocused. Daniel's voice was heard. "Sorry, Eung-in, it's a problem for me if you're on West High School's side." He sat down in front of Ji-Young-in and said, "Let's end this quickly now. I'll deliver Leader Chai Jumiok's message to you." Daniel's hand slowly reached for Ji-Young-in's head. Daniel smiled. "The only price for betrayal is being crippled." "What?" "Ji-Young-in has disappeared." Kim So-hoon was shocked to hear the news. The subordinate replied, "Yes." He re-explained the incident to the protagonist. "We haven't been able to contact him since he left the office to check. There are signs of a struggle all over the office." So-hoon asked about the suspicious points. "Signs of a struggle?" "Yes, it looks like Ji-Young-in fought with someone." Kim So-hoon grew worried. He began to speculate on the identity of the enemy who had come. Did Ma Dong-do come? If it were someone from the organization, I could have checked with the tracking card. The protagonist was floundering in his own thoughts. "I was planning to have Ji-Young-in and Jo Tae-ho fight. What do I do now?" "No, is Ji-Young-in safe?" The subordinate spoke up. "Sun Bae-nim, are there any orders?" Kim So-hoon answered. "Finding Ji-Young-in is the priority. Send the brothers to find him. They're worried about him too, so tell them to find him quickly." The subordinate received the order. Understood. At the North's base, Ha Seon-woo gathered his subordinates to prepare the plan to attack the West. "All right, we're attacking the West soon. I will not tolerate any setbacks. We will prepare thoroughly before we attack." At the very back, a few people were murmuring in low voices. "Hasn't Ha Seon-woo been acting a little strange lately?" "You feel it too." The topic of conversation was about Seon-woo and Jo Tae-ho. "He used to hang out with Jo Tae-ho all the time, but not anymore. Do you think they had a falling out?" The person next to them disagreed. "No way, that's impossible." Another young man moved closer and whispered, "Do you even know how close those two are?" "But you're right, you can't deny they're great brothers." The group speculated quietly while looking at Ha Seon-woo. "That bond between them will never break." Kong Sok's face reappeared on the screen. He yelled into the phone, "Do Ha-jin." An irritated voice came from the other end. "You scared me." Sitting on a sofa, Do Ha-jin asked about Kong Sok's habit of yelling. "Why do you always shout like that?" Kong Sok replied, annoyed. "There's been no progress." Ha-jin asked. "Progress on what?" "On catching Jo Tae-ho." Kong Sok quickly explained the situation on his end. "I've gathered our forces in Area D just like you said. I'm sure they've set up an extensive intelligence network by now." Ha-jin said. "Now all you have to do is pull the net." Kong Sok looked impatient. "How much longer do we have to wait here?" Looking at the bored group of men waiting, Kong Sok asked, "Tell me the plan. Are we just supposed to attack the enemy here?" But Do Ha-jin said, "Area D is too big, it's not good for a surprise attack." Kong Sok got even more irritated. "Then what the hell is it for?" Do Ha-jin took a drag from his cigarette and said, "It's a place where we fight by overwhelming them with numbers, but to do that," Kong Sok cut him off. "What does that mean?" Ha-jin answered, "It means it's a place to rally everyone before taking action. A rallying point. That's all." Do Ha-jin reassured his counterpart, "Just wait, Kong Sok, you'll hear from me soon." He still seemed confused about the plan. "Why is this bastard so complicated?" Suddenly, someone called out to Sok. One of the members came running in a panic saying, "We're in big trouble. The enemy has invaded." Kong Sok was surprised. "What? The enemy?" His colleague informed him that Jo Tae-ho was invading. Jo Tae-ho? It seemed Do Ha-jin's plan was in motion. Jo Tae-ho had come, and he was alone again. Kong Sok asked into the phone, "What's the situation, Do Ha-jin?" Ha-jin simply replied, "Keep listening." The subordinate added, terrified, "But something strange." Kong Sok asked, "What's strange?" He recalled how Jo Tae-ho had invaded, only defended and never counterattacked. "He seems a lot weaker. Jo Tae-ho can't focus while fighting. His strength stat is obviously very high, but he doesn't feel as strong as he did last time. He seems to have something on his mind." The subordinate asked Kong Sok, "What should we do now?" Do Ha-jin's voice was also heard from the phone. "Kong Sok, I'll tell you what I did to Jo Tae-ho." Do Ha-jin crushed his half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray and said slowly, "What I did was, now do you get it?" It wasn't clear what Do Ha-jin had said, but after hearing it, Kong Sok smiled and answered, "Of course I do." The plan became clear, and Kong Sok immediately rallied his brothers. "All right everyone, listen up, this is our chance. That's right, even a C-class scrub like Min Chong-woo can land a hit on Jo Tae-ho now." As they had assessed, Jo Tae-ho was currently weakened, so even D-class members were now useful. "We only need to focus on one thing, paying him back for the humiliation of our last defeat. Let's all beat the crap out of Jo Tae-ho." The system displayed a new notification. "Main quest, reward MasterCard." Kong Sok declared, "Today we will take down Jo Tae-ho." All the brothers of West Gangbuk began to get into a fighting stance. All the footage from the scene was clearly displayed on the system screen. Kim So-hoon stared at the screen. "It feels good to watch the battle from a distance. Since Ji-Young-in has disappeared, I have to go to Area D." A purple card appeared. Attack card. Trick makes the enemy agitated. Details, since I can only use trick when I'm close to the opponent. He started to strategize. I have to go to Jo Tae-ho. Looking at the giant on the screen, Kim So-hoon thought, I'll take good care of Jo Tae-ho today. At that moment, Kong Sok appeared and charged straight into Jo Tae-ho's back. He shouted in pain, ah. Kong Sok greeted his opponent cheerfully. Long time no see, Jo Tae-ho. They were still locked in a wrestling position. Jo Tae-ho answered angrily. Who the hell are you? At that question, Kong Sok slowly said his name. Sok. Kong Sok's stat window appeared right below. He shouted, my name is Kong Sok, you son of a bitch. The memory of being beaten to a pulp by Jo Tae-ho last time still seemed to be a thorn in Kong Sok's heart. The system announced that Kong Sok's potential was starting to break through its limits. West Gangbuck's rank 18 Do-ha Jin was sitting in a chair with his legs crossed. He looked at the powered-off phone and guessed that the fight between Kong Sok and Jo Tae-ho must have started. The twin brothers were with Do-ha Jin. They were all members of West Gangbuck. Bang Jung-hoon, dressed in red, asked, but I'm curious, how did you drive a wedge between Jo Tae-ho and Son-woo next to him? Bang Jung-ae in blue asked. Do-ha Jin looked at the phone and answered, actually, I didn't drive a wedge between them. Bang Jung-hoon asked curiously. Then how did you do it? Do-ha Jin placed the phone back on the table. I just took advantage of their desires. Bang Jung-hoon still didn't understand. Desires? Let me put it this way, everyone knows that Jo Tae-ho and Ha Son-woo have been in their prime for a while, but there's one weakness in their relationship that no one knows about. Do-ha Jin analyzed. First, Jo Tae-ho is a strong guy who wants to fight skilled opponents, so he doesn't like the way Son-woo helps him achieve his goals, and Ha Son-woo is an ambitious guy who wants a promotion. So Son-woo also likes Jo Tae-ho because he can achieve his own goals. In short, it's a relationship based on symbiosis. Do-ha Jin stood up, the corners of his mouth turning up. Their weakness is their own desires. So I was able to approach both of them through those desires. As planned, I voluntarily surrendered to Ha Son-woo and treated him like a leader. Then, consumed by his desire, he kept bragging about promotions and his achievements. So in front of Jo Tae-ho, he unknowingly said things he shouldn't have. Those words were just a slip of the tongue. So Jo Tae-ho must have been disappointed. In reality, Jo Tae-ho hadn't reacted that way. This was just Ha Jin's speculation. By now, the twin brothers had figured out the entirety of this wedge driving plan. They finished the rest of the story for Do-ha Jin. And just like that, the two of them naturally grew apart. Bang Jung-ae said, what a cowardly bastard, but Do-ha Jin answered, no, Jo Tae-ho is different. The twin brothers were surprised, looking at his back. Different. Do-ha Jin's face suddenly turned serious. He recalled the night he met Jo Tae-ho on the rooftop. Do-ha Jin had provoked Jo Tae-ho. Don't you think Son-woo is trying to take all the credit? Jo Tae-ho had growled in response. Do-ha Jin. He had waited for the answer he wanted, but the guy was too sincere. Jo Tae-ho had stared at Ha Jin with fierce eyes. If you say that about Son-woo again, I won't let you get away with it. Because of his loyalty to Son-woo, Jo Tae-ho was a major obstacle to the plan. Even though Son-woo had disappointed him with his greed for victory, Jo Tae-ho still considered him a friend. So my plan didn't really work on Jo Tae-ho. The two were also surprised by the result. No way. But Son-woo was completely blinded by ambition. With Jo Tae-ho left alone, he's easy to deal with. The plan still proceeded as expected. Bang Jung-hoon asked, how? Do-ha Jin answered. Instead of completely splitting the two, I'll find out why Jo Tae-ho is so loyal to Son-woo instead of driving a wedge. I'll use Son-woo as bait. Jo Tae-ho listened as a subordinate rushed over to report. Jo Tae-ho Hyung-nim. We're in big trouble, he asked. What is it? The subordinate immediately answered. Son-woo Hyung-nim has been kidnapped. Jo Tae-ho was shocked. What? He shouted angrily. What do you mean Son-woo was kidnapped? Thinking back on it, it seemed this was all Do-ha Jin's plan from the start. The subordinate quickly explained. He was found in Area D. We have to go there quickly. Understood. Jo Tae-ho ran off with great momentum. I'll save him and be back. He didn't know that the information his subordinate had given him was false. Do-ha Jin smiled triumphantly. Jo Tae-ho has no ability to analyze information. He's a blockhead. So he'll believe it's real and come here alone. Do-ha Jin's cunning eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth lifted. Let's make Kong Sok realize that an opportunity like this won't come again. On the other side, Kong Sok was fiercely attacking Jo Tae-ho. Kong Sok seemed satisfied with the situation. He smiled brightly. It's just as planned, Kong Sok taunted. Jo Tae-ho, is this all you've got? I can tell from that tired face. You're worried about Son-woo. Kong Sok used that momentum to land a hook on Jo Tae-ho's stomach. Jo Tae-ho, don't talk in your sleep while you're fighting. We've won this fight. Kong Sok turned to his subordinates and said, hey, what are you doing over there? It looks like Jo Tae-ho is about to fall. Rush in and beat him up. IMTA Rang immediately rushed in and threw a punch. Jo Tae-ho raised his arm to block and stepped back. Today is the day Jo Tae-ho dies. Immediately, Do Min-woo followed up with a front kick. Both attacks were B-class level. The other guys also rushed in excitedly. Jo Tae-ho Hyung-nim will help you. Kong Ji-hyuk appeared out of nowhere like a ghost and punched those guys. You think it's that easy? Although he joined the fight, Kong Ji-hyuk showed considerable reluctance. I don't want to get involved in this cowardly plan. Hong Baek-ji hit one guy's stomach and agreed. Me neither. Let's just take out these scrubs and vent our anger. We're already in it after all. Watching the 3-on-1 situation where the opponent couldn't even counterattack, Hong Baek-ji guessed anyway Jo Tae-ho is finished soon. Zhou Tiaho cursed angrily, you cowardly bastards. But Kong Sok just smiled triumphantly. Zhou Tiaho struggled to hold on and said, hurry up and release Sonwoo. Elsewhere, Ha Sonwoo seemed to have just heard the news and turned around in surprise. What? Zhou Tiaho fell into the enemy's trap, the subordinate gasped for breath and answered, yes, he jumped into the enemy's camp alone, it's all that bastard Ha Jin's plan. He caught his breath and said in one go, Zhou Tiaho, he young Nim thinks you've been kidnapped, so he can't bring himself to fight back. Sonwoo cursed angrily. Damn it, Ha Sonwoo pushed aside the subordinate blocking his way. Get out of my way, you crazy bastard. He immediately ran, constantly blaming himself. It's my fault, I was too blinded by greed. Wait for me, Zhou Tiaho. Suddenly a voice was heard, stopping Ha Sonwoo. My, where are you going in such a hurry? He was surprised and stepped back. It seems your judgment is being too swayed by emotions. Sonwoo looked at the newcomer. You are? We knew you'd come this way. West Gangbuk strategist rank 11 Kong Ji-hyuk and his fan appeared at a very opportune moment. Ha Sonwoo recognized this person. He smiled and replied, you're the West strategist Kong Ji-hyuk. Do you think you can stop me with just this? Kong Ji-hyuk answered honestly. Of course not, but isn't Ha Sonwoo's combat rank only C-class? Kong Ji-hyuk called out, honey, come down. Song Haru was sitting on a nearby railing. She answered with annoyance, who's your honey? Kong Ji-hyuk was like a pervert. I've always wanted to call you that. Ha Sonwoo was also surprised to see her. Song Haru. She lightly jumped down and greeted her opponent. Sonwoo, long time no see. Song Haru stretched and got straight to the point excitedly. Shall we begin? The A-class female warrior. Ha Sonwoo said, what a pain, he thought to himself. Zhou Tiaho, are you okay over there? It was when Kong Sok's gang was surrounding the lone Zhou Tiaho in the warehouse. The fight suddenly stopped. Kong Sok narrowed his eyes and asked, what are you doing, Zhou Tiaho? It turned out he had suddenly kneeled on the ground and bowed his head. Zhou Tiaho was the first to admit defeat. I lost, I can't fight anymore. A sense of powerlessness was evident on Zhou Tiaho's face. I'll do as you demand. Please release Sonwoo, Kong Sok answered sarcastically. You'll do whatever I say, alright, and how about we play some golf? I didn't know when Kong Sok had started holding a golf club. He lifted it above his head and said, farewell, Zhou Tiaho. A deafening sound echoed through the spacious warehouse. The golf club was stuck hard in the ground, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. Kong Sok had swung it sideways. Instead of hitting Zhou Tiaho's head, he had witnessed his sincerity. He asked himself if this was the right thing to do. Kong Sok's resolve began to waver. Is this what I wanted? No, it's not. Kong Sok opened his mouth. Zhou Tiaho, listen up. He decided to tell Zhou Tiaho the truth. Ha Sonwoo wasn't kidnapped. Kong Sok walked past Zhou Tiaho. This isn't the fight I wanted. You were tricked by that bastard Ha Jin. It was all a lie from the start. Zhou Tiaho's face was blank as if trying to process the information. IMTA rang and Du Minwoo saw it and rushed to stop him. Kong Sok, are you kidding me? Let's go. IMTA rang. We'll take care of Zhou Tiaho. Du Minwoo. Kong Sok made his own decision. He closed his eyes and didn't answer. The system displayed a series of red notifications. Warning, 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 main quest. Kim So-hoon stared at the screen in surprise. What is this? Due to the current mission failure, you cannot receive any rewards and no further missions will be given. No, what happened? Warning, warning. The red warnings continuously covered the screen. Meanwhile, on the other side, IMTA rang and Du Minwoo were beaten to a pulp, their faces covered in blood. System display, main quest, defeat the intruder. Zhou Tiaho, reward MasterCard. Zhou Tiaho was holding the two men in his hands looking like a butcher. An incredibly strong opponent appeared. Kim So-hoon was horrified. What just happened? Elsewhere, people were also talking about Zhou Tiaho. Zhou Tiaho, Ma Dongdu said, adjusting his tie. That guy is underestimated. If he fought seriously, even I would have a hard time, Daniel replied, a glass of soda in his hand. With his strength, he could easily climb to rank 5 or maybe even higher. The rank 7 was meaningless to him from the start. After all, the only reason he's rank 7 is because he likes the number 7. That's why Zhou Tiaho is so hard to predict. No one knows his true strength. After dealing with the two, Zhou Tiaho opened his mouth. Kong Sok, I want to ask you something. You didn't have to, so why did you tell me the truth? It was unclear why Zhou Tiaho was asking that question. Kong Sok still had his back to him. Why isn't it obvious? Wi Youngjun had once said, Zhou Tiaho is an instinctive fighter. I heard he did a bit of wrestling in the past. Kong Sok gave his answer. His small eyes were now wide open, facing his opponent. Because I wanted to fight you fair and square. In West Gangbuk, Kong Sok was also known as the Rhino. Zhou Tiaho's voice echoed slowly. I finally found the person I've been waiting for. And in North Gangbuk, Zhou Tiaho had the nickname Lu Bu. Zhou Tiaho's smile turned more maniacal than ever. He was like a madman who had finally found a worthy opponent after a long time. A true powerhouse. I've waited for so long. Of course, Zhou Tiaho's combat stats were never low. Recognized by Zhou Tiaho as a worthy opponent, Kong Sok replied with a smirk. Thanks. The answer to that thanks was Zhou Tiaho's merciless fist. Kong Sok's face caved in, a strange smile still on his face. With that one punch, Kong Sok's head was driven straight into the ground. Han Jae-ha and IMTA Rang rushed in. Damn it, Kong Sok was taken down in a single blow. Du Minwoo and Hong Baek-ji also rushed in to support him. You're finished now, Zhou Tiaho. We're going to take you down. Zhou Tiaho laughed and replied, Good. I didn't know you two would call for reinforcements. He no longer took the hits like before. He was like a beast unleashed from its cage. He attacked them one by one. You'd better go all out. Before anyone could react, all his attacks were fatal. The other members of West Gangbuk were all terrified. What's happening? He took them all down in one blow. This is impossible. We can never beat that guy. Seeing Joe Taeho about to head their way, everyone started to flee in a panic. Run. Go quickly. Don't push. In the chaotic crowd, one pair of feet moved in the opposite direction. This has to be a nightmare. I don't want to die. Wee Young-jun stood in the middle of the fleeing people, listening to the constant screams in his ears. How can we possibly beat that monster? Watching this chaotic situation, he blamed himself for arriving a little late. I should have been here from the start. Kong Sok is such an idiot. Looking at the giant who was like a fighting machine over there, Joe Taeho had already revealed his true strength. This is truly hopeless. Wee Young-jun gritted his teeth. It's a complete mess. He took off the glasses he always wore. Wee Young-jun threw them behind him and rushed in, kicking Joe Taeho in the stomach. Joe Taeho recognized the person in front of him and greeted him. The traitor Wee Young-jun, you're not reckless, just stupid. Why are you still fighting when you know you're going to lose anyway? As he spoke, Joe Taeho grabbed Wee Young-jun's face and slammed it into the ground. The ground caved in. He seemed to really like this technique. Wee Young-jun smiled with difficulty. I have to create an opening. Joe Taeho was puzzled. An opening, because I didn't come alone. At the same time, Kim So-hoon appeared from behind and landed a flying knee kick straight to Joe Taeho's head. Card set used, traditional taekwondo used. Joe Taeho's voice still echoed calmly. Are you Kim So-hoon? The protagonist's eyes widened. No way. So-hoon's knee was caught in Joe Taeho's hand. He said with a belligerent smile, I've always wanted to fight you. Kim So-hoon thought, troubled. So even a surprise attack doesn't work on this guy? As soon as he finished speaking, Joe Taeho struck the protagonist's head with his bare hand. Du Minwoo blocked it with his hand, thinking to himself, he's so different. Joe Taeho put more strength into his arm, forcing Kim So-hoon down. Are you resisting my strength? Kim So-hoon still struggled to hold on. His fist is too strong. Suddenly, the pressure was gone. When Kim So-hoon looked up, Joe Taeho's fist was raised again. Hey, then try blocking this attack. A fist that seemed to split the sky came down again. Fortunately, if Kim So-hoon hadn't moved back in time, his head would have been driven into the ground with that one blow, he thought in horror. Is this what it feels like to fight someone with S-rank stats? Kim So-hoon stared at the fighting machine in front of him in horror. At best, all I can do is dodge his attacks. I just fought Ji Young-in, so I don't have many cards left to use. Joe Taeho, seemingly tireless, raised both his hands high again. You won't be able to dodge this attack. Kim So-hoon sat on the ground, calculating. But I still have one special card left, he called out to Joe Taeho. Joe Taeho paused and looked at So-hoon, puzzled. This is for you. So-hoon still had the master card he had obtained after defeating Ji Young-in. The protagonist's voice echoed, barely audible. Trick. The system confirmed the activation of Trick. It was a purple card. Attack card, Trick. Makes the opponent agitated. Details. He pressed the details line, the card's use appeared. Attack card, Trick. Using this card you can use all sorts of tricks to temporarily and significantly reduce the abilities of a selected individual. The trick debuff effect cannot be removed by other cards until this card's duration ends. The protagonist locked onto the target. Joe Taeho has been selected as the target for Trick. Purple light emanated from Joe Taeho's entire body. He looked at his hands in surprise. So-hoon let out a sigh of relief. I did it. Joe Taeho was still staring blankly at his hands. Why is this suddenly happening? Kim So-hoon immediately seized the opportunity and threw a punch. I've put a trick debuff on him, he was certain. Now Joe Taeho's abilities will be greatly reduced. This is the start of my counterattack. As expected, this punch landed squarely on Joe Taeho's face, knocking him back. The system started a countdown. 10 seconds remaining until Joe Taeho's abilities are affected. Hearing that, Kim So-hoon was shocked. What? Notification. If Joe Taeho is attacked during these 10 seconds, the trick debuff will not be applied and will be completely cancelled. So I have to wait for Joe Taeho to be debuffed. It seemed like the last punch had worked on Joe Taeho, but now he had recovered to his original state. While Kim So-hoon was puzzled, Joe Taeho's fist had already hit his face. Because So-hoon attacked Joe Taeho before the time limit, trick was cancelled and could not be used again. Joe Taeho returned to normal and smiled as he sent the protagonist flying backward. So-hoon seethed in anger. Why are you telling me this now? Meanwhile, Kong Sok had been punched and was lying motionless on the ground. His faint consciousness began to return. His eyes closed. Where am I? Kong Sok felt a throbbing pain all over his body and something wet trickling from his nose. I was knocked out in one punch. Kong Sok remembered being completely taken down by Joe Taeho in a single blow. I hear someone fighting. Who's fighting so fiercely? He struggled to open his eyes and looked around. What he saw was someone being hit in the stomach by Joe Taeho and flying into the air. Is that Kim So-hoon? Joe Taeho still had that bizarre smile on his face. When did Kim So-hoon get here? Why is he fighting Joe Taeho? He saw Kim So-hoon panting with difficulty. Kong Sok thought, is he fighting for me to protect me while I was unconscious? Stop it. Kong Sok gritted his teeth in pain, clenching the hand on the ground into a fist. Don't hurt Kim So-hoon anymore. I have to be the one to take down Kim So-hoon. Kong Sok's eyes snapped open. He seemed to have regained consciousness. Memories flooded back. The former strategist of South Gangbuk Byun Bom Sang asked in surprise, What, you want to rebuild South Gangbuk High School? Kong Sok answered. Yeah, the two of us can do it. Kong Sok passionately stated his goal. We'll reclaim our past glory. We just have to carry out my plan step by step. Be my one and only strategist, Bom sang. But the answer was sorry, Kong Sok. Byun Bom sang said, I don't want to fight anymore, and I don't see how we can beat Kim So-hoon. Kim So-hoon has become too strong for us to defeat. He was content with his current delivery job. Kong Sok called out to Byun Bom sang, but without giving Kong Sok a chance to persuade him, Byun Bom sang crushed his will. Sorry Sok, it's been a while. Changing the subject, former rank 7 of South Gangbuk High School Lee Se-man, he was working as a construction worker at a site. When asked, Lee Se-man was also surprised. You want to rebuild South Gangbuk? Kong Sok answered, yeah, everything will go back to how it was. Kong Sok tried to persuade him by reminding him of their past glory. Think of the glory we in the South achieved. Remember how much money we made. Let's revive our business and start over from scratch. But the answer was the same as last time. Sorry Kong Sok. Lee Se-man's face was filled with only fatigue. I don't want to fight anymore. Kim So-hoon is too strong now. If we try to regain our power, we'll be crushed immediately. Kong Sok couldn't stand seeing that. Lee Se-man, but he finished his sentence. South Gangbuk High School. Disappearing like this is the right thing to do. Those were the words Kong Sok had heard when he tried to rebuild South Gangbuk. Kong Sok gritted his teeth in anger. He was furious. Thinking about how the two core members of South Gangbuk had both given up, Kong Sok asked them the same question. Are you satisfied? A sense of helplessness washed over Kong Sok. He asked again, and it was as if he were asking himself, are you satisfied with your life now? Kong Sok asked again. We're men, aren't we? Finally, he shouted in anger. If you're a real man, you have to reach the top at least once in your life. I won't give up. This is my mission. A journey I must complete. The cartwheels were stopped on the ground, but Kong Sok's legs were still trembling, trying to move forward towards his South Gangbuk. Kong Sok pulled the rope with all his might. If it stops like this, someone has to pull it. I will never live under anyone. Even with the burden on his shoulders, Kong Sok would continue to move towards his ideals. South Gangbuk High School will never disappear. Back in the present, Kim So-hoon was gasping on one side after taking a barrage of hits from Jo Tae-ho. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, he recalled the card he had just used. Purple card, attack card, trick. Makes the opponent agitated. Details, use of the attack card trick. Using this card, you can use all sorts of tricks to temporarily and significantly reduce the abilities of a selected individual. The trick debuff effect cannot be removed by other cards until this card's duration ends. I had this card, but I couldn't even use it properly, and ended up getting beaten to a pulp by Jo Tae-ho. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Kong Sok's potential has started to break through its limits. At the same time, Jo Tae-ho was surprised. Someone called him. Jo Tae-ho. He turned and looked at the one who didn't seem to value his life. The system announced again, congratulations. Kong Sok's potential has broken through its limits. Kong Sok stood up. Who am I? Faint lightning appeared around his body. Jo Tae-ho turned in surprise and asked, how did you get up again? Kong Sok answered, isn't it obvious? Because I wasn't down. Because I can't be down. Kong Sok with his burning will stood up until South Gangbuk High School returned. He first had to complete his mission. The system announced, Kong Sok has ascended. Kim So-hoon realized his intention and quickly shouted to stop him. No, Kong Sok, even if he had ascended, the difference in their stats was still too great. Run, but it was too late. Jo Tae-ho without hesitation threw an uppercut at Kong Sok's jaw just like before. Jo Tae-ho thought triumphantly. This fist feels so exhilarating. After this blow you won't be able to stand anymore. You're finished. Kong Sok's face contorted from the punch. Additional reward after Kong Sok's ascension, Kong Sok will receive an exclusive card. Jo Tae-ho's expression suddenly went blank. The punch had clearly landed on Kong Sok's face, but he had endured it with his entire body. Veins popped out all over his face. Kong Sok's exclusive card for this ascension will be revealed. A card appeared, Kang's exclusive attack card. Invincible Wrestler. For 2 minutes the user becomes an invincible wrestler and takes no damage. Stats will continuously increase until the 2 minutes are up. This card can be used once a day. After using Invincible Wrestler, Kong Sok quickly lowered his posture. He dug in and wrapped his arms around Jo Tae-ho's waist. Kim So-hoon couldn't hide his surprise. After using Invincible Wrestler, Kong Sok became immune to all damage. After using Invincible Wrestler, Kong Sok's stats continued to rise. The subordinates were also stunned by the turn of events. Infinite Wrestling has been used. After grabbing his opponent's waist, Kong Sok leaned back using leverage to lift Jo Tae-ho's massive body into the air. Kong Sok's powerful voice echoed, Jo Tae-ho, I'll make sure you remember this. After lifting Jo Tae-ho, Kong Sok successfully slammed him backward onto the ground. The impact cracked the floor, leaving a large crater. While Jo Tae-ho was in shock, Kong Sok formally introduced himself once more. My name is Kong Sok, the future king of a revitalized South Gangbuk. Kong Sok's stats were lower than Jo Tae-ho's. However, their intelligence was equally dumb. Kong Sok's exclusive attack card, Invincible Wrestler. For 2 minutes, the user becomes an invincible wrestler and takes no damage. Stats will continuously increase until the 2 minutes are up, and this card can be used once a day. Kim So-hoon was surprised to see the card. Did that bastard ascend? This card is incredible, he marveled to himself. The invincibility effect alone is amazing, but his stats keep increasing too. He really got his hands on the best card. Now Kong Sok can unleash attacks for at least 2 minutes. He lifted Jo Tae-ho and shouted, Jo Tae-ho, eat this, but his hands were suddenly caught and pinned by Jo Tae-ho. Before Kong Sok could finish his sentence, Joe Tae-ho twisted his arm and turned the tables. The protagonist was amazed. The difference in stats is too big. Kong Sok has a powerful card, but Joe Tae-ho is even stronger. Damn it, is there no other way? At this rate, Kong Sok will be a punching bag for the next 2 minutes. I have to use it. Joe Tae-ho immediately threw a powerful punch at Kong Sok. Your durability is truly on another level, he said, looking at his opponent's swollen face. He sneered. I didn't think you'd be able to withstand my punch. He couldn't help but admit that Joe Tae-ho was very strong. He then did a light somersault and kicked Kong Sok in the back. Try blocking this one too. Kong Sok realized he couldn't dodge any of the attacks. Joe Tae-ho quickly got into position and threw another punch at him. This one too, good. Not even a moment to react, he pulled his arm back, his eyes filled with a dangerous glint aimed at Kong Sok. His arm flew towards Kong Sok's face with incredible speed. Take this one too. Just as the fist was about to connect with Kong Sok's face, it missed. The fist struck the ground. Kong Sok was dazed. Wait, did I dodge that? He looked at his opponent. Wait, it doesn't make sense that I dodged it. Joe Tae-ho was enveloped in a purple light. Simply put, he had slowed down. He looked at his hands in confusion. Strange. Why is my body suddenly like this? Attack card. Trick. Using this card, you can use all sorts of tricks to temporarily and significantly reduce the abilities of a selected individual. The stat reduction effect cannot be nullified by other cards until its duration ends. The protagonist was relieved. It's working. It turned out to be his doing. The system also announced. Successfully used the trick card on Joe Tae-ho to reduce his stats. He was delighted. His stats have dropped to F rank. This card is more powerful than I thought, he shouted at Kong Sok. Kong Sok, get a grip? Hearing the protagonist cheer for his opponent, he said, I believe in you. Joe Tae-ho turned around. Wait, but he was cut off by the protagonist's shout. Everyone lost to Joe Tae-ho. There's no one left who can fight and win against him. You have to win. You're the only one who can hold out. You have to take down Joe Tae-ho. Kong Sok said to him, don't preach to me. Protagonist was stunned. What are you talking about? Kong Sok was now completely different. I am destined to be the king of the South. I don't take orders from anyone. He stepped forward confidently. But I'll repay the debt for you helping me. Joe Tae-ho was intrigued. So I've slowed down, but this is good. Now the fight is fair. The two quickly clashed. The protagonist spoke like a professional commentator. They've clashed again. Who will be the one to take down the other? Suddenly a voice cut in. Kong Sok is at a disadvantage. The protagonist looked at the person struggling to get up. Wee Young-jun, but Kong Sok is a wrestler. Why is he at a disadvantage? Wee Young-jun answered. Joe Tae-ho's wrestling isn't ordinary wrestling, it's Senegalese wrestling. The protagonist didn't know what that was. Wee Young-jun explained, it's different from regular wrestling, which focuses mainly on grappling. This wrestling is called lam, and the rules of Senegalese wrestling allow for striking at will. At that moment, Joe Tae-ho punched Kong Sok, making him spit blood. He sneered and said, looks like you didn't know about Senegalese wrestling, huh? Kong Sok was shocked by the sudden blow, but he asked Joe Tae-ho back. What do you think? He immediately threw a punch at Joe Tae-ho. Not to be outdone, Joe Tae-ho punched him in the stomach and taunted, or why don't you try teaching me a thing or two? The protagonist watched them exchange blows and said, that madman Joe Tae-ho is trying to smash Kong Sok's face. They're both crazy. Kong Sok also hit Joe Tae-ho, not backing down. The protagonist realized there would be no tricks in this fight. Watching the two madmen fight ferociously, he couldn't help but say, this is a fight between beasts. The protagonist was delighted. Amazing. I didn't think these two would fight so fair and square. Wee Young-jun spoke up again. That's not it. They just can't think of any other way. The protagonist was confused. What do you mean? Wee Young-jun answered. They're both so incredibly stupid that they can only fight so ferociously and simply. The two were still exchanging blows violently. Kong Sok grabbed Joe Tae-ho's pants and slammed him to the ground, shattering the floor. Joe Tae-ho grabbed his hand back and slammed Kong Sok to the ground in the same way. Joe Tae-ho moved his hand with difficulty. He stood up panting. The people around began to murmur, seize the chance, Joe Tae-ho is tired. Now's the time for the finishing blow. Kong Sok shouted, I swear if any of you moves even a single step. He warned, I'll make sure to make you tremble in fear. Everyone was surprised. Kong Sok clenched his fist. I've reached my limit. He knew his body was the same, not only that. He looked at his opponent, and Joe Tae-ho, he had also given his all. Both of them smiled, the corners of their mouths turning up at the same time. Yes, they threw their fists again with all their might. We've both given it our all. They landed affectionate punches on each other's cheeks and delivered brain-rattling uppercuts. Even as they bled profusely, they called out each other's names. Joe Tae-ho, Kong Sok. It seemed they were tireless. This fight, it's so exciting. What a fun fight. They threw their punches with the same thought. This is your end. The aftermath was enough to shake the surroundings. Kim So-hoon looked at them in confusion, and Wee Young-jun was also tense. With the question of who is the winner, the two came to a halt. Joe Tae-ho called out to Kong Sok. Hey, he asked. What? Joe Tae-ho smiled with interest, gave a thumbs up and praised him. This fight was awesome, and he collapsed. The surroundings became lively, seeing that Kong Sok was still standing. Kong Sok was proud. He finally called me Kong Sok. At the same time, the system announced. Duration of the invincible wrestler card has expired. Kong Sok also collapsed. He finally remembered. the system continued to announce mission completed main quest defeat the lone intruder, Zhou Tiaho reward 1 MasterCard. The protagonist couldn't believe it. We won, the system announced. You have obtained a MasterCard as a reward. Attack card buffet. Check details for use, he thought to himself. Let's see what this MasterCard can do. Zhou Tiaho has lost. Buffet card. What on earth is this card? This means there's only one person left. He looked to the other side. North Gangbuk High School's rank 10, the red-haired man with a lollipop in his mouth. UC Gung, the man smiled brightly and said, they're here. West Gangbuk High School. IMTA Rang held his phone and complained to the person on the other end. You're still the same. Do you think now is the time to be so carefree? Han Jae-ha. Han Jae-ha didn't answer nonchalantly. IMTA Rang continued, don't act like that, otherwise today will be the anniversary of UC Gung's death. He just smoked his cigarette. With a dangerous smile, he thought, my plan finally begins. The sound from behind made Kim Zo-hoon turn around. What's wrong? The people around shouted. Zhou Tiaho woke up. He was now sitting up. I slept well. The protagonist guessed it must be because of the buffet card and decided to check its effects. He shouldn't have opened it, but when he did, he was horrified. Wait, what is this? Zhou Tiaho shouted. All right, West Gangbuk. The crowd was horrified. Zhou Tiaho is back on his feet. He was completely standing. Let's keep fighting. No one could believe it. No way. How is Zhou Tiaho already back on his feet? Wee Youngjun, who was being helped up, couldn't hold back his curses. Damn it, there's no one on our side left with the strength to fight him. Zhou Tiaho was still shouting passionately. Whoever you are, all of you come at me, let's have another proper fight. A hand touched his back from behind, the protagonist declared. The card's cooldown is over. The system's voice rang out. Use the nullification card. This bastard must have been brainwashed by Chai Jumiak. That must be why he's so eager to fight. Recalling the people who had been brainwashed before, he thought to himself that he would release the brainwashing and make Zhou Tiaho a comrade. But suddenly the system announced, card cannot be used. He was stunned. What? The system added. The selected target is not currently under any abnormal status effects. He was surprised. What does this mean? Zhou Tiaho recognized him. Right, Kim So-hoon, I've always wanted to fight you. His brain was reeling from the shock. I can't believe he wasn't brainwashed. Does that mean his desire to fight others is his true nature? He continued to ramble on. The fact that you touched my back is an indirect signal to start a fight. Let's start our fight immediately. The protagonist thought that if he wasn't brainwashed it meant he was a pure madman. Zhou Tiaho was still full of fighting spirit. If you don't attack first, I will. The protagonist refused. But I can't fight anymore. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He shouted, if you want to fight someone that strong, go find Chai Jumiak and fight him. The people around were stunned to hear that. And Wee Youngjun was also shocked. Zhou Tiaho paused for a moment. His eyes lit up as if he had realized the truth. You're right. On the other side, Song Haru stretched and prepared herself. Shall we begin? Ha Zon-woo recognized Song Haru. He laughed cheerfully. Then this should be easy. I have information on all the executives of West Gangbuk, and among them, I know that Song Haru is famous for her speed and capoeira. Before Song Haru could even think about how to win, Ha Son-woo rushed in with fierce speed. He had to get close to her first, but his face was blocked by her hand. A fist flew. System notification, used copy, used traditional taekwondo. He was horrified. Taekwondo, Song Haru adjusted her glasses and said. Ha Son-woo clearly remembered that this was Kim So-hoon's technique. Next she used copy again, used copy, used left hook. A left hook that flew in before he had a chance to dodge. She sighed. As expected, I can't replicate the power of the strike. He was surprised. Ji Young-in's technique, how can she use other people's techniques so perfectly? First, let's fight slowly. He decided to attack her. Try blocking this. Suddenly, Kong Ji-hyuk shouted, wait! The fight stopped. They turned towards Kong Ji-hyuk together. What is it, Kong Ji-hyuk? He announced that there was a call. He handed the phone to Ha Son-woo. There's a call for you. Take it. A greeting was heard from the other side of the phone. Ha Son-woo. He was stunned. Zhou Tiaho said cheerfully, yeah, it's me, thank goodness, you're safe, but are you okay? I had a really awesome fight. But forget about that. Ha Son-woo, I have a new goal. Hearing his friend's declaration, he said, I want to fight Chai Jumiak. Ha Son-woo asked seriously. Are you crazy? We're about to take over all of West Gangbuk's territory. Then we'll receive an unimaginably huge reward from leader Chai Jumiak. Are you saying you'll give up that reward and help the West? Zhou Tiaho answered. Exactly. While the two were talking, hey Zhou Tiaho, why are you suddenly like this? Anyway, Chai Jumiak is strong, isn't he? A subordinate ran up, strategist Nim. We did it. Du Ha-jin has safely returned to our north side. The manpower and land we previously gave to the north as compensation have all been returned. The north can no longer target our base. Ha Son-woo's plan has completely failed. Ha Son-woo asked Zhou Tiaho again. If it's the two of us, we can reclaim all the territory we lost. We can even take over more than that. But you still want to betray leader Chai Jumiak and cooperate with the West? Zhou Tiaho answered. Yes. Hearing his friend's words, Ha Son-woo said. All right, I understand. Zhou Tiaho was suspicious. Really? Kong Ji-hyuk unfolded his fan. I'm glad you were able to grasp the situation so quickly. The only way you can survive right now is to surrender to us, Ha Son-woo said again. You're gravely mistaken. I'm confident I can escape from here, and I'm confident I can fight all of you with Zhou Tiaho and win. He was very confident. Are you doubting that I can't do that? Kong Ji-hyuk didn't understand. Then why are you surrendering? Ha Son-woo answered. Zhou Tiaho is someone who entered West Gangbuk enemy territory alone after hearing that I had been kidnapped. The guy, regardless of whether there was a trap or an enemy waiting, was willing to sacrifice himself to save me. So Ha Son-woo, how could I refuse the request of such a kind kid? Zhou Tiaho and Ha Son-woo had both made their decision. I'm joining West Gangbuk. The scene switched back to a room. The people around were curious. You See-gung, what's wrong with you? You're so late. Where have you been? He answered. Sorry, I forgot about the meeting today. Listening to them, it seemed this meeting was to discuss the matter of catching Han Jae-ha. But how could you miss it? He comforted them. I've always trusted you two. He was North Gangbuk High School's rank 10 and his two vice commanders, Yu See-gung's North Gangbuk High School vice commander, Ren Wan. Yu See-gung's North Gangbuk High School vice commander, Lun Ki Wan-chan warned, we're fighting Han Jae-ha. If we let our guard down for even a moment, we'll lose. Lun Ki said confidently. Han Jae-ha has surely been preparing to defeat us for the past few months. We have no idea what he's going to do. Yu See-gung asked, so shall we start the meeting? What is Han Jae-ha doing right now? Do you know anything? They answered. I heard he's living quite leisurely. He hasn't sent his subordinates or vice commanders anywhere yet. Yu See-gung guessed. So he's waiting for us to approach him first. They thought so too. That's a high possibility, Yu See-gung discussed. What do you two think we should do? They answered. In my opinion, if he's not coming to us, there's no need for us to go to him. Let's wait and see how West Gangbuk moves first. Yu See-gung thought that was fine. His colleague offered another opinion. Or how about we set up an ambush? He was still looking at his phone. Isn't that too obvious? But then Lee Sung-hee raised a steel pipe to strike his friend's head. How about this? Of course, that blow was enough to send See-gung flying into a wall. Both Sung-hee and Wan-chan held steel pipes, their faces hidden in the darkness. Soon blood splattered and everyone knew who had been hit. After a moment, the steel pipes were dropped to the floor with a thud. They dusted off their hands and said, we're done. Yu See-gung was sprawled on the floor. You guys, what are you doing? They urged him. Just answer the phone. See-gung was surprised. A voice came from the other side of the phone. Hey, can you hear me? See-gung, it's me. Do you like my present? That person was West Gangbuk High School's rank 4, strategist Han Jae-ha, Kim So-hoon said with difficulty. Since when? Jae-ha asked casually. Since when did I persuade them to betray me? Was it since last month or just last week? He cut him off. What are you talking about? See-gung was confused. What? Jae-ha sneered. I asked if I had been planning this since last month. I've been planning it ever since that day. See-gung was shocked to hear that. What? Jae-ha would never forget the kick to his head that day. Jae-ha looked at the screen and sneered. I've been planning it ever since the day you betrayed me. See-gung, I've waited for a really long time. You won't understand how I feel right now, but to get revenge on you, I've prepared everything for today to come, he warned. From now on, you'd better not trust anyone around you. And even if you do trust someone, you should be suspicious of them. After all, you don't know if they'll backstab you or not. This is my way. Unifying Gangbuk, I'm not interested in that at all, Jae-ha said as he threw his cigarette. All I care about is that I'll be happy when you're dead. Dijum trembled upon hearing that. You should have betrayed that useless Kong Sok instead. I will definitely make you regret backstabbing me. He sneered. System notification, a quest has been generated. Main quest, defeat North Gangbuk High School's rank 10 Yu See-gung. 1. Successfully execute Han Jae-ha's plan. Reward 1 bronze medal card. 2 undecided, 3 undecided, 4 undecided, 5 undecided. Jae-ha called his precious name, Yu See-gung, with a face full of danger. Enjoy your death slowly. System notification, the quest has started. Jae-ha threatened. Today I will make you feel what it's like to die slowly. You won't need this either. How about becoming my toy for once somehow? See-gung was on his feet, impressive as expected of Han Jae-ha. To think you'd plan your revenge after being betrayed. I underestimated you, Han Jae-ha. Hu-chan was surprised to see him still standing after being hit like that. See-gung continued. But there's something you don't know, Jae-ha. These damn kids can't take me down. And he sent Lee Sung-ni flying with a kick. Noticing that Hu-chan was preparing to throw a punch, the damn See-gung lightly grabbed Hu-chan's waist. On Jae-ha, what you've done, he said as he threw his former friend to the ground, only makes me want to fight more. After finishing his business, he picked up the phone again. Han Jae-ha, you still have time to change your mind. With a distorted face, you can never beat me. Jae-ha was not afraid. Alright, let's wait and see who wins. System notification, new quest generated. Main quest, North Gangbuk's rank 10 Yu See-gung. 1. Success in the first battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 bronze medal card. 2. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 silver medal card. 3 undecided, 4 undecided, 5 undecided. A person ran up and opened the door. See-gung, what's wrong? That person was Dong Woo-hyuk, a subordinate of North Gangbuk under Yu See-gung. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed Woo-hyuk's neck. See-gung pressed him. Are you on that bastard Han Jae-ha's side now? Woo-hyuk asked with difficulty. What do you mean, Yu See-gung Nim? I don't know what happened here either, but I've taken care of all the guys who betrayed me. Outside, injured people were collapsed all over the stairs. Woo-hyuk explained. Yu See-gung Nim, all the most skilled commanders in your army are people the leader sent down to help you, but those damn bastards betrayed you. They were all waiting on the stairs to attack you. It seems this is that bastard Han Jae-ha's scheme. He was worried about See-gung. This is really not good. We can't trust anyone on our side now. See-gung answered. Really? Then how can I trust you? Woo-hyuk asserted. Whatever you say, that's not me. That bastard Han Jae-ha also suggested I betray you. Dijum didn't expect him to tell the truth. What? At that time, Woo Hyuk had asked back in disbelief. Are you telling me to betray you, Si-gung? Jae-ha answered. That's right. Think about it, Dong Woo Hyuk. You used to be quite a skilled guy in this gangbuk, right? But what's your skill level in North Gangbuk now? You're just a small captain under you, Si-gung at best. He made a very attractive offer. Join me in West Gangbuk. I guarantee that North Gangbuk won't last long either, no matter how loyal and hardworking you are. In the end, you won't get anything from North Gangbuk, but it's different if you come with me to West Gangbuk. They value skilled people like you very much. Woo Hyuk just threw a few words at him. You bastard, get lost. Daegung looked back after hearing Woo Hyuk's words. There was something he didn't know. You and I have been close since the first grade of elementary school. That's why you made me a captain under you. That's something I'm grateful to you for, he said as if making a vow. You Si-gung, I will fight with you until the end. Si-gung was moved. Thank you, Dong Woo Hyuk. I didn't know you would sacrifice so much for me. Woo Hyuk asked. So do you have a plan to counter West Gangbuk now? Si-gung answered. First we have to eliminate all the traitors. Those who betrayed North Gangbuk must be purged. We can't just let them be. That way we can face that bastard Han Jae-ha with a clear mind later. The scene switched to a billiard hall. Jae-ha was aiming the ball like a pro. A subordinate ran in. Han Jae-ha and Hyung Nim were in big trouble. He remained calm even after hitting the ball. What's wrong? Don't rush, just tell me. What is it now? He reported. Yu Si-gung is currently tracking the traitors. But most of the guys who joined our side have been eliminated. The opponent playing billiards with him couldn't help but praise. He's smarter than I thought, purging the traitors. That's not bad. I thought he'd lose his mind and rush here to fight to the death. That person was West Gangbuk High School's rank 3. Go-ha-jun, Jae-ha explained. This isn't strange either. It's probably that bastard Dong Woo Hyuk's scheme. Yu Si-gung always does what he says. Dong Woo Hyuk can be called his strategist. Go-ha-jun was a little surprised. I see. What do we do now? Attack right away or take care of that bastard Dong Woo Hyuk first? Jae-ha didn't care. It doesn't matter. He asserted that everything was fine. I have a way to solve them. We just need to stay calm. They'll fall into a trap on their own. On this side, Si-gung was elbowing people. Woo Hyuk was putting his knee on the faces of the traitors. None of the ones who were hit could fight back. Seeing them collapsed, Woo Hyuk let out a sigh of relief. This is the end. The traitors are all taken care of now. Si-gung agreed. We don't have to worry about enemies within North Gangbuk. Woo Hyuk snatched a wooden club from one of them. This bastard even carried a weapon in case he needed it for his actions. I don't know why he betrayed you when you treated them so well. What benefits did that bastard Han Jae-ha give for over 100 of them to follow him? Si-gung was impressed inwardly. The traitors are gone. Thanks Dong Woo Hyuk. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to handle this situation. Now I can think of a way to deal with that bastard Han Jae-ha, he felt sincerely. Thanks to you I can look at everything calmly. From somewhere a guy with a wooden club shouted, What's going on? Si-gung immediately choked him. There's still one more? The guy was so scared by his strength. Si-gung asked him. Han Jae-ha, where's that bastard? He said, trembling. You Si-gung Hyung Nim, what's wrong? You Si-gung heard and annoyed, slammed his head to the ground. Stop pretending, Woo Hyuk suddenly cursed. Damn it, Si-gung immediately asked. Why Woo Hyuk? Woo Hyuk answered. I got a call. He handed his phone to Si-gung. It's from the leader. Daegung answered the phone. Yeah, Si-gung was annoyed by the report. Damn it, it must be the leader calling to check on the situation. But Woo Hyuk said it wasn't leader Cha-yoon. That's right, my new leader is Han Jae-ha. And then he knocked down the person who had been his friend since elementary school. The phone made a sound as it fell to the floor. Hey Si-gung, Jae-ha asked about his well-being. What's wrong again? Si-gung was already on the ground. That bastard Jae-ha was sitting comfortably on the billiard table. I told you earlier, don't trust anyone. Si-gung called Han Jae-ha in a rage. He pressed him. That damn bastard earlier said he refused your offer. Jae-ha answered. At first he did. Recalling that time, Woo Hyuk still shouted loudly, Get lost you damn bastard. But Jae-ha called his name. Dong Woo Hyuk. He was confused. Yeah? Jae-ha whispered in his ear. Think about it carefully. The more Woo Hyuk heard, the more he backed away. I know you and that guy have been friends for 10 years. That's why you were able to become a captain under him. But are you going to stay in that position forever? Woo Hyuk was confused. You mean? Jae-ha moved closer. North Gangbuk will collapse soon too. What will happen to your position? You'll end up with nothing, but if you join me in West Gangbuk you'll get a new position. After I defeat North Gangbuk, you will be the first there. Woo Hyuk didn't understand. But for what reason do you have to do so much? Jae-ha answered. Why? At that answer, Woo Hyuk's small eyes widened. Because of revenge, Daegung cursed, trembling. You bastard, you bribed all my subordinates. Jae-ha denied it upon hearing that. What are you talking about? Bribing all 100 of your men is a bit of an overstatement for me. What can I say? I only brought in 3 of your captains. Let's just say Si-gung. You know what I hate most about your side? It's not that I hate you. Jae-ha revealed the truth. The 100 subordinates you have were all given to you by Chai Jumiak. He laughed cheerfully. So I concocted this scheme to make you eliminate your own subordinates. That way I can be satisfied. He threw one last remark. Now that you've dealt with all your subordinates, was the scheme I planned for Dong Woo Hyuk okay? Woo Hyuk sneered. Well, I'm sorry anyway. He made me an attractive offer I couldn't refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched squarely in the face. Daegung got up, hit his friend, and shouted Han Jae-ha's name. But someone advised him, how scary, what's the use of you resisting now? Save your strength, it's time for my performance to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a group in unfamiliar uniforms surrounded Si-gung. Jae-ha provoked him over the phone. Why don't you say hello? This is a group I created to take care of you. Si-gung sneered. You're going to catch me with these guys? Why are you wearing a helmet, you damn bastard? He immediately uppercutted them. Did you think you could catch me so easily? Jae-ha continued. Take a look and see if there's anything special about them. The one who had just been hit was fine, just as Jae-ha had said. Say hello to them. It's been a while since you've seen each other again. Daegung didn't even have time to dodge and was punched squarely. Someone in a helmet marveled. This day has finally come. Another person fiercely hit Seogung's waist and legs. That person was Seo Dong-tak. Our East Gangbuk was defeated because of you. Another person in a helmet kicked Seogung's leg. He was Na Yu-geum. Hearing Yu Seogung laugh, Han Jae-ha asked, "What's so funny?" Yu Seogung poured out his feelings. You bribed my friends and made them betray me. Now I know what it feels like to be betrayed. He stood up. Han Jae-ha, let me tell you this now. Our fight will only end when one of us falls. Yu Seogung looked like he was crazy. Thanks to you, my heart has become as hard as a stone. System notification. Yu Seogung's potential has started to break through its limits. Jae-ha lit a cigarette. He looked up. Everyone's gathered here. He was West Gangbuk's rank 4 strategist, Han Jae-ha, and in front of him was Han Jae-ha's unit. Previously, everyone called the former East Gangbuk unit Han Jae-ha's unit. Much had changed since then, but that name remained. They heard Jae-ha's declaration. But what can we do now? We were defeated and became a unit of West Gangbuk. He swore as he walked. It's all because of that damn Yu Seogung. It's because we trusted him after he betrayed us. Our East Gangbuk ended up like this. Han Jae-ha's footsteps stopped. So what we have to do is get revenge on him. We have to pay him back for everything he did to us, he declared. From today, you all have to work hard. I will train you to be strong enough to face him. That damn Yu Seogung's skills are anything but ordinary. I know him well. So this unit I've created will train to exploit his weaknesses. This will be a tough process. Anyone without the resolve can leave right now. Because training with those who lack perseverance will yield no results. Thanks to those days, they were able to fight Yu Seogung. Everyone was enraged. Yu Seogung, we have trained hard for a long time for this day. But he was blocked by a single hand. Seogung threw him away like a punching bag. What are you thinking? Do you think you can take me down that easily? Yu Seogung started to count one of them. Before he could continue counting, he was hit by a club and dazed. Wait, with a shout of die, Yu Seogung was sent flying. Surprisingly, wasn't he knocked out? Yu Seogung wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I thought I heard a bone break. How can he still get up and fight back? A guy explained. I told you earlier, we trained hard for today. He lifted something thick and asserted, don't even think about taking us down. Yu Seogung guessed. Is that a back protector? The guy said. We have a perfect grasp of your skills and weaknesses. Today you will submit here. Yu Seogung sneered. You know my skills and weaknesses? He laughed creepily. Really? He recalled words from the past. Yu Seogung, what you did in East Gangbuk was quite impressive. Thanks to you acting as a spy there, our work could finish much faster. North Gangbuk's rank 2, Daniel said. Since you did such a good job, Leader Chai Ju-miak has ordered me to bestow this upon you. At that time, Yu Seogung was very proud. I'll be looking forward to the reward, Daniel informed him. This reward is 100 elite unit members with powerful combat abilities. They are members who have been selected and trained. They will assist you in future battles. It took quite a long time to train this unit, so use them carefully. Make sure the loss of manpower is not too great. Yu Seogung was delighted. Thank you for your consideration, Leader Chai Ju-miak. Daniel turned his head and asked, all right, is there no other reward for him, Leader? The long-haired man who was asked the question was North Gangbuk's rank 1, Chai Ju-miak. Someone answered. Understood. It was because Chai Ju-miak had decided. Yu Seogung, I will use these 6 enhancement cards on you. After he spoke. Use, the system chimed. Enhancement card used. All of Yu Seogung's stats have increased. He could clearly feel it. Why do I feel so much stronger? What is happening? The sound of Chai Ju-miak calling Yu Seogung was heard. Now prove your worth. The sight of Leader Chai Ju-miak's back was like a warning. I've raised you like this, so if you fail to prove your worth, you're no different from a pile of trash. I will abandon you without mercy then, so don't resent me. Keep that in mind and strive to prove yourself. Empowered by the memory, Yu Seogung defeated the group. Yu Seogung provoked. Now who else is left? Yeom Jang-gyu stepped back in surprise. How could this be? Our unit trained so hard to take him down, but now he took us all down this easily. This damn Yu Seogung's skill is completely different from what we knew. Seo Dong-tak was just as shocked. All the members trained day and night for the past few months, and now there's nothing left. How could he have become so terrifyingly strong in such a short time? Yu Seogung approached them. Now there's only the 2 of you left, the 2 thought to themselves. What do we do now? Suddenly, someone rushed in to kick Yu Seogung's head but was blocked. Seogung grabbed Yeom Jang-gyu and gloated. This is over. I'm tired of fighting you guys, so tell me now. Yu Seogung just wanted to know where the damn Han Jae-ha was. The scene switches outside the building, and Kim So-hoon was looking around. Is anyone here? He guessed that the situation on Han Jae-ha's side seemed to have gotten pretty good. I should try using this too. He summoned a card. Let's see. The master card I just received. Attack card. Buffet card. Welcome. Details. He repeated the words buffet card. I can't understand it all just by reading this introduction. I'll have to use it to find out its function. He shouted loudly. Use buffet card. Notification. Buffet card used. The attack card buffet card can summon a buffet party, allowing you to freely choose the cards within. It can be used once a week. A magic circle appeared at the protagonist's feet and he looked at it in surprise. A portal slowly appeared and opened. With the text, the buffet party has appeared. Will you participate in the buffet party? The protagonist stared at it bewildered. He decided to go through the portal. As soon as he entered, the system announced. You have entered the buffet party. The protagonist looked inside and was shocked. What is this? There were so many cards of all colors, red, blue, purple, yellow, etc. It was filled from top to bottom. The system announced. These are the cards you can take. You can take any card you want from here with the corresponding buffet points. The protagonist couldn't believe it. All the cards here, I can have whatever I want, the system answered. If you check a card, you can see how many buffet points it requires. He was a little disappointed. So I have to pay points to take them. He picked up a card. Consumable card, intermediate enhancement drug. Strength 0.5, intelligence minus 0.5, intelligence reduction effect. Required buffet points, 100 PT, he wondered. But where do I get buffet points? The system answered immediately. You can obtain buffet points by completing various missions. You have completed many missions so far. Therefore, the buffet points you have accumulated so far after calculation will total 32,800 part. The protagonist truly couldn't believe it. At that moment, Yom Jang-gyu was not afraid to confront Yu Si-gung. Where is Han Jae-ha? Why do you think we have to tell you? Yu Si-gung took action immediately. If you don't talk, you die. Seo Dong-tak jumped up. Yu Si-gung, do you think he even cares about us at this point? He kicked the opponent with the intent to crush him. Tell me where he is quickly, otherwise you will all die here today. If you tell me, I'll spare you for old time's sake. Hearing that, they seemed to find it strange. Old time's sake, the entire group burst out laughing. Pua, he was dazed as they didn't stop laughing. You haha, he asked again. What's so funny? Yom Jang-gyu answered while lying down. Did you think we would come for revenge without any calculations? Yu Si-gung was surprised. What? His phone rang again. Another call. A subordinate called him urgently. Yu Si-gung, he younged him. It's a call from North Gangbuk. He was stunned. From North Gangbuk, the guy reported. We're in big trouble, he younged him. Those damn bastards have taken over all of our territory here. Yu Si-gung couldn't believe his ears. What? The guy reported. While you were fighting the traitors there, that bastard Han Jae-ha led his entire army and attacked, taking over all our territory on this side. The leader just called and he seems to be quite angry about this, he younged him. Yu Si-gung froze upon hearing the news. I'm in a dangerous situation now. The West Gangbuk guys are targeting me with all their strength, and the higher-ups are quite angry with what I'm doing, the system announced. Main quest, defeat North Gangbuk's rank 10 Yu Si-gung. 1. Success in the first battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 bronze medal card. 2. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 silver medal card. 3. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward. Yu Si-gung's stats decrease. 4. Undecided. 5. Undecided, the system announced again. Yu Si-gung's stats have decreased. He shouted into the phone. Han Jae-ha. Someone appeared from somewhere and cut in. You seem pretty angry. Yu Si-gung was annoyed. Who the hell are you? The person answered. Han Jae-ha sent me here. It's been a while. We met when we were in East Gangbuk. Recalling that time, this person had been knocked out by Si-gung in one blow. I took a pretty hard hit from you back then. He didn't forget to curse at Si-gung. You son of a bitch. He also recognized who it was. It's you. I'm pretty angry right now, so I'm not in the mood to chat. Where's that bastard Han Jae-ha? The person called out to him. Yu Si-gung. Both Ha-jun and Si-gung decided to dock with their fists, the system announced again. Main quest, defeat North Gangbuk's rank 10 Yu Si-gung. 1. Success in the first battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 bronze medal card. 2. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 silver medal card. 3. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward. Yu Si-gung's stats decrease. 4. Defeat Yu Si-gung. Reward diamond card. 5. Undecided. Ha-jun provoked. Do you think you can even get to where Han Jae-ha is? Amidst the tense standoff, Go Ha-jun decided to light a cigarette. Alright, I'll go first. If it gets too tough, you can back me up. The white-haired Na Yu-gi-om didn't answer and just stared intently at the opponent. Yu Si-gung, you're hilarious. You want to fight one by one? You two had better come at me at once. His eyes were like those of a hungry wolf. I don't have time to mess around with you two here anymore. He rushed in like a predator that had spotted its prey. Where is the damn Han Jae-ha? System notification. King's dignity has been activated. Ha-jun lightly dodged Si-gung's technique. Following that, Na Yu-gi-om attacked Si-gung's leg. That blow forced Si-gung to falter for a moment. They recalled, when we fight him, we just have to make him agitated. These were the words of West Gangbuk's rank 4 Han Jae-ha. Right now he's floundering in the trap I set. He won't be able to think calmly. If you agitate him, he'll lose his reason even more, and the only thing on his mind will be catching me. Simply put, that's when you two can take control of the fight. Na Yu-gi-om listened intently. If he gets agitated, that damn Yu Si-gung won't be able to use his full strength. Then you'll be able to take him down easily, Jae-ha continued. I'll head over there when things are settled on my end. If you still haven't taken him down, I'll help anyway. That's Yu Si-gung's weakness. When he's agitated, nothing goes right for him. You just have to fight him slowly. The two did as he said and were fighting with all their might. Yu Si-gung had no opening to counterattack. Damn it, if he raised his fist while he dealt with one, the other would use the opening to launch a surprise attack. So he was kneed right in the face. He had no choice but to be hit, so he couldn't focus and face them both and was hit in the back once again. He told himself, I have to calm down, Yu Si-gung. Alright, come on you sons of bitches. Right now I have no way to deal with these two, so I have to think of a way while fighting. Ha-jun stopped his friend. Stop it, Na Yu-gi-om. Wait a minute, it was because he noticed that Yu Si-gung had regained his composure. He assessed, he's looking down, what's he up to? At Yu Si-gung's feet was a person who was already beaten up. Without any hesitation he kicked that person, sending him flying towards Ha-jun. Catching the person, Ha-jun cursed, damn it, this guy is annoying. Seeing Si-gung running away, he shouted, "He's getting away, catch him quickly." Na Yu-gi-um quickly chased after him. The two had the same thought, is he trying to run away? But Si-gung suddenly turned and grabbed Na Yu-gi-um. He proved their guess, so that's what he was up to. He grabbed Na Yu-gi-um's belt and with a familiar technique slammed him down once again. Ha-jun rushed over shouting no, but Na Yu-gi-um. He was still slammed to the ground by Si-gung, shattering the floor. Ha-jun realized, damn it, he broke our pincer attack. After finishing his business, Si-gung stood up very calmly. All right, I've regained my composure now. You're still left, so just wait, he realized. I was too complacent. Si-gung turned to him and asked, what did you say earlier? That I wouldn't be able to find that bastard Han Jae-ha. Say it again. While he was speaking, Ha-jun grabbed his leg and tried to slam him down. Is this guy crazy? Si-gung asked him. What are you trying to do now, Go Ha-jun? Are you trying to match me in strength? Fine, I'll do as you wish. Ha-jun was angered by those words. Si-gung, have you forgotten? He didn't understand what Ha-jun was saying. A familiar belt appeared. Ha-jun said again, there are two of us. This is a back protector. At this time, Si-gung realized, wait a minute, but it was already too late. He was hit as the system announced. Terabyte kick has been used. The opponent has been stunned. Without a moment to breathe, Si-gung was punched in the mouth again and the system sound echoed. King's dignity has been activated. Si-gung was beaten to a pulp. In this state, there was no chance to dodge. Na Yu-gi-um gathered strength in his leg and kicked straight at Si-gung. Terabyte low kick has been used. He flew up like a bird released from a cage, then was kicked down by a King's dignity activated kick. His hand hit the ground. The game was probably over. Looking at the one who had fallen, the two confirmed. You lost, Si-gung. He was finished. Si-gung realized his body could no longer move. Ha-jun called the person on the other side. We've taken down that bastard, Si-gung. Should we wait for you here now? He asked himself. Is this how the fight ends? Did I lose like this? Suddenly his eyes widened. Isn't this too simple? I have to kill that bastard. He thought of Han Jae-ha. Si-gung clenched his fist in determination. I haven't taken him down yet, the system announced. Si-gung's potential is starting to break through its existing limits, he thought. I have to get up, I can't lose like this. Si-gung's face appeared on a screen. The person watching was North Gang Bucks rank 1 Chai Jumiak. He whispered, I'll have to give this guy a little more power. He used the consumable card, Forced Ascension. It helps the target ascend beyond their limits, the system announced. Do you want to use Forced Ascension on Si-gung? A member who has Forced Ascension used on them cannot receive a Forced Ascension card. Do you still want to use Forced Ascension on the target? Chai Jumiak agreed, accepted Forced Ascension. On this side, Ha-jun and Na Yu-gi-um were about to leave, but they turned back at the system's warning sound. Warning. Warning, Si-gung's potential has broken through its limits. He jumped up as if he had never been injured. The sound of a punch echoed in the air. Han Jae-ha also noticed something was strange. What happened? Ha-jun and Na Yu-gi-um lost, a subordinate reported. Yes, Han Jae-ha was surprised. How did this happen? I know that bastard Si-gung's skill level, so how could he beat those two? The subordinate reported again. After that, Si-gung disappeared without a trace. We don't know if he'll attack this way, so how about you evacuate and monitor his movements, boss? Jae-ha suspected. Did I miss something in my calculations? The subordinate urged. Boss, hurry. But the two suddenly stopped at the sound of footsteps. A beaten-up guy was being dragged by two hands. Footsteps in fake luxury brand shoes approached. A devilish voice echoed. Found you, Han Jae-ha. We finally meet. Finding you was harder than plucking a star from the sky, my dear friend. Now you and I can settle our grudges. Jae-ha was greatly surprised to see him. Images of being beaten by Si-gung flashed in his mind. You betrayed me 3 times, so this time I'll pay you back for everything, Han Jae-ha. Si-gung smiled like a demon upon seeing the one who had tormented him for so long. Today you will die by my hand, the system announced. You have 32,800 PT. Kim So-hoon looked at the screen and marveled. That's quite a lot of points. Kim So-hoon looked at the cards around him and thought, this is the score I've accumulated from the first day I started my mission until now. Let's see what cards I can buy with this score. It's time to see what good functions the cards here have. Kim So-hoon looked up and scanned the area. Seriously, there are so many cards I can use here. Just as the MasterCard said, this is a real card buffet party. Now what card should I buy? Kim So-hoon carefully selected a suitable card. Let's see, he stopped at a yellow card. What function does this card have? Upon picking up the card, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. This looks good. The yellow card was upgraded. Consumable card, magic key. Used to unlock your abilities. Required points, 1000 PT. He was surprised. My abilities are currently sealed. This is the card I need right now, the system announced. Magic key card has been purchased. The protagonist thought that using this would unlock all his stats again. I have to get my hands on it no matter the cost. He was surprised to see a blue card. What's this? Tracking card. He was surprised once again. What? He recognized that the person in the card was Si-gung. Seeing his stats, he guessed that Si-gung had ascended. In the end, the protagonist thought the situation was not good. Seeing Si-gung mercilessly beating someone else, it seemed Han Jae-ha would no longer be able to stop him. He worried. What should I do in this situation? According to my calculations, Si-gung should have fallen for the provocation and failed before meeting those two. How could he have beaten them and come to attack Han Jae-ha? Seeing Jae-ha attack Si-gung, the protagonist thought that since things had come to this, he couldn't do anything either. That bastard is pretty strong right now. I should finish my work here quickly first. Jae-ha kicked Si-gung's jaw. Since you came to my territory today, Jae-ha turned his body. I'll make sure you never go back. He dodged it very lightly. A large vibration occurred here. Han Jae-ha laughed excitedly, thinking he had the upper hand, but he didn't. Yu Si-gung blocked that leg, he sneered. Is that all your skill is? The subordinate couldn't believe it. Yu Si-gung just threw out a sentence. If you want to take me down, Han Jae-ha, you have to hit this hard. He hit Jae-ha's stomach hard, this hard, you get it. With just one blow, Han Jae-ha Sunbae couldn't come to his senses. Yu Si-gung grabbed this hateful guy's hair. Han Jae-ha, he asked affectionately, why aren't you resisting? Without even hearing the answer, he immediately slapped his cheek. Your skills can't be this weak, Kunmei. And he slapped the left side again. You traitor. He raised his hand high to slap with all his might. With each slap he emphasized one syllable. You must die since I'm here today. If you have any more tricks, hurry up and use them all. You won't get a chance, Jae-ha said at this time. You're too complacent. I've already used my trick. He was surprised. What? He was dazed by the words. Is he talking about the torn wound on my eyelid? He began to cover his eye. Ah, my eye. Because of the kick he took at that time, Yu Si-gung realized that Jae-ha had intentionally kicked his eye to make me unable to see anything. When the punch was almost upon him, he couldn't dodge. He realized in surprise. Now I've lost the upper hand, Jae-ha said. You're just that stupid. Don't think you've won just because you hit someone a few times, you bastard. He rushed forward. This is my chance. He hit Yu Si-gung squarely in the stomach. To finish this bastard, but Yu Si-gung's voice stopped him. His fist was blocked. Han Jae-ha, do you think you've won just because it's hard for me to open my eyes? He was surprised. That bastard recovered so quickly, Yu Si-gung said. You damn traitor, how can you possibly beat me? He felt it was impossible. Yu Si-gung sneered while blocking. Don't even think about using any tricks again. Jae-ha doubted if the difference in their skills was that great. He cursed. This bastard, but in his heart. I feel helpless that I can't win. Yu Si-gung said. Don't struggle. Jae-ha, of course, didn't listen. I can't submit like this. He was held tightly by Yu Si-gung. I have to try. While Yu Si-gung slammed him, I can't fall. Next was the stomach and then the face. I have to take him down. Yu Si-gung hit him hard enough to break his bones. Today's matter ends here. Jae-ha still repeated to himself. I have to do whatever it takes to beat that bastard. He picked up a shiny baseball bat. You will remember today forever, Han Jae-ha. He still repeated to himself. Even when I'm at a disadvantage, I can absolutely not submit and surrender. He recalled a noisy little room from his childhood. What's wrong? His friends looked at him worriedly. Go call the teacher, he's not in a good state. It seems they had a big fight back in elementary school. They whispered, isn't that Son-jun? Why was he beaten so badly? He must have picked a fight with Han Jae-ha. That's why he got beaten like that. At that time I couldn't tolerate anyone who betrayed me. They gossiped. He cheated Han Jae-ha. That's why he was beaten like that. I won't let those who do such things go. This isn't strange either, the children said. Han Jae-ha, it's too scary when he hits people. I was so scared watching I couldn't say anything. Jae-ha thought traitors deserve to be beaten like that. Anyone who dares to cheat me must pay a heavy price. At that time he was the boss of the elementary school. Sunbae-nim, you're here. Hello, now I have become a ghost to those who have ill intentions towards me, and I still am. Hello, Sunbae-nim. This is the secret to how I became the leader of East Gangbuk. Someone proposed. Hello, Han Jae-ha. There's a guy who wants to join our forces, he answered. Who is it? That's when I met him. It was Yu Si-gung, Jae-ha asked him. You want to join my forces? He answered, eating a lollipop. Yes, he younged him. Yu Si-gung was a real talent. I thought he would later become my right-hand man, Jae-ha instructed. Work hard. If anything happens later, I'll back you up. Yu Si-gung took the lollipop out of his mouth. Thank you. With him I conquered the east and north and we got along quite well after that. I was betrayed by that bastard Yu Si-gung. As I said, I won't let those who betray me go. I will find them and pay them back for everything they did to me. I will make them tremble in fear until they die. I will strive in this world until they pay for everything they did to me, he sneered. Now it's revenge. Those traitors are my life's purpose. You were just the ones who betrayed me first, an old friend said. Han Jae-ha, that guy has been like that since he was a kid. That person was West Gangbuk High School's rank 5 Kong Sok. The thing he hates most is those who betray him. Anyone who does that to him will be made to pay the price. That is the obsession that has possessed him since he was a child. Kim So-hoon was lucky thanks to Yu Si-gung. Now that Han Jae-ha is going all out against Yu Si-gung, he probably would have had to leave him alone. Back to the present, the system announced. Han Jae-ha's potential is starting to break through its limits. He kicked Yu Si-gung squarely in the cheek. The system continued to announce, congratulations. Han Jae-ha's potential has broken through its limits. Si-gung stepped back. He sneered, what's wrong? Did you suddenly recover or something? Han Jae-ha, the system announced. Han Jae-ha has ascended due to ascension. All of Han Jae-ha's stamina has been restored. Yu Si-gung became more excited. The system announced, your potential has reached its peak and you have obtained your own special skill. Han Jae-ha's exclusive attack card, Frantic Revenge. You will be enraged and take revenge. The greater the grudge, the stronger the power. Target Yu Si-gung. Effect. Attack and defense stats increase greatly. A red orb lightly floated into the air and came down with the force to shatter Yu Si-gung's face. Han Jae-ha's stats increased noticeably. You bastard, since you came here today, don't even think about going back. Yu Si-gung was stunned. Jae-ha was excited. Now shall we play again? A blue orb was selected. Yu Si-gung countered by hitting the orb with his fist. He was excited. If you wanted to play with me, I'll do as you wish too. Jae-ha also hit his stomach. Then why didn't you say so earlier and make me wait, you idiot? All of Han Jae-ha's stats increased greatly. Yu Si-gung countered. If I knew I would have told you. Yu Si-gung was stunned. Under a disadvantageous status, Yu Si-gung's stats dropped greatly. Jae-ha praised. You're pretty good at hitting too. All of Han Jae-ha's stats were increasing. Yu Si-gung hit him again, making him spit blood. You're not bad either. Yu Si-gung was stunned. Subordinate watched blankly. What on earth is this? It's like the two of them are just playing with each other. All of Han Jae-ha's stats increased greatly. Yu Si-gung was stunned. They continued to exchange blows. Now no one could stop them. Han Jae-ha with a red orb, Yu Si-gung with a blue orb. The two powerful forces collided, threatening to shatter their surroundings. Jae-ha was punched squarely in the face. Yu Si-gung thought the game was fun, but now it had to end. But no, he was mistaken. What? Jae-ha was fine. It's too early to say that. Yu Si-gung was surprised. How can he be fine? I hit him with all my might. He even blocked it as if nothing happened. How can this be? Is his skill that strong? Jae-ha was excited. Today you die by my hands here. At this point, Yu Si-gung started to worry. Is he trying to kill me? And a powerful blow exploded on Yu Si-gung's jaw. He had no time to dodge. What? This is real. Jae-ha hit his stomach once more and announced, this is just the beginning. He was already filled with murderous intent, he said as he hit him. Even though you betrayed me, Yu Si-gung thought before he could achieve his goal. Jae-ha was still hitting with all his might. You were the one who stabbed me in the back first. Yu Si-gung thought he had to take down the bastard in this situation. Jae-ha went crazy and grabbed Si-gung's belt. It was the only way. Yu Si-gung slammed Han Jae-ha to the ground. He smiled gleefully, vowing not to let this damn bastard have his way. He had to go down. But seeing Han Jae-ha unharmed, even getting up again, Yu Si-gung began to doubt if he had the strength to do it. A thud echoed in the air. The footsteps crossing the corridor became more and more urgent, and the phone rang. Where are you going, Song-haru? She answered. I'm on my way to where those two are. You hurry up too. Kong Ji-hyuk heard that and hurried. Understood. Kong Ji-hyuk explained the situation. The two are fighting very fiercely in the game area. It seems Han Jae-ha can't beat Yu Si-gung, so hurry up and help Han Jae-ha, Haru. She was worried. Han Jae-ha sunbae. Upon reaching the door, she rushed to open it. Just wait a little longer. As soon as the door opened, she shouted, Sunbaenim, I'll be right there to help you. But she suddenly paused. What is that? Han Jae-ha recognized her. Haru, she couldn't understand. What on earth happened here? He asked her. You came to help me? Just tell me where that bastard Yu Si-gung is. His face was covered in bruises and his eyes were so bloodshot he couldn't see anything. Yu Si-gung shouted, What the hell is this, Han Jae-ha? He was on the ground in disbelief. What is this, you son of a bitch? He couldn't understand. Was it wrong for me to betray you? I was just following the leader's orders, but Han Jae-ha's words made him open his eyes wide. Now I see. Now we can end our business here. His face was contorted into a smile, and he threw a punch as if to shatter his face. Where are you running off to when we're in the middle of this? He was afraid. I want to end this fight. But Han Jae-ha was still bloodthirsty. We have to fight to the end, right? He was so helpless. I lost. Han Jae-ha said again. You betrayed me first, didn't you? Yu Si-gung just stood there and took the punches. He completely overwhelmed me. Yu Si-gung couldn't hold back his curses. You son of a bitch, stop it. But no, he was hit again. Han Jae-ha briefly paused his punches in this fight. Yu Si-gung, it's over now. Han Jae-ha clenched his fist. He continued to throw punches, saying he didn't know getting revenge would feel so good. Yu Si-gung was now afraid that he shouldn't have betrayed Han Jae-ha. As the punch moved away, he immediately said, All right, I surrender. Han Jae-ha paused. He recalled everything from the past, hitting his colleague and betraying Han Jae-ha, and said sincerely, I was wrong about the past. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for betraying you and I'm sorry for hurting you. Please stop. Han Jae-ha had no expression. Then as if using his strength again, he tilted his head to the sky and smiled comfortably. This revenge, it feels so good. Yu Si-gung was bewildered and Haru was also dazed by his words. Now that it's over, let's move on to the next thing. He extended his hand again. Yu Si-gung, you are a truly talented guy. He invited him just like before. So join me in West Gangbuk. Yu Si-gung was surprised to see that hand. He was silent, not knowing how to answer. Han Jae-ha, I can't help but curse you for being a madman. System notification. Mission completed. Main quest. Defeat North Gangbuk's rank 10 Yu Si-gung. 1. Success in the first battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 bronze medal card. 2. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward 1 silver medal card. 3. Success in the second battle with Han Jae-ha. Reward Yu Si-gung's stats decrease. 4. Defeat Yu Si-gung. Reward diamond card. 5. Completely defeat Yu Si-gung. Reward master card. Subordinates cheered. Han Jae-ha. Sunbaenim beat Yu Si-gung. Amazing. Sunbaenim is invincible. You are truly my idol. The protagonist on this side was no less pleased. That's amazing, Han Jae-ha. You defeated Yu Si-gung. System notification. You've obtained a master card. He let out a sigh of relief. I almost became that guy's enemy. What a relief. Our side has defeated Ji-Eung-in, Jo Tae-ho, Ha Son-woo, and now even Yu Si-gung. The destination is right in front of us. The scene switches to a high-rise building. Wait, Chai Ju-miak. A beautiful white-haired girl sat blankly on a sofa. She said to the person opposite her, It seems Yu Si-gung has fallen. Now our destination and theirs are quite close. A familiar back. Chai Ju-miak, how are you feeling? Are you okay? But oh, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? You're laughing in this situation as expected of North Gangbuk's rank 1 Chai Ju-miak. He reluctantly said to her, That's enough. She was bewildered. What? Chai Ju-miak seemed to have lost his patience. I've had enough of tolerating these guys. He walked away. Now I can act as I please. I've waited for this moment for so long. System notification. Mission generated. She was surprised. Do you mean you'll attack West Gangbuk directly? Main quest. Unify all of Gangbuk. 1. Reclaim the occupied area. Reward 1 diamond card. 3. Undecided. 4. Undecided. 5. Undecided. As Chai Jumiak swept his hair back, his handsome face was revealed. Now let's go defeat that guy Kim So-hoon. The mission has started. The battle with Yu Si-gung was over and the revenge for the betrayal was finished. Han Jae-ha approached and extended his hand to him. Join me in West Gangbuk. Yu Si-gung had a dazed expression. He never thought he would be invited back after being beaten to death. Yu Si-gung's swollen mouth barely managed to utter 2 words, "You crazy bastard." Yu Si-gung knew he had done something unforgivable. He asked Han Jae-ha, "Despite what happened in the past, do you still want me to be your colleague?" Han Jae-ha called out to Yu Si-gung. He sat in front of Yu Si-gung and the two seemed to have gone back to the past. A voice echoed, "It doesn't matter if you were an enemy in the past or if you betrayed me. I want to recruit a talented guy like you for my team." This surprised Song-haru quite a bit. Yu Si-gung still found this hard to accept. "But if I follow you to West Gangbuk, have you ever thought that I might betray you by stabbing you in the back again just like before?" Han Jae-ha laughed refreshingly and answered, "That's my fault. I'll just blame myself for misjudging someone once again. Of course, if you betray me, I'll get my revenge again." Yu Si-gung couldn't help but smile at those words. A moment later, Yu Si-gung called out to Han Jae-ha. It seemed he had finally come to terms with himself. "Give me some time to think." Not long after the moment of friendship, a subordinate rushed in. "We're in big trouble." Han Jae-ha, Hyung Nim, Song-haru and Han Jae-ha turned around worriedly and asked, "What's wrong?" "The situation is quite urgent. All our brothers in Area C have been taken down. The situation seems serious. There is no one left standing at the scene." Han Jae-ha was shocked to hear that and asked, "What? You're the only one who escaped here. All the other brothers were taken down." He turned to the guy next to him. "This is your fault, Yu Si-gung. We probably focused our manpower on dealing with him, so our defense became too weak." But Yu Si-gung immediately denied it. "No, it wasn't my doing. All my subordinates were taken down too." He talked about the previous situation. "I was crazy and lost control at that time. So how could I have gone to my subordinates and told them to cause a ruckus?" Song-haru said. Han Jae-ha Sunbaenim, "I'll go first and check the situation. You just had a tough fight, so please rest." Han Jae-ha answered. "All right." Before she left, he carefully reminded her, "Be careful when you go, Haru. The fact that they were able to do that means there's a pretty strong person there." Han Jae-ha felt a sense of foreboding. There was something there that made him very uneasy. Elsewhere, the subordinates were dancing with joy. Han Jae-ha Sunbaenim beat Yu Si-gung. "Amazing, Sunbaenim is invincible. You are truly my idol." Kim So-hoon, watching through the screen, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, "That's amazing. You defeated Yu Si-gung. Mission completed. You have obtained a MasterCard." He put his joy aside for a moment and stared at the screen. "I've obtained 1 MasterCard. Let's see what function this card has." Open MasterCard. A purple card appeared. Consumable card, Elixir. "This is a very important card I was lucky to obtain." View details. Kim So-hoon was shocked. Elixir, it seems to be some kind of support type. This card is quite unfamiliar, but now is not the time to use it. He looked around the vast card warehouse. "It's been a while since I came in here, but I haven't used all my points yet. I should buy some cards quickly and leave, otherwise I'll have been gone for too long." He rummaged through the cards in front of him. "First, let's find some cheap cards that several members can use. I need to raise those guys to be stronger so they can face them." Card purchased, card purchased. After looking at this side, he hugged the cards again and ran to continue searching. "All right, let's go over there and see if there are any other cards." The system continued to display, card purchased, card purchased. So-hoon thought he had obtained a few cards. "Should I buy a few more high-grade cards?" Suddenly he paused. So-hoon looked to one side. "Oh, what's that?" A card on the other side caught So-hoon's eye. "What is that card?" "A green card that didn't stand out much." "Consumable card. Dark deal. Burns the members' potential and intelligence. Then their combat power will be greatly enhanced." Note, potential and intelligence will not be restored after the card's effect ends. One-time use card. Kim So-hoon hugged the pile of cards and walked towards that card. "So this card is," he recalled the state of one of Chai Jumiak's former subordinates. That guy Jin Tae suddenly had all his life force sucked out of him, and his intelligence became dull. Was that the card Chai Jumiak used? His power made So-hoon a little scared. He swallowed hard. He hesitated in his heart whether to take it or not. In the end, So-hoon reached out for that card. He picked it up from the card display. At the same time, the system displayed card purchased elsewhere. Kong Ji-hyuk adjusted his glasses and calmly told his subordinates, "Everyone calm down, the leader will be here soon." He asked about his colleagues' well-being. "How is everyone?" "Not good. We've run out of strength and can't fight anymore. After fighting Jo Tae-ho, we're almost exhausted." "I am Tae," Rang asked. "Then where is that bastard Jo Tae-ho? I heard you persuaded him to join our side." Kong Ji-hyuk answered. "He said he had to go back to his side to persuade more people. If things go well, he'll bring Ha Son-woo with him to join us." Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in and reported, "Sunbaenims, we're in big trouble." Kong Ji-hyuk hurriedly asked, "What's wrong now?" Ung Hong said, bewildered. "We defeated Yu Si-gung over there, didn't we? Wasn't the fight over there finished?" The subordinate answered. "That's right, but we didn't expect another problem to arise. Right now, all our people in Area C and Area B have been taken down. We didn't expect someone to take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack." Kong Sok asked, "All the people over there were taken down?" Young Cheon-hak guessed. "Then did the North Gangbuk guys lead their army over there?" A subordinate shouted impatiently. "Hyung Nims, please come up with a plan." Kong Ji-hyuk immediately ordered, "Everyone go over there and check the situation and be sure to find out why our people were taken down." Suddenly, someone's voice echoed, "There's no need for that." Kong Ji-hyuk paused. What? Leisurely footsteps, the sound of heels echoed in the small alley. He came and confessed, because I'm the one who did it. Everyone stepped back on guard and looked at the newcomer. Still walked out of the tunnel calmly, his footsteps echoing evenly. Both Kong Ji-hyuk and Eun-hong couldn't hide their surprise at his appearance. Kong Sok and Yang Cheon-hak had similar expressions. His figure was shrouded in darkness, but a few very familiar features could be seen at a glance. He was one of Chai Ju-miak's closest subordinates. He smiled and greeted them. Quite a few of you have gathered here. It's none other than North Gangbuck's rank 2 Daniel, Kong Ji-hyuk exclaimed in surprise. How? Eun-hong stood in front of him. Why did he come out? Quote, this is not good, Eun-hong thought to himself. That bastard Daniel has come out himself. We can't stop him here. The only thing we can do now is stall for time. He opened his mouth. Daniel, long time no see. If we can hold out until Jo Tae-ho comes to save us, we might have a small chance of hope. For now, we have to stall for time somehow. Suddenly Daniel appeared in front of Eun-hong, startling him. He asked, what are you thinking? As if he knew. He easily saw through his thoughts. That Jo Tae-ho will come to save you. Can you stall for time until then? Daniel's smiling face was chilling. What could he solve by coming here? Indeed, Daniel was completely confident in his abilities. Eun-hong quickly threw a hook at Daniel, but he felt his vision flip. What on earth happened? It turned out Daniel had lightly slammed Eun-hong with one hand. Not only did he knock down Eun-hong, but he also slammed his head hard into the ground. How about it? All of you hurry up and attack. He looked at the West Gangbuck subordinates challengingly. Kong Sok was the first to step forward with Yang Cheon-hak following right behind. Hurry up and take him down, we'll back you up. But as soon as he stepped forward, Kong Sok was hit by Daniel in one blow. He said arrogantly, it's the same even if you all come at me. The next one to be hit was Yang Cheon-hak. You're going to take me down? Is that possible? Another blow landed squarely on Hong Baek-ji's face. The subordinates behind them, seeing their leaders being taken down in one blow, scrambled backward. Daniel said, since the fight has come to this, I won't hold back anymore. He was too strong. Daniel swept back his messy hair with his hand. I have one thing to ask you. The subordinates trembled, thinking to themselves as they saw him take down the seniors in an instant. Daniel asked coldly, where is Song Haru? They thought it must have taken him quite a bit of effort to do that and were about to answer, but he asked impatiently, answer me now, don't make me angry. Someone answered, you can't meet her. Daniel looked at that person. What did you say? Kong Ji-hyuk said with his hands behind his back. I have a rough idea of your relationship with Song Haru. I can't let you meet her, otherwise she'll be in danger. Song Haru is a member of our West Gangbuck, so we will protect her even if we die. And let me tell you this too. Daniel was still listening, looking quite surprised. What? Kong Ji-hyuk held up his phone and continued. Because I know your relationship with Haru, I sent her away as soon as you came here. There's no use in talking so much, so I'll find her myself. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Ji-hyuk's face. A system notification popped up. Copy. Daniel did a full circle in the air. Used Aikido. Song Haru had arrived. She had used copy on Daniel. After that blow, Daniel still landed steadily on the ground. The throw just now seemed to have no effect on Daniel. It was a very cool landing. Song Haru said, I'm sorry, strategist, I came right after I knew everything. She frowned and looked at Daniel. How can I run away when everyone is in danger because of me? Song Haru greeted him. It's been a long time, Daniel, son Bainim. Hearing his name from Song Haru's lips after so long, Daniel paused for a moment, but then he smiled brightly. Daniel looked at Song Haru and said affectionately, it's Haru, isn't it? What a truly unexpected meeting. A meeting between Haru and Daniel Oppa, he greeted her. It's really been a long time. How have you been? Song Haru called that name after a long time. Danny, he smiled and said. So you're calling me Danny, he corrected her. You should call me Sunbae, shouldn't you? Song Haru ignored his pointless words and got straight to the point. Why did you have to do that? Song Haru looked Daniel straight in the eye and questioned him. Why did you side with Chai Yun? Daniel asked back. So you came all this way to hear the answer from me? Song Haru answered. Yes, I want to know the reason why things became like this. She recalled the past. The three of us used to have so much fun. Daniel was always a kind and considerate senior. So why did he betray Sei-chan Sunbae? The three of us were so happy. Why did you go under that damn Chai Yun? Song Haru looked at Daniel, filled with anger. Is this the plan you wanted, Sunbae? He said. Haru, I don't want to talk about this here. Everything is different from before, and now I have power in my hands. Information was so shocking that Kong Ji-hyuk and his subordinates were all horrified. Daniel brought his face close to Song Haru and whispered, come back to North Gangbuck, that's the only way I can protect you like before. Song Haru looked surprised, and her eyes wavered. Daniel made a final plea. This is your chance, but Song Haru's answer was a kick used capoeira. The answer was all too clear. Song Haru turned in midair and answered resolutely, I can't do that. Song Haru's stats had risen slightly from before, but were only at UNSS grades. Daniel looked at her and asked again, is that your decision? If we fight, Haru, you'll be facing a very strong X-class opponent, but you're still not enough to stand against me. Haru, Daniel tilted his head back as he spoke, dodging Song Haru's capoeira, used capoeira. Suddenly he burst out laughing, as expected. Haru is as strong as ever, but that level of skill is not enough. As soon as she landed, Song Haru's legs began to move again. Daniel's gaze was fixed on her every move. This time it wasn't a kick. Song Haru threw a hook. Copy, used right-hand hook. Daniel quickly raised his arm to block. Haru said, "How about this fist?" Surprise was evident on Daniel's face. "What?" Haru pulled back her arm and naturally saw his expression. "Did you remember something?" Her stance was very familiar. This was Ji Eungin's hook. Before Daniel had a chance to react, Song Haru launched her next attack. Copy, used Taekyon. With that blow, Daniel was immediately pushed back. He thought, what does this mean? Does Haru have the ability to copy techniques? Song Haru's agile legs rushed in again. Copy, used Taekyon. She threw herself into the air and kicked Daniel with both feet. The strategist Kong Ji-hyuk and his subordinates' eyes went wide. I can't believe Haru is pushing Daniel back. From the looks of it, she has the complete upper hand. With Song Haru's continuous attacks, Daniel barely counterattacked. Copy, used Taekyon. Song Haru paused for a moment and thought it was effective. She clenched her fist. From now on I can unleash all of that person's techniques. Daniel took the opportunity to sweep back his messy hair. That person Song Haru mentioned was a senior. The person she had asked to teach her how to fight in the past. He was the one who made the warrior Song Haru who she is today. Suddenly, Daniel opened his mouth. This should be fun. Hearing that, Song Haru was bewildered. Yes, Daniel suddenly threw a hook at Haru's face. He said, "These techniques are quite surprising." Song Haru was surprised. "What is this? How can this be?" Daniel suddenly counterattacked fiercely, taking consecutive hits to her back and stomach. Song Haru realized in shock. "I can't see these attacks at all." Daniel struck Haru's stomach from top to bottom, slamming her to the ground. "I didn't think I'd need to go all out when fighting you." Song Haru still found it hard to accept this reality. No way. In her last fight with Ji Eungin, Song Haru had ascended. She felt that all her stats had increased significantly. Even though I've become this strong, is it all useless? Looking at Haru on the ground, Daniel slowly continued, "But I've changed my mind now," Song Haru thought helplessly. "Is the fight over?" Daniel had an expression of helplessness. "If you choose to hang out with the West Gangbuk guys instead of coming back with me, then I have no choice but to bring you back by force." Kong Ji-hyuk sensed the situation was not good and shouted, "Hurry everyone, save Haru." All the brothers rushed at Daniel, filled with righteous indignation. In a small alley, someone was running in a hurry. Actually, there were 3 people running. Han Jae-ha was leading the way. He panted and said to the 2 subordinates behind him, "Hurry up." "Yes, Sunbaenim." Han Jae-ha took the opportunity to take out his phone and call someone. "This is Han Jae-ha. I need your help. I was badly injured in the fight with Yu Si-gung just now. I have no choice but to ask for help now." Elsewhere, Ha Seon-woo was also on the phone. The person on the other end informed him urgently. Ha Seon-woo, Daniel has launched an attack himself. He adjusted his tie. "Yeah," Ha Seon-woo answered calmly. "Is that so? But that's not strange," the person on the other end asked in surprise. "Not strange," Han Jae-ha shouted angrily into the phone. "How can you say that as if nothing is wrong? How can you be so calm when West Gangbuk is on the verge of collapse?" Ha Seon-woo answered, "It's fine because he's coming." Hearing that, Han Jae-ha was startled. "What? Who's coming?" The conversation was like a game of hide-and-seek. "You know who." On another road, someone was running barefoot in a hurry. Ha Seon-woo gave a hint. "I'm talking about that big guy who always wants to fight strong opponents." It was none other than Jo Tae-ho, who we see running barefoot. Upon hearing who this enemy was, Jo Tae-ho immediately got excited and went wild. He ran as if flying to the scene. "Daniel, I'm coming." Han Jae-ha stopped and blankly hung up the phone. Jo Tae-ho is coming? Han Jae-ha, who had injured one eye in the fierce battle in the previous chapter, felt somewhat relieved. "Everyone just hold on a little longer. Especially you, Haru." Unfortunately, the person they were most worried about, Song Haru, had been hit by Daniel's attack and was lying on the ground. Song Haru was unconscious, surrounded by the chaotic sounds of fighting. She slowly opened her eyes, her head still dizzy. What's that sound?" Song Haru propped herself up with her hands, trying to get up. She wanted to know what the situation was. Daniel stood calmly, gripping another person's wrist tightly with one hand. The force seemed quite painful as the man grimaced and shouted, "Please spare me." When Song Haru raised her head, this was the scene that met her eyes. Daniel coldly twisted the man's arm. A scream erupted. "Ouch, ouch," she asked him in horror. "What are you doing?" Daniel answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Of course, I'm trying to make you come back to my side." He crouched down and looked at the fallen enemies around him. "Everything will be over if you come back to North Gangbuk." The devil in human skin gave a very annoying smile. He looked at Song Haru and asked, "What do you think?" Song Haru's helpless cry echoed, "Stop it, please don't do this." Kong Ji-hyuk looked at her and thought the situation was not good. He saw Haru getting agitated and arguing with Daniel. Ji-hyuk thought anxiously, "Jo Tae-ho, he's still too far away to come right away." Song Haru ran up and hugged Daniel tightly from behind, continuing to say, "Stop it, the troops have been wiped out and it seems we can't wait for him to come to the rescue. Is there no other way now?" Song Haru burst into tears out of helplessness. She didn't want things to turn out like this. Just as Kong Ji-hyuk was about to fall into despair, someone's hand suddenly rested on his head. "Huh?" Ji-hyuk was stunned. This aura is very familiar." It was so familiar that Ji-hyuk was moved to tears. In that moment he realized, "Right, I almost forgot." Even Song Haru, seeing that person appear, stood there blankly with a tear-streaked face. That person walked over like a savior bringing hope. Daniel looked at Kim So-hoon and thought, "I didn't think he'd come." Thankfully he came. Kim So-hoon, our leader. He walked out of the darkness, bringing back the fading hope. Elsewhere, a white-haired girl was driving and said, "Kim So-hoon, that guy seems to have changed a lot from before, but nothing will change even if you go there." She recalled her actions in the cafe before, suddenly approaching and sitting on the protagonist's lap. After that, she suddenly kissed So-hoon, and he suddenly fainted. Don't worry, I've sealed that guy's power, all he can do is just watch. Cha-Yun was sitting in the passenger seat. He asked back, are you sure? The reason he cared so much was because of the information on the screen, but from the looks of it, something seemed to have changed. It seems Daniel has met a formidable opponent. In that small alley, Kim So-hoon had arrived, but it seemed he was late. He looked around, but in his mind, familiar smiling faces appeared. Sunbanim, my Sunbanim, if you lead us we will win. Now they were lying on the ground, covered in wounds with pained expressions. The newcomers who had joined West Gangbuk with passion and always appeared with bright faces. Hello, good morning. Who would have thought they would meet such a miserable end, unable to even lift a finger? Daniel showed no mercy, mercilessly breaking their finger joints. Kim So-hoon questioned him. Danny, did you do all of this here? He answered nonchalantly. Yes. Kim So-hoon was so angry that he burst out laughing. Yeah, the protagonist's anger reached its peak and he immediately commanded, use all cards. The system replied, he used all enhancement cards. When he received that card buffet party as a reward, Kim So-hoon had originally planned to save it for later. He was very excited about those many resources at the time, but he never thought he would use them all in this moment. Cards of different grades were activated at the same time, and we got the card master Kim So-hoon. In that case we have to fight. Notifications filled the screen. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. He was an XXX class invincible warrior. Of course, excluding Cha-Yun. Daniel smiled with interest. Good, I've been looking forward to this fight. Kim So-hoon's stats were still slightly lower than his, but this fight was worth looking forward to. Daniel looked at Kim So-hoon arrogantly. I admit I underestimated you a little before and didn't finish you off. I let you guys grow to what you are today. He glanced at So-hoon. Even though you've changed quite a bit now, to be honest, it's still the same. I'll take you down as if nothing happened. Of course, if Cha-Yun had stepped in, everything would have been too simple. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification for a new mission. Main quest, survive Daniel by any means necessary. Reward, undecided. What an opportunistic system. Daniel's aura turned sinister. Today, right here, Kim So-hoon. I declare that West Gangbuk will disappear. This will be your last fight. Kim So-hoon frowned and looked at him. It was clear he didn't like those words. Haru will have to come back with me. As he spoke, Daniel threw a left hook. The sound of flesh and bone colliding echoed in the small alley. Would So-hoon be knocked down that easily? A hint of surprise flashed across Daniel's face. How, you're pretty good. I didn't think you'd be able to block my attack so simply. Kim So-hoon extended his right hand and deflected that punch to block it. Daniel recalled the previous fight between himself and So-hoon. At that time, the protagonist could only take a beating tenaciously and couldn't fight back, even kneeling and begging him to spare his friends. Daniel thought, but now he's so different from before. Daniel thought to himself. Now, after blocking that punch, he seems to have gotten stronger. So-hoon began to counterattack with a kick. As he grew taller, the power of his attacks changed drastically. In terms of strength and speed, Kim So-hoon was able to execute difficult attacks that were both fast and powerful. Daniel continued to block the attacks, thinking to himself, everything's different. How can this be? Looking at Kim So-hoon's confident and serious face, Daniel couldn't understand how he could have changed almost completely in such a short time. Kim So-hoon suddenly crouched, bent his knees, and stood on the balls of his feet. Using Gongpa, he leaped up and struck Daniel in the stomach, sending him flying high into the air. Kang Ji-hyuk stared blankly at the overwhelming sight before him. He won. Song Haru also exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe it, Sunbanim. You did it. You're completely overwhelming him. Kim So-hoon continued to pressure Daniel with his fists. Continuous Gongpa has been used. Kim So-hoon unleashed another blow like lightning. Song Haru suddenly noticed something was off. Not exactly. It looks like Sunbanim is overwhelming him, but that punch was easily dodged by Daniel. But those attacks don't seem very effective. I can tell by Daniel's calm expression. Calling the past fight between Kim So-hoon and Jo Tae-ho, Kim So-hoon had won overwhelmingly. But this time was different. After all, Daniel was on a different level from the other guys, and his current stats were much higher than Jo Tae-ho's. Daniel leaned back, dodging another one of So-hoon's hooks. He leaped high into the air again as if tireless. Kim So-hoon bent his knees to gain momentum and launched a flying knee kick at Daniel. Elsewhere, Cha-Yun had just gotten out of his car. He said, how strange. It looks like that guy has gotten stronger, but it seems different from how it appears. Cha-Yun thought to himself, of course, even at the same grade, it depends on combat experience. The stats might be the same, but you can't say the combat ability is identical. Even if they're both X grade. XX grade is much more powerful, he commanded. Alright, start. Yes, it takes a huge amount of enhancement cards to raise stats from X to XX. Daniel's abilities are as powerful as they are now because I used countless enhancement cards on him. Cha-Yun thought, reassured. The white-haired girl asked, do we need to call the other executives? Cha-Yun answered, no need, I'm enough. He entered the small alley alone. I'm confident in our side's skill. That guy, Kim So-hoon, can never beat Daniel. Daniel's flexible hand went up. It was a very familiar technique of his. Daniel, show them your skills and wipe them all out. Kim So-hoon's body was suddenly thrown into the air. His vision flipped. Aikido has been used. It was a technique Daniel often used to throw his opponents. Kim So-hoon was no exception and was thrown high into the air by him. It was necessary to show the difference in their grades. The battle scene was displayed on Cha-Yun's screen, he said confidently. To turn this around, that guy So-hoon has no choice but to use a summon card, but he already used it in his previous fight with Ji-Eungin. So in this fight it's certain that Daniel with his superior skills will defeat So-hoon, and as expected, Kim So-hoon muttered, Summon, the system responded. Summon card has been used. The card's contents appeared. Kong Sok's exclusive attack card, Invincible Wrestler. For 2 minutes the user becomes an invincible wrestler and takes no damage. Stats will continuously increase until the 2 minutes are up, and this card can be used once a day. A look of shock appeared on Daniel's face and he stared at Kim So-hoon in disbelief. Invincible Wrestler has been used. Kim So-hoon instantly turned the tables with a flying kick. Daniel had to throw himself backward to dodge. Kim So-hoon's voice echoed. There's definitely a slight difference in our stats. I see that now, but anyway, if there's a stat difference there are other skills to make up for it. As Daniel crouched, the protagonist system displayed. The user takes no damage. Stats will increase greatly. Your stats are rising. You can now fight powerfully without fear. Is that so? Kim So-hoon looked coldly at Daniel. No, to be more precise, he looked at Cha-yoon who was watching from afar. Kim So-hoon's stat window appeared. The situation was clearly not in his favor. Cha-yoon frowned and stared at the screen. How can this be? Going back to when the protagonist received the buffet card, he had looked at the huge repository before him with excitement. Amazing, there are so many cards I need here. Alright, I still have points left. What other cards should I buy now? Suddenly, something caught So-hoon's attention. He looked to the side. What's this? It was a gray card. Standard card, no cooldown. Can reduce the cooldown of a specific card to 0. Kim So-hoon picked up the card and examined it. So this means I can use other cards while ignoring the cooldown. This way I can use important cards I've already used again. At this point, Cha-yoon also seemed to realize the problem. Surprise showed on his face. It seems that guy used a card that reduces cooldown. He must have gone to the card buffet party and bought more cards. At this moment, Kim So-hoon walked calmly, quietly mouthing the word summon. Summon card has been used again. Another card, Han Jae-ha's exclusive attack card, Frantic Revenge. You will ignore everything and fight like a madman. The greater the grudge, the stronger the combat power. Target Kim So-hoon. Hate level 70,100. Additional effect. When the opponent's stats are higher than yours, you can fight more powerfully. Without stopping, Kim So-hoon continued to summon. Summon card has been used. It was another exclusive card, Lee Hoon's exclusive attack card. In exchange for lowering your defense, your strength and speed stats will increase greatly. As an additional effect, you can use swordsmanship skillfully. One-time use card. A wooden sword quickly appeared in Kim So-hoon's hand. All the cards began to take effect. Daniel looked at So-hoon in surprise. What? He brought the sword down coldly. Fortunately, if Daniel hadn't dodged in time, he would have been shattered along with the ground. Daniel's stats were still at XX and XX grades. He looked up, still surprised. He was too strong and too fast, So-hoon's voice echoed. Within these 2 minutes I will use everything I have to take you down, Daniel. Kim So-hoon moved quickly, the sword in his hand firm. Daniel had a premonition that he would be completely unable to resist. Kim So-hoon's stats rose to XX grade. The moment the wooden sword was upon him, Daniel felt a clear sense of being overwhelmed. This could be called a destructive force. The blade was only a few centimeters from his face. Kim So-hoon's face looked like it would burst with the anger in his heart. Cha-yoon was still staring intently at the screen. It was a breathtaking moment. The focus returns to Kim So-hoon. Can he really crush Daniel with this one blow? The screen switches back to Cha-yoon's full lips. There's a premonition that something is about to be reversed indeed. The corners of Cha-yoon's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. He said, "It seems to be over." At that very moment, Cha-yoon used a card. Daniel's exclusive attack card, Indestructible Bati. When attacking, it ignores the opponent's defense, resists all disadvantageous effects, and defense is greatly increased. On the other side, the wooden sword suddenly stopped above Daniel's face. The effect had been activated. Daniel easily blocked it with his bare hand. To be honest, Daniel's exclusive card is the best one to deal with you in this situation, isn't it, Kim So-hoon? The buff Daniel stood up powerfully again. He snatched Kim So-hoon's sword and threw it aside. Damage has been nullified. Indestructible Bati has been used. Daniel began his counterattack. He landed a hook on Kim So-hoon's stomach, sending him flying. Kim So-hoon's vision blurred from the unexpectedly powerful blow. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Kong Ji-hyuk was also shocked by the constantly changing situation, finding it breathtaking. Song Haru's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the situation to turn around so quickly either. They had been on the verge of victory. Kim So-hoon was sprawled out on the ground and the system announced that the Invincible Wrestler effect had ended and the Frantic Revenge effect had been cancelled. On the other side, Cha-yoon finally relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. "This is the end, So-hoon," the white-haired girl standing behind him spoke. "As expected, everything went according to your calculations. I'll go and clean everything up now. The remaining guys won't be able to resist." The other subordinates of West Gangbuk gripped their weapons tightly. Worry was written on their faces. Kim So-hoon gritted his teeth and the system continued to display in red, "Warning, warning. Upon failure all rewards will be retrieved and no new missions will be given." Daniel looked down at him from above and smiled. So-hoon thought to himself, "Is this how it all ends?" Daniel bent down, grabbed a tight handful of So-hoon's collar and then lifted him up as if weighing a piece of meat. Daniel called out, "Hey So-hoon," the protagonist answered, annoyed. "What is it?" Daniel asked. "Answer this question quietly." So-hoon answered, unable to understand. "What?" In front of the gazes staring intently at them, Daniel reminded him, "Speak quietly so no one can hear." Finally, Daniel asked the question he had been harboring for a long time. "All the people who follow you and you yourself," So-hoon grumbled. What are you talking about? You gave them their power, didn't you?" Hearing these words, his expression hardened. "What?" Daniel looked at him with a searching gaze. He asked again, "You have some kind of power that lets you strengthen yourself and your comrades just like Chai-Yun, don't you?" Kim So-hoon answered a bit stiffly, "Nonsense, Daniel, it's just your imagination. There's no such thing." He tried to act as naturally as possible, thinking to himself, how did he figure this out? If he figured this out, he's no ordinary person. Did he notice I was doing something strange? Who would know about the missions from the system? Everyone saw the two of them so close together and spoke up worriedly. What's wrong with Sunbanim? Sunbanim, get a grip. Thinking about it again, it's really strange. I've never even had any contact with him. Or did he have a lot of contact with Chai-Yun and notice something different about that guy? Kim So-hoon evaded. Have you lost your mind? It seems you're seeing things after being hit too much. Not even the people close to me have noticed these things. That guy Chai-Yun must have let something slip. I have to be more careful, Daniel answered. What nonsense are you talking about? You should go to a hospital. Not getting the answer he wanted, Daniel said. All right, it seems there's no point in us talking. Let's end it here then. He immediately threw a punch at Kim So-hoon. With no other choice, Kim So-hoon made up his mind. It's time to use that. A card has been used. A yellow card appeared. Consumable card, Mist of Concealment. Creates a mist of concealment in a limited area lasting for 5 minutes. During this time, all members within the mist cannot fight. The mist can be removed if the opponent uses a countercard or is much stronger. Daniel looked warily at the suddenly appearing mist. What is this? What is this mist? The mist enveloped the two of them, cutting them off from the outside. At this moment, So-hoon spoke up. You must have seen something from Chai-Yun, didn't you? He looked straight at Daniel, wanting to know what on earth he had seen. Daniel was still dazed. He also seemed to realize what this strange situation meant. He looked at Kim So-hoon. Did that guy create this situation? He opened his mouth. You seem wary. The protagonist was slightly flustered as the question was returned with another question. What? Daniel continued. From your reaction, it seems I hit the nail on the head about what you're worried about. If not, you wouldn't have created this situation. Kim So-hoon turned his back to Daniel and answered, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to find out if that guy Chai-Yun has figured out my weakness, Daniel said slyly. Lies won't work, the protagonist answered. I'm really just telling the truth. Suddenly, Kim So-hoon asked, Don't you regret what you're doing, Daniel? He turned back. What? Kim So-hoon continued. You say you don't know what I mean. What you're doing is already revealed in your eyes, Daniel. You regret going under Chai-Yun a little. That was your mistake, wasn't it? This is your chance to turn back. I know you'll do the right thing. Daniel just stared and gave no answer. Kim So-hoon asked again, Do you want to negotiate with me now? The mist covered the entire alley. Kong Ji-hyuk and Song Haru looked around bewildered. What is this mist? I can't see anything. Where did Hyung-nim go? Calm down. Kong Ji-hyuk boosted his comrades' morale. We have to protect Hyung-nim first. Yes, sir, the subordinates answered. But the mist is so thick we can't see anything. I don't know what the situation is with those two right now. Suddenly, a subordinate came running out of breath. We're in big trouble, Sunbanim, Kong Ji-hyuk answered in surprise. What is it? The subordinate rushed over and said urgently. You mean the North Gangbuk guys? That guy Chai-Yun from North Gangbuk came alone and defeated our forces. In another alley, Chai-Yun stood hidden in the darkness with people collapsed on the ground at his feet. The white-haired girl asked, Is something wrong? Why did you stop? Chai-Yun answered, I can't see anything anymore. The white-haired girl asked, unable to understand, What do you mean? Chai-Yun looked at the screen and answered, I can't see Daniel anymore. It seems to be that. He recalled the time Ma Dong-do attacked West Gangbuk. Last time too, Ma Dong-do had lost Kim So-hoon because of this mist. The thick mist had obscured everything and he couldn't see anyone. In the meantime, Kim So-hoon had escaped and as a result Ma Dong-do had lost them. It's been used again this time. I can't see Daniel on the tracking card anymore. It must be because of that mist. I don't know what those two are talking about, he said. Alright, let's head that way. The white-haired girl asked. Are you planning to attack all the way there? On the protagonist's side, the mist finally thinned. The subordinate suddenly shouted, The mist has lifted, I can see them. The two figures not far away became clear. The leader and Daniel thankfully were both unharmed. It's no use. Kim So-hoon still stared at the person in front of him in surprise. Daniel, what is that bastard up to? He looked at him and said, You're no help to my plan. You're still not strong enough to fight Chai-Yun. Song Haru looked at them worriedly. With that, the negotiations were over. As soon as he finished speaking, Daniel launched himself and threw a powerful punch at Kim So-hoon's chest. The sound of flesh and bone colliding echoed in the small alley. Kong Ji-hyuk and his subordinates were stunned, their mouths agape. Daniel greeted them. Long time no see, it was Jo Tae-ho. It turned out he had arrived just in time and took the punch for the protagonist with his body. Kim So-hoon was also surprised by his appearance. Jo Tae-ho answered playfully, Seriously, this punch really hurts Daniel. A little blood trickled from the corner of Jo Tae-ho's mouth, but it couldn't dampen his excitement. Now you and I can have a go at it. Daniel glanced at him. You're quite confident, aren't you, Jo Tae-ho? Confidence is good, but can you beat me? Someone was approaching with a languid voice. But you won't be doing it alone. You'll have someone with you. The red-haired guy also appeared there, looking ragged after just finishing a fight. In this situation, I'm more afraid of facing Han Jae-ha than Chai-Yun. After all, I just went through it. Yu Si-gung said, scratching his head. Kim So-hoon tried to persuade him again. Daniel, you're a smart guy, so reconsider my proposal. If we join forces, how can you win? The situation had now become one against many. In that situation, Daniel suddenly sighed. He laughed, half joking. Alright, if I can't win, I can just run away, right? Kim So-hoon asked. Run away, Daniel answered. Of course, who would jump into a place where they'll die? If I can't win the fight, I'll retreat. I'm just buying time for Cha-yoon to act here, the protagonist asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Kong Ji-hyuk's group's mouths dropped open. Daniel answered. Of course it's to help leader Cha-yoon take back the lost territory. At the same time, on the other side, Cha-yoon swept through every corner of the Western District. The system announced. Mission completed. Daniel pointed at Song Haru, looked at her, turned around and said, see you later. Hong clutched his sore shoulder, came over and said, hey you Si-gung, don't let that bastard get away, otherwise that guy Cha-yoon will achieve his goal. We have to take him down to weaken Cha-yoon's power. You Si-gung smiled and answered, you can't stop him. Hong asked, what? He answered. Since he's decided to run, there's nothing we can do. If he had stayed and fought, we wouldn't have been able to win even if we joined forces. Then West Gangbuk would have been completely defeated. His back disappeared behind the dark tunnel as imposingly as when he had come. Hong grumbled, what are you talking about? Si-gung answered, it's just my opinion. But can you handle that risk? It's not just Daniel over there. Si-gung reminded him. His subordinates are still there too. If they all came here and attacked at the same time, how would we survive? Hong was jolted to his senses by these words. The protagonist told everyone, it's okay. Kim So-hoon, his gaze was fixed forward. We won't fail. The sun rose again, and a new day began in Gangbuk. Kong Ji-hyuk opened his folding fan and began to preside over the meeting. Alright, let's start the meeting. As you all know, we were lucky to defeat North Gangbuk this time, but our losses were not small below. Han Jae-ha, Kim So-hoon and Hong listened attentively. The reason we were so weak was that we were dragged into Cha-yoon's scheme by that bastard Daniel. That's when he got the chance to retake the lost territories. So the map of West Gangbuk and North Gangbuk changed again. Despite that, we still have many advantages. Now the skills of our generals have improved a lot. Kong Ji-hyuk looked to the side. Excellent personnel including Ha Son-woo, Jo Tae-ho and Yu Si-gung from North Gangbuk had been added. Jo Tae-ho greeted them excitedly. I'm Jo Tae-ho, nice to meet you all. If there's a fight, call me. Ha Son-woo had his usual expressionless face. That's enough, you don't have to say that. Calm down, I'm Ha Son-woo, Jo Tae-ho's friend. Red-haired kid, I'm Yu Si-gung. I will fight alongside everyone in this war. Please take care of me, Kong Ji-hyuk said triumphantly. What excellent reinforcements, Han Jae-ha nodded. Then almost all of North Gangbuk's generals have come over here. Of course, there are still quite a few skilled guys over there. I see, thank you all, Kim So-hoon asked Kong Ji-hyuk. By the way, that person, has everyone been in contact with him? The person So-hoon mentioned was none other than North Gangbuk's rank 9 Ji-eung-in. Kong Ji-hyuk adjusted his glasses and answered, right, there's also Ji-eung-in. We haven't been able to contact him yet. In any case, we can't wait any longer. The war has entered its most intense phase, and the battle with Cha-yoon is imminent. Kim So-hoon clenched his fist. He seemed to hold a deep grudge against that guy. Cha-yoon, he muttered the name, grinding his teeth. Just then, the system announced the creation of a mission. The specific content was as follows. Main quest, unify all of Gangbuk. 1. Reclaim the occupied area, reward, diamond card. 2. Undecided. 3. Undecided. 4. Undecided. 5. Undecided. Kim So-hoon ordered without hesitation, use communication card. And he stood up from his seat. In front of him was the card system's interface. It greeted him. It's been a while, Kim So-hoon answered. Yeah, a mechanical voice echoed. It seems you've realized the benefits of the buffet card. Through it you have grown and your skills have improved. Kim So-hoon was now standing in the card system space. I know why you're here, of course, to prepare for the final battle with Cha-yoon, and you came here to find cards for the upcoming battle. The war is now reaching its end. One of the two sides will be victorious. Who would it be? Elsewhere, the main quest appeared on Cha-yoon's system screen. Main quest, unify all of Gangbuk. Reclaim the occupied area, reward, diamond card. 2. Undecided. 3. Undecided. 4. Undecided. 5. Undecided. Mission generated. Cha-yoon was still standing in his luxurious room. Someone's voice came from outside. Leader, I'm coming in. Daniel came in and reported the situation. We defeated Kim So-hoon. But Jo Tae-ho and Yu Si-gung betrayed us. The situation was such that they had joined forces. I had to retreat. A look of regret crossed Daniel's face. Cha-yoon called out to him. Daniel, yes, leader. Cha-yoon turned around and said, you've worked hard. Now I'll give you a small reward, Daniel answered. Thank you, leader, Cha-yoon said again. But I have a question. Yes, leader. In that mist, what did you and that guy Kim So-hoon talk about? As Cha-yoon asked that question, a slime monster behind Daniel was waiting with its huge mouth open. Daniel was not at all afraid of Cha-yoon's all-or-nothing question. He knew and decided to tell the truth. In my opinion, you should be careful, leader. The slime's huge mouth was still open behind him. Daniel decided to state a fact that both of them knew, so it wouldn't be to his disadvantage. Kim So-hoon seems to have a rather strange ability. Cha-yoon was still looking at him warily. A strange ability, Daniel said. You may think it's nonsense, but Cha-yoon quietly activated the lie detection skill. It was a gold general card, a lie detection skill. It could detect others' lies for 1 minute and could be used up to 3 times a day. Daniel calmly stated his suspicion. I think he has superpowers. Cha-yoon pretended not to know. Superpowers? I'm not sure either, but he definitely used a very suspicious power. I think he's a variable. At the same time, the system announced the analysis result. Daniel's expression was as usual. He carefully reminded him, Cha-yoon, you must not lose to Kim So-hoon. Notification. Daniel did not lie at that moment. Cha-yoon opened his mouth. But now is not the time to talk about that, Daniel asked curiously. Why? Cha-yoon looked out the window and answered. There will be a battle soon. Daniel still didn't quite understand the inside story. What do you mean? Chai-yun said seriously. I won't delay any longer. It's time to prepare for an all-out war against West Gangbuk. Hearing that, Daniel closed his eyes, nodded and answered. Understood. He maintained his usual bowed posture and slowly opened his eyes. He stared ahead with a blank expression, seemingly not caring about anything else. But a few seconds later, Daniel slowly tilted his head and looked behind him. He had clearly sensed its presence. By the time Daniel turned around, it had already shrunk rapidly and disappeared beneath the floor. Back at the card system, it asked Kim So-hoon. What do you want? The protagonist answered honestly. Please give me a little strength. The system coldly refused. No, I've already given you too much. Kim So-hoon didn't give up so easily. Don't say that, just a little. Everyone is telling me I have to beat Chai-yun. The system was still unmoved. That's all, no more, So-hoon asked again. Then does that mean I don't need to use the welcome card anymore? It answered. That's what you think, but the system isn't that heartless. I can't give you more power, but I'll give you a small tip, So-hoon asked in surprise. A tip, the system answered. Some members of the Kim So-hoon organization can become stronger. The protagonist was puzzled. They've already ascended, but they can ascend further. It's not enough yet. The next level of ascension is a level only a few can reach. Kim So-hoon approached impatiently. More specifically, who is it? It answered mysteriously. I can't reveal that to you. The system left only a few words of advice. Believe in your members. They can ascend much further. At a boxing gym, Go Ha-jun was still training hard with a punching bag. Sweat covered his forehead, but he didn't seem satisfied yet. He asked himself, why did that happen? He recalled the last battle with Yu Si-gung. Why did I lose? That obsession has been tormenting Go Ha-jun until now. He threw a powerful punch at the punching bag. Why? A sense of powerlessness was in every one of Go Ha-jun's punches. He hugged the punching bag tightly. Panting for breath, he constantly asked himself, why am I so weak? This further fueled Go Ha-jun's craving for power. I want to win. He smiled with a savage excitement. I want to become stronger. Night fell, and the lights from the apartment complex dimmed the stars. Kim So-hoon was now sitting cross-legged in his room with his eyes closed. He thought to himself, this is just the beginning. From now on, this is the real battle to end everything. Suddenly, Cloud appeared and hugged him tightly. Master, So-hoon looked at the little girl in surprise. Cloud looked closely at his face. His complexion was not good. What are you thinking about? The protagonist answered. About Chai-yun, Cloud grumbled. Thinking about him again. The little girl grabbed his neck and shook him a few times. Why are you thinking so much, you bad boy? Kim So-hoon said, suffocating. I can't breathe, Cloud suddenly said. Don't worry. He rubbed his neck and looked at her curiously. Why? Cloud put her hands on her hips and answered proudly. When Chai-yun comes, I'll give him a good beating. Hearing that, he gently raised his hand and patted the little girl's head. He was very moved, but Kim So-hoon told her, don't do that. I don't want you to get hurt. Cloud was stunned by those warm words. So-hoon smiled and looked at her. Promise me if it's dangerous, run away quickly. You don't have to worry about that guy, Chai-yun. We'll win and no one will get hurt. West Gangbuk continued to hold meetings presided over by Kang Ji-hyuk. As usual, he arrogantly adjusted his glasses. The number of our people has increased again. I think we need to pay attention to this point. The introductions were repeated again. First, let's welcome Ha Son-woo, a former soldier of North Gangbuk, to our side. In the future, I hope you and Jo Tae-ho will contribute. Ha Son-woo rested his chin on his hand and answered. All right, Kim So-hoon reminded him. That's enough with the welcome. What's the next plan? Kang Ji-hyuk waved his fan and answered curtly. There isn't one, So-hoon asked, puzzled. Nothing, Han Jae-ha said. We're really not prepared. Chai-yun's power is beyond our imagination. Eung-hong crossed his arms and considered the possibilities. We're going to retake the territory. I really can't think of a plan to deal with a monster like that. Ha Son-woo suddenly stood up. That's not all. So-hoon looked at him, unable to understand. Ha Son-woo. It seemed they had forgotten that there were still many other executives left in Gangbuk High School. The good news is that I have information on them. I'll tell you their names one by one. At the same time, a huge foot was walking down the corridor. First, we have to mention Gangbuk High School's rank 6, Hong Jo-wang. Hong Jo-wang, to be more specific, he's 18 years old, 191 centimeters tall, and weighs 112 kilogram. He was originally a loyal subordinate of Kang Se-chan, but one day he suddenly changed and became Chai-yun's dog. Everyone asked curiously, why did he suddenly start following Chai-yun? That's a long story. Someone came from outside and opened the door a crack. Ha Son-woo was still explaining enthusiastically. His fighting style is a type of Israeli military martial art called Krav Maga. Ha Son-woo suddenly noticed that the gazes of the people looking at him were a bit strange. Why is everyone like that? Even Han Jae-ha and Kang Ji-hyuk stood up in surprise. But Son-woo still didn't know anything. It's just Krav Maga. What's so surprising? Ji-hyuk answered. That's not it. Kim So-hoon pointed behind him. Son-woo, the guy next to you, isn't that Hong Jo-wang? Suddenly, a man nearly 2 meters tall was standing motionless behind Son-woo. It was Hong Jo-wang of North Gangbuk, the very person they had just mentioned. He opened his mouth. I have just one question. Ha Son-woo stiffly turned his head. How did you? Hong Jo-wang answered. What do you mean? It was a piece of cake. All I had to do was knock everyone down without another word. The group charged at the arrogant Hong Jo-wang all at once. The sound of desks and chairs being pushed around echoed in the small room, but whether a fight broke out was unclear. Elsewhere, a surprised voice was heard. He went to West Gangbuk alone, Daniel answered nonchalantly. He was probably so bored he had nowhere else to go, no need to worry. He was sitting in a luxurious room. How long has it been since we all gathered like this? Kong Jun, Seong Jin. There were 2 other men in the room, both from North Gangbuk. Kong Jun, with a cigarette in his mouth, asked, "Is there something important? Get to the point." You see, Jung said cheekily, "It's so boring here. Should I follow Hangzhou Wang over there too?" Daniel grumbled. Hangzhou Wang just left without a word. He has no manners whatsoever. He called out to Ma Dongdu, who was next to him. The huge man in black always seemed to be guarding this place. Without being told, Ma Dongdu knew what Daniel wanted. He answered, "I will teach that guy a lesson. Don't worry about it. Now let's get to the main point." After speaking, he stood up. "We will prepare for an all-out war with West Gangbuk High School." Seong Jin asked, "An all-out war?" Daniel answered, "Chai Yun Nim has no intention of dragging this out any longer. We will unify Gangbuk with this battle. As you know, the remaining 5 executives are you guys. If you make even the slightest mistake, our school will be defeated. It's the same for West Gangbuk High School, so we must be extremely cautious." After the briefing, Daniel commanded, "Let's go." To attack West Gangbuk, the 4 of them set off for the south together. Yu Sejong asked, "What about Chai Yun Nim?" "Chai Yun Nim," Daniel answered. "He has already left." A hint of boredom flashed across Daniel's face. He went to West Gangbuk alone. Chai Yun was currently sweeping through the western district. The main quest window updated. Unify Gangbuk. 1. Reclaim the lost territory. Reward 1 diamond card. 2. Defeat the executives of West Gangbuk High School. Reward undecided. 3. Undecided. 4. Undecided. 5. Undecided. Chai Yun acted with the imposing air of an executioner. The final battle has begun. Main quest has started. Hangzhou Wang appeared like a ghost and said with an emotionless face, "I heard your question." Ha Sonwoo was startled and turned around. "How is he here? How did he defeat everyone? Does that mean all of West Gangbuk's defensive forces were beaten by Hangzhou Wang and are now scattered in the hallway?" Without another word, the group charged at Hangzhou Wang together. The screeching sound of desks and chairs being pushed echoed. Han Jae-ha frowned in surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. What, he dodged all those attacks by himself? Hangzhou Wang didn't even let them touch him. Miraculously, he dodged all their attacks just by leaning his body a few times. Gwak Ung and Ha Son-woo had the same question. How did he dodge that? He looks like a scholar, but how is he so fast? Hangzhou Wang opened his mouth. "So you're the strategist of West Gangbuk. There are more of you than I thought. I only came to pay my respects, but since I'm here, I might as well do some cleaning." After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Kong Ji-hyuk. "Shall I start with you?" In the blink of an eye, Hangzhou Wang threw a punch at Kong Ji-hyuk. Fortunately, Kim So-hoon used his wildness in time to grab his arm. Kim So-hoon said coldly, "Cleaning, did I give you permission to do that here? Do you know how much effort I put into gathering these strategists? If it really came to a fight?" So-hoon seemed confident of victory judging by his stat window. Kim So-hoon right. Hangzhou Wang said, leaning his body to dodge his attack. So-hoon was surprised. "What?" He threw another kick. Hangzhou Wang still dodged with incredible agility, his hands behind his back. "I really wanted to meet you." So-hoon realized his speed was faster than his own. "I was curious about your skills, how you beat Zhou Tie-ho." So-hoon threw another hook. Hangzhou Wang still dodged calmly. "How did he dodge that? But this is as far as it goes." After speaking, he grabbed the arm So-hoon had just extended. Hangzhou Wang said bored. Disappointing. These words sent a slight shock through So-hoon's heart. "I don't think Zhou Tie-ho is weak." After speaking, Hangzhou Wang pulled So-hoon in and threw a powerful punch. So-hoon's voice echoed. "What are you talking about?" Hangzhou Wang's gaze remained unshaken. The last punch was blocked by So-hoon's shield. "Fist of protection successfully used," he said, looking at Hangzhou Wang. "This is just the beginning." Following that, So-hoon used a stun punch, sending Hangzhou Wang flying back. The opponent was immobilized for 3 seconds. Hangzhou Wang was frozen stiff and couldn't move. So-hoon didn't miss this chance and took out 2 treasured swords from his spatial slot. He launched himself at the momentarily immobile Hangzhou Wang in midair. So-hoon's eyes sharpened. He said, "It's over." Hangzhou Wang's dead fish-like face, which was unresponsive due to the immobility, but suddenly at that moment the corners of his mouth curled up. He successfully dodged Kim So-hoon's swords. It was hard to believe, but it seemed Chai Yun had intervened. The opponent has nullified the immobility effect. Hangzhou Wang jumped into the air and landed lightly. Kim So-hoon also stood steadily on the ground after his attack missed. It was a bit embarrassing, but it was fine. He turned and asked Hangzhou Wang, "You were so confident. Why are you like this now? Did you nullify all disadvantageous effects?" Hangzhou Wang was squatting on the windowsill, a familiar posture for people from the West. "Are you trying to run away? What kind of person is he?" Hangzhou Wang answered honestly, "I want to keep fighting, but it seems dangerous." He pointed at Gwak Ung and Zhou Tie-ho. "It doesn't look good if those 2 team up. See you later then." He bid them farewell. Everyone realized his intention and shouted in a hurry, "Hangzhou Wang?" But it was already too late. He threw himself from the window with a very relaxed posture. "Farewell." Everyone was horrified by his action. What? Kim So-hoon quickly said. "He fell from the 4th floor, so he must be seriously injured. All forces downstairs, gather here and make sure to catch him." "Understood." A voice came from below. "Kim So-hoon's son Banim." Kim So-hoon looked down from the window and said, "Hurry." The subordinate below shouted loudly, "There's no one down here." Everyone was shocked by this answer. "What, no one?" "He just fell from here," the subordinate answered firmly. "There's really no one." Kim So-hoon's eyes wavered. What on earth is happening? A possibility seemed to flash in his mind. "No way." Another subordinate ran over in a panic and reported, "We're in big trouble." Han Jae-ha grumbled. Why is it always big trouble? But this time it was really big trouble. Cha-yoon, that guy is here. So-hoon was surprised he had come earlier than expected. Cha-yoon, the subordinate continued. He came alone again this time, and wherever he goes it's a mess. He's sweeping through our territory. He's too ruthless and cruel, the subordinate added. That's not all. Daniel and the North Gangbuk executives are heading south, targeting our territory. Kim So-hoon immediately called for Kong Ji-hyuk. Summon all the executives. Kong Ji-hyuk looked at him. What do you mean? Kim So-hoon answered. Cha-yoon coming alone is an opportunity for us. Blinded by power, he made a foolish choice, he instructed the subordinate. Report Cha-yoon's location. An opportunity like this won't come again. So-hoon announced this blitz plan to everyone. Today we will catch Cha-yoon. Han Jae-ha opened his mouth worriedly. But the problem is the executives, the remaining North Gangbuk executives, the ones heading south. If they join up with Cha-yoon after conquering all those areas, if they join forces with Cha-yoon, it will be very troublesome. It will be a huge disadvantage for our side, So-hoon asked. Is there no way to stop them from meeting? Kong Ji-hyuk answered. There is a way, he stated, the most feasible answer, but it was also one that no one wanted. We just need to sacrifice one person, So-hoon asked. Sacrifice, yes. We send one of our executives north to stall the North Gangbuk executives, to buy time so they can't meet Cha-yoon. Kong Ji-hyuk didn't forget to remind them. This is a difficult mission, and they could be seriously injured. He began to exclude options. We can't send executives Yu Si-jong and Jo Tae-ho. Those two are the core force for dealing with Cha-yoon. This mission must be entrusted to another executive. Jo Tae-ho asked, and who do we send? Someone opened their mouth. I'll go. Jo Tae-ho looked over in surprise. The person came in from outside and said, I will take this mission. Who else could it be but someone in the room? The scene changed to a dark warehouse. Hong Jo-wong was sitting on a chair, his head bowed. It was unclear what he was doing here. Hong Jo-wong asked his subordinate, What did you just say? The subordinate answered immediately, Yes, Captain Hong Jo-wong. According to reports, it seems West Gangbuk is trying to prevent the North Gangbuk executives and Captain Cha-yoon from meeting. Their plan is to send one executive to block the executives heading south. However, the identity of that executive has not yet been confirmed. That person is still heading south. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Hong Jo-wong answered. Understood. What I mean is it would be better for me to step in and deal with the West Gangbuk executive before they can block our executives. They definitely won't send Jo Tae-ho or Yu Si-jong, Hong Jo-wong speculated curiously. Because those two are valuable assets for dealing with Cha-yoon. I'm very curious who will come. There wasn't a hint of emotion on his cold face, but whoever comes I will just deal with them. In the meeting room, Kong Ji-hyuk shouted excitedly, My lord? He followed the protagonist, constantly saying, No, that person is not suitable for this mission. He suggested other more feasible people. It would be better to send Song Haru or Ju Hak-jin instead. That person is too reckless. But Kim So-hoon answered, No, it's fine, Kong Ji-hyuk, he replied confidently. I've thought about it carefully. I trust him. That person seemed to have already arrived in the southern region. Cha-yoon's subordinates were ambushing here. They spoke to each other. What's that? I heard West Gangbuk sent an executive to stall for time. A figure was approaching this way. His whole body was shrouded in darkness, but he came alone, without any soldiers. Although he was alone, the person walked confidently, without the slightest fear. The person who took on this mission was none other than West Gangbuk's number 3, Go Ha-jun. Daniel knew who had come and smiled with interest. Interesting, he said contemptuously. You think you can block our executives alone? Do you think you can do that? The result would be one of two things. Daniel began to speculate. Someone will be crippled this time. The grunts of North Gangbuk were the first line of defense. It was impossible to know how the fight would turn out. In the tense moment of the enemy's invasion, Go Ha-jun still leisurely lit a cigarette. He would either be defeated forever, or he would become a legend of Gangbuk. Inside a spacious white room, countless cards of gold, silver, and bronze were moving on a conveyor belt. Go Ha-jun was holding a silver card. He bowed his head and muttered, Points received after surviving the encounter with Daniel. 10,000 points. I used the no card to enter the buffet card draw round. He looked up at the cards and calculated. To face the remaining bosses, I must draw a good card. Suddenly a blue card caught his eye. A question popped into his head. What is that? He asked in surprise. Did a card like this exist? It looks pretty useful. The card's information appeared. Upgrade. Consumable card. Regression potion. Reverts one member's awakened state back one stage. The system announced. Regression potion used. Height 186 centimeters, weight 83 kilogram. He lit a cigarette and smoked. A guy with a club tried to ambush Go Ha-jun, but he quickly got into a stance and dodged. He said, What do you think you can do alone? Fight. Go Ha-jun countered by hitting the opponent's face with a right straight, and the guy spat blood. One down. Another guy rushed in and swung his club upwards from below to attack Go Ha-jun, but he still lightly leaned back and dodged easily. Fight. Once again he knocked out the opponent with a right straight to the face. Victory. Go Ha-jun was very serious. I will never lose to myself again. Go Ha-jun sped up and moved freely. One punch was enough for each opponent. I will never lose. One guy was punched and collapsed to the ground, his face hitting the floor. I will walk out of here with my head held high. Go Ha-jun dealt with all the group sent to block his way. He left the group scattered behind him and continued forward. He moved forward with a determined gaze. There was no turning back. North Gangbuk High School's number 6, Hong Jo-wong. He was sitting on a chair, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book. A subordinate ran over in a panic and shouted loudly, Hong Zhawang and Young Nim were in big trouble. Hong Zhawang didn't take his eyes off the book and asked coldly, "What is it?" "We've discovered that a West Gangbuk boss is attacking this way alone," the subordinate continued. "It's Go Ha-jun. That bastard is crushing our forces." At this, Hong Zhawang showed interest and asked back, "Go Ha-jun?" The guy quickly answered, "He's West Gangbuk High School's number 3. At this rate, the other executives will be held up by Go Ha-jun." On the map, Go Ha-jun's icon moved from West Gangbuk High School towards North Gangbuk High School. Hong Zhawang closed his book and said, "Interesting. I can't let him block the others." Hong Zhawang slowly stood up and said, "I'll take care of him." His subordinate replied in relief, "Understood, Young Nim, Hong Zhawang." The subordinate was suddenly kicked by someone right in front of Hong Zhawang, but he showed little surprise. A voice echoed, "There's no need for that." Zhawang glanced at the man and asked, "Who are you?" "It's Go Ha-jun." He took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Because I'm going to take you down first." Zhawang also approached slowly and said, "I heard the stories, so it was you. Are you saying you're going to take on all of our executives by yourself?" Hong Zhawang was 191 centimeters tall and weighed 112 kilograms. Zhawang said, "Go Ha-jun, you couldn't even beat Yu Si-jong, and you think you can do this?" Ha-jun stood still while Zhawang continued to speak. "You've got some serious guts. I didn't know your side had someone like you." Ha-jun suddenly struck Zhawang's stomach with a left hook. A thought flashed through his mind. What was that? Go-un was very serious about this fight. Zhawang, even after taking the punch, casually asked back, "Attacking while I'm talking?" Ha-jun thought to himself. "Does this guy specialize in stamina?" In an instant, Go-un was punched squarely in the face. Zhawang shouted, "Ridiculous." Ha-jun flew backward, sweeping across the floor. Zhawang lifted his chin and asked, "Is that all you've got? You think you can take me down with that?" Go Ha-jun, lying on the ground, thought, "The power of that punch is too strong. He doesn't specialize in stamina." Zhawang grabbed the armrest of his chair and said slowly, "Go Ha-jun, get up." Zhawang sat in his chair, resting his chin on one hand with the other on his thigh, and looked at Ha-jun crouching on the ground. "I'll wait." Go Ha-jun opened his mouth. "Don't worry." Zhawang let out a small "oh" as if slightly surprised. Go staggered to his feet. "If I planned on going down like this, I wouldn't have come this far." Go Ha-jun clenched his fist. The fight was probably about to start again. Go Ha-jun's right cheek was swollen red to the point of bleeding from the punch he had just taken. He got into his stance and said confidently, "I'm going to win." Zhawang, with his legs crossed and still resting his chin on his hand, asked lightly, "And how are you going to win?" Elsewhere, West Gangbuk High School's rank 18 Ju Hok-jin shouted, "He's coming." The surroundings fell into chaos as North Gangbuk High School's rank 1 Chai-yun walked in slowly and confidently with both hands in his pockets. Cries of "Chai-yun is here" were heard. Ju Hok-jin commanded his subordinates, "No matter how strong he is, he's alone. With these overwhelming numbers, he won't be able to last." The subordinates, full of fighting spirit, rushed at Chai-yun, shouting, "Today is the day you die." Despite that, Chai-yun stood quietly, completely unfazed. Ju Hok-jin smiled triumphantly, but for some reason, Chai-yun attacked them all at once. They were injured so badly that blood splattered. People were sent flying in all directions. What is happening? When Chai swung his hand once more, another person went flying. What the hell is this? Wherever Chai-yun went, people fell miserably. Is that guy even human? Every time Chai-yun swung his hand, they were slammed into the floor or smashed against a wall, and no one could withstand his attacks. How can a human be that strong? Ju Hok-jin was horrified as he witnessed the scene before him, his subordinates collapsing and groaning in pain. He sweated profusely, terrified. This is impossible. Chai was already in front of Ju Hok-jin. He felt as if he were standing before a giant. Tricks won't work on a monster like this. Hok-jin, no longer having the courage to look, closed his eyes and bowed his head with an enraged face. Is this the end? Suddenly, Jo Tae-ho appeared from somewhere and landed a flying knee kick straight to Chai-yun's face. Jo Tae-ho laughed triumphantly. "Been waiting a long time for this." Jo Tae-ho was 181 centimeters tall and weighed 98 kilograms. Chai-do grabbed Jo Tae-ho's head and said, "You'll have to face me in this round." The surrounding subordinates cheered with joy and relief. "Amazing, Jo-sun Banim is here," they shouted. "We're saved. Someone who can fight Chai-yun is here." Tae-ho flexed his muscles in front of his subordinates' enthusiastic cheers. "Hooray, go for it, Young Nim," Tae-ho said. "Chai-yun, I've waited a really long time for this day," Tae-ho said excitedly. "What kind of fight do you like? One-on-one or one-on-two? I'll take it all." And so, before Tae-ho could even finish his sentence, he was kicked so hard his face contorted. Chai coolly turned back around. Tae-ho's face was planted straight into the ground. All of Jo Tae-ho's subordinates froze, watching their boss fall, their eyes wide and sweating. Chai-yun's back seemed enormous, as if it could cover everything. Jo Tae-ho slowly pushed himself up, his shoulders trembling. He said, "Looks like it's a one-on-one then. So is it my turn now?" As Tae-ho finished speaking, Chai-yun turned his head and looked at him. Tae-ho smiled triumphantly. "This is going to be a fierce fight." Tae-ho threw a right hook at Chai-yun's face, but he raised his hand in time to block it, and Chai-yun blocked the immediate left hook that followed as well. Jo Tae-ho got annoyed that Chai-yun wasn't fighting back. He shouted, "Show me your real power." He continued to attack with his right hand, but Chai-yun blocked it nonchalantly. Tae-ho shouted, "I know you're not serious yet." Chai looked at him and asked, "You want to see it that badly?" Tae-ho answered yeah and threw a right-handed punch from top to bottom. Suddenly Chai-yun placed his hand on his stomach. Jo Tae-ho, surprised and bewildered, looked at Chai-yun's hand and asked, "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, a system notification popped up. Bajikwan used immediately. Jo Tae-ho was sent flying backward. Tae-ho crashed into a wall which broke apart, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Tieho's subordinates muttered in disbelief at the sight before them. What was that in a single blow? As Zhou Tieho collapsed to the floor they stammered. Captain Zhou Tieho didn't even last a minute. Tieho, mustering his remaining strength, smiled weakly with a bloodied face and said softly, "Damn, I didn't know the gap would be this big. Chai-yun, you're just too strong. I've never faced anyone like you." Tieho cleanly admitted defeat. Tieho said, trembling, "If I had known this I would have betrayed you sooner. I'm sorry, Kim So-hoon." As Tieho finished speaking, a purple aura enveloped Chai-yun, causing him to turn his head elsewhere. Tieho finished his sentence. "This is as much time as I can buy." It was Kim So-hoon who had appeared. The system announced trick used. It was So-hoon who had used this skill on Chai-yun. Purple card, attack card. Trick, uses a trick on the target. Temporarily reduces the opponent's stats significantly. The trick's debuff effect will disappear after a certain amount of time. So-hoon said, "Good job, Zhou Tieho." The system announced that Chai-yun had been selected as the target for trick. Soon, Chai-yun looked towards So-hoon. Kim So-hoon smiled and said, "Are you looking down on West Gangbuk High School that much? Daring to invade all by yourself?" Chai was now surrounded by many of West Gangbuk High School's command staff. "Alright, let's take down Chai-yun," So-hoon said. Finally, everything is displayed. Kim So-hoon was 178 centimeters tall and weighed 68 kilograms. Looking at Chai-yun's stats, So-hoon said, "Your combat stats are..." Trick. Chai-yun was 194 centimeters tall and weighed 101 kilograms. Returning to the fight between Go Ha-jun and Hong Zhawang, Ha-jun was ready to fight again. Zhawang, with his legs crossed and chin in his hand, asked, "Why?" Ha-jun answered, "Because there's someone I have to defeat." Zhawang, showing no emotion, continued to ask, "And?" Go Ha-jun said, "At least until I fight that person. I can't lose." Zhawang let out a hum and said, "Your thinking is so shallow." Zhawang stood up and said, "Go Ha-jun, all right." He put his hands in his pockets again and taunted, "Come on, I'll make you taste a bitter defeat." As Zhawang finished speaking, Go Ha-jun rushed towards him. He threw his fist with determination. "I believe in my abilities." Ha-jun recalled the moments he had spent diligently hitting the punching bag. "Because I've always worked hard." Go Ha-jun's straight punch headed for Zhawang's face, who had his hands clasped behind his back. "You can't win." Ha-jun felt something was wrong and looked again. The punch had landed, but Zhawang seemed completely unharmed. He asked back, "Is this what you call strength?" Go Ha-jun immediately stepped back to create distance and got into his stance. "Do I think his endurance is his strong point?" he promised himself. "Even so, I'll make the pain accumulate slowly." In his memory, Go Ha-jun was jogging. He thought of a way to defeat Zhawang with 1,000 attacks. Go Ha-jun sped up and circled around him. His afterimage remained, creating the illusion that 5 Go Ha-juns were surrounding Zhawang. Damage will accumulate at an incredible speed. Suddenly, something strange happened that Go Ha-jun could sense. A blue card appeared. Hong Zhawang's exclusive attack card, stat change. For a short time you can swap the value of a desired stat with another stat immediately. An afterimage of Hong Zhawang closely followed each of Go Ha-jun's afterimages. He opened his mouth. "Is this your speed?" Go Ha-jun was shocked. "He's faster than me," Zhawang said. "Now it's my turn." A thought flashed through Ha-jun's mind. He recalled the time he trained by throwing thousands of punches. Zhawang threw a powerful punch at Ha-jun, but he successfully defended it. "I have to hold on until the end." Go Ha-jun took a punch to the chest and his mouth flew open. He spat blood from Zhawang's terrifying attack and sweat poured down like rain. It was a horrific impact. Hong Zhawang's exclusive attack card, stat change. For a short time you can swap the value of a desired stat with another stat. This card appeared again. Zhawang asked with a look of contempt, "Is this what you call endurance?" His left foot kicked Go Ha-jun squarely in the face. It was an incredibly powerful kick. Go Ha-jun thought, "He's too strong." Another punch flew at his face. He was helpless and fast. He was kicked in the stomach once more, causing Ha-jun to double over. "My attacks don't work." A punch flew straight at him. "Is this really the end?" As the final punch exploded, Go Ha-jun was once again sent flying far away, crashing into a wall. "It ends this easily," Zhawang said coldly. "I warned you that you'd taste a bitter defeat," Zhawang asserted, and Go Ha-jun was now crouched on the ground like a corpse. Hong Zhawang's subordinate said triumphantly, "That's how Hong Zhawang Hyun Nim should be." Go Ha-jun, "That guy is finished. What a stupid bastard." Go Ha-jun just sat there. Zhawang also turned away coldly. He bowed his head, recalling an old memory. He was hugging a punching bag hanging from the stairs, panting. He was out of breath and sweat poured down like rain. He cried out, "Ha ha ha." He wore a somewhat bizarre smile. A voice was heard, and Go Ha-jun paid attention. "You're training hard." "Yeah," Go Ha-jun answered. The young man said, "I'm sorry." A hooded young man appeared holding boxing gloves and said, "It's been a while since I've been to the gym, so I feel like I'm missing something." He asked, "Are you okay? Can I help you with anything?" Go-un blankly let go of the punching bag and asked back, "Help me?" Before the young man could answer, Ha-jun added, "Who are you?" The person smiled and answered, "Me, I'm Li Jin-wang, Li Jin-wang, the impenetrable fortress. I'm a fighter just like you." The subordinates pointed behind Zhawang and warned him. "Hong Zhawang Hyung Nim." He let out a HMPH and turned his head. The system announced, "Go Ha-jun's potential has begun to fight against its limits." Zhawang thoughtfully looked towards Go Ha-jun. The system announced, "Congratulations." A blazing red aura enveloped Go Ha-jun's body. The system announced, "Go Ha-jun has broken through his limits." As Zhawang continued to watch, the system displayed a red warning. Go Ha-jun raised his fists in front of his face. The system announced, "Go Ha-jun's potential has exploded once again." A vast and rich red aura enveloped Go Ha-jun. System announced, "Go Ha-jun's state has been released." Go Ha-jun was ready to fight once more. Let's start again, Gohajun said. I'm different from before. His intuition warned him of danger. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhawang rushed from somewhere, punched Gohajun and knocked him to the ground. The subordinates were momentarily confused by Gohajun's sudden power-up and Zhawang's rushing attack. They asked, Hong Zhawang Hyungnim, why is that guy suddenly so agitated? Gohajun was unconscious on the ground, his face covered in blood. They muttered, that guy looks more dangerous. Is he really more dangerous? Zhawang looked up at the sky and said, I told you, but you don't seem to understand. But he thought to himself, so that's the state leader Chai Yun was talking about. I almost got hit by being careless. The subordinates with blank faces said to each other, that guy is finished with that. Why is Hong Zhawang Hyungnim acting like that? Zhawang spoke to his subordinates again. I want to go somewhere. On another front, Chai Yun had just attacked several people at once. The sound of people reminding each other echoed, we have to let him in. Han Jae-ha was completely horrified by Chai Yun's absolute power. This is impossible. Chai walked forward past the three who had fallen. Han Jae-ha thought to himself, he took down 3 people in an instant. Han Jae-ha stepped back in fear. No matter who that guy is, this is too ridiculous. The system announced. Boxing used. A right-hand uppercut. The system announced. Muay Thai used. A knee kick to the opponent's stomach. Muay Thai. The system announced. Wrestling used. Chai Wu threw his opponent into the air. Wrestling. Chai Yun's perfect skill was being revealed. He could use all kinds of martial arts. Just before Han Jae-ha was about to be punched by Chai Yun, he couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be happening? Zhou Tiaeho appeared once again, getting between the two and throwing a punch at Chai Yun's face. Tiaeho shouted cheerfully. As Chai Yun staggered back, Yu Si-gung wrapped his arms around his waist. He shouted loudly, lifting Chai Yun into the air and attempting a wrestling move. Surprisingly, Chai Yun escaped from Yu Si-gung's grasp, leaving him bewildered. Chai Yun was doing a handstand on Yu Si-gung's shoulders. He reversed my slam on me. It was a straight kick aimed at Yu Si-gung's head. Yu Si-gung collapsed to the floor. Someone was already ready to provide support, holding a wooden sword. 3 people, including Ji Aung-in and Kim So-hoon, were holding wooden swords. GWA Keung also got into his stance. He said, So-hoon can do it. After all, Chai Yun is alone. All right, Song-haru said. If we drag this out, we'll be at a disadvantage. We have to deal with Chai Yun before his comrades arrive. A roar echoed. Get him? They charged at Chai Yun. Having just dealt with Yu Si-gung, Chai Yun turned to the group who would soon be his victims. Just then a voice echoed. Did you think the leader came alone? Song-haru was startled by this voice. What? Someone was walking slowly. Hong Zhawang suddenly appeared. He said, I'm here, Leader Chai Yun. I'm sorry I'm late. I wanted to experience the things you mentioned before, Leader. Kim So-hoon was very surprised by these words. How did he get here? Checking the map, Song-haru thought Hong Zhawang's location was very far away. From that distance, there was no way he could have arrived this quickly. He opened his eyes wide, but still couldn't believe what had happened. No way. Song-haru recalled the image of Zhawang she had met at the window, and when he jumped, shouted in surprise. Was it a cloud clone? North Gangbucks number 6, Hong Zhawang. A cloud clone, oh my god. Hong Zhawang's subordinates were guarding Gohajun. They said to each other. Hong Zhawang Hyungnim gave the order, we just have to follow it. Will it be okay? Zhawang's subordinates swore at Gohajun while guarding him. This stupid bastard, he doesn't know his place, daring to come here alone. Gohajun asked himself, is this really the end? One of them raised a baseball bat to hit his head. Farewell. That guy, his eyes were full of malice. He bid him farewell. Suddenly someone appeared and punched the guy in the face. The powerful blow sent the guy crashing hard to the ground. Left hook. While Gohajun was surprised, a young man said, West Gangbuck. Blow. At that shout, the weak subordinates were scared and all backed away. The person who had just shouted continued. What's the rush? Gohajun recognized him and asked. Ji Aung-in. Gohajun pushed himself up with his hands. Weren't you already defeated? Ji Aung-in answered. It's a long story. Tell me what's happening. Gohajun explained. Right now, our school's executives are fighting Chai Yun, and North Gangbuck's executives are coming to help him. We have to stop them from joining up with Chai Yun. But in this situation, you're the only one here, Ji Aung-in answered. Who said I was alone? A huge force appeared, led by Ji Aung-in's vice-commanders, Jin Ji-Hyun and Lee Se-hoon. Ji Aung-in, with his hair tied up high, declared. From this moment on, Ji Aung-in's army joins the war. Ji Aung-in record of defeating 318 people. Ji Aung-in possesses a force of 318 men. Ji Aung-in's army declared its participation in the battle, Kong Ji-hyuk said in disbelief. What? A person cut in. It's just as I said. Ji Aung-in's army has appeared. They saved Gohajun Sunbanim. Not only that, they brought 318 other people with them. I think they're going to block the North Gangbuck executives, Kong Ji-hyuk said dryly. My god, this is good, but Ji Aung-in's army can't take on the North Gangbuck executives all at once. But we can use this opportunity to catch Chai Yun. My lord, we have to catch Chai Yun quickly. Kong Ji-hyuk's words were on the front lines. Damn it, things turned out like this again. Who would have thought that guy Hong Zhawang was a cloud clone? Suddenly a voice was heard. Sunbanim, we're sorry we're late, we're here. Seeing his 2 juniors arrive, he was delighted. Na Yu Guillaume Haru, now that you 2 are here, I can rest easy. The young man with a scar on his lip asked Kim So-hoon, what are we going to do now? Kim So-hoon laid out his strategy. If we divide our forces into 2 and face Chai Yun and Hong Zhawang at the same time, we can win. Someone from the other side said, how annoying, why are you all acting so stupid, unable to see the difference in power between our sides? Hong Zhawang bowed and paid his respects. Yes, Chai Yun commanded. Move, I'll deal with all of them myself. One guy charged and attacked. How arrogant, Chai-yun. Chai-yun quickly grabbed the charging guy's face with one hand, slammed his head against the wall and said, "Why do you think I'm arrogant?" Kim So-hoon had no choice but to attack with his wooden sword. The system announced the use of harness, but Kim So-hoon was immediately surprised. No way, Chai-yun successfully used Hoshinkwan. Kim So-hoon didn't know he had such an ability. Chai-yun countered using a stun punch. Kim So-hoon's movements were stopped for 3 seconds. Taekwondo used. Kim So-hoon hurriedly used recovery. Just then, Chai-yun was grabbed by one person, and 2 people rushed in to hold him. One person shouted, "Na Yu-gi-um, hurry up and come here." Na Yu-gi-um took the opportunity to kick Chai-yun in the stomach. Terabyte kick used. The 3 people wondered to themselves, will it be effective against him? And while the 3 were surprised, Chai-yun used Kyokushin karate. He's completely fine. Chai-yun grabbed the 2 guys who were holding him. Na Yu-gi-um stared blankly as his 2 friends were lifted by Chai-yun and slammed hard onto the ground. Before he could even react, a fist was right in front of Yu-gi-um's eyes. Chai-yun used judo to send Yu-gi-um flying. After using a series of techniques, he was nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. Everyone kept using all sorts of techniques from Taekwondo to Kyokushin karate, but turning to Taekwondo, they were all helplessly countered. They were countered even more severely by Chai-yun, who was as strong as an ox. Chulsengo used. Ha Son-woo used copy. He used Chulsengo from behind Chai-yun. He took a step forward and got into his stance when Chai-yun turned. Lee Jin-hyun was preparing a strike with her sword. Angel's Descent used. Even though she struck down without holding back at all. "Chai-yun, are you still okay?" Chai-yun mercilessly punched Jin-hyun in the face and kicked Ha Son-woo with Taekwondo. Following that, he hit the stomach of the remaining person with Kyokushin karate. Lee Jin-hyun's potential started to fight against her limits. A scene appeared. "Yes, what brings you here?" Lee Jin-hyun sat formally and said, "For some reason this only happens to me. I've kept training with the sword, but for some reason my skills don't improve." The man opposite her said, "Your ability is in a slump. A sword is quite a fickle thing, and there are times when your skills won't improve no matter how much you train." She asked. "Then is there no way?" The man answered indifferently. "Face death. If you meet an unimaginably strong enemy, your power might explode. When you stand before death, you will fall no further." And Lee Jin-hyun's potential went beyond its limits. "Congratulations. Lee Jin-hyun has ascended." As Lee Jin-hyun's potential exploded, she would receive an ascension card. Lee Jin-hyun's exclusive attack card, Sword of Swiftness, draws the sword at an unimaginable speed and attacks the enemy. Sword of Swiftness used, but despite that, Chai-yun still easily defeated her with one hand. Hong Jae-wang said, "Thank you, you've worked hard. You're really amazing as expected. Hyung-nim, you beat all of them by yourself. What I mean is, you will surely achieve your goal, Hyung-nim." Absorbed Kim So-hoon. Chai-yun's hand reached out. Hong Jae-wang thought Kim So-hoon was unconscious but was surprised to see him perfectly awake. "Got it," Kim So-hoon said, grabbing Chai-yun's neck with one hand. "I knew this couldn't be solved with violence. I've waited for this moment. I bought a training card at the buffet party and used my remaining points. Do you know what I bought? Consumable card, Slave Control, controls the opponent's movements, and Standard card, Usage Prohibited, designates one of the opponent's cards and prevents its use." Kim So-hoon said quietly, "You shouldn't have let your guard down at the last moment." He used Slave Control and Usage Prohibited on Chai-yun at the same time. Chai-yun's mana absorption successfully blocked the opponent's use of mana absorption. He thought it would end here, but the system announced a failure. The opponent does not possess the mana absorption card. Kim So-hoon was surprised. "He doesn't have it," Chai-yun said. "Kim So-hoon, do you still not understand?" Now it was his turn to counterattack. He grabbed Kim So-hoon's hand. Attack card, Star-Sucking Great Method, absorbs the opponent's abilities and life force to increase one's own stats. Stat increase. While Kim So-hoon was flustered, Chai-yun gave a hint. "Don't you know why Kong Sok fell into a coma?" And Star-Sucking Great Method used as Chai-yun's technique activated. Kim So-hoon frowned, feeling his energy being drained. "At this rate I'll die. I'll become a vegetable like Kong Sok." "No, someone help me," he shouted from deep within his heart. "Please save me." It seemed his silent cry for help was heard. "Choke," the system announced. "Your cloud has been summoned." The newly appeared girl shouted loudly, "Run away, I'll help Master. I'm just a summon anyway. When Master is in danger, I'll be summoned." Kim So-hoon called out blankly, "Cloud." But Hong Jae-wang was still there. "Cloud, move. What are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Leader Chai-yun. I didn't know Cloud would appear like this. I will handle her. I'll make sure no one disturbs your excellency any longer. I'll act immediately." Cloud countered, but it missed. Hong Jae-wang kneed her in the face and said, "How pathetic. Go call your master and ask him to save you. Is this all you can do?" Cloud was painfully beaten and soon she was grabbed by the collar. "All right, let's end this." But Chai-yun called Hong Jae-wang. "Move, I'll do it myself." Cloud was grabbed by the neck. Star-Sucking Great Method has been used. Kim So-hoon shouted, "No, Cloud summon." Cloud has been summoned. Summon failed. The level of Star-Sucking Great Method is higher than Cloud's summoning magic. Summoning is not possible while Star-Sucking Great Method is in use, despite the shouts. "Cloud!" Despite Kim So-hoon's shouts, Chai-yun began to absorb the opponent's life force as planned. Kim So-hoon enraged, cursed, "You son of a bitch," and threw a low kick at Chai-yun. "Let her go." He continued to use boxing. "She has nothing to do with this." He used a hook. Warning, Cloud is in danger. Kim So-hoon had no choice but to kneel and beg. "I was wrong. Please stop. Let Cloud go." He recalled the past. "Amazing. It's the first time I've gotten a diamond card. This is a summon card too. The card's name is Replica Cloud. I'll call you Cloud from now on. I'll be in your care, Cloud. Let's go out together. I'm in a pretty good mood today, so let's go have some fun," Cloud answered cheerfully. "Master, are you asking me to go to karaoke with you?" "That's right," So-hoon said. "You've never been to karaoke anyway," Cloud said excitedly. "I thought I wouldn't be able to go to a place like that," So-hoon said gently. I was lying. Let's go there today and have a blast, Master. Cloud tilted her head, curious. What is this gesture? Sohun answered. It's a birthday. Cloud showed curiosity. A birthday? Is it to celebrate the day someone was born? Sohun said gently. You don't have a birthday, so I made one for you. Happy birthday, Cloud. Master, I have a question. What is a family? Sohun answered in the general sense. It's like a relationship connected by blood. Most of them share the same blood. Hearing that, Cloud muttered to herself. I see, then it has nothing to do with me, Sohun immediately added. But that's not the only way to be called a family. People in a close relationship can also be called family. Like us, we can also be called family. Star-sucking great method use ended. Cha-Yun coldly threw Cloud aside. Cloud lay motionless. Despite Sohun's pained cries, he approached Cloud and continued to scream and call out to her. Wake up, Cloud, it's me. Cloud flashback. I have a question. The system was puzzled. What do you want to ask? Speak. Sohun was curious about what kind of thing the Cloud summon card was. The system was silent and didn't answer right away, making Sohun even more curious. Why aren't you saying anything? The system answered. The Cloud you speak of is just a diamond card. You can think of it as a consumable card. What I mean is when its life ends, Cloud will disappear. Seeing Sohun crying, Cloud struggled to leave her last words. Master, thank you. She lived alone in an empty darkness. Day after day passed and passed again until she met Sohun. Seeing Sohun being happy and sad with Sohun was her entire life. As Cloud disappeared, she left behind words of sincere gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Sohun cried until his tears ran dry. Cha-Yun just commented as if it were ridiculous and meaningless. What are you doing to be in so much pain over a single card? Don't be sad. I'll be sending you off soon too. As the system issued a warning, Cha-Yun was surprised. Sohun threw a tremendous punch, sending Cha-Yun flying backward, and he crashed hard into a wall. Congratulations. Kim Sohun has been promoted to Transcendence class. As a privilege of the Transcendence class, your potential has been broken through. Stamina has been restored. Potential has risen to S class. You have obtained 2 exclusive cards. Kim Sohun's exclusive Transcendence card, Kick. You can use kicks to attack effectively. Strength 3, Stamina -3, and Strength Awakening. All stats increase according to your awakening. The stat increase is an awakening through pain. Perhaps that's why, instead of being happy, Sohun just had a dazed expression. Hong Zhawang saw this, sneered, and said, How ridiculous. You think just because you stood up things will be different? Then Sohun gave him a taste of his fist. Hong Zhawang was shocked. What is this power? It's completely different from before. But I'm strong too. I can block it. Hong Zhawang's exclusive attack card, Stat Change. For a short time you can swap the value of one stat with another stat. Alright, Hong Zhawang struck Sohun's neck. Sohun was dazed from the side. Cha-Yun watched as Sohun took an elbow to the neck and endured it without a problem. Is it not effective? Hong Zhawang quickly created distance. It seems his strength and defense have become too strong. Alright, in that case I'll have to overwhelm him with speed. In the blink of an eye, Sohun moved behind him. And then he struck his head. Sohun said in a low voice, Cloud wasn't just a simple card to me. Do you get it? Cloud and I spent a lot of happy times together. We weren't related by blood, but we were like family. You said Cloud was just a card. At the same time, Sohun used a skill. You have used mana absorption on Hong Zhawang. Then you feel it too, the system announced. You are absorbing Hong Zhawang's stats. A kick flew past Sohun's face. He was kicked away by Cha-Yun. Thanks to that, Hong Zhawang got a chance to get up. Sohun nonchalantly brushed the dust off his clothes and said, What's wrong? Didn't you say Cloud was just a card? What are you doing now? Hong Zhawang is just a card too, right? Or do you care about him quite a bit? But Cha-Yun refuted him with a very nonchalant tone. Don't get the wrong idea, I just stopped your stats from rising any further. To me a card is still just a card. As if to prove it, he used the star-sucking great method on his own comrade. Sohun was so disgusted he had to step in. You have used kick. Sohun couldn't help but be sarcastic. Damn it, you won't even leave your own subordinate alone? Are your stats that precious? Cha-Yun, you're a real heartless bastard. I only move for my own sake. So I just do whatever I think is necessary. There's no need to uphold justice. I can't just leave a guy like you in society. Let's end our connection here today. Cha-Yun was still indifferent. Sohun used a new special move at incredible speed. You have used kick. Cha-Yun thought to himself, he's really fast. You have used a completely different low blow than before. You have used kick. Your stats must have risen a lot since you reached the Transcendence class. You have used a high blow. It won't be easy to take him down now. Sohun had a determined look in his eyes. Over there, Cha-Yun moved. He moved back and forth, leaving afterimages. You have used boxing. You have used a stun punch. Sohun retaliated. You have used a stun punch. Both of them took each other's attacks. Sohun, you are stunned for 3 seconds. A notification popped up that both sides had nullified the effect and the stun had been released. It was to continue the fight. Both sides continued to exchange punches. Sohun was still at a slight disadvantage, but thinking of Cloud gave him the motivation to win this fight, and for the first time he was able to overwhelm Cha-Yun in strength. Cha-Yun didn't expect him to be sent flying by a punch. Sohun moved forward. You have used summon. You have used a team card. Go Hajun's activation card. Hegemon's Majesty. You can summon a clone or a shadow to land 2 Hegemon's Majesty attacks. You stun the opponent with the Hegemon's Summon. Hegemon's Unrivaled Might, the effects of 2 out of the 3 cards. Zhou Tieiho's exclusive card, Explosive Kick. Using your high speed, you land a kick that stuns the opponent. The stronger your speed is than the opponent's, the longer they will be stunned, and it can only be used once a day. You have used Hegemon's Majesty. You have used Explosive Kick. So-hoon knew that prolonging this fight was not a good idea. Na Yu-Gi-Oh's exclusive activation card, Enhanced Low Kick, gathers all your strength to land a powerful kick that deals 3 times the normal damage. You have used Enhanced Low Kick. I'll put all my strength into this kick. Cha-Yun faltered for a moment. It's over with a kick. So-hoon leapt high into the air. Unfortunately, the usage time of your trick has ended. Cha-Yun's stats returned to normal. Cha-Yun grabbed So-hoon's neck and said slowly, Kim So-hoon, do you think you can beat me? On the other side, the victory had already been decided. We won, North Gangbuck's number 5, Kongjun. Kongjun said nonchalantly. We won, the person who reported asserted. Yes, it's news from Leader Cha-Yun. Although the fight isn't over yet, they said Leader Cha-Yun has definitely won. A folding fan fell to the floor. West Gangbuck's number 11. Kong Ji-hyuk was dazed. What did you say? The student who came to deliver the news said bitterly. It's news from the Lord's side. The outcome hasn't been decided yet, but it seems our side is at a great disadvantage. West side, are we going to be defeated like this? Kongjun approached a certain person. There you are, I heard our boss beat that guy Kim So-hoon. Glory is almost upon us now. The other person was more cautious. It's too early to say. Didn't you say the outcome of both sides hasn't been decided yet? Kongjun questioned. Are you saying the boss is making a mistake? That person said as if it were obvious. He's human too, after all. There are still many variables. Kongjun continued. I know that, but how can Kim So-hoon fight back? I can't imagine it. That person grabbed Kongjun's shoulder and said, I told you Leader Cha-Yun is only human. Maybe the leader will come back here because there's someone he wants to deal with. Kongjun was suspicious. Something he wants to deal with, that person said. That's right, like a traitor. He brazenly punched Kongjun squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly. The people there were confused. Leader Daniel, why did you suddenly do that to Kongjun? Daniel stepped on Kongjun's face and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to betray him. Did you hear that, Cha-Yun? This message was delivered to Cha-Yun through the system. Daniel provoked Cha-Yun with it and said, Aren't you curious why I did that? System warning. If North Gangbuck falls into Daniel's hands, the Gangbuck unification mission will fail. A group with clubs rushed in, but Daniel still said calmly, Don't you want to know what I said to Kim So-hoon in that mist? He swept his hair back and said, Cha-Yun, stop fighting that guy and come back here to face me. Try to stop me from unifying the districts. Flashback consumable card Mist of Concealment creates a mist of concealment in a limited area lasting for 5 minutes. During that time all members within the mist cannot fight. The mist can be removed if the opponent uses a counter card or is much stronger. At that time only Daniel and Kim So-hoon were facing each other in the mist. Daniel said, So you want me to believe what you said is true, that you received a mission? Kim So-hoon answered, It's a hard story to believe, but it's all true. One day I suddenly received a mission, and every time I completed one I got a card. The cards had different effects and thanks to them I got stronger. Daniel didn't believe him just by his words. Then how are you going to prove it? Kim So-hoon understood Daniel's suspicion and gave him a hint. How do you think a weak guy like me can unify Gangbuck now? Besides, I can stand against strong people like you, and Cha-Yun is the same as me. He was originally a bookworm and knew nothing about fighting. Daniel acknowledged this point. A bookworm had now become the leader of everyone. How was that possible? That's what he and I got from carrying out missions. Thanks to the rewards we slowly got stronger. Daniel's lips curled up after hearing this. He looked up and let out. I really couldn't have imagined it. Now all I have to do is believe the missions he and Cha-Yun received. Kim So-hoon asserted once again. It's all true. I'm not lying at all right? Now you have to be honest with me too, right? Daniel, there's something I want to ask. What's your real purpose? If our purposes are the same, we can help each other. This is our chance to take down Cha-Yun. What's your plan, and why are you always trying to pull Haru to your side? Daniel, facing So-hoon, said, Alright, I understand. I'll tell you all my purposes for being under Cha-Yun. Daniel revealed his secret. His voice was mixed with the soft sound of the wind and disappeared. Kim So-hoon was quite surprised to hear it. So-hoon asked, So that was your purpose? Daniel answered briefly, yes. As So-hoon was about to say something more, Daniel cut him off. Now it's my turn to ask, can you beat Cha-Yun? With the mission you're receiving, is it possible in front of his immense power? Daniel waited for an answer. Kim So-hoon answered firmly, I can win. Daniel seemed satisfied. Good answer. In that case, we're on the same side from now on. So-hoon said, We don't have much time. First, we need to set a plan to lure that guy Cha-Yun into a trap. I'll act after that. But before that, Daniel, welcome to West Gangbuck. First, I have to fight these North Gangbuck bosses. It's not a difficult task. You guys put down your weapons. You know what will happen if you face me. You know me well, don't you? North Gangbuck's rank 2 Daniel. Cha-Yun frowned at this situation and said, Hongzhouwang, I'll give you more power. Take care of that So-hoon guy quickly. I'll leave things here to you. You have used an enhancement card on Hongzhouwang. So-hoon shouted, Stop there, Cha-Yun, we're not done yet. Hongzhouwang immediately landed a knee kick on So-hoon's face. It's over. I'll fight you now instead of leader Cha-Yun. So-hoon was annoyed. How troublesome, my friend. Another person appeared and said, If you want to end everything like that, I'll grant your wish right now. The person who came said to So-hoon, Go, Kim So-hoon, I'll go save Ji-hyuk, so hurry up and go. So-hoon was still hesitant. Go, Ha-jun urged him. You must win and come back. Returning to the battle scene in North Gangbuck, Daniel was kicked in the face by someone. Kongjun said, Daniel, you were really unpleasant in the past. Daniel blocked his foot and said nonchalantly, Oh, was I? Now's your chance. You just got up. It's okay if I knock you down now, right? Kongjun. As Kongjun took off his jacket, he asked, Why did you betray leader Cha-Yun? Daniel indifferently returned the question. Is that strange? Kongjun thought to himself. My opponent right now is Daniel. I have to be wary of him. I have to stall for time so leader Cha-Yun can come to support. That's the best way. I have a weapon now, so I should be more confident. I'll help leader Cha-Yun so he can take care of other things without worry. I can hold Daniel back. Suddenly, Kong Jun was flipped in the air. Daniel said, "Your effort is commendable. Did you think you could stall for time by attacking with a weapon?" Daniel kicked him once. Kong Jun hit a concrete wall like a ball and lost consciousness on the spot. He bought me some time though, but it seems that person has arrived. So he's here, leader Cha-Yun said. "It was my mistake not to finish you when I had the chance," Daniel said calmly. "That's right, as I said, everyone makes mistakes, even a leader. But everything ends here." Cha-Yun attacked very quickly. "You have used boxing, but everything didn't go as smoothly as he thought." "He dodged that attack," Daniel said calmly. "Surprise, leader," Cha-Yun thought to himself. "Impossible. My stats are much higher than his, so how could he dodge my attack? You have used a high kick. You have used a straight. You have used Muay Thai. You have used boxing." Daniel continued to skillfully dodge the attacks, making Cha-Yun extremely flustered. He extended both hands. Daniel used Aikido to throw Cha-Yun into the air. Cha-Yun quickly regained his balance and landed safely. Cha-Yun guessed to himself, "Could it be that guy Kim So-hoon used an enhancement card on this bastard? But it would still be lower than my stats." "I don't understand," Daniel suddenly said. "My old thinking was right. I'll prove it, that I can face you even without a mission." North Gangbuk High School's Seong-jin asked back in surprise. "What? Daniel betrayed us?" "Why?" the person who came reported. "I'm not sure about that either." This person said that Kong Jun was also defeated by Daniel. "I hear he's facing leader Cha-Yun now," Seong-jin muttered. "This is getting interesting now." Seong-jin was excited. The most trustworthy second-in-command betraying them. What could be more stimulating than this? "I don't know how bored I've been," a person's voice was heard from behind. "You're still the same." While Seong-jin was surprised, a person behind him asked, "Don't you want to hear an interesting story? Daniel wasn't the only one who betrayed us. It's been a while." The person who spoke was North Gangbuk High School's Ji Young-in. He was calm but couldn't hide his surprise and let out, "Ji Young-in, I thought you were done in by Daniel." Ji Young-in said, "I have something to say. Cha-Yun is targeting all of us. If we continue to follow him, we will be in danger. This is what happened." Ji Young-in recalled a time when he had many questions. "Why did that guy let you live? Didn't he come to take care of you, Daniel?" At that time, Daniel said something no one expected. "Run. In. And remember, if we keep following Cha-Yun, we'll all die. It's hard to believe, but trust me. Go and persuade the other executives." Seong-jin, "Listen to me. You want me to believe the words of a traitor like you?" Ji Young-in calmly suggested. "Haven't you noticed anything strange about Cha-Yun? Think again about the things he's done. Can you trust everything about him? Just once. Doubt Cha-Yun. The Gangbuk area is very strange right now." Seong-jin punched Ji Young-in's glasses, sending them flying, and said, "Why should I doubt leader Chai? He proved with a series of actions that he doesn't care about the truth. I'll consider it if you just make it interesting for me." Ji Young-in pushed his hair back and looked intrigued. "Good, so in the end I have to persuade you with my fists," he said. "I'll show you what dopamine is." On the battlefield of North Gangbuk, Daniel lifted his head and said, "I can beat you even without a mission." When Cha-Yun feigned ignorance, Daniel said it bluntly. "Stop acting innocent. I heard everything from Kim So-hoon. That you're completing missions and getting rewards." Cha-Yun was silent for a moment and then said, "Hey, you seem to know quite a lot, but are you sure? Do you think Kim So-hoon can beat me? You made a mistake." "Daniel, Kim So-hoon can't beat me. It's not too late to turn back now. I'll overlook this betrayal. Come back to the school. I need you for my plan." Daniel refused firmly. "Absolutely not." Then a fist was right in front of his eyes. Cha-Yun said, "Then I have no choice. Use boxing." Cha-Yun was surprised once again when Daniel dodged the attack. Daniel said, "Did you think I'd fall for that technique again? Use Jeet Kune Do." Cha-Yun thought to himself, "What is this? Use Muay Thai. How on earth is he doing this? Use wrestling. How did he dodge it?" Everything was within his expectations, Daniel revealed. "I learned all your techniques while I was by your side. Your first attack is always boxing, and then it's either Taekwondo or Jeet Kune Do. Did you get these combat skills by chance? Do you know what that means?" Cha-Yun covered his head with both hands. Daniel hit his side and said, "It means you lack real combat experience." Cha-Yun frowned. Daniel knew, but no, this isn't enough. This alone isn't enough to beat Cha-Yun. There's only one way. Daniel once again used both hands to twist Cha-Yun's body in the opposite direction, trying to use his strength against him. Daniel flipped his body and did a back-spinning kick. As Cha-Yun stepped back, Daniel charged with a determined expression, and Cha-Yun also focused. Daniel leapt high into the air and shouted, "This is the end," but Daniel had to stop in the middle, because Cha-Yun had extended his palm to his stomach. A purple aura spread out. Cha-Yun muttered a single word of apology. Daniel was dazed for a moment, but then he laughed. Interesting. Daniel's exclusive attack card. Softness overcomes hardness, nullifies the opponent's attack and deals damage equal to twice the damage received with a counterattack that ignores defense, nullifies all of the opponent's buff effects. Cooldown 3 days. Daniel once again clasped his hands and extended them, still able to lightly take down Cha-Yun. I expected this technique too. Having come this far, Daniel thought he had won, but he was soon surprised. Cha-Yun stood firm and said, "Daniel, your plan was perfect, but it's useless. You can't know all my power beforehand, because I've never used it before." In other words, Cha-Yun had been hiding his trump card. use Bajikwan. Daniel was sent flying backward and slammed hard into a thick concrete wall. Blood trickled from his mouth and soon his neck was grabbed by Chayun. Use star-sucking great method, Daniel thought to himself. Is this it? I can't beat him. Sei-chan Haru. He recalled the days when the three of them were happy friends, harmonious times. I'm sorry. Going back to the day the consumable card Mist of Concealment was used, Kim So-hoon was horrified. What? Kong Sei-chan, you knew it would turn out like this, Daniel said. His intuition was always very good. On that fateful day, Sei-chan came to me and said, Daniel, I think something's going to happen to me. Daniel couldn't understand. What are you talking about all of a sudden? What's going to happen? Sei-chan said vaguely. I just have a bad feeling, Daniel scolded him jokingly. This bastard all of a sudden, Kong Sei-chan suddenly reminded him. Be careful of Chayun. If anything happens to me, be careful of Chayun. Daniel asked, What on earth are you talking about? He's not the kind of guy who would do something bad like that. Sei-chan answered, It's complicated to explain and you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. And one more thing, promise me, if anything happens to me, take care of Haru. I believe you can protect Haru. And the day Sei-chan had foreseen came. Sei-chan was beaten by Chayun and use of bombing Shingang began. Life force absorption has started. When his life force was almost depleted, bombing Shingang ended in Chayun's cold and emotionless eyes that day. Saw it clearly. The sight of Sei-chan having his life taken by Chayun, and watching that scene I was trembling in fear and couldn't do anything. No one would believe my words even if I told them. Everything was within Chayun's plan. Daniel was in turmoil. What do I do now? Can Sei-chan wake up? Did Chayun see me? Who is Chayun? What should I do now? He suddenly recalled the request. I believe you can protect Haru. Daniel went to that person. It's an honor to meet you. Please take care of me from now on. Chayun, I had no other choice. Chayun asked calmly, Are you saying you betrayed Kong Sei-chan? Daniel answered, Yes. But deep down he chose this dangerous path to protect Haru. I had no other way. Chayun asked the reason. Daniel answered, My goal is to unify Gangbuk. Kong Sei-chan doesn't have the ability to do that. I want to unify Gangbuk under you, Chayun Nim. After hearing that, Chayun said, Good, from now on you're the second in command. It went as Daniel had planned. Everything was for Haru. Daniel obtained the position of second in command. Chayun immediately gave him a task. I have something for you to do. Pick out the guys with potential from Gangbuk High School. When Daniel wondered about the reason, Chayun said briefly, I'm very hungry. This is necessary to unify Gangbuk. Daniel knew Chayun's intentions well, so he was afraid inside. It's too dangerous. Haru's potential is infinite. What will happen if Chayun finds out? I don't know what will happen either. I have to get Haru out of here. To protect Haru, I have to separate him from you. I'm sorry. Daniel had kicked Haru out in the past. The time for leader Chayun Nim's grand plan to be executed will come soon. And you have no place in that plan. Survive on your own. Daniel could only apologize in his heart. But this is the only way to protect you. We have to part ways. That's the only way you can be safe. Don't worry about me. So-hoon had asked, but this time, didn't he ask you to bring Haru to Gangbuk? Daniel answered, At that time I was planning to hide Haru myself, and Daniel made a request. I have a favor to ask you. Don't let Haru find out about this. If she finds out I betrayed her for her sake, Haru will be very heartbroken. It's better to let her think I'm a real traitor. I don't want to hurt her. So-hoon was puzzled. Why are you sacrificing so much for Song Haru? Daniel answered. When I was asked by Sei-chan, I believe you can protect Haru. Daniel had also asked, Why are you sacrificing so much for Song Haru? Sei-chan simply said, You're my friend, aren't you? You'll surely notice, I like Haru, Sei-chan confessed. Daniel said, Really? Sei-chan said in disbelief. You didn't know, and Sei-chan said anyway. Since it turned out like this, I'm asking you, think of it as helping a friend. Daniel said in a slightly subdued voice, All right, I understand, it's a friend's request, so of course I have to help. So-hoon was a little surprised. I can't believe it. The reason you're protecting Song Haru even at the cost of yourself is just because of a promise with your best friend Kong Sei-chan. Did you really sacrifice so much just for that reason? As expected, it's strange. Daniel just smiled softly and said, I have to be honest, Kim So-hoon. That's not the reason I'm protecting Haru. The reason I'm protecting Haru. It's not just me who likes her. I was afraid. I was afraid of Chayun. I was afraid I would become like Kong Sei-chan, but I had to do it. I had to stop him. A system warning appeared. Daniel's potential has exploded once again. A system window appeared and emphasized Daniel's potential has exploded once again. Congratulations. The path of meridians has opened for Daniel. Daniel's stamina has been restored thanks to the path of meridians. You have obtained one Daniel exclusive meridian card. Daniel's exclusive general card. Sacrifice. Selects one subordinate to take damage instead. Strength increases in proportion to the time sacrificed for that subordinate. Daniel once again crossed his arms to flip Chayun, then slammed Chayun's face into his knee and brought it down hard, protecting Haru. That is my mission. Chayun grabbed Daniel's ankle and slammed him against a wall. Chayun said, as if impressed, as if praising him, You're the first one to knock me down. I didn't think you'd surpass that limit. I'll fight you with all my strength. Daniel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, The same goes for me, protecting Song Haru. There's never been a single moment I wasn't serious, he vowed to himself. My opponent is Chayun. Defeat means death. In that case I must defeat him. What I've seen are Chayun's attacks. I can't predict all his attacks, but I can judge most of his next moves. Daniel organized his thoughts while shouting, Chayun, remember this, your journey ends here. The fight is like a formula. I have to win no matter what, for Sei-chan, for Haru. He had to support his body with his hands. Daniel leapt up and threw a punch, and a punch flew back. Both sides exchanged punches at the same time on the other side. At the same time, Go Ha-jun and Hong Zhawang were both damaged by each other's punches. But Go Ha-jun suffered more serious damage and realized it's impossible. He's stronger than before. What is going on? My attacks don't work anymore. What did you do? Go Ha-jun got into his stance. I've become stronger, but Go Ha-jun was still hit without fail by Hong Zhawang, who had been buffed with an enhancement card. Go Ha-jun encouraged himself internally. No, I can win. There must be a way. I won't lose this time. Hong Zhawang threw a very powerful hook. He advised Go Ha-jun, you can't beat him. The more you fight, the more miserable you'll become. Give up and accept defeat. Go Ha-jun knelt down. He seemed to be shouting internally. My body won't move. Did I lose? Lost again, a voice echoed from deep within his heart. So what if you lost? You can just win again next time. Being impatient won't solve anything. Believe in yourself, and wait for the next chance. The light will surely come. That's what my teacher taught me. The impenetrable fortress. Li Jinwang reminded him, there are still many chances. Don't be too obsessed with the immediate result. Go Ha-jun smiled to himself. Right, if I lose, I can just win again next time. Another person came to support Go Ha-jun. East Gangbuk High School's #1, Han Jae-ha. How pathetic. Go Ha-jun. Another person stepped up to face Hong Zhawang. South Gangbuk High School's #1, Kong Sok-asked, did you give up? Go Ha-jun muttered, if I lose I'll just win next time. I'll win next time. That's not the Go Ha-jun I know. Go Ha-jun was puzzled. Not Go Ha-jun. Then what am I in your eyes? The two who came to support answered. The guy who always wins. Gangbuk High School's #1. The guy who faced all of us alone. Hegemen. Go Ha-jun recalled Li Jinwang's words again. That's what my teacher taught me. There are still many chances. Don't be too obsessed with the immediate result. At that time, Go Ha-jun had answered, I'm sorry. Thank you for your concern, but that path is not for me. I always want to win. No, I must always win. That's who I am. Li Jinwang, hearing those words, couldn't help but admire him. This guy was different from the start. Back to the present, Hong Zhawang grabbed Han Jae-ha by the collar and said, did you just stand up? But this is it. A voice shouted, my friend. And a warning followed for Hong Zhawang. Go Ha-jun said, casually smoking a cigarette. Light it, the system announced. Go Ha-jun's potential has exploded once again. Hong Zhawang looked at him as if he were absurd. You can smoke a cigarette in this situation, you're really crazy. As Go Ha-jun stood up, Hong Zhawang landed a strong uppercut from his chin. But even as he was hit, Go Ha-jun's voice remained calm. Didn't you hear me? I said light it, the system announced. The path of awakening has opened for Go Ha-jun. Hong Zhawang just found it funny. Don't bluff. The system announced that Go Ha-jun's stamina had been restored thanks to the path of awakening. Go Ha-jun could now easily block Hong Zhawang's punch. He obtained an exclusive card. Go Ha-jun punched Hong Zhawang's face so hard it seemed to crumple, slamming him to the ground. Hong Zhawang was knocked out by that punch. Go Ha-jun took a lighter from Hong Zhawang's pocket and lit his cigarette. Reward card. Go Ha-jun, Hegemon's unrivaled might, strength increases in proportion to the number of enemies defeated, cannot be summoned. Go Ha-jun casually admired it. Delicious. Back to Seong-jin and Ji-young-in's persuasion battle. Seong-jin continued to kick and said in a contemptuous voice, you? Absolutely not. But what's this? You're pretty good, aren't you? Do you think I'll lose? Ji-young-in frowned and said, stop with the nonsense and keep fighting, he thought to himself. Is this bastard Seong-jin showing that he's just toying with me? The skill gap between us is too obvious. Then that's even better. Keep acting so arrogant, you're underestimating me. You're going to take this punch as it is. Seong-jin just stared at the sharp fist flying towards his face. He raised his hand to block the incoming punch, but it stopped midair and quickly changed direction to the side. Left hook, it landed. Seong-jin nonchalantly punched back at the stomach and taunted. Are you annoyed? You said you'd make it interesting for me, didn't you? System warning. You have been stunned. You are temporarily unable to move. Seong-jin still leisurely muttered to himself. Still, it's just a bit annoying. Seong-jin's exclusive attack card. When attacking, it raises your own stats and applies a random debuff to the opponent. As he kneed Ji-young-in in the face, the system warned. You have been weakened. All your stats are temporarily decreased. Seong-jin continued to beat Ji-young-in like a punching bag and reminded him, I'm still number 4. Even if I look like this, Ji-young-in continued to be affected by debuffs. You have been silenced. You are temporarily unable to attack. I was chosen by leader Cha-yoon. System warning. You have been slowed. Your movement speed is temporarily decreased, but you betrayed me just because you thought you were at a disadvantage. Hey Ji-young-in, are you crazy? Take care of the traitor Ji-young-in. This is the order leader Cha-yoon gave you. Then I'll take care of you. 2 saviors arrived. We were almost late. We're here. These 2 were Ji-young-in's subordinates, Jin Ji-yu-hyeon and Lee Se-hoon. We're sorry we're late. We were busy dealing with North Gangbuk's grunts. We'll help the captain now. And we're not the only ones who came. A group of people flocked in. We're here too. Are you okay, Captain Ji-young-in? And another group appeared. He was facing Seong-jin alone. Let's avenge our captain. Ji-young-in was slightly bewildered by this situation, and Seong-jin was also a little surprised. Ji-young-in's subordinates, numbering over 300. Are you telling me to fight all these guys by myself? Now it's starting to get interesting. Ji-young-in shouted internally. What the hell is this? Stop, don't do it. What the hell are you guys doing? This is my fight. No one interferes. Don't make me a laughingstock anymore. Bringing in 300 people to take down one guy, aren't you ashamed? Ji-young-in let out everything he had suppressed. Save me some face, the system announced. Ji-young-in's potential is exploding. He has broken through his limits, Ji-young-in's subordinate said, bewildered. Captain Ji-young-in, leave Seong-jin to us. Ji-young-in returned, stronger than before. Sorry Seong-jin. Ji-young-in's potential has broken through its limits. I lost some face. Ji-young-in was promoted to Transcendence class. As a privilege of the Transcendence class, Ji-young-in's stamina was restored. Seong-jin saw this and rushed in excitedly. What a foolish bastard. As Ji-young-in's potential reached the Transcendence class, he obtained an exclusive Transcendence card, standard card. Ji-young-in's exclusive, 1 versus many. Stats increase in proportion to the number of subordinates you have and decrease if you have none. Ji-young-in returned by punching the opponent's face and an explosive left hook landed. Ji-young-in said seriously, I knew it. This is what's really interesting. You like it that much? Seong-jin answered. Of course, then let's go all the way. Ji-young-in was ready to fight to the end. A loud sound echoed in the warehouse and the screen returned to Go Ha-jun's finished battle. Go Ha-jun was enjoying the taste of a cigarette after his victory. So-hoon received the news. Ha-jun, he took care of it. That's quite surprising. Another person brought more good news. The result of the fight between Ji-young-in and Seong-jin is out. Both of them were knocked out at the same time. Kong Sok listened in disbelief. No way, are you saying Ji-young-in took down North Gangbuk High School's number 4, Seong-jin, who also had good news. North Gangbuk High School's morale must have been shaken. Let's move too. Cha-yoon is very strong, but this is a good opportunity for us. But it wasn't without bad news. Someone came and reported, Daniel was defeated by Cha-yoon. A triumphant person said, that's to be expected. Hong Zhawang stood up and said, no one can beat leader Cha-yoon, and he was immediately grabbed by the collar by someone. So-hoon coldly said shut up and used mana absorption. Hong Zhawang's stats quickly dropped and he also became noticeably gaunt. Conversely, So-hoon's stats were enhanced. Mana absorption ended. Jae-ha was still bewildered. What, you took him down? So-hoon didn't answer that question and got straight to the point. Listen up. Now we're going to rescue Daniel and finish things with Cha-yoon. Jae-ha reminded Kim So-hoon. There's one more thing to do before that. There's one more executive left in North Gangbuk High School. We have to catch him first. North Gangbuk High School's number 3, Ma Dong-do. So-hoon was very concerned about the situation on Cha-yoon's side. What's Cha-yoon's current situation? The informant answered. He was seriously injured by Daniel. He should be recovering from his wounds by now. And it was true. Cha-yoon's system. Mission updated. Standard card conditioning. Recovers stamina for 2 hours and resets the cooldown of all usable cards after conditioning is activated. Cha-yoon sat quietly catching his breath and then suddenly said, it's done now Ma Dong-do. Ma Dong-do answered the phone. Understood, I won't make a mistake again. He and his 2 subordinates Han Jang-in and Go Gang-moon prepared for command, So-hoon said. Anyway, I want to avoid facing Ma Dong-do. Jae-ha said it was impossible. Ma Dong-do is blocking the way to Cha-yoon. If we ignore Ma Dong-do and attack Cha-yoon, we could be ambushed by him. The safest way is to defeat Ma Dong-do first. If you're worried about facing him, don't worry. The strategist Kong Ji-hyuk has already prepared well. As soon as he hung up the phone, someone ran over and reported, Captain Ma Dong-do, we're in big trouble. Those guys over there are attacking us. They've mobilized all their forces, we can't even count them. Dong-do said, I know everyone, listen up. This is the only way to leader Cha-yoon. If we fall, they'll be able to reach him. We must stop them. Dong-do's subordinates answered in unison. Yes. Dong-do's 2 right-hand men commanded. Everyone to your positions, block the enemy and protect leader Cha-yoon. And the 2 right-hand men asked, Captain Ma Dong-do, we have a question. About leader Cha-yoon, was he really injured in the battle with Daniel? Ma Dong-do answered. Yes. Hearing this, the 2 simultaneously attacked Ma Dong-do. They said, Kong Ji-hyuk was right. There's no future for us anymore. And the 2 were dazed. What? It's not effective? Both of them froze, thinking it was over. Ma Dong-do just hugged his 2 right-hand men and said, I understand, you've all worked hard, you can go now. The 2 who were released immediately shouted to each other. Let's run. Only Ma Dong-do was left. He walked forward slowly with a serious expression, his thoughts unreadable. On So-hoon's side, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They've been dealt with. Ma Dong-do's subordinates, that is, So-hoon wondered. Is he really going to face us all by himself? Ma Dong-do. So-hoon still offered a few words of advice. You guys have become too weak. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop us alone. Cha-yoon is using you. He's trying to buy time by using you. Join us. I won't use you. All you have to do is join us now. Let's end this damned war. I'll treat you well. After listening to everything, Ma Dong-do said, Kim So-hoon, are you trying to make me a laughingstock? So-hoon answered. I'm sorry, but I think I'm the one who's become a laughingstock. Let's end this. 3 people from So-hoon's side rushed in, and Ma Dong-do took one down with a single punch and another with another punch. The 3rd guy was also finished with 1 punch. Wherever Ma Dong-do's fist landed, people from So-hoon's side fell. Even the skilled members of So-hoon's camp were in awe. Crazy. Ma Dong-do is on a different level. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. Is there anyone who can stop him? There was So-hoon. Successfully used trick, he declared. I'm here to finish you, Ma Dong-do answered firmly. In your dreams, Ma Dong-do thought to himself, Kim So-hoon, you're not the same kid you used to be. I can hold on until leader Cha-yoon recovers. But it was only after taking So-hoon's punch to the face that Ma Dong-do realized with a start, I can't stop this guy, I can't even hold on, I can't fall. But So-hoon said, I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. It's over, and he unleashed a storm of attacks. Ma Dong-do spat blood and knelt down. So-hoon's side cheered. Ma Dong-do is down. The captain took down Ma Dong-do. Now let's deal with Chai Yun, but Ma Dongdu suddenly opened his mouth. It's not over yet. He stood up. It's not over yet, he vowed to himself. I can't fall. He vividly remembered the day he was asked, do you want power, Ma Dongdu? At that time he was collapsed on the ground and Chai Yun approached and asked, I asked if you want power. Ma Dongdu was suspicious at that time. If I want it, can you give it to me, Captain? Then I want it. And Chai Yun only needed these words, I will give you power, become the mountain that protects me. So even if anyone else betrayed Chai Yun, Ma Dongdu would not. I will protect leader Chai Yun. No matter who the opponent is, they will not reach leader Chai Yun. Ma Dongdu's exclusive attack card, Desperate Struggle. All stats increase greatly when in a disadvantageous situation, irrecoverable. Come on, I am leader Chai Yun's sword. Come on, you bastard. Sohun saw this and complained internally. Desperate Struggle, what the hell is this? It's a cheat card, isn't it? Stats go up when you're at a disadvantage. Is this a card specifically for ganging up? Sohun's group still shouted with high morale. Attack, it's just him alone anyway. No Ma Dongdu against him. Numbers are meaningless at this moment. He was truly like a great mountain at this time. Ung Hong opened his mouth. Kim Sohun, we don't have time to get tangled up with Ma Dongdu. Chai Yun will recover soon. We have to get past Ma Dongdu and move forward, Sohun said. I know, but there's a problem. Who will stop Ma Dongdu? No one can stand against him but me. At that moment someone volunteered for this important task. West Gangbuk High School's number 2 Kong Jiyuya. Sohun advised sincerely. Jiyuya, I know you want to help but you're not strong enough, Jiyuya answered. I know how strong Ma Dongdu is. My goal isn't victory. Kim Sohun, you said we have to get past Ma Dongdu and go to Chai Yun. I'll stop him. Go to Chai Yun, trust me. We can't let Chai Yun recover. Sohun understood his comrade's intention and said, alright, but it's very dangerous, so I'll leave a few executives to help you guys. Help Jiyuya, the rest of you follow me to Chai Yun, Ma Dongdu challenged. Do you think you can pass through here immediately? 2 people attacked Dongdu. Let's go all the way, Ma Dongdu, Han Jae-ha, and so Sohun and a few key members slipped away. Let's go, hang in there, you see Jong. Jiyuya, be careful, Jiyuya thought to himself. Ma Dongdu, he's human too after all. I should be able to buy some time at least. As soon as he thought that, he was punched in the stomach. Jiyuya couldn't have imagined it. What the hell is this? No way. In just one blow my body won't move. I can't get up. Will everyone be okay? Can everyone beat that monster? Jiyuya looked at his comrades and realized, everyone has gotten stronger, everyone has worked so hard, but what did I do? I was just dating. How pathetic. Jiyuya fell into a spiral of self-reproach and shame. It's so embarrassing to be number 2. Everyone must be looking down on me. What kind of something of West Gangbuk High School, just a useless guy. I can't even buy a little bit of time. It's so miserable for a number 2. It's really too miserable. You see, Jong lowered his body. Dongdu, I got you. Now let's end this. He used wrestling, but was soon dazed to find himself being lifted. After being thrown by Dongdu, he was punched hard in the stomach. He was sent flying into the back wall, but there was still a group that hadn't attacked. After the first wave of attacks, Ma Dongdu said, next. Suddenly, someone called out to Ma Dongdu, annoying him. He sighed, turned his head and said, I like to fight, but you're really boring and pathetic. Why do you keep hanging on? Kong Jiyuya said. I have to do this. Jiyuya didn't really know why either. He only knew that his body felt very strange right now. His opponent was very strong, but his blood was boiling. A scene closely related to Jiyuja's boiling blood appeared. Honey, a middle-aged couple was lying in bed. The husband spoke. I have something to ask, the wife said. Go on, honey. The husband was none other than Kong Jiyuja's father. He was curious. You never let Jiyuja fight since he was young. Aren't kids supposed to grow up fighting? Why did you do that back then? Jiyuja's mother answered. Because the blood of Yamaraki flows in his body. You know that too. Our family is a martial arts family with a long history. As you know, the blood of Yamaraki is very special. Once it awakens, it never goes dormant. It's a curse of violence, and that blood flows in Jiyuja's body. In other words, we don't know when that blood will explode and how it will change Jiyuja. That's why I didn't let him fight since he was young. I didn't want the Yamaraki blood to awaken. I wanted Jiyuja to grow up normally like other kids, the husband agreed. Me too, honey, the wife said confidently. And you don't need to worry, that won't happen. There won't be an opponent strong enough to awaken the Yamaraki blood. Or perhaps that was only what Jiyuja's mother thought, because right now Lee Jinhyun couldn't hide her surprise, and things weren't going smoothly this time either. Jiyuja's potential was exploding beyond its limits. At the same time, Kim Sohun's group of 5 was rushing to where Chai Yun was. As Kim Sohun ran, he recalled a certain night. Someone had called out to him. It was Han Jae-ha. He asked, do you have a moment? Sohun realized it as soon as he heard him. He called me captain, so this must be official business. Jae-ha raised a question. I don't understand why Kong Jiyuja is the second in command. Everyone's unhappy about it. They're wondering why Kong Jiyuja is the second in command. To be honest, there's nothing remarkable about him. Sohun said this. I know what you're saying is right, but can you trust me on this? Even if that's how Jiyuja is now, I believe in him. I believe that one day he'll do something extraordinary that no one else can. I believe in him. So let's believe in Jiyuja together. Believe in his potential, the system immediately announced. Kong Jiyuja's potential has broken through its limits. Congratulations, Kong Jiyuja has been promoted to Transcendence class. Dongdu shattered Kong Jiyuja's attack. What on earth is this? A warning was immediately directed at Ma Dongdu. The system also notified Kim Sohun. Kong Jiyuja's potential has exploded once again. Lee Jin-hyun stared at this moment with wide eyes. Congratulations, the path of awakening has opened for Kong Ji-yu-ya. Ji-yu-ya with S-class potential has transcended. You have obtained 2 Kong Ji-yu-ya exclusive transcendence cards. Kong Ji-yu-ja's stamina has been restored. You have obtained 2 Kong Ji-yu-ya exclusive cards. Before Ma Dongdu's surprised eyes, Kong Ji-yu-ya was unconscious and had been unable to recover his stamina. 3 rainbow-colored cards appeared. Kong Ji-yu-ja's exclusive general card, Yamaraki the Devil's Blood Flows. Kong Ji-yu-ja's exclusive attack card, Jamgyal Finisher Certain Death. Kong Ji-yu-ja's exclusive general card, Dialo the second in command is the best. Kong Ji-yu-ja's exclusive activation card, Unconscious. If you lose consciousness during battle, you awaken in an unconscious state, feel no pain and your stats increase, but the power depends on the user's ability and cannot be recovered. This Kong Ji-yu-ya had stepped into the boundary of darkness. Facing the man who intended to fight him in an unconscious state, Ma Dongdu clearly felt it. After being knocked out and waking up, his aura had changed. Did his fighting spirit get him back on his feet? A foreboding premonition keeps following me. My instincts are telling me he's very dangerous. I'll finish him in one blow, but now nothing was going smoothly for Ma Dongdu. What is this? He dodged. Kong Ji-yu-ja's exclusive general card. Raises your own stats by 2 levels and lowers the stats of surrounding enemies by 2 levels. Dailo used. Kyokushin Karate, Yamaraki School. Ma Dongdu couldn't believe it. This bastard's aura has changed. I'm slowing down, but I won't lose. For leader Chai-yun, I will gladly become the mountain that blocks you. With the determination he had always held, Ma Dongdu had to maintain his desperate struggle and endure until the end. Seeing Ji-yu-ya with his Yamaraki blood awakened, everyone watching was stunned in shock. No way, Kong Ji-yu-ya Hyungnim was that strong? I can't believe it. His opponent is a great mountain. How can he fight him on equal footing? It's not equal. He looks stronger, but that's just how ordinary people see it. It's different for us, Ung Hong assessed. We can clearly see that Ji-yu-ya is at a disadvantage against Taizan. Ma Dongdu searched his memory. Unconscious. Leader Chai-yun mentioned it before. The unconscious state is one where you fight using all the techniques you've learned without being conscious. Therefore, the more martial arts you learn, the stronger the unconscious state becomes. So Ma Dongdu came to a conclusion. But you're different, even in an unconscious state. You're still just Kong Ji-yu-ya who only knows Kyokushin Karate. Although he said that, Ma Dongdu had to admit that this guy was extremely dangerous with just that alone. For leader Chai-yun, I have to nip this in the bud. One strike, certain death. Since he has fallen into an unconscious state, I have to finish him in one blow. No, at least that's what Ma Dongdu hoped for. His pupils suddenly contracted. Kong Ji-yu-ja's exclusive attack card, Jamgyal Finisher. Counters fatal damage received with twice the power. Can be used once a day and cannot be recovered. Fatal damage. Ma Dongdu gritted his teeth and took the counterattack that rained down from the sky. But it wasn't over yet. Lee Jin-hyun's exclusive attack card, Sword of Swiftness, draws the sword at a miraculous speed and attacks the enemy. A guaranteed hit. Lee Jin-hyun's swordsmanship was like lightning. She couldn't miss this opportunity. The remaining people also stepped forward one by one and delivered merciless blows to Ma Dongdu. Ma Dongdu officially became a group punching bag. Han Jae-ha's exclusive attack card, Lightning Throw, grabs the opponent, jumps high and throws them to the ground, dealing fatal damage if the opponent's stamina is lower than yours. As described, Ma Dongdu was lifted by someone and soared into the air. Ma Dongdu, it's over. Lightning Throw used. All the witnesses were stunned. Taizan has fallen. We won. Now only Chai-yun is left. Ma Dongdu had a dazed expression. I lost. Over on the other side, everyone was worried about Ji-yu-ya. Ung Hong ordered. Lee Jin-hyun, take care of Kong Ji-yu-ya. The rest of you join up with Kim So-hoon. But at that very moment they realized that Taizan was getting up once again. To repay his debt, a flashback scene appeared once again. Ma Dongdu was bewildered, not knowing what had just happened to him. Leader, what did you do to me? Chai-yun answered nonchalantly. An experiment. If you don't like it, I'll turn you back to your original state. Ma Dongdu muttered. Turn me back. He recalled the time he was lying helplessly on the cold dirt floor, and he knelt on one knee and pledged his loyalty. Leader Chai-yun, I will become the mountain that protects you. Returning to the present, a system warning sounded. Ma Dongdu's potential has exploded once again. Congratulations, the path of awakening has opened for Ma Dongdu. And Taizan, who had just fallen, was back with renewed vigor. Damn it, has that guy really become a mountain? Now it's my turn. Hey Taizan, how about 3 of us? Let me join in. Ji Young-in had arrived. On Kim So-hoon's side he said, I won't say it twice. Get out of the way. If you don't, you'll regret it. The white-haired girl stared with emotionless eyes and said, I'm sorry, but I can't. I was ordered to stop you. Everyone come out, Jae-ha said. You have more reinforcements, they're just small fry. But Kim So-hoon seemed stunned by what he saw. Consumable card, Mist of Negotiation. Creates a gray mist in the vicinity, turning the current area into a neutral zone for 5 minutes. No one can attack each other. It increases the success rate of all negotiation and persuasion cards, and it has a concealment effect. People outside the mist cannot see inside. What? Chai-yun has a personal army, Daniel revealed. He wants to unify not just Gangbuk but all of Seoul, so he trained an elite army himself, so So-hoon wanted to know. How strong are they? Daniel said. Similar to me or a little stronger. So-hoon was slightly surprised by this. Where did Chai-yun get monsters like that? Daniel was somewhat in the same boat. I've never seen them in Gangbuk either, but there's a way to deal with them. In any case, you have to be careful. They're no pushovers, Jae-ha said impatiently. Kim So-hoon, at this rate Chai-yun will recover, So-hoon said calmly. I know there's a way, don't worry. Jae-ha hadn't expected So-hoon to think so quickly. There's a way to get past them, So-hoon said. Daniel gave me a hint. I found someone to help. He's here. When a young man in a blue tracksuit appeared, both allies and enemies were surprised. The young man still approached leisurely, one step at a time. It was Seong-Yohan. At first, Seong-Yohan firmly refused. Absolutely not, he said to Haru. Why should I help you? I made it clear. That was the last time I'd help. Even if you're a relative, there won't be a next time. Settle your territory fights among yourselves. But another person's voice said desperately, please help us. This is a request. Please help us just one last time. If this continues, all of Gangbuk will fall to Chae-yoon. I'm not asking for myself. I can't go into detail, but if I lose, everyone will be in danger, So-hoon said clearly. I want to protect the people who are precious to me. I don't care what happens to me, but I can't let my people get hurt. After a moment of silence, Seong-Yohan spoke. Just this once, does that mean you won't bother me again? So-hoon said, I swear on my sister. Seong-Yohan said coldly, don't bring family into this. Fine, in that case I'll help you. But only this once. As if he didn't want to get involved, he dodged a kick from above, dodged a hook, and turned his body to counterattack the enemy. The white-haired girl stared blankly. What is this? Why is Seong-Yohan here? No, that guy is a monster, the white-haired girl shouted. The opponent is Seong-Yohan. We have to fight him anyway. Attack at the same time. All of Chae-yoon's men were knocked out by Seong-Yohan in a single blow. So-hoon was stunned and couldn't help but be surprised. He easily defeated Chae-yoon's elite army. The man who once unified Gangbuk is on another level. Even I, who has gotten stronger, can barely follow his movements. After a moment of thought, he snapped out of it. Damn it, this is no time to be surprised. Let's go. We have to get to Chae-yoon. Thanks, Seong-Yohan. Yohan vowed to himself. Wait for me, Chae-yoon. I'm coming. Back to the battlefield with Ma Dong-do. Ma Dong-do took down his enemies with a single step, a single punch. He took a stance on one knee again. It's not over yet. I can't fall like this. I won't let anyone get to leader Chae-yoon. No matter how many enemies come, I will stop them. Desperate struggle has been activated. Because I am Ma Dong-do. So-hoon's people were a little scared. What is this? Why does he get stronger when he's at a disadvantage? That guy is a monster. We're all going to die. The system displayed battle cry used. Consumable card battle cry. Increases allies' stats for 30 minutes. Cannot be used multiple times. Allies' stats increase, So-hoon prayed as he ran. Please fight and win. Everyone received the buff card So-hoon had used. Now everyone was full of morale. Let's go. Let's take down Ma Dong-do, Han Jae-ha said. Let's take down Ma Dong-do just like the captain said. Hong corrected him. The captain never said that. Jo Tae-ho and Yu Si-jong joked with each other. Just don't get taken down by that guy. Worry about yourself. Ji Young-in gave the signal. Let's go at the same time at Gangbuk High School. We've arrived. Gangbuk High School. Chae-yoon is definitely here. So-hoon's group had differing opinions. Let's split up and search. There might be a trap. We should stick together. While the group couldn't decide on the best plan, one person shouted, there's someone here. Why is some bald guy still left? Everyone be careful. We don't know what Chae-yoon might have done to him. Haru asked. What should we do with this person? So-hoon said. It's too dark. I can't see well. But when they got a clear look at the person standing there, not only So-hoon but Haru and the entire group were surprised. So-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. The person standing before them was Daniel. So-hoon couldn't hold back a cry of joy. Oh my god, you're alive. He ran up and asked. Are you okay? Where is Chae-yoon? But what came back was a punch straight to his face and So-hoon collapsed to the floor. Consumable card. Deal. Burns a subordinate's potential and intelligence to increase their explosive power. The intelligence stat will never return and the card disappears after use. Daniel was under the effect of the deal card. Realizing the truth, So-hoon spat out bitterly. Damn it, so that's what happened, he shouted in rage. Chae-yoon, you son of a bitch, are you still human? He had used the deal card on Daniel. Unlike So-hoon, who clearly knew the information thanks to the system, the others could only whisper to each other, not knowing what was going on. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Daniel an ally? The person in front of them is an enemy. So does that mean we have to take Daniel down? How are we going to beat him now? A man lit a cigarette and stepped up to face the puppet Daniel. Two others watched the man in the windbreaker step forward coolly. Jae-ha looked at this friend. He taunted Daniel. What a pathetic sight. Daniel Go-ha-jun told Kim So-hoon to go. Back to when Daniel was finally defeated by Chae-yoon. You're pretty good. To put me in such a tight spot, I even almost lost. Well done, Daniel. You really prepared thoroughly to take me down. But this is as far as you go. No matter how hard you try, the result won't change. Now it's time for you to pay the price for betraying me. Chains of brainwashing have been activated. Chains of brainwashing. Standard card. Chains of brainwashing can chain up to 19 targets. Causes the target to be affected by the brainwashing effect. Chain effect. If one target breaks free from the state, all other targets will also be released. Chains of brainwashing use failed. You cannot use this skill on targets with a higher intelligence stat than you. Daniel openly taunted him. Something doesn't seem to be working right, does it? Chae-yoon grabbed Daniel by the collar, lifted him up and said in annoyance, why are you so persistent? Let me tell you some bad news. You're still considered a member of my group and I have a card that's perfect for you. Daniel, this will probably be our last conversation. And the consumable card deal was used. You will become a mindless monster. Go-ha-jun, smoking a cigarette, said, hey, what's with that expression? Are you really Daniel? Are you on drugs or something? I don't want to fight you in this state. While Go Ha-jun was wondering why his punch didn't land, Daniel had become an emotionless puppet, but his skills remained. Aikido, Go Ha-jun immediately counterattacked and dealt quite a bit of damage, but it was useless. Using one foot as a pivot, here I go. But the puppet reacted before Ha-jun. However, this too was within Ha-jun's expectations. Just as I thought, he's really fast, even faster than before. But I can still keep up. If you're going to dodge like that, there's only one way. Ha-jun stomped hard on Daniel's foot. I'll just have to tie up your feet. The puppet extended its hand and once again used Aikido to throw Ha-jun. This was a considerable challenge for Go Ha-jun. Damn it, he can still attack like that even in that situation. The puppet approached Ha-jun in the blink of an eye. Ha-jun realized he had lost his balance. What do I do now, he asked himself. Can I not hold on with just my speed even if I grab him? He can still use Aikido. How do I beat this guy? Is there no way? Damn it. Go Ha-jun was rolled around like a ball. Go Ha-jun put his hands on the ground, slumped down and became gloomy. Is it going to end like this again? Suddenly a voice was heard. Don't give up, hurry up and take me down. It was like a desperate cry for help from someone forced to be a puppet. Back to Ma Dongdu's battlefield. I will win. I don't care how many more I have to take down, but I won't let you lay a single finger on leader Chai Yun. Every time he knelt on one knee exhausted, Ma Dongdu encouraged himself. No, I can't fall here, Kong Ji-ya said as if indifferently, as if giving advice. Give up, but Ma Dongdu was very stubborn. You want me to give up? Don't make me laugh. I am the great Taizan, leader Chai Yun's steadfast shield. I can't fall, I can't give up, Han Jae-ha shouted. Now's the time. Keep attacking. After the four-person joint attack, was it successful? But the result shocked and impressed them. He's still standing after taking all those attacks. Yu Si-jong saw Dongdu aiming for his lover and screamed, Lee Jin-hyun, dodge, but another surprising thing happened. Ma Dongdu only maintained a fist-clenched posture and did not attack. Unbelievable. He's really persistent. Yu Si-jong, Ma Dongdu. He's lost consciousness but is still standing, but it doesn't feel like we won. Of course, he single-handedly blocked all of West Gangbuk's forces. He wasn't even caught. Now our army can no longer move. We can't help Kim So-hoon fight Chai Yun. He really completed his mission. Ma Dongdu deserves to be considered a legend of Gangbuk. The scene switched to North Gangbuk High School, and So-hoon and the other four said after numerous twists and turns, we finally found you. Let's end it here. Chai Yun still maintained a cold tone. Interesting. What did you say? The end? Only the strong have the right to decide that. Do you really think you can catch me? The system warned Kim So-hoon. If you are defeated by Chai Yun, all rewards received from missions will disappear. Main quest, Unify Gangbuk. 1. Reclaim the occupied area. Progress 024. 2. Deal with the executives of North Gangbuk. Progress complete. Reward 1 diamond card. 3. Persuade Daniel. Complete. Reward 1 diamond card. 4. Fight and win against Chai Yun. Progress 01. Reward 1 mastercard. 5. Undecided. Conversely, a warning also appeared for Chai Yun. If you are defeated by Kim So-hoon, all rewards received from missions will disappear. Main quest, Unify Gangbuk. 1. Reclaim the occupied area. Complete. Reward 1 diamond card. 2. Deal with the executives of West Gangbuk. Complete. Reward 1 diamond card. 3. Defeat Daniel. Complete. Reward 1 diamond card. 4. Fight and win against Kim So-hoon. Incomplete. Reward 1 mastercard. 5. Undecided. Let's end this. The system notified both sides. Mission start. In the gloomy battlefield with Daniel, Go Ha-jun threw another punch, and the puppet Daniel threw Ha-jun with that familiar palm. He used the Aikido technique again. The puppet used this technique to grab Ha-jun's hair and slam his head to the ground. A fist flew towards Ha-jun's face. Ha-jun quickly got up and attacked, but although it missed, he was able to dodge that punch as well. But Ha-jun was really struggling, unable to find a breakthrough. Whenever he tried to attack, he was countered with Aikido. There's no way to neutralize it. The only thing I can do is keep throwing punches. Only then can I push him against a wall. Daniel, give up. Go Ha-jun threw a powerful punch. The puppet caught its breath and prepared to turn the situation around with Aikido as usual. Here, the movements of the two were like a slow-motion movie. I've always thought about it, a technique that can subdue Aikido to do that. Activation card, Hegemon's Majesty, uses an imposing aura to restrict the opponent's movements for 3 seconds. Hegemon's Return, attack. Hegemon's Majesty restricts movement. Hegemon's Unrivaled Might increases combat stats. The rate at which the attack can restrict the opponent's movements depends on your strength and agility stats. The effect was fully activated. Go Ha-jun intentionally targeted both of the puppet Daniel's hands with his fists. First, I'll subdue these hands. A slightly surprised expression flashed across the almost soulless face of the puppet Daniel. Go Ha-jun followed up with a punch right to the puppet's face. Hegemon's Return used. It's over. This is the last blow. But life is full of surprises. Daniel's exclusive attack card, Penetration. Attacks by piercing through the opponent's defense, removes all disadvantageous effects from both oneself and the opponent, and deals massive damage, and the puppet Daniel used this technique to recover from the brink of defeat. Go Ha-jun thought in annoyance, what the hell is this technique again? I can't block it at all. Did I really lose? Go Ha-jun's exclusive activation card, Hegemon's Return. Attacks twice in a row when attacking. Go Ha-jun's exclusive activation card. Hegemon's Majesty. Uses an imposing aura to restrict the opponent's movements and decrease the enemy's attack power. Go Ha-jun's exclusive general card. Hegemon's Unrivaled Might. Combat stats increase according to the number of enemies you have defeated. This made Go Ha-jun realize something. I've become this strong, you have dealt fatal damage to the enemy. The Hegemon set completion effect has been activated. Hegemon's return, Hegemon's majesty, and Hegemon's unrivaled might open Gohajun's exclusive activation card. Hegemon set completion berserker effect. When you deal fatal damage, you gain a second attack opportunity. Recover all stamina and activate the berserker effect. The effect was fully activated. Gohajun's fist once again struck Daniel squarely in the face, berserker used, and after that punch, Daniel seemed to have truly lost consciousness. Gohajun caught his breath, ultimately becoming the one left standing. I told you, I will never lose again. Returning to the confrontation with Cha-Yun, Sohun couldn't help but be nervous. He had just activated, using God of War. Stats have increased, he vowed to himself. I can feel it. Using enhance and support, Sohun approached Cha-Yun. He said to himself, I'm a little scared, but it'll be fine. To surely end the battle, my comrades' stats have increased according to their intimacy with you. He didn't arrogantly go to fight alone. Because we have all become much stronger than before. Cha-Yun coldly looked at Sohun's group surrounding him. Sohun's group charged at the same time. We will definitely win. Attack card, Lion's Roar. Emits a powerful aura to stun and damage the enemy. Lion's Roar used. Sohun gritted his teeth. What is this? He blew everyone away, Cha-Yun continued. Acceleration used. Sohun, who was in the lead, became the first target. Is this all of Cha-Yun's power? I can't dodge it. The only thing I can do now is block. There wasn't even a chance to counterattack. This was when the advantage of having comrades was revealed. Jae-ha kicked the back of Cha-Yun's head. Are you ignoring me? I attacked from a blind spot and you still blocked it. Cha-Yun grabbed the leg he had just caught and slammed him to the ground. Another comrade grabbed Cha-Yun's waist. Wrestling used. He shouted, do it. This is the only chance to attack him. Yu-Gi-Oh threw a kick, but when he saw the enemy he was startled. Cha-Yun didn't move at all. Indestructible Bati used. He used a wrestling technique to take down the one holding him and sent the guy who had just kicked him flying with a wind kick. Yu-Gi-Oh crashed into a wall. Cha-Yun said with contempt, is this all you have? Sohun couldn't believe it. Cha-Yun said grimly, trying to fight me with such petty tricks. He used martial arts integration. Sohun saw the situation clearly. No, we have no chance to launch an attack at all. Support card, martial arts integration. Your power increases according to the number of martial arts skills you possess. At this time, Cha-Yun declared in advance, Kim Sohun. No matter who your previous opponent was, you always had a strategy to win, but this time your opponent is me. You'd better give up hope. Cha-Yun arrogantly asked in Sohun's stead, how are you going to beat me? Sohun thought to himself, can I not even gauge him? Sohun still showed an unyielding spirit to his opponent. The fight has only just begun, Sohun calculated internally. Then is Cha-Yun as strong as Seong Yohan? It's probably because I can't measure his power. Upgrade. General card, card buffet. Summons a huge buffet to select and receive cards, can only be used once a week. Let's begin. The final shopping spree officially began. I have to find a card here that can take down Cha-Yun. The fight with Cha-Yun will be 1 against 100, but our stats are still not enough to face him. First, this card looks good. Wait for it. I've prepared a lot for today. Today is your last day. Your only weakness is that you're alone, but we're different. We're connected by a strong bond. General card, Ultimate Bond, recovers the stamina of allies within range and raises their stats. Can only be used once a month. We won't lose. The first one to stand up shouted, my name is Kong Sok, the man who will one day become the king of Gangbuk High School. Jae-ha said more calmly. Quiet, Kong Sok. What king of Gangbuk High School? You have to take down Cha-Yun first. Now Yu-Gi-Oh also threw a kick. He looked more serious than before. Cha-Yun rushed to take down Yu-Gi-Oh, but Ha Seon-woo blocked his attack using copy Lion's Roar. Cha-Yun was truly surprised by Ha Seon-woo's ability. My technique, Haru said. Everyone, focus on the battle. Sohun threw a punch and used Taekwondo. He thought warily to himself, good, I can attack. The attacks poured in. Cha-Yun lost his rhythm for a moment, and Sohun's side even used his blind spots. You won't be able to block it this time. Hongzhou Wang's exclusive attack card, stat change. For a short time you can swap a desired stat with another stat, but Cha-Yun was still able to dodge that swift kick. Sohun immediately recognized it as Hongzhou Wang's card. Cha-Yun growled and revealed, you're not the only one who can copy. Upgrade. General card, card buffet. Cha-Yun, he was standing in front of the card reading the effects carefully. He muttered in a low voice, I see. I didn't know a card like this existed. You see Zhang's exclusive attack card, versatility. When attacking it increases your own stats and applies a random debuff to the opponent. Stackable. Cha-Yun lowered his body and struck Kong Sok, putting him in a stunned state and making him temporarily unable to move. Next is Jae-ha. You are silenced and temporarily unable to attack. Following that, Yu-Gi-Oh, you are weakened and your stats are temporarily decreased. Finally, Ha Seon-woo, you've been slowed. Your movement speed is temporarily decreased. He attacked Sohun's teammates in succession at an incredible speed. He was so fast that Sohun had no time to rush in and help, and had to use a healing elixir. Standard card, Healing Elixir. Fully recovers the stamina of yourself and up to 3 teammates. Can only be used once a month. Recovers the stamina of 3 teammates. Cha-Yun immediately used a card to nullify the healing elixir. Grievous Wound. Standard card. Grievous Wound. Prevents the opponent's stamina recovery and can only be used once a day. First victim was Jae-ha. As Chai-Yun slammed Jaeha's head into the ground, Kong-Sok shouted, "You son of a bitch, Chai-Yun, is that all you've got? I'll slam you into the ground." Chai-Yun placed his hand on Kong-Sok's face and used Bajikwan. As Chai-Yun grunted, he saw the guy he had just hit grabbing his leg. Kong-Sok's exclusive attack card, Invincible Fighter. For 2 minutes you become an invincible fighter and are immune to damage, and your stats will continuously increase until the time is up. Can only be used once a day. Sorry, but I'm not going down. Let's go, Kim So-hoon. So-hoon used copy and shouted, "Hold on tight, activation card. Hegemon's Return. Each time you attack, a clone appears and attacks twice. Hegemon's Return, 2 attacks. Hegemon's Majesty, bind surroundings. Hegemon's Unrivaled Might, stat increase, activation card. Hegemon's Majesty. While slightly increasing your own strength, it releases the Hegemon's aura to bind surrounding enemies and decrease their stamina. Attack card, Shinun Ryu Swordsmanship. Sacrifices stamina to focus all power on strength and speed. You can use the Japanese Shinun Ryu Swordsmanship. Stamina is fixed at F grade and speed increases by 3 levels. Just as So-hoon's sword was about to strike down from above his head, Daniel's exclusive attack card, Softness Overcomes Hardness, nullifies the opponent's attack and deals damage equal to twice the damage received with a counterattack that ignores defense and nullifies all of the opponent's buff effects. Chai-Yun copied Softness Overcomes Hardness and broke So-hoon's technique. No way. So-hoon was sent flying and collapsed sprawled flat on the ground. So-hoon lay there with dazed eyes cursing inwardly. Damn it, he still has cards left. Is this really the end? As if he were the lone victor, Chai-Yun uttered a single sentence. "In the end no one can defeat me," So-hoon said in a low voice. "Just as I thought, it's hard to beat you with ordinary methods. I'll have to use an extraordinary one." Chai-Yun was slightly flustered. "An extraordinary method? What are you talking about?" So-hoon was determined. "Chai-Yun, I will stop you. Things won't end so easily. I know very well what will happen if a guy like you keeps completing missions, starting with Kong-chan. My friends and even my sister and parents, everyone will get hurt. I don't know what your goal is, but I can't just stand by and watch you disregard other people's lives. I'm the only one who can stop you. So I've prepared. The moment I use it will be the moment I win." The system sent a warning to Chai-Yun. Let the battle of wits begin. When the system announced that Kim So-hoon's stats were starting to skyrocket, Chai-Yun frowned. He didn't know what it was, but it was very dangerous. So-hoon quietly used a card. Consumable card. Deal. Burns the leader's potential and intelligence to increase their explosive power. The card took effect immediately. Chai-Yun couldn't believe it. That So-hoon's trump card was Deal. So-hoon was now like a silent corpse, a humanoid weapon that had lost its senses. Chai-Yun couldn't help but be shocked by the cruelty So-hoon was inflicting upon himself. He had changed as if he were a completely different person. Neither of them could sense his stats, but he was much stronger and faster than me. Incomparably so. So-hoon, with a dazed look in his eyes, standard card upgrade. The Encounter Challenge card is a top-tier card that disappears after use. Here, So-hoon said. "Challenge card, there are a few things I want to know," the challenge card said. "This is our last meeting before the final battle with Chai-Yun. What are you curious about this time?" So-hoon asked. "What exactly is the Deal card?" the challenge card answered concisely. As described, it's a card that consumes intelligence and potential to gain immense power. The amount of power amplification depends on the target's intelligence and potential. Looking at his own palm, So-hoon said. "I see." Then he continued to ask, "What happens if I use that card on myself?" the challenge card answered. "It's no different. You will lose your intelligence and potential, but your other stats will be amplified," So-hoon said in a low voice. "I see." Then the challenge card said, "I have a question. Why are you so determined to beat Chai-Yun? Is your promise with us that important, or is there another reason? I mean the reason you must do everything to defeat Chai-Yun," So-hoon spat out. "Because it's only me, because I'm the only one who can take him down." Having no other choice, the challenge card was impressed upon hearing that answer. "You are a good person, Master So-hoon. That's why we chose you from the beginning. This is the very moment Chai-Yun will be truly hurt." "So-hoon, what the hell are you? Why are you going this far just to stop me?" Chai-Yun bit his tongue and vowed to himself. "I have to focus. If I lose here, my mission fails. There must be a way to turn this situation around." Then an idea suddenly occurred to him. He used an attack to push So-hoon back. While So-hoon was sent flying, he prepared to finish it. Condensing all his cards, he took out a Condense and Focus card. Attack card, Legacy of the Monarch. You can use the Legacy of an ancient martial arts monarch. The Legacy of the Monarch was activated with a punch. So-hoon was once again sent flying by the overwhelmingly strong force. Chai-Yun made a decision. Yes, there's only one way to overcome this situation. It's to upgrade the one-time use card, Divine Elixir. Such a precious thing for me. Upgrade one-time use card Divine Elixir. Mythical elixir that recovers stamina and removes all status ailments. A bottle containing a pinkish-purple liquid appeared in his hand. "You have used the Divine Elixir." And he immediately threw a Legacy of the Monarch punch at So-hoon's face to remove the Deal effect. So-hoon coughed up a little blood and at the same time regained his original consciousness. Chai-Yun said, "It's all over, Kim So-hoon," and threw a powerful punch. He thought he had won, but he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. So-hoon had crossed his arms to block the attack and was standing firm. Chai-Yun was flustered. Legacy of the Monarch isn't something he can block. Since the Deal effect is gone, his stats should have returned to their original state. His stats were still undetectable. Let's go back to when the standard card Encounter was activated. So-hoon opened his mouth. "I have one last question. What happens if the divine elixir is used on someone under the effect of deal? The challenge card said. You must be talking about the best recovery card. Divine elixir. The divine elixir is a mythical medicine that can cure anything. If it's used on someone under the effect of deal, their potential and intelligence will return to normal. Think about it, and Sohun really took his time to think. Chae-yoon must have a trump card just like me. Since the divine elixir is the best recovery card, the possibility that he didn't buy the divine elixir card is close to zero. If I use deal, I can definitely beat him. Chae-yoon will think he might fail his mission. In conclusion, Chae-yoon will have no other choice to avoid failing his mission. He will use the divine elixir on me. And this is the turning point to beat Chae-yoon. That's the blind spot. I've won. Chae-yoon couldn't believe it. He realized his defeat was inevitable. When he used the deal card on himself, I can't win, he's too strong. There's no other way, I can't beat him with my current stats. Is this how my mission fails? Am I going back? I'm going back to the past. A red warning appeared for Sohun. Chae-yoon's potential was shaken again. Chae-yoon shouted and sent Sohun flying, and he crashed into a wall once again. Sohun watched as Chae-yoon opened the path to transcendence. I can't go back. Chae-yoon's exclusive general card, strategy seal. Chae-yoon's transcendence card. Chae-yoon's exclusive attack card, all-out attack. Chae-yoon's transcendence card. Kim Sohun. Let's see who will be the final victor. Sohun, of course, had never underestimated Chae-yoon, and now even more so. Transcendence. He has transcended. I don't know how much stronger he's gotten, but one thing is certain. He's stronger than me. There's only one way to deal with this situation. He attacked first. Did he read my intention? He's too fast. I can't react at all. He's much stronger than I thought. What do? I haven't even used my transcendence card yet. I can't believe it. He's become that strong. Just then, someone's voice was heard. We're here. West Gangbucks rank 17. Lee Yun-dong brought a group of comrades. Lee Yun-dong commanded his comrades. Our opponent is just one person. Everyone to your positions. Everyone shouted. To positions. Everyone surrounded Chae-yoon. Lee Yun-dong helped Sohun up and said, please get up. Sohun, not caring about himself, said, Yun-dong, what is this? Don't these people usually handle administrative work? Retreat quickly before you get hurt. But Lee Yun-dong answered calmly, we didn't come here to win. We are here just to buy time. The weakest ones of West Gangbuk High School. We came here for one reason, to sacrifice our lives for you. So please focus on recovering quickly. Please focus on regaining your strength, and as you always do, defeat Chae-yoon. Please defeat him. Chae-yoon punched Lee Yun-dong in the face. A piece of trash has a lot to say, Sohun shouted. Yun-dong, but was soon sent flying by Chae-yoon's kick. It's time to end this, someone said quietly. Who says so? It's not over yet. Lee Yun-dong's potential began to fight against its limits. I told you not to ruin the mood. Sohun Hyung-nim is the one who will unify Gangbuk. You don't deserve to unify Gangbuk. Lee Yun-dong's exclusive attack card, Divine Slash, attacks the opponent by swinging a sword at a supernatural speed, almost godlike. The target is always hit. Lee Yun-dong used the technique and shouted in Chae-yoon's face, I told you not to interfere. For Sohun Hyung-nim, I will buy time no matter what. Sohun Hyung-nim, Lee Yun-dong was hit with an uppercut to the jaw. This seems to be my end, Sohun shouted loudly. No, Lee Yun-dong was grabbed by the neck. Chae-yoon stood coldly and used the star-sucking great method. Lee Yun-dong's life force was rapidly absorbed. Sohun ran as fast as he could. Flashback. Lee Yun-dong shouted passionately. Attention, salute, congratulations on the unification of Gangbuk, Sohun said clearly. I haven't unified it yet, Lee Yun-dong said with strong faith. Now only Chae-yoon is left, so it's almost unified, isn't it? Sohun answered humbly. But it's certain that Chae-yoon is stronger than all of us combined, Lee Yun-dong said positively. It's okay, because you will win in the end, Hyung-nim, Sohun said with resignation. There's no talking to you, is there? Everyone went back when it was just the two of us, Sohun said. Stop bothering me. Why do you do this every time I come to school? Lee Yun-dong didn't understand. Bothering you, everyone does it voluntarily. We can talk about that later. I'm sorry, I haven't been much help recently. I want to be more useful. I'm sorry. I just can't keep up with everyone's growth. Hearing this, Sohun denied it. No, you're doing well. Without you, West Gangbuk School would have been a mess. Just think of it as everyone having their own role. Without you, I wouldn't be here either. Lee Yun-dong was moved to tears, and his determination to contribute to the person who acknowledged his efforts grew stronger. Someday I will definitely be of help to you, Hyung-nim. Sohun's cry of Yun-dong was almost a scream. He recalled the situation just a moment ago where someone had disappeared amidst his own powerlessness. A red warning appeared for Chae-yoon. Sohun's potential began to stir. A thick heel struck Sohun's face. The system congratulated Kim Sohun on opening the path to transcendence, and he paid Chae-yoon back with the sole of his shoe. Chae-yoon was sent flying and landed with one hand on the ground. As Chae-yoon got up, a faint laugh echoed. You're finished now. Now, Sohun was really angry. It was time for his comeback. As Sohun threw off his jacket, Chae-yoon raised his head. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Kim Sohun's exclusive usable card, Indomitable. Kim Sohun's Transcendence card. Kim Sohun's exclusive General card. Kim Sohun's Tank Top. Kim Sohun's Transcendence card. Kim Sohun crossed his arms and Kim Sohun wore a tank top. I can feel a similar strength, the same stats, a completely balanced state. The slightest carelessness will result in a fatal wound. You're strong as expected, but I won't lose. Our stats are the same. The grade of the cards we just received will decide this fight. Sohun used Taekwondo. Chae-yoon suddenly smiled in the middle of the fight. Sohun couldn't understand why, but Chae-yoon still wore that smile. traditional martial art taekwondo has been sealed. So-hoon immediately felt that taekwondo was sealed. He took a punch and thought, did Cha-Yun have a card like this? Then boxing will be sealed too. So-hoon thought positively, it's okay, I still have taekwondo, and taekwondo was sealed too. So-hoon was confused. Where did this card come from? Cerium has been sealed. Kali Arnis has been sealed. Standard card. Cha-Yun exclusive. Strategy seal. For 5 minutes, decreases the opponent's stats and seals all attack cards the opponent knows. So-hoon realized there was a problem. All attack cards have been sealed. Li Yundong shouted in panic, Sun Bainim, why are you just standing there getting hit? So-hoon thought to himself, there's no other way. Without martial arts, everything is over. Attack card exclusive final blow deals an unavoidable critical hit to the opponent with the damage increasing according to the number of cards used. Use final blow. Cards scattered everywhere and So-hoon's body flew straight towards the ceiling. Li Yundong shouted worriedly, damn it Kim So-hoon Sun Bainim, Cha-Yun declared. It's all over, your mission has failed, Kim So-hoon. Cha-Yun looked down. So-hoon blinked, then got up and threw a punch. Although he dodged it, Cha-Yun wondered, how can he still stand after taking a final blow? I see. Kim So-hoon's exclusive activation card, Indomitable, evades the opponent's attack with a steadfast will, can only be used once a day. Is it a higher version of an insurance card? Even so, to Cha-Yun, So-hoon was now a useless guy. Without martial arts, he was truly pathetic. Cha-Yun pressed on So-hoon's head and said, victory is mine, there's no hope for you. I know all of your attack cards. So-hoon thought to himself, I still have the Transcendence card, but I can't use it right now. The remaining Transcendence card is a standard card. Kim So-hoon exclusive. Kim So-hoon's tank top restricts the opponent's recovery ability and upgrades one of your own attack cards. The damage of the upgraded attack card increases according to the number of cards you own. Attack card upgrade card. Cha-Yun continued to wonder, strange, why isn't he using his remaining Transcendence card? There can only be two reasons, either this Transcendence card is an attack card or it's a card that supports an attack card. So-hoon activated Indomitable and said, I'll take you down in 5 seconds, he vowed to himself. I can do this. Just because my attack cards are sealed doesn't mean I can't fight. I've practiced and seen this technique thousands of times so I can at least copy one move. Up Cha-Yun took a punch and said, it's useless. Amidst Li Yundong's worried shout, So-hoon became even more focused. I won't give up, I won't give up. Li Yundong shouted loudly, you'll die if you keep this up, you don't have to unify Gangbuk, why are you going this far? So-hoon resolved, I have to end this. Li Yundong pleaded for him to stop. How can he beat Cha-Yun in 5 seconds? And Li Yundong was shocked. No way, Cha-Yun said, it's over. Kim So-hoon used a gemin's fist. So-hoon was knocked out and collapsed onto Cha-Yun's chest. Cha-Yun said, no surprises, you have nothing now. You've used all your recovery cards and with your remaining cards you can't do anything to me. It's over. He used star-sucking great method. Suddenly Cha-Yun froze. He was grabbed by the waist and couldn't move. So-hoon said, Cha-Yun, you must have thought all my attack cards were martial arts techniques. That's because you've never seen me really fight. My attack cards aren't just martial arts. There's also the card that made me who I am today. So-hoon used Kim So-hoon's tank top. No way in this situation. Attack card overload increases your weight by 100 kilograms for 5 seconds, can only be used once a day. Attack card overload. Kim So-hoon's tank top increases your weight by 500 kilograms for 5 seconds, can only be used once a day. So this was his aim from the start. So-hoon shouted at Cha-Yun, what's your trump card? My current weight is 568 kilograms. Cha-Yun was horrified. The power of 568 kilograms. There are no more chances, I have to go all out. Li Yundong stared blankly at this reversal. After coming to his senses for a moment, he shouted excitedly, Sun Bainim, Cha-Yun officially lost consciousness. So-hoon gasped for breath. The overload effect has ended. As Cha-Yun collapsed, Li Yundong ran over joyfully. Main quest, Unify Gangbuk. 1. Reclaim the lost territories. Complete. 2. Deal with the executives of North Gangbuk High School. Complete. 3. Persuade Daniel. Complete. 4. Defeat Cha-Yun. Complete. 5. Defeat Transcended Cha-Yun. Complete. So-hoon lay there with dried blood on his mouth and nose, smiled and said, the reward, let's get the reward. A notification popped up on the system window. You have unified Gangbuk. A student reported that Cha-Yun had fallen. The group that was fighting Taisen said, Kim So-hoon won, he finally did it. He finally got Cha-Yun. What about the remaining forces of North Gangbuk? The person who reported said, they have all been defeated. It's West Gangbuk's victory. North Gangbuk lost. Go Ha-jun heard the news of victory and admired. You did it, you really have no limits. Ji Ya, supported by Si-jung, stood up and said, I believed in you from the beginning. I knew So-hoon would win. Someone was shedding tears of joy. The strategist of West Gangbuk shouted, he finally did it. This is the unification of Gangbuk. So-hoon was cheered by everyone. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations, Kim So-hoon. I didn't think you'd do it. I was watching everything. Cha-Yun listened to the voices of So-hoon's group alone. Why are you giving up like this? We don't have any more strength either. Everyone has suffered too much. A notification popped up for Cha-Yun. Main quest failed. All rewards repossessed. Weapon factory repossessed. Strategy seal repossessed. 3 cm strength increase repossessed. Taekwondo repossessed. 3 cm strength increase repossessed. Boxing repossessed. Muay Thai repossessed. Kick repossessed. Leg technique repossessed. Kyokushin karate repossessed. Jeet Kune Do repossessed. Wrestling repossessed. Cha-Yun said dejectedly, alright, what are you going to do with me now? Kim So-hoon answered like this. Cha-Yun, I'll be honest, I haven't thought about that. His thoughts and words matched. I only thought about winning. I didn't think about you having to be punished afterward. but I don't know how to punish you. Reporting you to the police would be useless. They wouldn't believe in things like missions. From the moment you failed the mission, you might have already been punished. First, I'm going to fix the things you've done. You know what I mean, right? All of Cha-Yun's rewards were repossessed, but his state remained the same. Are the things Cha-Yun did irreversible? After checking on Daniel, So-hoon took out a divine elixir. How many people were hurt by Cha-Yun? What is Lee Jin-hyun like now? So-hoon fed Daniel the medicine and said, someone will suffer if you continue like this. So-hoon vowed to solve the problem himself. Please come back. Life returned to Daniel's eyes. Daniel heard someone ask, are you awake? As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Kim So-hoon and asked, what happened? I was definitely fighting Cha-Yun. So-hoon helped Daniel up and said, don't think about it anymore. Everything has been resolved. I beat Cha-Yun. Suddenly someone called out, Daniel Sunbae. Daniel stared blankly. No way, Haru, Haru said with a complicated expression. You said you didn't betray me. Daniel looked back at So-hoon in surprise, and So-hoon answered honestly. I told her everything, Daniel said. I definitely asked you to keep it a secret, So-hoon answered nonchalantly. So what? It's a happy ending after all. Daniel smiled happily in her embrace, and Haru cried with pity and longing. A friend, a senior, had gone through all sorts of hardships for her. Seeing the two of them, So-hoon also felt relieved. This is the end. The next day at Gangbuk High School, students were whispering, did you hear that rumor? Kim So-hoon unified Gangbuk. I heard he tore Cha-Yun to shreds and killed him. I heard that too. They said he threw the body parts in all 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. This is the last rumor. I heard he doesn't flush the toilet after using it. So-hoon endured the embarrassment and retorted inwardly, that's not true. Lee Yundong shouted energetically. Everyone attention, salute to Sunbaenim. The group bowed their heads to So-hoon in unison. Congratulations on the unification of Gangbuk. Sunbaenim, you've worked hard. You're truly amazing, Sunbaenim. Sunbaenim, please flush the toilet. I knew you would do it. Hyungnim, Sunbaenim, just the other day you were the captain. I've been watching since the first match, Sunbaenim, So-hoon said gently. Thanks guys, it's all thanks to you, he added inwardly. I mean it, I couldn't have done anything without you. Thank you for believing in me and following me. Everyone answered. Don't be so humble, let's all work hard together from now on, someone reported. Sunbaenim, you have a visitor. Kong Se-chan led the way and said, Kim So-hoon. So-hoon also called out in a happy voice, Kong Se-chan. Daniel Haru, Se-chan said. Congratulations on unifying Gangbuk. It was when Se-chan was still lying in a vegetative state in his hospital bed. Daniel and Haru visited him as soon as the battle was over. We're here. It's all over, Se-chan. Kim So-hoon beat Cha-Yun. How long are you going to lie there like that? Get up and let's celebrate together. Get a grip. A fourth person's voice was heard. You guys were here first. If you don't mind, can I take a look? Kim So-hoon appeared and said, I'll do my best. Haru was curious. Sunbaenim, what are you going to do? Daniel advised. Let's go out, Haru. Kim So-hoon must have a way now. Only So-hoon stood before Kong Se-chan's hospital bed. He said apologetically, I'm a bit late. It took some time to find the divine elixir. Let's begin, So-hoon worried inwardly. Will this divine elixir work? Thank you. Se-chan sat next to So-hoon and said sincerely, I was able to wake up thanks to you. So-hoon feigned ignorance and said, What are you talking about? You got up on your own, Se-chan said. I know you saved me with a special power. The kind of power no one would believe even if you told them, So-hoon said as if he had lost. It's really annoying to hide things, just as Daniel said your intuition is really sharp, Se-chan said sincerely. Thank you for saving everyone, So-hoon said calmly. I just did what I had to do as a person. Hearing that, Se-chan made So-hoon's contribution even clearer. I don't think so. If it weren't for you, we would have all been defeated by Cha-Yun. So-hoon changed the subject. What happened to Cha-Yun? Se-chan answered a bit unnaturally. There's no particular movement. I told them not to touch him. So-hoon had a feeling. It's over, but it doesn't seem like it's over yet. So-hoon asked, What kind of person is Cha-Yun? He thought to himself. How should I deal with Cha-Yun? Before Se-chan could speak, a student ran over in a hurry and reported, We're in big trouble. The two immediately stood up and asked urgently. What kind of big trouble could there be now? What is it? The student reported. At North Gangbuk High School, students looked up and whispered, Look over there, what is he doing? A student said with great concern. Hey, shouldn't we save him? Cha-Yun was standing on the school rooftop railing, facing the wind. A student from below shouted, Cha-Yun, it's dangerous, come down. But Cha-Yun took a step forward as everyone watching was horrified. Cha-Yun's body went into a freefall. All he could think of was, Kim So-hoon, you won. Comics these days are really boring. It's all exaggerated stories. A weak character suddenly becomes strong. Where is there school violence these days? The writers' imaginations are really rich. Maybe it existed in their time, but it's gone in ours. They say there are still school violence groups these days, don't you think so? Cha-Yun, the student, was slightly disappointed and said, I was ignored. Don't you see him studying? He's a really amazing person. He's good at playing and good at studying. Other students had different opinions about Cha-Yun, but he's been a bit strange lately. No, what are you talking about? All of a sudden, we play together, but there's a strange, uncomfortable feeling. It's like he's a different person. So what? Did you meet a monster? I mean, he's like a machine in everything he does. His life doesn't seem fun at all. That's true. I've never had a serious conversation with him either, right? I don't know what Cha-Yun lives for. Cha-Yun's hand, which was writing, paused. His friend noticed something was wrong with Cha-Yun and asked, What's wrong, Cha-Yun? What's going on? His friend couldn't see the purple electronic screen that had appeared in front of Cha-Yun's eyes. The mission window is being activated. Cha-Yun's face was full of disbelief. The system window asked him, "Would you like to start the mission?" Cha-Yun froze like a stone and stared at the window for a long time. In a luxurious antique-style house, Cha-Yun said, "I'm home," his mother said, as if she had been waiting. "Come here and sit next to Mom, your grades have gone up again." "Isn't it hard to study?" Cha-Yun answered indifferently. "It's okay, Mom," his mother said. "It's just that Mom is worried. I'm not forcing you to study. As long as you live happily, that's enough for me. Kids from other houses don't even study. The problem with our family is that you only study. Is there anything you want to do or are interested in? If so, feel free to tell me. I'll fully support you." Cha-Yun sat at a distance from his mother and said coldly, "I'm a student, so of course I study." His mother had no choice but to say, "All right, I guess I said something unnecessary. Go inside and rest." The system window still floated there. "Would you like to start the quest?" Cha-Yun pressed yes. "The quest system has been activated. Complete quests and obtain cards." Guide quest started. Quest: apologize to your mother. Apologize to your mother. Incomplete. Reward: 1 gold card. Cha-Yun turned his head. He called out, "Mom." He stood in front of his mother and said with a blank face, "I'm sorry. I know you said that because you were worried about me, but I was too cold. I'll be more considerate from now on." His mother let out a small sigh and said, "It's all right, but that's not why I was upset." The system announced, "Guide quest completed. You have obtained 1 gold card as a reward." Having achieved his goal, Cha-Yun left without another word, and his mother, left behind, sighed worriedly. "Your father was reserved, but not this much," he said in a low voice. "Open card." He looked at the new card he received and his eyes widened. Consumable card: grow 3 centimeters taller. Use immediately. He glanced back and saw his mother quietly sitting and reading a book, then said, "Use immediately." His sensitive mother noticed something was off. "Did you get taller?" His mother put down her book and thought, "Your height is strange. It looks like you've grown more. When was the last time you had a growth spurt?" Cha-Yun opened his mouth. "Mom, can other people not see this?" At that time, Kong Se-chan, the number 1 of Gangbuk High School, was at the school. Shouted energetically, "Is everyone here?" But only one person was sitting in the classroom. "No, why is only Haru here? Where are the others?" "I told them we had a meeting today," Haru said. "I don't see anyone." "What on earth happened?" Daniel, who was North Gangbuk High School's number 2 at the time, said nonchalantly. "I cancelled it." Kong Se-chan was puzzled. "Why?" Daniel answered. "Who has a meeting at 6 in the morning? Besides, there's nothing to discuss. We just check attendance and talk nonsense. If we're going to have a meeting, let's do it after school." "All right, you damn bastard." A student in another class opened his mouth. "So are we not having a meeting today? I slept at school so I wouldn't be late." There was another fool who attended this ridiculous meeting. Gangbuk High School's number 3, Ji-Young-in, Se-chan said firmly. "Since 4 of us are here, we have to have the meeting. Can't you be a little serious for once, Daniel?" "What's the situation at the other schools?" Daniel reported. "West, East, and South Gangbuk are all at their peak. East Gangbuk has Han Jae-ha and South Gangbuk has Kong Sok. Go Ha-jun of West Gangbuk isn't interested in unifying Gangbuk. Han Jae-ha and Kong Sok are very interested in unifying Gangbuk. We'll figure out their intentions at this Gangbuk meeting," Kong Se-chan analyzed. "The businesses of Han Jae-ha and Kong Sok are also a problem. There are rumors that high school students are running pharmacies and entertainment establishments. Is that true? We can't let them take a single inch of our land. To stop them, we must unify Gangbuk. The war will begin soon. North Gangbuk needs talented people. People who can fight Han Jae-ha and Kong Sok. A powerful talent who won't lose to Go Ha-jun." 3 male students came over and put their arms around Cha-Yun's shoulders. Cha-Yun said dryly, "You scared me," his friend said. "Is that a scared reaction? Put some expression on your face." "Hey, wait a minute." The 3 friends compared and noticed he was taller. "That's right, you were already tall, but you've gotten even taller. You damn alpha male. I'm so jealous, Cha-Yun. I want to be tall too. You'll grow too." 2 girls in a group passing by were talking. "So what happened yesterday?" "You know, with that Oppa yesterday." "Oh my, you're out of it. Where's your head? A guide quest has been generated." "The reward for this quest is 1 gold card and 1 silver card." Cha-Yun's friends asked, "What's wrong all of a sudden? Did something happen?" The 2 of them bumped shoulders. The white-haired girl grumbled in annoyance. "What the damn it?" the system announced. "Guide quest, Kiss Sei-hee, incomplete. Reward: 1 gold card, 1 silver card." Sei-hee's group heard it. "Hey, what's going on? Where's this bastard looking?" "Who is it?" 3rd year Cha-Yun. A friend tried to defend Cha-Yun but was grabbed by the collar by a well-built student from the other group. "Get lost, you bastard," Cha-Yun muttered. "It seems quests appear depending on the incident, or depending on my actions." Sei-hee heard him and looked confused. "Appears depending on the incident? What are you talking about?" He suddenly pushed his face close to Sei-hee's. Cha-Yun's 3 friends' jaws dropped. The well-built student saw this and shouted in anger. "Cha-Yun," the system announced, the quest was complete. View in Kim So-hoon's state. "Quest completed. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 gold card and 1 silver card." Kim So-hoon looked at the system and was dazed by the message. "Open reward?" "I can open it already." Suddenly, someone attacked him like lightning. Crazy bastard. He was furious that Cha-Yun dared to touch his person. He quickly pushed Cha-Yun away, spewing all sorts of curses. The person next to him asked Sei-hee if she was okay, but she seemed unable to hear anything. The man started beating So-hoon indiscriminately like a slave. "How dare you do that to Sei-hee?" shouted. Cha-Yun didn't fight back and took the beating silently. Quests appeared depending on actions or events. The others didn't know what to do if Cha-Yun's thoughts weren't wrong. The system had clearly given a main quest. Defeat Jin Mi-ho in the first battle. Reward: 2 silver cards, 1 bronze card. So-hoon hugged Mi-ho from below. He hit his back and said, "Are you crazy?" He started beating So-hoon again, calling him a bookworm. Cha-Yun thought he couldn't win. He had never fought before. Mi-ho had the upper hand and beat him to a pulp. Cha-yoon was just lost in thought. I've never learned how to fight, what do I do? I'm going to die at this rate. They debated whether to intervene. Se-hee ran over, cursing, and told Mi-ho to kill Cha-yoon. As his opponent didn't fight back at all, Mi-ho quickly tried to land a finishing blow. But then Cha-yoon kicked his opponent straight in the face. His face was still calm as if nothing had happened. The moment he kissed Se-hee came to mind. Congratulations on completing the quest. You have obtained the quest completion reward. Open the reward immediately. The gold card was a peak card, and the silver card was a taekwondo roundhouse kick skill. He immediately used it on Mi-ho. Everyone was surprised. Wow, that's crazy. Cha-yoon used the skill once again. Mi-ho couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't this guy a bookworm? Another roundhouse kick exploded. Cha-yoon knocked this guy to the floor. Mi-ho lay on the floor with a look of disbelief. Once his opponent was completely immobile, Cha-yoon completed the quest. People flocked to Mi-ho to ask if he was okay, and Cha-yoon received his reward. My eyesight is pretty good, so I don't need this bronze peak card. He became curious. Quests appear based on my actions or events. So what happens if I keep fighting? Cha-yoon quickly told the unrelated people to move aside, then used the skill on Mi-ho once more. Everyone was horrified. Is he even human? Se-hee watched silently and calmly without a word. Another person blocked his leg with their hand. You've already won. The man stopped Cha-yoon, preventing him from attacking further. He didn't know why Cha-yoon was fighting, but you can just end it here, right? That person was North Gangbuk High School's #1, Kong Se-chan. Se-chan said he had told Daniel to tell Sohun. Daniel, who was next to him, asked back when he had said that. First, take Minho to the nurse's office. Se-won-ho quickly complied. Se-chan now stood face to face with Cha-yoon. He tapped Cha-yoon's shoulder and quickly passed by, not forgetting to remind him to be careful. What did you say? Suddenly, this man's face contorted. Cha-yoon, did that crazy bastard suddenly kiss Se-hee? Se-hee nodded. Some thought they started the fight first. Se-hee got angry. Who would do something like that for no reason? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Haru thought this line was a bit out of place. But Cha-yoon is a real psycho, who suddenly kisses someone, Haru asked. Are you just going to let this go? Se-chan thought he couldn't. We have to call Cha-yoon and make him apologize properly, Haru said. We have to go get him right now. But how do we get him? Se-chan said. If we have to, we'll restrain him and drag him here. Cha-yoon's kicks were quite clean and precise. He must have trained in taekwondo for a few years, learning martial arts to hit people and kiss girls. Se-chan couldn't forgive such a person, he said. Go get Cha-yoon quickly. Suddenly, someone felt something was wrong. Se-chan said from this side, what's wrong? The streetlights outside started to turn on. Cha-yoon had already left school early. He was on his way home. A voice was heard. What are you looking at? The delinquents looked at Cha-yoon and asked, are you crazy? How dare you stare at us? Cha-yoon walked towards them. A quest has been generated. A war will break out here. Inside a large mansion, a lady sat solemnly with her eyes closed. She hit someone and left school early. Her face stiffened. She frowned, her gaze constantly shifting. Cha-yoon returned and politely greeted his mother. She asked angrily, are you out of your mind? How dare you do something like that? I heard you hit a friend at school and left early. Is that how I raised you? Where have you been roaming around to come back now? Cha-yoon said he was experimenting. Does a quest really appear based on actions and events? If I cause more incidents, will more quests appear? My prediction was correct and I used it. He intentionally provoked the delinquents to create a sub-quest. A new action created a new quest. The quest was completed when he defeated the delinquents. It was impossible to know how many quests Cha-yoon had completed in a single day. Thanks to that, he obtained a great many cards. A total of 28 cards appeared in his hand. His mother slapped his cheek hard. Did you really cause a disturbance at school? She asked sternly. You kissed a girl you don't even know? What experiment? This isn't a game. What quest? She asked, frowning. Why did you hit a friend at school? Answer me now, she commanded. Cha-yoon said, you're wrong, Mom. You said you'd help me if I found something fun. Cha-yoon's mother nodded. She had said that. A summon card appeared. You can summon a slime that can be used as an infinite storage. Cha-yoon found it. A giant slime appeared. Silver card, slime summon. It was a rather bizarre card. I found it. A voice suddenly came. The system suddenly appeared. The slime cannot be used. This creature cannot swallow living beings. The mother in front of Cha-yoon muttered. A living being. His mother glared. What did you say? Cha-yoon realized. Does that mean it can't be alive? The next day, the atmosphere was bustling from early in the morning. Everyone was admiring. Wow, that's crazy. Everyone looked at Cha-yoon and said, that's the Cha-yoon kiss. Didn't he just secretly kiss Se-hee? He's got some nerve, doesn't he? Will she just let it go? Isn't this a crime? I heard his mother went to Se-hee's house to apologize, so they didn't report it to the police. Everyone thought it was over like that. His mother probably didn't want to make a big deal out of it at school. What will happen to them now? Everyone whispered. I heard Se-hee told him to apologize properly. Cha-yoon raised his voice and apologized. Se-hee glared. So? Cha-yoon said he wasn't in his right mind then. There was no other reason, he was just apologizing to Se-hee. Se-hee called him out. Hey, do I look that easy? Do you really think I'm like that? Cha-yoon said no. Se-hee said she was letting it go because of his mother. Do you know how much your mother apologized to me? Cha-yoon had no idea. But he said he was truly sorry. With a completely indifferent face, Cha-yoon promised it would never happen again. Se-hee thought this damn bastard was really unreadable. Everyone told him to apologize to Jin Mi-ho. Cha-yoon had hit him then. Mi-ho said it was okay. It doesn't matter. Cha-yoon said he wouldn't do it again. Now I hate this guy too. Mi-ho also nodded and let it go. I'm sorry. I hit you first. I wasn't feeling well that day. Everyone told Mi-ho to be quiet. Is this a happy ending? Suddenly someone approached. Is it all over? Gung Uiji came with another group. Cha-yoon, if it's over I'll take him. Let's call it a day. Cha-yoon, follow Gung Uiji. The boss wants to see you. He said it's this way. Uiji said he brought Cha-yoon to the boss. It seemed the matter with Sei-hee was resolved. Cha-yoon asked, why did you call me? The boss said, you must be curious too, so I'll get straight to the point. Join us, Sei-chan said. Cha-yoon asked the boss of Gangbuk. Sei-chan nodded. Yes, we need talented people to unify Gangbuk. Your kicks were excellent. You have enough potential, Sei-chan said. If we nurture you well, you'll become an outstanding talent. Join us. I'll make you a powerful talent. A quest appeared. Defeat Kong Sei-chan and win. Cha-yoon wanted to ask one thing. Sei-chan looked at him with a puzzled face. Who is Kong Sei-chan? He said. Kong Sei-chan shouted when his name was called. Why, Cha-yoon, what's going on? Cha-yoon activated his peak skill. All of Kong Sei-chan's stats appeared in a stat window. Daniel's stat window also appeared. On the other hand, Cha-yoon's stats, except for intelligence, were no match for the two. He felt he had to do it slowly. Kong Sei-chan asked him what nonsense he was talking about. Cha-yoon asked Kong Sei-chan if he wanted him on his team. If so, he would join North Gangbuk. Kong Sei-chan hugged Cha-yoon tightly. Great, I look forward to working with you. Suddenly, someone reported, Hyung-nim, something has happened. East Gangbuk has invaded. Daniel asked who their leader was. The person said it was Jang Jong-un. They had already taken over 3 districts and our people couldn't stop them. Hong Jo-won was facing him, but it was unclear how long he could hold on, so they needed support immediately. Kong Sei-chan said he understood. He immediately ran out. But if even Jo-won was having a hard time stopping Jang Jong-un, he should leave it to him. At this time, only Cha-yoon was left at the school. He sat at his desk and looked at the mission window telling him to defeat Kong Sei-chan. Cha-yoon felt this mission was really difficult. Kong Sei-chan's stats were numbers he had never seen before. He was worthy of being North Gangbuk's #1. With his current stats, he couldn't beat Kong Sei-chan. He had to complete more missions and get more rewards. It seemed like it would take quite a bit of time. Was there a way to get a higher grade card? Cha-yoon decided to combine his cards and test his luck. He decided to get rid of the bronze cards. He had used almost all the useful bronze cards and only the unnecessary ones were left. He decided to combine 2 cards. The 2 bronze cards slowly merged. He got a silver card from the combination of 2 bronze cards. A silver card. Cha-yoon was a little surprised as he looked at the card in his hand. It was better than a bronze card, but he still felt it wasn't enough. He couldn't overcome the stat gap with this card. He needed an overwhelmingly powerful card that could surpass Kong Sei-chan's stats. Cha-yoon got rid of all his bronze cards. As all the bronze cards appeared before his eyes, he started to get excited. Cha-yoon combined all his bronze cards. What would be the result of this twist of fate? You have obtained a silver card. The system chimed. Cha-yoon continued to combine all his silver cards. You have obtained a gold card. He continued to obtain platinum cards. He combined all the platinum cards and all the diamond cards. As the night deepened, the streets grew dark and all the groups gathered under the cloak of darkness. So what happened? It's hilarious. 2 guys were talking to each other. Suddenly one of them saw something and snorted. What the hell? A human shadow was approaching from a distance. Who's coming? Isn't it that guy, the one who picked a fight with all of us that day? All the delinquents murmured, yeah, it's him, that son of a bitch. Cha-yoon rushed at the delinquents. Consider yourselves lucky today. As Cha-yoon approached, the delinquents also prepared to fight. In an instant, one guy was kicked straight in the mouth and another was beaten beyond recognition. He fell to the ground without even knowing how he died. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? This guy has gotten stronger. The delinquents scattered and fled. They told each other to run. One of them didn't understand why this guy was targeting them. Cha-yoon grabbed the guy by the collar. He felt fear from his grip and murderous intent. I combined all the diamond cards. A notification appeared in the system that he had combined all the diamond cards. The system announced that he had obtained a MasterCard. MasterCard, Star-Sucking Great Method. A purple light appeared. Cha-yoon frowned as he looked at the MasterCard. A quest has been generated. Cha-yoon asked why. His mission was to successfully cast the Star-Sucking Great Method once. Cha-yoon nodded. Interesting. The ability has been used. The Star-Sucking Great Method began to absorb life force. Cha-yoon's eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. The man on the ground withered as time passed. A voice was heard from a distance. Look over there. What, aren't they fighting? People whispered. Oh my, it's true. It looks like a big fight. But another person said to wait a moment and to call the police. That person shouted. Cha-yoon stopped using the Star-Sucking Great Method. Wait a minute, friend. Stop. That person said he looked scary. Don't call out, just call the police. Cha-yoon pulled his hat down and left. His eyes filled with endless gloom. The mansion at night was silent and deserted. Cha-yoon entered the house and slowly took off his shoes in the hallway. Cha-yoon's gaze became dazed. He looked at the empty sofa, then opened the door and slowly entered. The hat was placed neatly on the desk. The system's mission was not yet complete and the reward was 1 platinum card. Cha-yoon was silent as he looked at the system. I can't complete it. An ordinary person won't do. Cleaning up afterward is a hassle at that time. I was almost caught. Cha-yoon didn't know how to complete it. Who should I use now? How can I not leave any traces? Suddenly, something flashed in Cha-yoon's mind. He looked at the empty space next to him. He saw it and thought this should work. The school was submerged in darkness and endless silence. Kong Sei-chan told everyone to focus. The talented people of North Gangbuk were all busy, so this was the most they could gather. Haru asked Eunji if he was sleepy. He replied that he had chronic sleep deprivation. An executive asked if Hong Jo-won was coming. Kong Sei-chan had given him a mission. Kong Sei-chan said that anyway, there was someone he wanted to introduce to them. Kong Sei-chan told Cha-yoon to come in. he told everyone to welcome Chai-yoon, the new member of the team. Everyone gathered around him and asked numerous questions. Kong Se-chan was in a good mood. Everyone wanted to have a welcome party to celebrate the new member, but they had to ask for his opinion first. Someone called Kong Se-chan's name and he turned to look at that person. Hong Zhou had just sent someone to deliver a message. It was about Chai-yoon. He didn't understand why a bookworm was getting involved in this. Hong Zhou seemed a little worried. He always interfered in all sorts of things. Meanwhile, the reason Chai-yoon joined was simple. Kong Se-chan said Chai-yoon made a man like him excited, and everyone told him he was disgusting, too gay. They said he couldn't hide it even if he tried. Didn't anyone else suspect Chai-yoon? Yet Kong Se-chan put him in the group. Was it because he was dangerous and he wanted to keep him close anyway? Hong Zhou finished speaking. As Hong Zhou left, Kong Se-chan told him to tell Hong Zhou not to worry too much. Chai-yoon over here was surrounded by the group. He turned his head and looked that way. The gold card, clairvoyance, made all his senses sharp. He used the ability. Everyone asked Chai-yoon why he was spacing out. They were all talking about a welcome party. They wanted to introduce him to a few people after school and asked if that was okay. Chai-yoon apologized first, and the other person was surprised by his words. He said he had something to do in Gangdong, so it would be difficult. Someone from this side called Chai-yoon, and he looked up at that person. It was the person who had posted in the runaway chat room. A fat guy approached from a distance and said, Seo Hyuk asked Chai-yoon why he ran away. He answered that he was just bored. The other person agreed. He was the same. Then there's nothing more to say. The guy next to him said to go to their hideout. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched and sent flying to the ground. Everyone was surprised. What the hell, this guy? Everyone asked Chai-yoon what he was doing at the hideout. Why did he suddenly hit someone? The people on this side asked Seo Hyuk for help, but he stayed silent for a moment and then asked if the guy who started the fight was named Chai-yoon. You're a really interesting guy. When he said he needed Seo Hyuk's group, Seo Hyuk asked what he meant. He approached Chai-yoon. Chai-yoon called him trash. Big talk. The other guy got angry. What? Chai-yoon put on his gloves. Even if these guys disappear, no one will look for them, right? Seo Hyuk lit a cigarette and thought it was really funny. He asked Chai-yoon what he was doing. 3 missions appeared and the last 2 were hidden. The immediate mission was to take down 2 of Seo Hyuk's subordinates. As expected, 2 subordinates quickly rushed at Chai-yoon. It was instantaneous. When Chai-yoon dodged one guy's attack, he was extremely surprised. Chai-yoon very calmly returned a punch. The other guy said he was too arrogant and quickly attacked again. Without even a chance to counterattack, he was hit hard in the stomach by Chai-yoon and felt extreme pain. He spat blood and his eyes rolled back. The first mission, all of Seo Hyuk's subordinates were down while the second mission was updating. Seo Hyuk rushed to attack Chai-yoon. His second mission was to take him down. Chai-yoon's eyes widened. What is this monster? Seo Hyuk easily lifted him and tried to slam him down. He slammed Chai-yoon from top to bottom. He growled, You're Chai-yoon, right? How dare nobody like you act up? His face was lifted to the sky. Trash? He asked who had sent Chai-yoon. He raised his fist high. In the end, you have to die. The fist came down. Seo Hyuk put all his strength into his final blow against Chai-yoon. Suddenly he widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Seo Hyuk was flustered when Chai-yoon easily blocked his attack. He was sucking the opponent's strength. The 2 guys on either side had already had all their strength absorbed by the star-sucking great method. He received a reward. He was ready to receive a platinum card. As he completed the mission, Chai-yoon began to counterattack Seo Hyuk. He opened the platinum card. Chai-yoon asked the opponent if he was Seo Hyuk. He looks delicious. Chai-yoon's stats became much higher after absorbing life force with the star-sucking great method. Chai-yoon's stats became much higher after absorbing life force with the star-sucking great method. Mission complete. Seo Hyuk was beaten to a pulp. Chai-yoon asked what his name was. He was just delicious prey anyway. Seo Hyuk was cornered and spewed curses in anger. What the hell, you bastard, you were hiding your skills? He shouted. He cursed Chai-yoon, calling him a son of a bitch. He should have finished him right away. Now he was a dead man. Chai-yoon didn't care because his stats had increased. Is this the power of the bombing Shingang? Can it not absorb intelligence and Shingang? My body feels much lighter after absorbing just one person. If I absorbed more people, my stats would be much higher. Seo Hyuk attacked Chai-yoon, cursing him as a son of a bitch. I saw you take a step ahead. Seo Hyuk continued to attack Chai-yoon. You want to die that badly? Chai-yoon blocked the technique but said his strength was still not enough to withstand that punch. As he attacked Seo Hyuk again, he shouted. He felt like he was starting to get the hang of fighting, and what he had to do. Chai-yoon quickly attacked Seo Hyuk's face. His face was very calm and natural. Seo Hyuk couldn't understand this guy who was a weakling just a moment ago was now faster than him. It was strange. He couldn't catch Chai-yoon at all. Quickly, Seo Hyuk used all his strength to grab Chai-yoon's leg. Once he caught him, it was over. But while Seo Hyuk was plotting, a kick flew at his face. Chai-yoon attacked Seo Hyuk with a roundhouse kick. He frowned as he looked at the result. He declared it was over. Seo Hyuk was still standing and asked Chai-yoon what he was looking at. He grabbed his neck. I got you. You're finished now. He was very excited as he held Chai-yoon. Chai-yoon was silent. He just stared at the person in front of him without a word. At that moment, he was thinking about how to complete the star-sucking great method. The reward was a platinum card. A notification appeared on the system that he had completed the mission. Attack card Bajikwan. This platinum card allows the user to use Bajikwan. He placed his hand on Seo Hyuk's body. A single attack instantly hit his body. He attacked using Bajikwan in one blow. Seo Hyuk was sent flying far away. He fell to the floor with a loud thud. Second mission complete, one remaining mission is being updated. A notification appeared on the system that you have completed the mission. You have received a platinum card. Chai Yun ordered the card to be opened. The system opened the platinum card. General card, nullify, removes the target's disadvantageous state and can be used once a day. Chai Yun was silent as he looked at the platinum card in his hand. As he sighed, his opponent apologized to him. Seo Hyuk told Chai Yun to spare his life. He would do whatever he wanted. Chai Yun asked if he would really do anything he wanted. A mission appeared, deal with all the runaway members and become the leader. A new day began at school. One guy shook another. Did you hear the news? They say all the runaways are disappearing. The other guy asked if they were missing. He nodded. He said there was a runaway at school too and they couldn't contact him. Chai Yun was washing his hands nearby and heard them asking who was kidnapping them. They wondered what the police were doing. They said they had started an investigation. They would find the culprit soon. But would they be able to find him? Chai Yun quietly thought about what the two guys were saying. The other guy asked this guy what he thought. Chai Yun, one guy came over and washed his hands next to Chai Yun. He said the runaways were disappearing. This person asked if he had any clues. Chai Yun didn't understand what Hong Zhawang was talking about. What did their disappearance have to do with him? Hong Zhawang said he saw Chai Yun with the runaways yesterday, but those runaways were the ones who had recently gone missing. Approached Chai Yun and asked what his real identity was. Chai Yun called Hong Zhawang's name. He said he was really annoying and interfered in everything. He used a card. A command to use a card appeared in the system. 3 other people appeared and asked Chai Yun what he was going to do. They said whispering in the bathroom was very suspicious. Kong Se-chan asked the two what was going on with the runaways. Chai Yun said it was nothing. The stat difference between the two was still quite large. An old building appeared in the dark night. Hong Zhawang sat quietly in a corner of a chair. He concluded that Chai Yun was very suspicious. What was he trying to do to me in the bathroom? Then he glanced up and saw something appear. He saw Chai Yun trying to go somewhere. He wondered where he was going and why he was here. This was a gathering place for runaways. He must be related to the runaways. Hong Zhawang decided to tail this person. He didn't know this would lead to very serious consequences. Over here, Seo Hyuk saw Chai Yun and politely called out, "Sir, Chai Yun Nim, everything is ready." Chai Yun asked Seo Hyuk if he had gathered them as he had said, as Chai Yun had instructed. He kidnapped runaway teenagers without families, children whom no one would look for even if they disappeared. When Chai Yun told him to leave, Heo Weijie immediately obeyed and went outside. One guy was tied up and Chai Yun approached him. He stared at the guy with meaningful eyes. Soon he placed his hand on the guy's head and used bombing Shingang. The guy felt his life force gradually draining, his face aging and his lips drying out. Outside, Hong Zhawang was watching Chai Yun. What on earth is that? He couldn't possibly understand what was happening. Hong Zhawang's face was full of surprise. Chai Yun asked Hong Zhawang, "Do you understand now? The previous method had a very high risk of being discovered by the police, and no matter how much I hid it, it left traces. But now it's different. Thanks to this card, the weakness has been completely compensated for." Cloud clone. Behind Hong Zhawang, there was a small cloud. Now Chai Yun would use the cloud clone to replicate him. After using bombing Shingang, he would replicate him. And in this world, a replica of Hong Zhawang would appear. But he wouldn't be Kong Se-chan's subordinate. He would be Chai Yun's subordinate. Chai Yun called Hong Zhawang. He would become Chai Yun's subordinate. Chai Yun would start with Hong Zhawang. A subquest appeared on the system screen. Make Hong Zhawang Chai Yun's subordinate. Successfully use Cloud Clone and successfully use the large-scale absorption technique. When Chai Yun called the Cloud Clone, it appeared above Hong Zhawang's head. Hong Zhawang was startled. What on earth is this? What in the world is happening? The cloud enveloped Hong Zhawang, preventing him from escaping. Chai Yun's eyes darkened. Hong Zhawang screamed and struggled to break free from the bothersome cloud. A system appeared. You have successfully replicated Hong Zhawang. Hong Zhawang's eyes widened. What have you done to me? It's over now. Chai Yun pondered. While he was thinking, the opponent's fist flew towards him. Hong Zhawang punched Chai Yun, aiming to wipe away his arrogant demeanor. His eyes were full of rage. What on earth are you? Hong Zhawang asked. Who exactly are you? He asked more harshly. Chai Yun felt something was strange. Something was wrong. He quickly took another punch from Hong Zhawang's fist and he didn't know what it was, but if Chai Yun didn't do something, he would lose. Chai Yun thought to himself once again. Chai Yun threw a kick, but Hong Zhawang dodged it. Unfortunately, it missed. Hong Zhawang immediately attacked, and he took the hit squarely. Chai Yun didn't know what to do. Should he keep fighting? Chai Yun felt the opponent was very dangerous, seeing the glare from behind him. Chai Yun asked Hong Zhawang if he had always been this strong. Chai Yun felt that he wasn't an opponent who could be defeated just by absorbing life force like the previous people. Hong Zhawang remembered Chai Yun calling him a monster back then. Hong Zhawang quickly fled. He thought he had to escape first, but suddenly, something stopped him. Heo Weijie quickly attacked Hong Zhawang. No one but Chai Yun can escape, Heo Weijie said quickly. Hong Zhawang punched Heo Weijie square in the mouth. You trash, Hong Zhawang spat out. What do I have to be afraid of? How dare you ambush me? Hong Zhawang hit the guy's back once more. His rage at a subordinate had reached its peak. You're finished. Before he could even begin his attack, the opponent attacked Hong Zhawang. With one blow from Chai Yun, he was sent flying. Hong Zhawang flew straight into the wall in pain and his body was in tatters. His arm dropped powerlessly and Hong Zhawang coughed up blood. What on earth is this? He still didn't understand. As Chai Yun approached, he called Chai Yun's name. asking what had just defeated him. Chai-yun called Hong Zhawang's name and placed his hand on his face. You should have minded your own business. Hong Zhawang screamed, save me, but now he couldn't even open his mouth. Chai-yun said bluntly, I never liked you. Just then, amid Hong Zhawang's cries for help, a call came to Kong Se-chan. Hong Zhawang's eyes widened. Please save me, save me. Kong Se-chan asked Hong Zhawang why he wasn't answering his phone. As morning came, the school returned to its usual state. Everyone wondered what had happened to Hong Zhawang. He wasn't the type to ignore calls. Se-chan was genuinely concerned about Hong Zhawang. This was because he had followed him since middle school. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes, and Se-chan's eyes widened as he saw Hong Zhawang. As soon as he saw this familiar figure, he quickly called out, Why didn't you answer your phone yesterday? Se-chan asked. Do you know how worried I was? Se-chan realized something was different. What's wrong? Is something happening? When Hong Zhawang didn't answer, he kept asking. Song Haru also felt something was different. Daniel did too. Hong Zhawang apologized, which surprised Se-chan. Hong Zhawang said that he had fallen asleep early yesterday and hadn't known about the call. Soon he walked past Se-chan, saying there was no need to worry and nothing was wrong. Daniel asked why this person was acting like this. Something is strange. His tone is stiff. Is he angry with them? He seems like a completely different person. From this side, footsteps gradually appeared. Chai-yun was standing there observing the situation and someone came running. He frantically looked for Se-chan and said that 2 people from East Gangbuk had launched an attack. Se-chan's expression became serious. How many people? Is it Jang Zhonglun again? The person shook his head. Jang Zhonglun is a sub-leader. That is Han Jae-ha's army. This time they've made a large-scale plan and it seems they're truly serious this time. Chai-yun said he would go. Se-chan nodded. They needed all the members they could mobilize. He would gather the remaining people and catch up with Chai-yun. He also said that Hong Zhawang would go with Chai-yun, so there was no need to worry too much. On this side they were confronting Jang Zhonglun. He asked if Se-chan had sent Chai-yun first. They judged for themselves that the situation was not good. Han Jae-ha's army was right in front of them. Chai-yun had already heard roughly, so the conversation would be easier. Han Jae-ha said this area was under his jurisdiction. He hoped for cooperation from now on. Chai-yun thought he wouldn't agree. At that time he was confronting Hong Zhawang, and Hong Zhawang was lying on the floor. He absorbed this person's life force with ruthless eyes. At that time Chai-yun obtained the subordinate card Tyrant. From now on you must obey my orders, Chai-yun said. The opponent asked what nonsense Chai-yun was talking about. The Tyrant card was exerting its power. Han Jae-ha's eyes widened and he felt something was strange. Yes, Tyrant was successfully used. On this side, someone said, Han Jae-ha is approaching. Chai-yun's eyes widened. Han Jae-ha had arrived. Everyone follow me. He had to meet him with his newly formed army. An old building appeared. This must be Zhou Taeho's group's meeting place. What is this? I came here expecting a bloody battle, this person said. Do you really think you can stop them with just this many people? This place is easy, Han Jae-ha said with a laugh. Chai-yun said he wanted to talk to the opponent. Han Jae-ha asked who this person was. He seems like North Gangbuk's new leader. I've never seen him before. He approached to see what he wanted to say. He asked Chai-yun what he wanted to say. Chai-yun was silent, then called his name. These guys want to betray North Gangbuk and join East Gangbuk. These guys want to betray North Gangbuk and join East Gangbuk. Han Jae-ha asked, what's your name? The person said his name was Chai-yun. Why are you betraying North Gangbuk? Chai-yun said only East Gangbuk was qualified to unify Gangbuk. Han Jae-ha felt something was strange. There's this kind of person in North Gangbuk. Why does he want to give up? Is there some conflict with Kong Se-chan, or does he truly think North Gangbuk can unify Gangbuk? If there's such a traitor, that's good too. If I plant him as a spy, everything will be much easier. But Han Jae-ha felt something was wrong. This guy gave him a dangerous feeling. He called Jang Zhonglun. That person also agreed. Han Jae-ha asked Chai-yun if he had decided. Han Jae-ha quickly kicked him, saying he was sorry. I've decided, Han Jae-ha said. Chai-yun fell backward, having been rejected. He found the opponent so repulsive that he didn't even want to shake his hand. But you're right, East Gangbuk will unify Gangbuk, but you won't be a part of it, it's your own doing. Chai-yun stood up and the opponent was surprised that he could stand and even walk. Chai-yun used Taekwondo. The spinning kick made the opponent's eyes widen. This guy's quite capable. Where did he learn this martial art? But it's strange. Why does he feel that this guy is weak? After roughly observing the opponent's attacks, he understood. Chai-yun had no real combat experience. In that case, Han Jae-ha smiled. He kicked Chai-yun in the stomach. He was certain Chai-yun wouldn't be able to fight him. Everyone said to attack. The long-haired man said, wipe out the North Gangbuk bastards, there are so many of them. The bespectacled man said, surely this isn't the end? A person flew in and flipped the guy with one blow. Kong Se-chan arrived. Everyone give up, it's over in one blow. Kong Se-chan had arrived. The throne belongs to Kong Se-chan. The long-haired man's eyes widened. North Gangbuk's leader has arrived. Everyone focused on Se-chan. Catch him, he's alone. Kong Se-chan punched the man in the blue clothes. His movements were too fast to follow. He kicked the opponent, saying noisy. A foolish guy flew in shouting at Kong Se-chan to die. Kong Se-chan kicked the guy once, telling him to die. Quickly, he received another attack from another guy. We meet again. Kong Se-chan glared at Jang Zhonglun and smiled. He also glared back with burning eyes. Jang Zhonglun asked if he dared to come alone. Se-chan nodded. I came to meet you, Se-chan said. The long-haired man attacked simultaneously. Se-chan wouldn't be able to do anything alone. Se-chan immediately hit him. Sorry, but unifying Gangbuk is my business, so it doesn't concern you. Jang Zhonglun was surprised. Unifying Gangbuk, Se-chan nodded. I can't let Gangbuk fall into the hands of guys like you who only know how to run entertainment establishments. Do you think you'll be okay? Se-chan asked. The other two asked him what he was talking about. Big trouble. North Gangbuk is invading. This group fell into a panic. This person said it was Daniel. Daniel has allied with Kong Se-chan and is attacking the East Gangbuk base. Damn it, how did he persuade Kong Se-chan? What should we do? Everyone looked at Han Jae-ha, waiting for him to provide an answer. This guy calmly smoked a cigarette and told them to retreat. The other two asked if that would be okay. If we fight a bit longer we could deal with Kong Se-chan. Han Jae-ha thought they would lose this area too. First let's retreat and deal with South Gangbuk. Han Jae-ha's biggest mistake was leaving South Gangbuk alone. Let's go. Han Jae-ha's group quickly left the arena. Kong Se-chan asked if everyone was okay. East Gangbuk had retreated. His eyes gradually became calm as he looked at the scene before him. Cha-yun and everyone else were silent as statues. What on earth is this? Since when had Cha-yun been standing there? What had happened in such a short time? Cha-yun glared at Se-chan with blood on his lips, and then Cha-yun quietly returned to the gym. On this side, Cha-yun was training with Han Jae-wang. He felt that Han Jae-ha was a very strong enemy. He was very strong. Now he knew more. He lacked real combat experience. The combat experience gained from the Cloud Clone was limited. So where should he gain combat experience? How could he gain it in a short time? Mission: training with Cloud Clone. Mission complete. Cha-yun gasped and said, "Open card." The card opened immediately. One general card and one activation card opened. Cha-yun's eyes widened as he received it. What is this? What is this card? Challenge card. Wishes to meet you. He is using the welcome card. Cha-yun's eyes widened further in surprise. Han Jae-wang's expression became even gloomier, and his gaze intensified. Confronting this person truly gave Cha-yun more insight. Nice to meet you. I finally met you, the person said. I am the challenge card. If you have any questions, ask anything. Cha-yun said he had a question. The challenge card, seeing that Cha-yun wasn't flustered, took him seriously. Nice to meet you. You're Cha-yun, aren't you? A voice echoed. Cha-yun heard the person's voice and asked him if he had given him the missions. The person nodded. He asked why he had been chosen. The person replied, because of the final mission. Cha-yun asked if anyone else besides him had received missions. The person said there currently weren't any. That meant there might be in the future. Is it true that these missions are generated based on Cha-yun's actions? The person nodded. He asked what this person's purpose was. The person said it was because of the final mission. He felt that this person was wary of him. He told this person that he was different from what he said. He said he would answer questions, but he was wary. This wasn't an ordinary conversation. This time he wanted him to tell the truth. Only then could he cooperate with him. The question was what the final mission was. The person said, "Isn't it right to be wary? Didn't you become a player by trusting me? Or is there another reason you became a player? Isn't there still not enough trust between us?" Cha-yun was curious. What trust? It seemed like he was testing him. The person nodded. That's right, unify the Gangbuk area, the person said. Unifying Gangbuk is the foundation of everything. If you unify Gangbuk, that person will tell you the final mission. Cha-yun agreed. Good, he said, meaning he would unify Gangbuk for him. The person said he would wait and see how Cha-yun would unify Gangbuk. Cha-yun's eyes darkened further. Hearing Cha-yun being called, everyone asked if he was okay. He asked where he was. Everyone said he had fallen asleep sitting there. They said he had worked really hard. Cha-yun realized that using the challenge card put him in a sleeping state. He got up and told everyone not to worry about him. Everyone nodded. Cha-yun walked away thinking, unify Gangbuk, is it? He started to become curious about the final mission. Se-chan's eyes widened. What, you want to borrow troops? Cha-yun? Cha-yun thought that to unify Gangbuk he needed to be the commander. Under Kong Se-chan's command he didn't know when it would end. He asked Kong Se-chan how long he would keep postponing the unification of Gangbuk. Now is the perfect opportunity to expand our influence. Will Se-chan fall behind and let East Gangbuk and South Gangbuk seize this opportunity? Se-chan thought he wasn't wrong, but there was one thing he was curious about. Why have you suddenly become interested in unifying Gangbuk? Cha-yun replied that it seemed interesting. Another person asked, what? Daniel said Cha-yun's opinion wasn't bad and that they couldn't keep postponing their expansion. He suggested they give Cha-yun troops and act together. Se-chan stood up. If even Daniel said that, he would share his troops with Cha-yun, but I'm curious. What do you plan to do with those troops? Cha-yun began to speak. I will go to West Gangbuk. I need to break free from Kong Se-chan to have an opportunity for growth, because under his surveillance I can't do anything. Kong Se-chan told Cha-yun to go. Everyone frantically jumped into the fight and the scene was a chaotic mess. They exploited each other's weaknesses and relentlessly struck each other's faces. A quest appeared, conquer West Gangbuk. Cha-yun was satisfied. Well done. Han Jae-wang said that since Go Ha-jun wasn't interested in unifying Gangbuk, they could easily expand their territory. Furthermore, this would help them gain combat experience. But Han Jae-wang was curious about one thing. Who is that man, the masked man? He was sweeping through West Gangbuk alone. I've never seen anyone so strong anyway. Cha-yun intended to stop at an appropriate point and withdraw, right? If he kept going, Cha-yun saw the quest update. Conquer West Gangbuk, fight and defeat Go Ha-jun. Cha-yun said no. Han Jae-wang was surprised. You're going to take down Go Ha-jun? Han Jae-wang doubted his ears. That's impossible. Go Ha-jun is incredibly strong. There's a reason he defends West Gangbuk alone. Even for Cha-yun, Go Ha-jun won't be an easy opponent. Suddenly Han Jae-wang felt something approaching. Footsteps echoed from a distance. Damn it, it's here. The savior of West Gangbuk has arrived, their group rejoiced. Gohajun's son Banim has come. Gohajun's son Banim is moving to unify Gangbuk, Gohajun said. Don't misunderstand, I clearly stated this before. I'm not interested in unifying Gangbuk. I told Kong Se-chan that too. Hong Zhawang quickly rushed forward and embraced Gohajun. He shouted for Chai-yun to run quickly. Suddenly he felt something. Gohajun twisted his arm and said trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohajun punched Hong Zhawang squarely in the face. Hong Zhawang collapsed to the ground. Hey friend, Hong Zhawang, how dare you invade this place? Then you'll have to pay the price for your invasion, won't you? Gohajun asked the other man. What's your name? You're not my opponent. While Gohajun's opponent was bewildered, the masked man charged at Gohajun. What? This guy is completely different from that other fellow. Everyone was astonished. He's overwhelming, Gohajun. Who on earth is that masked man? Chai-yun watched the tide of battle with dark eyes. Kong Se-chan said, if Chai-yun insists and there's nothing I can do, I'll share my troops with you, but I'm curious what you'll do with them. Chai-yun said he would go to West Gangbuk. Before that, Chai-yun asked Daniel to step out for a moment. He went outside with an indifferent expression, but Se-chan didn't understand why Chai-yun had sent Daniel out. Does he only have something to discuss with me? Chai-yun activated Cloud Clone to create a clone cloud of Kong Se-chan. This guy's skills currently match Kong Se-chan's. Chai-yun watched the situation with a solemn expression. If it were Kong Se-chan, he would be able to complete all missions easily, Hajun asked. Who is that masked guy? I've never heard of anyone like him. Go fight. Today I'll get my hands on a MasterCard. Chai-yun said. The masked man punched Gohajun in the face. His punch was extremely powerful. He must have received martial arts training from Chai-yun. But which school? Gohajun thought. What is it? Muay Thai. This attack is incredibly powerful. He's a really tough opponent. If I give him space, I'll be at a disadvantage. I need to close in and attack. Before Gohajun could even regain his composure, a close-range attack came, and he almost took an elbow hit if he had been a moment slower. Damn it, I dodged that, but I still got hit by the masked man's attack. To think he'd use an elbow when I closed in. Unbelievable. Everyone was surprised to see Gohajun getting hit. Who on earth is that guy? He's not only dangerous but also very smart. Close quarters combat is the only way, but if I get close he'll attack with elbows, and if I keep my distance kicks will fly. Looking at the masked man, Gohajun had only one option left. I need to bind this masked man's legs to keep my distance and prevent him from using elbows, and while maintaining a safe distance I will attack with all my strength. The masked man was knocked backward. This is the end. As Gohajun threw a punch at his face, he suddenly took a direct hit to the cheek. Chai-yun, you coward. 2-on-1. Gohajun fell backward and rolled several times. The clone is being pushed back. I can't believe it. Even with stats like Se-chan's, he lacks real combat experience. It doesn't matter. My mission is to take down Gohajun. As long as I win, the method doesn't matter. The previous attack must have dealt serious damage to Gohajun, so it's only a matter of time before he falls. At this moment, someone called Chai-yun. Kong Se-chan told him to retreat. Chai-yun asked why. Kong Se-chan said their main force was being pushed back and needed support. All the West Gangbuk members shouted to get up and gather. They surrounded Hajun, risking their lives to protect him. A mission window appeared. You have completed the mission. West Gangbuk conquest complete. Someone on their side told Chai-yun. We'll be at a disadvantage. West Gangbuk's reinforcements will arrive soon too. Chai-yun saw that the mission was complete and judged that Gohajun could no longer fight. Did the mission completion conditions not require me to defeat him? Chai-yun told everyone to retreat. It felt as if the system was deliberately making everything easy. Meanwhile, the house was immersed in silence. Chai-yun sat quietly in a chair. He fought Gohajun again. He realized that stats weren't everything in a fight. What he needed wasn't cards or skills but experience. But what on earth is this card? This platinum card. What is its purpose? It can open an alternate dimension training ground. Chai-yun used the alternate dimension training ground card. In an instant, the scenery around Chai-yun changed. Welcome to the alternate dimension training ground. To the training ground, the system said. Time here flows slower than in the real world. You can do anything you wish. Chai-yun thought this place was like a study room. Disappointing, especially the master card. Wait a minute. Chai-yun reread the system prompt. You can do anything you wish? When Chai-yun summoned a cloud clone, a clone appeared. Did you call? Chai-yun thought he should test this. He asked the cloud clone, you're familiar with this place, aren't you? The clone replied that it was because it was almost identical to where it had been. Chai-yun said he would train here. The clone asked if he meant training. A mission was generated. Train with the cloud clone. Chai-yun said he needed half a year. He would gain combat experience here for half a year. The system started the mission. If you want to help me, you must use this opportunity to become stronger. The next morning, the school was as it usually was. Kong Se-chan looked out from inside the classroom. Someone ran in from outside. Son Banim? Haru asked him what he was doing. Se-chan said he was just thinking for a moment. Haru asked, thinking about what? Have you decided what to eat for lunch? Se-chan thought, I'm not Haru, so why is she always focused on food? What happened to the favor I asked today? Chai-yun didn't come to school. Haru felt it was strange. Why is Se-chan so concerned about him? Se-chan said it wasn't concern in a good way but worry. Haru was startled. Worry. Se-chan urged Haru to listen carefully to Daniel if anything happened to him. Haru didn't understand what he meant by if anything happened to him. Why are you suddenly saying such things? Someone outside said. We've received news that Chai-yun is coming. Everyone whispered. Why didn't he come to school all this time? But he really looks different. Is his hair that long? He seems taller and his aura is more mature. Long time no see. Chai-Yun had fought the clone in the training ground for half a year, but only 1 month had passed in the real world. Everyone felt that Chai-Yun seemed to have gained muscle. Probably used drugs. He arrived at the classroom door. "It's time." Haru asked Se-chan what was wrong, if he was sick. Chai-Yun entered. "It's time to begin everything." He called Kong Se-chan's name. Haru told Se-chan that he should answer when someone asked him a question. Chai-Yun said he wanted to talk to Se-chan alone. Se-chan nodded and asked Haru if she could step out for a moment. Haru nodded and quietly went outside. She couldn't understand. Why is Se-chan acting like that? What on earth happened? Only Se-chan and Chai-Yun remained in the room. "Long time no see. Chai-Yun, you seem to have changed a lot. Did anything important happen while you were away?" Chai-Yun told Se-chan that he didn't like his gaze. He had eyes that believed he could do anything and that he always would. Se-chan didn't understand what he meant. Chai-Yun recalled his time in the training ground. A standard card, Taming Chains, appeared. Taming Chains. Today he would swallow Kong Se-chan. One night Kong Se-chan said, "I think something bad is going to happen to me." "Why are you suddenly saying such a thing, something bad?" He just said he had a feeling. "What a strange fellow." Se-chan continued, "If anything happens to me, suspect Chai-Yun." Daniel was puzzled. "What are you talking about? Chai-Yun isn't the kind of guy who would do something like that, is he?" Se-chan continued, "It's a long story, and you wouldn't believe me even if I told you." He asked Chai-Yun for one more promise. If anything happened to Se-chan, he asked him to take care of Haru. He believed Daniel could protect Haru. Returning to the present, Chai-Yun activated the chains of brainwashing skill. Se-chan mistook it for a hair tie, thus the chains of brainwashing skill failed. A message appeared on the system. "The intelligence of the surrounding target is higher than yours." Daniel entered and asked, "What are you doing, you two, secretly like this? I hope I didn't interrupt your private time." Chai-Yun said no. "Crazy bastard." Se-chan explained that Chai-Yun had something to say. Then Daniel really did interrupt. Daniel said he came to talk about Han Jae-ha, but since it was almost over he would come back later. Chai-Yun suggested to Se-chan that they set up a meeting somewhere else and he would decide the place and time and let him know. He specifically urged Se-chan to come alone. A group of 5 were talking, waiting for someone. "To call someone out in the middle of the night, what are you trying to do? Who is this person you want to introduce? Wait, they're almost here." That very day was when Kong Se-chan first met Chai-Yun. Chai-Yun used chains of brainwashing. As chains of brainwashing successfully activated, the group of 5 strongest members pledged loyalty to Chai-Yun. What was the reason? No one knew, it just happened naturally. Chai-Yun was waiting for Kong Se-chan. Kong Se-chan came alone. He also wanted to meet Chai-Yun alone. He asked the reason. "Chai-Yun, who exactly are you? Are you going to pretend you don't know even now? What on earth are you up to?" Chai-Yun smiled and said, "It would be fun to tell you." He had gained power. A massive power that could overturn this world. He hadn't expected such power to come to him. Thanks to it, everything became much more interesting. Think about it, Se-chan. Haven't you noticed that the group members have been changing lately? It's all thanks to this power. With just one touch, Chai-Yun could control the minds of his opponents except for Daniel. His subordinates were already in Chai-Yun's grasp, and next was Kong Se-chan. This immense power desired him. It would swallow him and become even stronger. Se-chan, Chai-Yun, answer me one thing. If I win, can I stop you? I don't know what power you possess, but I can't leave things as they are. My instincts told me so. After speaking, Se-chan launched a kick at Chai-Yun, but he blocked it. That weakling from before. Chai-Yun said he would give Se-chan a glimmer of hope. He attacked very quickly, because it would be more interesting that way. If Se-chan won, Chai-Yun would lose his power. Se-chan was surprised. Chai-Yun is giving me hope, he will regret it. Se-chan attacked relentlessly. This much should be enough to win. The more disadvantaged he was, the more Se-chan burned with fighting spirit. First, I'll land a kick on Chai-Yun, but he blocked it. Chai-Yun said it was truly surprising, because Se-chan was too weak. The outcome was already decided. Stronger when disadvantaged, Chai-Yun unleashed the techniques he had honed in the alternate dimension training ground. Then I'll ask, when will you burn? He had thrown tens of thousands of punches, tens of thousands of kicks. Se-chan was no match for Chai-Yun. Chai-Yun said that Hong Zhou-Wang was still looking for Se-chan even before he died. Don't worry, Se-chan's end will be different from Hong Zhou-Wang's. Unbelievable. Se-chan could do nothing. Chai-Yun said it would only begin after he swallowed him. Se-chan would probably be swallowed like this. Next is Daniel. He'll be quite bothersome, come to think of it. Se-chan's group had 3 members, didn't they? I'll have to deal with the last one too, Se-chan thought. No, that person Haru was everything to him. Farewell, Kong Se-chan. After speaking, Chai-Yun used the star-sucking great method. It was activated. He tried to drain all of Se-chan's power, but no, Kong Se-chan's potential began to explode. What was that notification? Power suddenly surged from somewhere. Potential exploded? Is there a system Chai-Yun doesn't know about? What on earth is happening? Se-chan asked Chai-Yun. Who permitted a nobody like you to swallow me? Kong Se-chan awakened due to the potential awakening effect. Kong Se-chan's stamina was restored. Along with his awakening, Kong Se-chan obtained a special attack card. Se-chan resolved that no one would dare touch his friends. Even if my body is broken, I will drag Chai-Yun down. The power to protect my precious ones, that is my great power. Daniel was looking for Se-chan. Why isn't this bastard answering his phone? I need to find him. Returning to the battlefield, Chai-Yun said, truly interesting. Awakening, to think such a system existed. He understood why that potential existed. Rising up to protect, what an incomprehensible thing to say, but Chai-Yun never knew what Se-chan wanted to protect. Why was he able to rise up? Because Cha-Yun had never watched over anyone. Se-chan became stronger in every aspect, strength, speed and endurance. At this rate, Cha-Yun would lose. But then the mission would fail. I need to think of a way. There must be a way to defeat Kong Se-chan. Se-chan said, Cha-Yun, if I beat you I can stop you, right? What are you going to do? He thought he wouldn't lose. Cha-Yun said, don't get cocky. He used Bajikwan but Se-chan dodged it. Se-chan said, you seem quite anxious. He could feel everything, even his breathing in this atmosphere. Cha-Yun, you know well that you're going to lose. Give up. The fight is already over. Se-chan punched him in the jaw. Don't let your guard down. This opponent is a monster. I have to go all out before executing it. Se-chan continued to throw powerful punches. He hoped Cha-Yun would stop his plan here. As long as he was here, Cha-Yun wouldn't be able to do anything. Cha-Yun fell. He thought to himself, am I losing like this? Is everything ending like this? This is the last time. I'll grab Cha-Yun and we'll fall together. He opened Se-chan's exclusive special attack skill. Kong Se-chan's exclusive attack skill card, Dongguijin. Using Dongguijin, Se-chan landed a knockout punch on Cha-Yun. System warning, if you are defeated by Se-chan the main quest will fail. Upon failure, all rewards will be repossessed and the mission will never appear again. Cha-Yun's body didn't move. He couldn't get up. Se-chan said, you lost because you have nothing to protect. Did Cha-Yun really lose? The mission was also over. I can't go back. There's no turning back. System notification. Cha-Yun's potential has begun to explode. Potential has reached its maximum. Cha-Yun has awakened, finally found it. Now it's going to get interesting, but it ends like this. No matter how much he destroyed himself, Cha-Yun couldn't give up the mission. Cha-Yun's exclusive attack skill card, Berserker. Cha-Yun used Berserker and punched Se-chan in the face. He shouted, fall, just fall, please just fall. And he continued to use Berserker combo 2, 3, 4. Se-chan fell onto Cha-Yun's body and said, don't think you won, nothing is over yet. Someone will stop the demon within you. Cha-Yun said to Se-chan, no one can stop me, and he threw a punch that Se-chan couldn't counter. Main quest, defeat Kong Se-chan and win. Reward, 1 diamond card. Daniel thought he had just heard Se-chan's voice. Cha-Yun used the star-sucking great method to begin absorbing Se-chan's life force. When his life force was almost depleted, the star-sucking great method ended. That day I clearly saw it. Kong Se-chan having his life force sucked by Cha-Yun. Se-chan became like that before my eyes and I just trembled in fear, unable to do anything but watch. The next day, rumors spread that Kong Se-chan had been in an accident and was in a coma, unable to wake up. Is this true? If it's true, why? What happened? No one knows for sure, but the reason has not yet been revealed. Then what about Gangbuk? Is that important when someone's in a coma? Then Daniel will be our leader? No, I heard Cha-Yun will be the leader. Becoming the leader all of a sudden. All the members unanimously chose him. From now on, North Gangbuk belongs to Cha-Yun. Cha-Yun's era has come, and Cha-Yun slowly walked to the rooftop. He approached the edge and threw himself down. He thought to himself, Kim So-hoon, you won. What a pity. I could have done so much more. It would have been more interesting. Everyone was horrified. What? Isn't that Cha-Yun? He fell from the rooftop. Call an ambulance. Check his condition. What do we do? He's not breathing. Kim So-hoon was standing there. He was surprised as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Suddenly a main quest was generated. Kim So-hoon stood before Cha-Yun's memorial portrait. He thought Cha-Yun was dead. He had committed countless sins, but he never expected everything to end so futilely. Am I supposed to be here? Everyone was puzzled. Kim So-hoon, you were here first. Kong Se-chan and the others arrived. So-hoon thought they wouldn't come. It couldn't have been easy to come all this way, but they came in the end. He was an evil person, but with someone dead his feelings were complicated. It was truly awkward. Se-chan didn't want Cha-Yun to die. Haru's mind was in turmoil and Daniel still couldn't believe Cha-Yun was dead. In the end, Cha-Yun left like this. So-hoon asked Se-chan to handle the funeral. He said he would get some fresh air and think for a while. As soon as Cha-Yun died, a new mission appeared. Use the welcome card. Is this all I need to do? So-hoon thought to himself, it's peaceful. Without war, everything is truly peaceful. I hope it continues like this in the future. But a problem arose. Because it was peaceful, the mission didn't appear. So-hoon had to find a way to get the welcome card. What should I do? The welcome card wasn't even visible in the card shop. Should I ask the card master for a card? What if I don't get the card and just waste the cost? Obtaining specific cards was truly difficult. Baek Chai-rin asked Kim So-hoon why he was sitting there blankly. He said, long time no see, but we just saw each other yesterday. But why does it feel like such a long time? Chai-rin asked So-hoon what he was thinking about so blankly. Is it because of Cha-Yun or something else? So-hoon said, that and many other things too. Chai-rin encouraged him. Cheer up, it doesn't look good if you stay like that. So-hoon thanked her. To think Chai-rin would worry about me. As Chai-rin said, I need to cheer up. I can't let the people around me worry. Chai-rin was a little curious. There's a rumor that you unified the Gangbuk area. Is that true? So-hoon said, pretty much. Then you won't be busy anymore? No particularly busy tasks. Unless an unexpected situation arises, Chai-rin said shyly. Then do you want to have dinner this weekend? So-hoon answered innocently. We can eat dinner at the cafeteria too. He didn't understand Chai-rin's intention at all. Anyway, Chai-rin decided to set the time and place. Back home he told Kim Ga-yeon about it. She asked, isn't she going to confess? You and that Unnie have known each other for quite a while. Haven't you ever talked about this kind of thing? So-hoon was puzzled. What kind of talk are you referring to? Ga-yeon said. I mean, aren't you two seeing each other? To me, you two aren't just friends. It seems like she wants to define the relationship this time. Usually the guy brings this up first. Maybe So-hoon Oppa was too busy to do it. But I really don't get it. What does she see in this guy to like him? I can't see a single good thing about him, even if I look at it in reverse, Sohoon asked. Then what should I do now? Then you should go have dinner this weekend. But before that, Ga-yeon asked him what he thought of Chai-rin Unni, meaning how he saw Chai-rin. He said, she's a bit strong but very cute, pretty and fun to be with. Then it's love. What else do you need? Sohoon fell into thought. Is Chai-rin going to confess to me? If I accept, what will happen to us? Will I get a girlfriend? Chai-rin becoming my girlfriend. Finally, the weekend arrived. Chai-rin was waiting for Sohoon. She was so pretty that everyone stared. Chai-rin thought, why isn't Kim Sohoon here yet? Did he realize something? He just didn't show up and ghosted me. I look so pretty today, what do I do now? Someone called Baek Chai-rin's name. I'm late. Sohoon was late because he was choosing clothes. If I had known this, I would have shopped earlier. She must be waiting for me. Gasp, what? Someone suddenly attacked Sohoon. Sohoon sent him flying. Remnants of Gangbuk High School, did they come to avenge Chae-yoon? You guys should have been out of control. It was also strange that they covered their faces. If they're remnants of Gangbuk High School, why cover their faces? The reason to cover their faces must be to hide their identities, right? Then that means those are faces, so he knows. Indeed, you're quick-witted, but it's useless. Today will be your last day. A strange man took Chai-rin away. He told Chai-rin that he would let her meet Sohoon. Chai-rin followed but felt something was strange. She asked, where are we going? Didn't you say you were taking me to Kim Sohoon? Where is he? Why isn't he answering his phone? What is Kim Sohoon doing now? Is he preparing an event or something? A group of masked figures appeared. Chai-rin asked, who are you? They said, speak politely. This person is an indispensable figure in the plan. After dealing with the group, Sohoon asked, what on earth is going on? Who suddenly attacked me? Let me see your face. This face is. Sohoon was puzzled. How did you know to come here? It was young Soha. Going back a few days, Ga-yeon said, this weekend, Sowoon Oppa and Chai-rin Unni are meeting. She said, Soha, I thought you should know too. Soha thanked her. Ga-yeon said, I think Chai-rin Unni is going to confess to Sowoon Oppa. Soha was surprised. A confession. Since Kim Sohoon had asked Ga-yeon for advice, she also wanted to gauge Sohoon's feelings. She thought Oppa would accept Chai-rin Unni's confession. Soha said, understood, and then she suddenly fell silent. Soha's mind was complicated. They're meeting this weekend and they might define their relationship. Since when did they get so close? If they start dating, what will happen to me? What should I do? What am I anyway? What happened? How did things turn out like this? Tears streamed down. Soha said, I liked him first. Or maybe I didn't make it obvious enough. She liked Soyeon very much, but she didn't show it. If Soha had expressed that she liked him, this wouldn't have happened. Perhaps he might have understood Soha's feelings. If she had expressed it outwardly, she would have let Soyeon know that she liked him more than Baek Chai-rin. Oppa kept knocking on the door, worried something might be wrong with Soha. When he entered, he heard sobbing. Is my sister crying? Soha decided to let Soyeon know how much she liked him. Scene change. A group was gathered. Everyone was assembled. Everyone here was loyal to Kong Sok Sunbae. It was Kong Sok, West Gangbuk's number 5. He said, good work, everyone. Someone spoke up. He had something he wanted to ask. Kong Sok, are you really going to betray Sohoon? Kong Sok said, I will betray Kim Sohoon. Now that Gangbuk is unified, Kim Sohoon is letting his guard down. It's a good opportunity. If you want to strike at his weakness, Kong Sok will revive South Gangbuk. He will restart his business. He will be king again. Everyone swore to follow Kong Sok, but there was one problem. Kim Sohoon had many loyal subordinates. Is there a way to ignore them and focus? I will open the way for you. Suddenly a voice was heard. It was Soha, the tteokbokki shop part-timer. Kong Sok asked why she wanted to help him when she liked Kim Sohoon. I do like him, but Soha has to stop them. Who are they? Sohoon and Baek Chai-rin are meeting this weekend. And on that day no executives will be accompanying him. Kong Sok said, quite useful information. So what do you want me to do, Soha? Make sure they don't meet. Lure Baek Chai-rin to your side and create an opportunity for Soha to meet Sohoon. After that, Soha said she wouldn't care what Kong Sok's group did to Chai-rin. She asked Kong Sok, you understand what I mean, right? Scene change. At this moment, Kong Sok's group sees Chai-rin. Chai-rin asked Kong Sok, aren't you Kim Sohoon's subordinate? Where is Kim Sohoon? Why did you bring me here? At the two words subordinate, Kong Sok's anger flared. He rushed at her, grabbed her by the neck and shouted, shut up. Who said I'm his subordinate? I never acknowledged loyalty to that guy. Internally, Kong Sok wanted to crush Sohoon, but he had to hold back for the sake of his long-term plan. Kong Sok told his subordinate to carefully take her home. At this moment, Kim Sohoon would have arrived. Sohoon was surprised to see Soha. He asked, what does this have to do with you? Why are you here? She said. Everyone Sohoon Oppa defeated were West Gangbuk students. So now Sohoon Oppa is also involved, isn't he? Soha, what are you talking about? Suddenly she confessed. I like you, she said. She wasn't joking. She had liked Sohoon since childhood more than anyone. I liked him first, she said shyly. It was too vague. Sohoon didn't understand the current situation. The West Gangbuk guys attacked Sohoon. Knew his destination, so they were waiting here. Then he must have also investigated and grasped Sohoon's schedule. If the culprit of this incident is that guy, it won't be an ordinary matter anymore. Let's talk later. Kim Sohoon left in a hurry. He called Han Jae-ha. He was West Gangbuk's number 4. Jae-ha said, did Kong Sok really betray you? Sohoon said, he knows my schedule. Is that bastard crazy to do something like this now? For now. Jae-ha told Sohoon to wait there. He said he would gather people and leave right away. The opponent was So-sok. He could also set a trap for Sohoon. That couldn't be. Because Sohoon had already arrived, he immediately hung up the phone. Sohoon asked with a serious face, are you going to keep hiding here? Everyone come out. So it was you guys. This was the first time Soyeon felt betrayed. He thought he had never treated anyone badly. Then what could be the reason? Why did they betray Sohoon by cooperating with Kong Sok? They said, we prefer working in the old business world, working under Kong Sok Sunbae. He's a truly capable person. Sohoon thought it was because of his own shortcomings. He felt sad. Did they want to go back to selling drugs? Kong Sok. Kim Sohoon said to Kong Sok, do you think you can beat me? Can you really do that? Kim Sohoon felt pressure standing before him. It was truly dreadful. He was different from before. Kong Sok thought he might die at Sohoon's hands. He shouted, shut up, Kim Sohoon. Winning and losing isn't something you decide. Sohoon, I am Kong Sok, don't mess with me. Alright, come at me. Sohoon thought that his last mission might be Kong Sok. Kong Sok said he held no ill will towards Kim Sohoon. He just wanted to reclaim his throne. This is the end. Kong Sok approached Sohoon, preparing to strike. Suddenly a scream for help echoed. What was that sound? What's happening? Haru had already saved someone. She was truly disappointed in Kong Sok. How could a man who called himself a king act like this? She told Sohoon he could now fight without restraint. Kong Sok thought to himself, just you wait. I'll find your weakness and take you down. Sohoon punched Kong Sok and said, you haven't changed. You haven't improved at all. Kong Sok shouted, do you think a simple strategy can defeat me? Do you really think you're the boss here? Why is he so strong? Sohoon hit his head. I won't let West Gangbuk fall into your hands. This is a victory everyone fought hard for. So I can't let it go to anyone. Kong Sok couldn't avoid it. He felt like he was about to collapse but had to endure. Kong Sok used his invincible wrestling technique to hug and throw Sohoon. Kong Sok couldn't give up. He would never submit to Sohoon. Sohoon said, I know what you want. Everything you want is right, but it's too late. Everything is mine now. I won't let you have your way. He broke Kong Sok's wrestling hold and pressed Kong Sok's head down. He was no longer the weak Kim Sohoon of the past. The Gangbuk gang was worried about Sohoon. Quickly, he's in danger. Is this the right place? Yes, it is. But I don't see anyone, only hear sounds. Look ahead. They seemed overly worried. It's probably true. How could Sohoon fail? The one who unified Gangbuk wouldn't fail. Jae-ha lit a cigarette and approached Kong Sok, who was sprawled on the floor. He said, why did you do it? Couldn't you let go of your ambition to be the boss and wanted to return to your old glory? We can't do anything now. Kim Sohoon, he's already on a completely different level than us. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. Everyone wondered where Kim Sohoon was. There he is. It seems he has to choose between Soha and Chai-rin. As the new week began, everyone wondered, did you hear what happened last weekend? What? West Gangbuk tried to rebel. Kong Sok, that bastard, tried to become the boss again. That guy clearly has the face of a traitor. He looks really cunning. We almost got caught by him. Now everything is over. Kong Sok never reappeared after being defeated by Sohoon. Sohoon didn't blame him for what he did, because Sohoon knew he could never come back. But is it okay to just let him go? What if he leads an army and rebels again? Chai-rin appeared before Sohoon and said, let's go to the cafeteria. My treat. Sohoon agreed and everyone watched. I can't believe it. Are they officially dating? Sohoon and Baek Chai-rin started dating, holding hands and going down to the cafeteria together. They whispered that she had finally become the boss's wife. Something must have happened that weekend. What was it? That weekend, Sohoon stood before two women. He said, Soha, I know you like me, but I can't accept your feelings. Sohoon had thought a lot. Today he decided to reveal everything he was thinking. He recalled the fun moments he had with Baek Chai-rin. He gradually felt love. He said, I don't know exactly when it started, but one thing is certain. I like you. So they confirmed their feelings and started dating. Sohoon asked how young Soha was doing these days. She didn't seem okay. She liked him very much. He said there was nothing he could do. The system announced, subquest complete. You have received a girlfriend as a reward. Yundong ran to Sohoon in a hurry. He said, Senior, what are you still doing here? Sohoon was surprised and asked if someone else had betrayed them. He said, did you forget what I told you before? Today is the anniversary of your unification of Gangbuk. Jae-ha was waiting for Sohoon. He apologized for being late. Everyone had already gathered. The people who contributed to the unification of Gangbuk. Kim Sohoon thought to himself, shall I begin the final conversation? All right, Kim Sohoon, long time no see, he said. You've worked hard. You've finally unified Gangbuk. Sohoon had many questions, of course. Since you've unified Gangbuk, you have every right to ask me questions. I will answer with all my sincerity. Sohoon asked who he was. He replied that he was someone like Sohoon. He too, like Sohoon, had received and carried out various missions, eventually becoming the one who issued missions. Soon you will meet me too. Then Sohoon asked why he had chosen him as a player. He said that at first he had only chosen Chai-yun. Why? He said it was because he was smart and clever. In fact, he quickly rose to the top in his own way, but he was too cruel. I thought I could control him through missions, but that was my mistake. So I chose Sohoon to stop Chai-yun. So the conclusion is that you chose me because I'm kind and easy to use? That's right. Don't be so blunt. Then what is your purpose? The purpose of trying to control Chai-yun? It's related to the final mission. Sohoon asked what the final mission was. Kim Sohoon, do you remember what I told you when you first met me? He said he didn't remember. He was really a bit foolish. At first he didn't believe Sohoon. So he gave him the mission to unify Gangbuk. Everything was a foundation for the final mission. So what is the final mission after all? He said a great evil force had appeared. Finally that guy has shown his true colors. Sohoon's mission was to stop that guy. But you can't do it alone. There are people who will help you, so join forces with them. They are also moving to eradicate evil. Sohoon asked who they were. He said, Kim Sohoon, from now on it will be a very difficult path, but since you stopped Chai-yun you can do it, so who does Sohoon have to stop? Now I will tell you his name. So-hoon and the West Gangbuk gang's new journey would soon begin. They arrived at their destination. Is this the meeting place? I'm really nervous. They would join forces with the people they were about to meet. Right, look ahead. They seem a bit late, So-hoon said. It's a pleasure to meet you all. They were all unfamiliar faces, and Hyeon Seong and Jang Jin-hyuk from Allied, Vasco from Burn Knuckles, Jang Hyeon from Hostel, Kim Ki-myung from God Dog, and Hong Jae-yeol. Allied's group was late. Park Hyung-sok approached. He was Allied's masterpiece. He greeted them. You're Kim So-hoon, aren't you? Nice to meet you. He said he had heard much about So-hoon's reputation. Hearing that So-hoon had unified Gangbuk, he thanked them for their help. Lee Jin-seong told Vasco, you look quite old. Vasco replied that he was the same. The two began introducing themselves. I'm Vasco. I'm Lee Jin-seong. The other two also exchanged greetings. Long time no see. The Gangbuk gang had once been indebted to Lee Eun-tae. I didn't know you were part of Allied. I never expected to meet you today. The guy with glasses asked Haru if she was a man or a woman. If you're a man, you're pathetic. And if you're a woman, give me your number before you go. She retorted by asking if he shouldn't take off his sunglasses when meeting for the first time. One person said he heard someone runs a bar in Gangbuk, and he never expected to meet Lee Tae-seong from Anson here. He wanted to hear about his experience opening a bar. So they decided to meet separately later. Everyone had finished their introductions. So-hoon said there was no more time to sit around. Let's go. Park Hyung-sok said the opponent intended to swallow the whole world. Kim Ki-myung replied, let's go. Allied and West Gangbuk High School joined hands to carry out a new mission. New challenges awaited them, and together they moved forward.